Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 29th Annual Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. We are on Oahu's famous North Shore, legendary Sunset Beach, for the 37th Annual World Cup of Surfing. And it is the Vans World Cup of Surfing, $250,000 in prize money, $1 million in thrills. And if you don't have adrenaline flowing today, whether you're on the beach or in the water, go check in with Leland Dow and see if you have a pulse. Today is just unbelievable.
Yeah, no, I actually have butterflies just watching the morning warm-ups, seen a couple guys go down hard on the inside bowl, that northerly direction, the swell's focusing there hard.
Totally different than Haleiwa. Haleiwa is a great performance show for the Hawaiian Air Show, and now we have an open ocean with peaks everywhere. We have surf. The Hawaiians are saying it's 10 foot, easily 10 foot. And the challenge is even for the Hawaiian Water Patrol getting the lineup, they are, and we're moments of getting underway with our 30-minute heats in our first round of competition. Round of 128, heat number 1. Solid surf on hand. This could be one of the biggest days we see for the entire period for the Vans World Cup, but the contest period looks good. We might wrap things up in 4 straight days, 5 or 6. Looks really good.
Yeah, it's just one swell after another coming out of the North Pacific. This is the biggest of the swells with the northerly direction. The next swell will be more westerly angled and still really good for the sunset lineup.
Amazing stuff in the lineup yesterday. It was mayhem out here, really strong winds in the afternoon, but there was a good 20, 30 pros testing the metal, trying to figure out which board's going to work in these solid conditions. It came up really quick late in the evening.
Yeah, a couple of the guys went out and practiced. No one had a real chance to ride their big boards over 7-footers. And I watched Dan Ross paddle into a ledging inside bowl, and that guy's ready to make his mark here at Sunset in this challenging lineup. And that's what these guys wait for all year. Some of these bigger guys, they really don't show their stuff in the beach breaks. When you come to Sunset, and it's a whole different group of guys that are the best in the world out here. And these locals in this first round, mostly dominated by Hawaiians this opening round. We're going to see the best surfers in the world that know this wave better than anyone.
And the key here, unlike Haleiwa trying to tap the power, find the power, you're going to have power instantly. You're like on full throttle trying to control the wave, which basically you can't. You've got to work with the wave and figure out what it's going to do. That inside ball, you can be a hero or you can take one on the head.
There's a fellow Vans team rider, Dan Gudauskas. You saw him on screen. He's got a heat coming up around the 64, but like these guys, they're just all trying to get used to those bigger boards, bigger turns. Everyone's been riding their small boards at Haleiwa and the beach park and Rocky Point, and now Sunset. The big playing field's opening up from all the way off the point to all the way to that inside bowl. And that inside bowl, we're going to see some dramatic finishes to the rides as they look to get the maximum out of their scores.
Right now we're peaking with the swell, 339 degrees, give or take 10 degrees, 14-second intervals, about 11.6 feet of swell in the water out there. Really exciting times. Yeah, you really are amazed when you look around these guys. It's the first time this year I've seen these guys with this long of boards anywhere else other than maybe Tahiti. They've got some long equipment.
Yeah, the playing field's so vast out there, and with the northerly direction, it is coming all the way around from backyards, hitting that peak at the point, sweeping through with those long walls, setting up some big cars. You can see the guys setting up those outside walls to line up a good section, and it's all going to be about that inside bowl, really. Guys are going to either make or break their waves when they get into that inside.
For our alternate list, we've got at least 34 on the first list. I believe Garrett Parks is in there or already in there. I'm not sure if he was number 1. Geiselman is number 2. I don't know if he's checked in. I know Jason Shibata is checked in at number 15. The key thing, if you're an alternate, you need to check in and be on the beach ready to go. And I'm going to assume there might be a couple of guys not showing up for work today.
Well, if you're in Hawaii on the North Shore entering this contest, there's no excuses today. You got to get out there and give it your all. And a lot of these young kids, this is their first time at challenging Sunset. Some years you go through heats and you only have a heat at the point, and then all of a sudden 1 year it's just that big outside peak is A-framing on your head. And we've seen just tremendous efforts from all the young kids over the years as they get a chance to rule this Sunset lineup. On a free surf, you've got hundreds of people spread out on huge boards, and now these guys get out there with 4 people and they get a chance to find these peaks and just kind of have fun at Sunset. It's a hard wave to line up, and these guys are going to get some good experience today.
Poncho Sullivan, Miles Padaka, Sonny Garcia, the power brokers are excited about today, especially this first round, aren't they?
Yeah, and this is Kieran Perot as he sets up a nice wave to the inside, getting a nice little cover up there. And you see how much this wave shifts, and just try and control that bump. Things happen, and the wave changes shape so quickly on that inside bowl. And here's the wave behind it, and I believe this is Sean Cansdell from Australia. And he's setting up a nice carve. He's a really good surfer out there on his backside. Real center of gravity is very low, reminiscent of Aki as he carves through that inside bowl. And he's going to be a hard man to beat out here.
That wave backs off really quick, but right before it does, it can come down, and the curtain just can give you the guillotine on the back of the head.
Yeah, there's nothing's for certain when you come into that inside bowl. It's shifting a lot of water. A lot of water moves through with every set, and every wave changes a little different shape, and then all of a sudden the wave ends quickly into very deep water, and it shuts down on you, and you have to be very fast to read that wave.
It's really heavy, not only for the Hawaiian Water Patrol, but it's heavy for the caddies. Caddies have rules as well out there. You have to take a second board, which can be a challenge. Just getting through the shore break, that second board, if you give a broken board to your surfer, then you need to self-rescue. If not, you've got to have fins as well. Let's take a look at Sunday, November 22nd, surfline.com, our official forecasting partner for the Van's Triple Crown of Surfing. Well, the satellite loop of the Northwest Pacific showing a developing storm off Japan. That is setting up for this solid northwest swell and going through the middle of the week. And solid northwest swell for today, Sunday, and it is pushing through quite nice. A lot of wind involved in that. Then the wave height chart for North Pacific shows a storm to the northwest of the islands. Also another storm off the northwest of the islands, off Japan, developing over the next few days. These two storms, well, we could wrap things up in 1 week here for the Vans World Cup, arriving Sunday, Monday, and then possibly Tuesday, Wednesday. There you go. The 7-day dashboard is just, it says it
lit
right
up
there.
with colors, and right now, looking at that, I see a possible finish on Thursday with that second peak of the swell. And we could run here today. If we could get 4 days out really quick here and be done with this contest, and stark contrast to Haleiwa, where we had to wait for so long for that swell.
And we're on the clock right now with the first heat, if in fact they can hear that. Out to sea, we do have 4 surfers, and we believe all 4 have checked in. Duviak in red, Zietz in white, Valier in yellow, and Newton wearing the blue singlet. We'll keep an eye on that. 30-minute heat. If you break your board, you can get jet ski assistance to your caddy. If you wait for assistance, you will get assistance. You're out of the heat. So if you break your board, and you can then use the jet ski to get you back around and work with your caddy. Your caddy, if he only has 1 board out there, he has to have a fin. He has to self-rescue himself. Last thing we need is 4 surfers line up, another 4 waiting to go, and then 8 caddies out there, and you're working with caddies. So they've got to do some self-rescue out there. It is going to be critical today. Multiple peaks. We do have 2 swells on action. There is a secondary swell out of the east-northeast. I'm not sure if that's rapid, but the peaks are jumping, and second reef out here is showing as well.
Yeah, this is just as fun as it gets for Sunset. A lot of opportunity to work that lineup and find scores. Either way up on the point or on that inside bowl. Just now when we were doing over the Surfline's forecast, somebody dropped into just a massive double up through the inside. And then I watched Tyler Newton get a good wave. So there's a lot of waves coming through the line. Very consistent swell. And it's going to be easy to get caught inside, though, and get swept out of the peak. There's no jet ski assistance if you get swept in and caught inside, and you can waste 10, 15 minutes just paddling around and back into position to catch another wave. So it's going to be very tricky for the guys to get the 2 best waves they can find out there in the 30-minute allotment.
If your leash is still attached to your board and you're on your board, you got to make it out yourself, and there can be some serious paddle time.
Yeah, and this place catches you inside more than anywhere place I've surfed in the world, as it's constantly shifting. And there is lineups, and you can stick to them, and they help you, but there's nothing for certain out there.
For the British Empire, Martin Potter has won this event. For South Africa, Sean Thompson. For the U.S. mainlanders, I believe it's only a Floridian, C.J. Hobgood. Then the Brazilians more recently, and our defending champion, Rayoni Monteiro, going back years, Fabio Gouveia. The Hawaiians, well, they've put on some amazing performances as well, as we see surfers just clearing the water. Makua Rothman, Andy Irons, Miles Padaka, Sonny Garcia's won this twice, Shane Dorian, Johnny Boy Gomes, Jericho, Hans Hedemann has done it twice. Sonny just had an altercation with that inside shore pound. He comes ashore. Michael Ho has won this 3 times, Dane Kealoha and Buzzy Kurzbach. But the Australians have a slight edge. They have won this 16 times. And notably, 3-time winner Joe Parkinson, he's not here. But Jake Patterson, Ian Cairns, and Mark Richards and Tom Carroll have won it multiple times as well.
I think, for me, at Sunset in Australia, I think of Gary Elkerton and the performances he put on at this event. And just, he changed the way people surfed out here. He tacked it so hard and just went into that bowl and carved so deep and so much faster than anyone, I think, before him. And he really set the standard for guys like Sonny Garcia to come in, and you see him come in that inside bowl and just they hack the crap out of this place and really treat it like it's a beach break.
Chris Moore will be surfing up against Elaine Ryu. We see her coming in, everybody getting a shot at this, and now the lineup's looking pretty clear Hawaiian Water Patrol has their work cut out for them. It was fairly casual, a lot of fun down at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Congratulations to Taj Burrow coming into the event wanting to. Here we go, surfer in yellow. Looks like first wave for Evan Valier.
Yes, that's him on his backside, trying to get a smaller wave to the bowl. Has a good wall on it, and a couple of little turns, but not that big draining barrel that we're going to look forward to.
Part of the flow water team, Valier, the 28-year-old at the Reef Hawaiian Pro in 81st, so he's looking to vault up the rankings. He went from 155 in the world rankings to 199. How important are these events with their prime? This is the last qualifying event of the year.
Yeah, and coming down to Sunset, I don't think there's any place that evens the playing field more than Sunset Beach. As just when it's like this, you're out there on an island, it feels like all alone, and a lot of times you don't even see your other competitors. And on the morning free surf, there must have been 40 people out there, and now as we're clearing the lineup, you get down to just 4. It's going to clear out, and it's going to seem like it's a deserted lineup as wave after wave is just coming through this lineup just from every direction. And the seed hasn't started yet as we're still seeing some of the free surfers come in and get their last waves.
We did hear a horn, and so they haven't given it the green light, so whether that was a test or not, they're still clearing the field. So we're going to...
There's Ace Bucket on his backside. He's been a standout at Sunset, and now I think we believe that it will be 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes to the opening heat of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, Vans World Cup of Surfing.
Well, one thing that's interesting is the amount of wind that we're going to see. That's going to make it challenging. And when they paddle back out, the caddies hopefully give them some encouragement and maybe some information in terms of where they're sitting in the lineup and what they might have heard. I'm not sure if the scoreboard is running right now. They're just setting up real quick, but
no, the caddy's a very important job out there, and it can be just as dangerous. I'm here caddying for some people. There's Mike Ho. He's out there probably giving some people some last-minute pointers and trying to just see what it's like. Mason's coming up in the heat. We talked to Coco on the morning show yesterday. It seems like Sunset Beach and the Ho family, they're just so go together perfectly. Mike Ho, I've just seen him ride some incredible waves out here. And I've had him as a caddy, luckily, and that caddy job is so important. Not only do they tell you the scores coming back out, a lot of times you can't hear the waves in the lineup. These waves break very loud, and only the guys in the channel can hear the scores. And then your caddy can also let you know if you're out of position for waves, that they can connect with you as far as the shifting lineup, and you can see from a different angle what's going on and what your competitors are doing. So the caddy plays more of a role here than any other wave in the world.
And again, we've been told that the caddy either needs a swim fin as a self-rescue or a secondary board that he just trades off, and then he's got a board to ride in. But I don't see any secondary boards out there, so assuming that
they might have changed the rule and allowed some assistance, because I know that over the years all the rules have been tailor-made to just for safety first and foremost. And I've been stuck out there swimming in after my brothers broke a board with one fin and getting sucked towards Camiland. And here we go. We're counting down to this round of 128, Heat 1, Dave.
Vincent Duviac from Aquitaine, France. Duviac had a great result. The Reef Hawaiian Pro, 33rd place result. Here he is right now to start on the horn. Great go for him, the 23-year-old.
Yeah,
and he's looking at a wall that looks like it's going to jump up on him and close out. It usually goes deep there, and it's a suicide mission for Vincent Duviac.
Oh, that was great. We've already got a highlight wipeout. There's going to be plenty more of those. That Sunset Bowl just eats you up and spits you out. You see that, Dave, as he got sucked over the falls after he went down?
Yeah. Well, I was talking about the backups because our beach marshal just told me that not more than 5 minutes ago, but we'll see if that changes. Duviac, first wave, Zietz in white, Valier in yellow, and Newton in black. One thing we do know is that Evan Valier did get a good warm-up wave, and he seats right in the middle, just to his inside, and off to his left you can see our surfer in blue, so I guess we're going to call that black, Tyler Newton. And taking a look at the lineup here, maybe one beyond, but let's go down to our contest director, Marty Thomas. Marty, this is an exciting day.
That's right, Dave. I'll tell you what, man. Already an exciting start to the first day of the Vans World Cup of Surfing here, and that wipeout that Red took was pretty gnarly. I mean, I got butterflies, and I'm not even surfing today, but it reminds me of back in the day, you know, just anticipating the big swell, getting your boards ready, not sleeping the night before. I mean, it's going to be a true test for the competitors today.
Hey, got to ask you a question then. So Shay and I are wondering about the caddies, and there's rules for caddies now.
Well, that's right. The caddies are allowed in the channel. They either have to have 2 boards or 1 board and fins. And we will have jet ski assists for the competitors. We got a ride up right there. It looks like surfer in white, perhaps yellow. That's Sebastian Zietz. Nice wave right there for Zietz. So once again, we will have jet ski assists for the competitors. If they were to break a board or a leash and be stranded in the impact zone, the jet ski, Terry Hui and the boys can go in there, get the surfer, take him back to the channel. We will also have an assist for the caddies. If the caddies are boardless, they will get a ride to the beach, and they're allowed to paddle back out with an additional board. So we're going to see some carnage today. There are 30-minute heats, plenty of times for those competitors out there. I'm sure we're going to see some broken boards, some awesome waves, and some horrific wipeouts.
And Marty, the plan today is to complete the round of 128 and go for 8 hours?
That's right. We got a full 8 hours of competition. The first 16 heats of the event, we'll get through all 16 heats of the round of 128.
Exciting stuff. Thank you very much, Marty Thomas. And there you go, one of the top pros in his day. Basically, learning to surf in the little town of Seal Beach, California, but spending years and years and a local on the North Shore, traveling the world, making it happen as a pro.
Yeah, former top 10 surfer.
He paid his dues, and he had some great results.
And he knows about this place and experienced not being able to sleep the night before when you know it's going to be 12 foot plus at sunset. Those butterflies, I showed up late, came up here, and the first set I saw, someone got slammed on that pole, and it gave me that instant feeling. And here's Blue as he drops into a nice looking wave. This is Tyler Newton. And see what this is going to set up. He's got a section in front of him. And actually, some of these waves, it's holding outside of the bar, or outside of the reef at the bowl at sunset. And you'll see them looking to double up and find that right one that cleans up, because this swell's large, and we're actually surfing a lot of reforms here coming through the lineup, and they're just looking for that best double up to lurch onto that sunset bowl.
Sebastian Zietz at 3.5, then a 2.5 you might see for Vincent's suicide mission, and you can't blame him. It looked good, and then all of a sudden it morphed into something massive, and just pulling out of these waves can be difficult, and a standing island pull. Let's take a look at our surfer in blue, Newton.
This is Taylor's wave, and you can see all the bump and lump out there. And we've got a lot of northeast wind, but luckily for us, this bowl in here at sunset really wraps in and can clean this up. And we're just going to look for wave after wave to come into there. And these guys are just sussing the lineup right now. There's a couple more waves coming in. You can see them shifting. You could have already been on that wave if you were in a better position.
Well, Carissa, exciting times for her. Yes, she's in this event. She was pretty not upset, but she was very disappointed in her performance up at Haleiwa. But the waves, a little challenging in her heat. What a stellar individual. Our women's world champion, and graduating from high school, making things happen all the way through her career, but making sure her studies are right on. The winningest surfer in the amateur ranks of the NSSA, then comes on and stomps, basically, always making the finals.
Yeah, she had done some events while still doing school, and then as soon as she was done with school, she took it seriously, did it full year, and was able to become world champ like that.
Ben's World Cup of Surfing, the 37th annual World Cup. We've got an Irishman out there, yes, Glenn Hall, Japanese surfer, Portuguese, Canary Islander, Spaniard, Reunion Islander, and a Peruvian. And then a couple of pairs from the Basque Country, 2 surfers, 2 Puerto Ricans, 2 Polynesians out of Tahiti, 2 Kiwis, 2 South Africans, then 6 Frenchmen, and joining into the ranks, I believe, on the list is Jeremy Flores, who was an alternate, I think a late alternate down at Haleiwa. I saw his name on an alternate list. I was surprised there, but didn't get into the event down there, but he's on the list here. A couple of new faces. U.S. mainlanders, we have 16 and 16 Brazilians, but 24 Australians, 45 Hawaiians, and we're going to see a lot in this first round of competition. Zietz with a 3.50, Newton with a 3.77, and looking for Evan Valier's first wave. So, you like the island of Kauai? Well, everybody out there is from the island of Kauai, except Vincent Duviak, your top seed. And coming into this event, number 90. He moved up 3 spots on the world ranking list. And looking at replacing points, and this is their last hurrah. If you're not on the World Championship Tour, your last hurrah, making a big march in the rankings.
And then even just getting that seed up for next year. A lot of the guys are positioning themselves, even outside of that bubble for the cut, they're just positioning themselves to be able to surf in the prime events next year. You get a shot at the U.S. Open, Margaret River Championships. We have all these big events, these Prime Series, and they're limited to a round of 96. And here we have, in this opening round of 128 here in Hawaii, Evan Valier from Kauai.
Valier late takeoff. Again, goofy footed, the only one in the lineup, looking over his shoulder. XL Pro champion at Sunset Beach 2006. He knows the lineup quite well. The surfer out of these four that posted a huge result at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, 17th for Sebastian Zietz. So things were good for Sebastian. He went from number 96 to 91. He moved up 5 spots on the rankings. Like you said, 96 to 91. The closer you can move up, the better you'll have a chance of getting into these big prime events around the globe.
Yep, this is a rarity here in Hawaii, as we have an extra round, and it allows for more people to surf the event. And I like this extra round. It gives me a chance to see guys I don't see competing over the year. And it really opens up the field. Evan Valier, he's a winner out here at Sunset. You don't get to see him compete around the world. Now here at Sunset, and even at Haleiwa on the small conditions, we saw that big error in the contender for the early Hawaiian Air Show, 250,000 miles.
Yeah, will we see an air out here? Or will it just be basically exit stage left and a flyaway kickout?
You'll be looking for air when you get sucked over the falls like Doobie on that first wave.
Crazy move. $250,000 in prize money, 12-day window. The window looks unbelievable as swells are lining up. Thank you, Surfland.com, for the forecast. 63 four-man heats, 128 surfers, 34 alternates waiting in the wings, and a couple of them I think are already in. 7 rounds of competition, and our wild cards for this event: Hank Gaskell in the round of 64, Zeke Lau in the round of 64, Carissa Moore we'll see in the round of 96. Surfer in red, wave number 2, Vincent Dubiak.
Yeah, he's regained himself after that wipeout and found a little shoulder. Had some opportunity to get a score. There's not many big scores on this heat. 3.7, 3.5. The guys are really starting to struggle here as time runs down. These 30-minute heats, though, big difference than Haleiwa. We had the 20-minute heats, a lot more time to work the lineup.
Yeah, it was crazy. By the time you introduced the surfers, basically it was over and done.
Yeah, but there's a lot of waves, a lot of opportunity. And unfortunately, these guys haven't been lining up the best waves yet. And I think that's going to change with the set. It's a very good direction if these guys can get themselves in the right spot.
Big waves in Tahiti when they do come. Obviously, Sunset Beach would be one of the biggest playing fields in professional
surfing. Look at this drop. Oh, it's hung up in the wind. I think that was Evan way out the back there. But once you get out there, there is so much more wind coming around the point than you can even see from the TV or in your internet. It's just, you paddle into those waves, you're blinded from the wind and the offshores coming up there, and it doubles in speed as it just gains momentum as you hang yourself in that lip.
Little needle shots and BBs coming up in your face. You could barely see. Difficult paddling. Now we've got, looks like Mike Prickett out there in the lineup as well with the yellow pole. So setting up for possibly some shots from the channel.
See these waves shifted under white, and now blue is in a better spot, but he couldn't get that wave either. And now same wave inside red has another chance at a good looking inside bowl. This is Doobie. He pulls under the lip, gets shot out in front of it, just behind that section. Now more waves out the back. This is yellow Evan up there, Dave.
Evan's second wave. His first one comes in at 277. Nice choice. Look at this thing reel off, and it gets throaty.
Yeah, that was well surfed as he negotiated that inside bowl with 2 good hooks on his backside. You can see why he's a former winner.
Well, you can have link recovers out there and be really lucky, or you can show that you are handling the wave and making great decisions on your rail. He did that with 19 minutes, 58 seconds remaining. A couple more wild cards, 4 bands. Dane Gadauskas in the round of 96, Kalani Chapman in the round of 64, and I believe our youngest surfer will come in, Nathan Florence in the round of 96, just 13 years of age.
That's going to be fun to watch. Nathan's just, he never holds back. He's got some huge waves all over the North Shore. And we'll just, yeah, Nathan Florence last year out at Phantoms, he got like a 20-foot plus wave, landed on his board, tons of stitches to his face. So it can be cool to see him just attack the 13-year-old here in this inside bowl. So you can see this nice water angle here from Prickett of Vincent's last wave here as he sets up that bottom turn. You can see all the bump coming up the face as this wave's always changing shape. He almost had another good wipeout here in this wave, but he was able to get out in front of it. See how challenging it is. The wave's always changing shape out there.
Well, we know that John's 19, so maybe Nathan checks in at, you say 15, and Liam says 17, and I say 13.
Ivan's 15. Ivan's 15.
Ivan's the youngster, right, okay. Either way.
Yeah.
Send him out.
Nathan's regular foot, Ivan's goofy foot. That's the difference. In a couple years. But they both charge, and they're both going to be just standouts in the North Shore. They already have, as they look to just follow in John's footsteps and be a great, well-rounded surfer here.
World Junior Siege, Jack Freestone and Dale Staples getting into the junior call here, and our past world champion getting the call is Sonny Garcia.
Here's that best wave of the heat for Evan Valier, and an early score drops to the 7.5 as he's able to hook it up really tight in the pocket on his backside. That's a difficult maneuver on a big wave on a big board here at the inside bowl at Sunset. He's able to get 2 of those in.
And they're possibly the hardest part, where the wave folds in at 2 different directions. We're down to now 18 minutes on the clock. Lots of paddling, lots of drama out there that we'll never know about. Each surfer is dealing with I don't know, his own personal test after a year of surfing, maybe around the globe, beach breaks, and a variety of waves. All of a sudden, you're asked to really step it up in these conditions.
Yeah, there's mountains of water moving around, and it can be very big decision whether you paddle up the point and try and get one to come all the way across with a couple turns into the bowl, or you just hang here wide and catch the shoulders of those bigger waves so they double up and look for just a quick barrel or 2 nice turns like Evan got in there.
Men's Triple Crown of Surfing, the current leaders after the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Obviously, Taj Burrow, Adam Melling, Adriano de Souza, and Nat Young. Those were our finalists. John Florence and Michelle Perez equal 5th, so they're in the hunt. Keiko Balcaso and classic Roy Powers in rare form equal 7th. Tanner Gadauskas, Kieran Perot, Brett Simpson, and Evan Geiselman would be equal 9th. So anybody in the quarterfinals on are looking pretty good. Let's see if their performance can step it up here. Obviously, there's that third entity. If you are a championship tour surfer or you qualified for the Pipe Masters, there's another shot at getting that title, the Triple Crown title.
Yeah, that's one of the most... Oh, here, look at this wave coming through the inside bowl, just missing that. But there's been some good waves in this lineup, and like you said, this Triple Crown, a lot of guys, this is their chance at a world title. The Hawaiians all want to take one of those home.
Last person to win a Triple Crown title from the island of, well, from the Hawaiian Islands would be Andy Irons in 2005, 2006. He ended up winning 4 of them. So what's going to happen? The Aussies have been dominant in winning the Triple Crown the last 4 years, courtesy of Pete Durbridge, and then 3 times for Joel Parkinson, who's not here, but we'll see him at Pipe. So the Hawaiians are ready to take that title back.
Yeah, they love when they can just pound their chest here at Sunset Beach, take home the Triple Crown. Sonny Garcia, Derek Ho, Miles Padaka, former Triple Crown winners, and Miles Padaka and Sonny will be in this event looking for another Triple Crown.
I was flashing on Carissa Moore and her performances out here in the women's division, how great a surfer she is with her coaches. They could theoretically, at some point, their coaches could be in the same heat with Carissa.
Yeah, Miles and Poncho are both coaching a lot of surfers in this contest, and they will be competing as well. So it's going to be tricky if they get in the heat and kind of the student master.
And maybe just do a rotation out here. A couple of years ago, we had 3 Gadauskas brothers in the lineup. One needed to score. The other 2, well, they were surfing. It ended up being Mason Ho in first, and the surfer that needed the score, I believe it was Tanner, edging through. But to have 3 brothers in a 4-man heat, pretty interesting.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. And Dane and Patrick, they took a back seat to Tanner and just getting him on tour. And they had a lot of fun once they got there.
Flashing back to 1975, the first official World Cup here. Yeah, there's been a lot of great contests here, but it was Mark Richards winning in 75, then Ian Karen, Sean Thompson, Buzzy Kerbox. Buzzy, we haven't talked a lot about Buzzy, but you look back at what he did. He had a couple of jobs. One was very lucrative. If you remember back, he was the face of Ralph Lauren. So not only a great surfer, great waterman, but he had a huge modeling career, one of the first surfers ever to do so.
Yeah, he's just a great guy. I was able to get to spend some time with him in Rio at the Masters event this year. And I had really just got a chance to hang out and go to dinner and surf with him. And he's just the nicest, mellowest guy, and a real treat to be a part of that there in the Masters event, and got to just hang out with some of my heroes growing up.
28 years of competition here, former champions, all of them, just some great wins. Sonny Garcia's been busy out here. He has 3 wins. Even before 2000, his most recent win, 2004, his 6th win. Andy Irons with 4 of them. Just a former Triple Crown champion wins. Irons and Garcia and Ho, and just take a look at this. And the key thing about winning the band's Triple Crown of Surfing, that title, is doing well here. Here's a surfer in red, wave number 4, currently in the 2nd spot.
This is a much better wave for Doobie as he lines up that inside bowl very well with a couple good hooks in the pocket, as that wave was very steep.
Those watching in Europe right now, they know what he can pull off. This year, 11 events, and 5th place in Scotland, 5th place at the Vendee Pro, 5th place at Saru. he has got some great videos online as well. Phenomenal surfer, air show guy as well.
Yeah, he's been pushing it through the inside bowl here at Sunset in all his waves, and this one really came together for him. That first turn was really nice in the pocket, and that one was extremely steep as he turned around in the bowl.
And we've got to watch this guy because a 33rd, and the way he's surfing here, I don't remember his name last year or previous. He could be one up for a rookie title.
Yeah, definitely, and he did pretty well at Haleiwa as well. I was watching a couple of his heats and saying his name, and I noticed his name because I hadn't said it before.
A 33rd, and the way he's surfing here, well, keep an eye on Dubiak. Looking to replace a 2.50 in the second spot, needing a 6.12 if he wants to take over Valir. Valir with that 7.67, beautiful wave, and now he's trying to replace the 2.77. Now we know everything that's going on. The chance of the surfers knowing exactly what their scores are very slim. Our surfer in blue, Tyler Newton, wave number 2 in and out, finds a little nugget.
Yeah, a little head dip there for him as he's trying to get some scores up here. This one really high score from Evan, and this is a replay of Sebastian. This is a good looking wave for him. Real nice sweep back into the pocket as it doubles up on the bowl, and it's just unfortunately he was too far into the shoulder. As you see, that channel at Sunset gets deep very fast on the surfers.
Sebastian was out earlier this morning, like at 7:30 or so, and I thought he was on a different board. So these guys are changing boards. What's the average length?
The average length would probably be around the 7-foot mark. If you guys going just under, and if you guys going just over, it's gonna. If you stayed on that inside bowl, I think more around the 6'8", 6'6". Some of the guys, they look to just get really tight in the pocket, and the drops can be very challenging. But the guys that are going to shift out to that outside peak and try and work the walls, I can see some of the regular footers riding up to a 7'6".
The caddies are kind of huddled to the inside here in the channel, which is always not totally a safe spot. We've seen it break across the channel, but we think this is the peak of the swell. Here we go on backhand of the goofy footer Valir.
Yeah, there's Evan on a wave, and that's actually coming off of the left through the channel, so that might have caught the caddies out of position there. And you're never safe at Sunset, as waves, when it gets big like this, can connect all the way across from Camulan through that channel. And the channel, when you're out there caddying, you're in a constant battle against a river of current. So it's not an easy task to be a caddy out there.
Hawaiian Airlines and the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, which is presented by Rockstar Energy Drink on November 10th. They developed a whole new competition, the Hawaiian Air Show, and we saw a lot of great airs down at Haleiwa. Not sure what we're going to see here, but after the end of Pipeline, all 3 events, well, the 250,000 Hawaiian Air Miles will be awarded to the one surfer who executes the most exceptional single aerial maneuver of the Triple Crown. And so far, who do you think might have a lead? Come to mind the 2 great moves by Nat Young on his wave at Haleiwa, but it's one single move.
There was so many incredible aerials completed that I think it's going to be a very hard decision to make, because you have to look at a lot of slow-mo replays. Josh Kerr's aerial sticks out. Evan Valier's aerial sticks out. He had a beautiful air in that first day. Mason Ho had a couple tremendous aerials. John Florence and his full rotation backside just spins above the lip, and it just went after Evan Geiselman's aerials. It was a tremendous display of modern surfing there at Haleiwa.
Vans Triple Crown rookie champions. The rookie champions last year was Julian Wilson. Prior to that, Alejo Muniz, who's been on crutches. So we're going to see Alejo at all this Triple Crown. Is he going to heal?
I don't think so. From what I've seen and the injuries that I know from the past, you get an ankle that sprain, it's going to take a couple months to really get back in the water. And if he does try, and he's at Pipeline and the waves are too good for him, he could pull into some barrels, but that's going to be a risky venture for him.
Other rookies going back to 2008, Yaden Nickel, who did qualify this year for the rotation, but injured his ankle.
Yeah, and we're seeing these guys push their surfing so far. There's a number of hurt knees, ankles, shoulders, hamstrings. I know it seems like every kid is coming off an injury throughout the year, and a lot of the emphasis on training now is to prevent injuries because they're pushing their surfing so hard.
Well, if we don't panic and we have 30-minute heats all the way through, we're going to complete this round of 128. Then we have seeded surfers in the round of 96, and our top seeds we'll see in the round of 64. They might be waiting a couple of days.
Yeah, I think if we run a full day today, we can get these 16 heats out, maybe the next round. So the round of 64 and the top seeds will probably be on the 3rd day of competition.
Looks like we've got one more score waiting for a score for Newton. Right now he has a 3.77 in his score line. Last way for Duviak, a 7.07 takes him into the lead, and now he's trying to replace a 4.33. And our surfer, Valir, his last wave doesn't factor in, but a 7.67 and a 2.77 has him in second. If anybody out in the lineup knows and can hear the beach commentators are going to tell Sebastian Zietz he needs a 6.95. Well, it is a Sunday here, and if you watch the local news out of Honolulu last night, they were talking about big surf. A lot of the news stations not mentioning too much about the Triple Crown, but when you say big surf, and if you're kind of on top of it, big surf, Sunset Beach, time to get out to the North Shore. 45-minute drive, not too many people are on it. Take the Cam Highway past Haleiwa.
Yep,
And it's one of the few roads at locations that you actually, from the road, you can see the lineup.
Yeah, that gets a bit dangerous at times. You get on the North Shore, you just want to see how the waves are. And all the traffic bottles up there at Laniakea with some great waves today on offer there as well for this Sunday. Here's Tyler Newton. He's looking for a pretty good score in this wave, a 6.28 if he can line up to the inside for something better, but it unfortunately closes out in front of him.
You've got to make a decision at one point because it's really not the easy standing island pullout. You've got to take a really serious move to get out of it, and then you might get clipped by something behind it, or go for the doggy door, the cover up. And if you straighten out, it's going to mean another 100 yards of paddling.
You can see these big waves coming through the lineup, and Tyler Newton, after he kicked out of that wave, had 3 or 4 of those waves directly on his head as he gets washed into the channel and tries to do a loop around. He's very far from the lineup right now, and with 7 minutes remaining, he's probably not going to get out for another 3 or 4 minutes still.
Well, the best thing you can do is get the last wave of the set and have an easy paddle out, but you're not sure with these waves. It is crazy out there. 7 minutes, looking at the leader, Dubiak with a 7.07 and a 4.33. Very impressive surfer with a string of wins, going from number 93 into number 90 in the rankings and looking for more points in this final prime event of the year. $250,000 in prize money, a 12-day window. Well, we're going to have out of that 12-day window, it looks like there's at least 8 to 9 good days of surfing on the forecast.
It's one storm system after another is coming off of the North Pacific and at different angles, and it seems like everyone is trending a little more westerly, and that's great news for the Pipeline Masters there. If we can get some sand washed off that beach and really get it cleaned up and primed. And these swells we're seeing during the Vans World Cup of Surfing window are what's going to do that.
So the official forecast, surf 10 to 15 feet, 2 to 3 times overhead, depending on where your head is. Occasional 20-foot faces. Solid north-northwest swell peaking this morning. Larger sets for select deep water spots. We're seeing the outer reef break. Many spots washing out, obviously. Strong east-northeast trade winds with this north-northwest swell. That'll be fading this afternoon, but fading meaning much more user-friendly. Thank you, Sean Collins and team, headed by Kevin Wallace and Jonathan Warren. Mahalo for all their efforts and late night to putting the videos together and keeping us informed of knowing when to go.
Yes, they've done a great job in their forecast. They nailed it, Haleiwa. So we waited and waited, and there's a couple of days that we were on the fence for the running, and then they promised us and assured us these storms were coming together, and we ended up in great fashion there with some nice fun Haleiwa.
Just offshore, 16-knot winds coming in at 0.69. That's out of the east-northwest, and it can really make things challenging to get into these waves. A couple of people looking at that.
That's hurricane force, 60 knots.
60. Yeah.
Wow, that's an impressive storm.
A couple more waves lining up here. If they have watches or they're looking at the disc on the beach, it should show yellow, meaning under 5 minutes remaining. Surfer in red going after wave number 5. Was it going to be a late takeoff? Yes.
Doobie's done a great job of finding waves in this lineup, and it's such a tricky wave. You just kind of have to go on wave after wave and hope something lines up like this barrel he's found on the inside. And he's really put on a good show here at Sunset. And that's his second high-scoring wave, and he's just going to go into the lead with this wave.
Doobie has made things happen down at Haleiwa with a good result there, and very impressive showing here at Sunset Beach.
Here's that replay, Dave, as we saw him pick up this reform as it doubled up, cuts back into the pocket, and sets up a nice little line through the inside bowl here. Able to read that very well and ducks out of it. And that's going to be his second good wave. He's done well to be ahead of the Hawaiians so far in this heat with more experience.
Well, we got a new member of the Euroforce that is definitely on the radar. Vincent Dubiak. Doobie, 23 years of age, out of Mimizan, France. Ended up number 6 in ASP Europe, I believe, in the QS rankings, or their rankings. So he takes the lead. We're down to 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we're still Evans looking for that second solid score to put it out of reach, as Tyler Newton and Sebastian Zietz are looking for mid-sixes to a 7-point ride if they're going to get out of this heat with 3:30 remaining. Sebastian Zietz, he's looking to make a mark on that world tour. He's got to get in the qualifying position first here at Sunset. This is a big heat for him.
There are grandstands here, and new this year, the grandstands are on the beach side, the water side of the bike path.
Yeah, there's not much of a beach here. So you have the parking, a narrow strip of sand, and we're just lucky to have enough room to put our scaffolding up. And this great scaffolding. I know I haven't been in this position before. The view right here, Dave, is amazing.
Yeah, this is for the judges there on the same level right to our left. You need to be high and look down some of the solid set waves. You cannot see them bottom turn.
No, it really sucks out below sea level, 2 or 3 sets with the offshore plumes, and it's very difficult from a low level. But up here at our elevated perch and from the scaffolding here in the stands, you get to see it very clearly.
Our ASP Prime and Tour Manager just coming in from the Longboard World Titles in Italy, of all places, Al Hunt. Our ASP Hawaii Administrator, the boss, is Faith Wenzel. Our Chief Technical Officer is Mono Zul. Robson and Duela Machado is running our systems for the ASP, the beach and bike systems. To the inside, Duviak looking for a little corner pocket way out the back in blue. I believe that might have been Newton waiting for the bomb. Our head judges, Dave Shipley, Richie Porta, Dave from Hawaii, and Richie out of Australia. Our ASP head judge out of Hawaii, Jack Shipley, the veteran of several decades. Jeff Klugel, head judge of North America, is here working on the judging panel with Pantamo Rent, Yannick Saran from France, Luli Pereira, James Zavarsis, Icaro Caballero. Lapo Cucino's a spotter. He's working hard today. JP Pimentel has given us the replays. And on this left, nice audible move for Duviak.
Yeah, he's got a minute 30, and he was caught out of position. Catching this left might have been just an opportunity to get to the beach, get out of the next 2 or 3 waves that were going to catch him inside.
Minute 35 now as we wind down. The battle is for Newton to post a 6.28 according to our scoreboard here. Zietz needs a 6.95.
It looks like Evans in position, though, for this wave as it sets up in front of him. Big walk coming into the channel. He's just looking to better on that low score of a 2.77, put a little distance between him and the other guys. Finishes up a wave way out in the channel here as he's milking it through.
Right behind him, it looks like it looks like Zietz on wave number 5 for him.
Yeah, Zietz has struggled to find the quality waves that are going to give him those scores. He's surfing well out there, but he hasn't had the waves of Evan or Duvy. We're counting down under a minute now in this heat, and it looks like unless something happens quick here, Sebastian can get out in the lineup, get a quick barrel in the inside bowl, and it's hard to tell where's Newton in this lineup. This lineup is so vast and so challenging as waves shift out of every direction. Even on this north swell, they're swinging back and coming out of the west. Lefts, as you saw there, Duvy coming in on one.
Down to 30 seconds. Yeah, our clock's on, and Duviak is coming into the shore break and leaving his caddy out there. It's time for him to come in. Duviak looks like he's going to go away with the win, a 2-wave total of a 13.24, and Valir at this point holding on to a 10.44 2-wave total. Couple of bombs swinging over into the channel. Second reef's breaking.
And there's the countdown to this opening heat there, Dave.
And it's a done deal. There's one more score to be completed for Newton, and it doesn't look like it's going to be the 6.28 he needs. Opening up, paying the dues to start things off. That gets it out of his system, right? Duviak then came on strong.
Yeah, sometimes a good wipeout really gets rid of the butterflies. And then he was catching a lot of waves and really just working them as hard as he could, pushing it hard, and he found a couple of good scores. Here's the best wave of the heat, Evan Valer with his backside hooks. Very difficult and challenging those waves come together to pull it off. And I love the commitment, so steep in the pocket here, and very hard to control your board in those waves. It's a great heat here. Some little tubes for Tyler. Unfortunately, just they didn't have the wave as Duvy finds another barrel in this impressive opening heat win for the Vincent Duviak.
128.
And welcome back. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful conditions here for the round of 128, heat number 2. One heat down, 62 to go. Kurt Stanlick should be in here. I believe he was our first alternate. Yuri Sodre, Gabriel Villaran, and Marcus Hickman. David Stanfield along with Shea Lopez. We are set to go. Another 30-minute heat and an important one. Check out the Bands Live 2.0 app. Watching us live on your computer right now or on Time Warner. If you've got to run out, you can follow us on the All Access Pass. The band Surf Skate Music. It's the Live 2.0 app. Bands, check it out. Also, on I believe an app for the Androids as well. Watch the Bands Triple Crown of Surfing on the go.
Just not when you're driving.
Oh, yeah.
Well, how good was that shot down the beach? It's so nice to see the sun out, the offshore is blowing, and big swell detonating on all the reefs across the North Shore.
So do you think you can be an ASP judge? I saw it on site. I don't know if it's up and running, but I believe with ASP Surfboat app, you can give your chance to rate each wave, get close to the judge's score, and gain some points. Now, the person with the most points at the end of each day wins a Vans Surf Sliders and the Air Board Shorts. Surfboat tab on your live player. That's right between, let's see, you got scores, results, stats, Surfboat, and Facebook chat. So check it out, and you're not going to leave. So, you know, sometimes you click on it, you've left the whole application, you're missing everything. Here, you can stay right with us and vote and see if you can be an ASP judge.
We saw Perth go down on a pretty big lumpy wave, and going back to that surf boat, that's a really cool thing. And gives you the opportunity to just be involved in every wave going down. As I think all my friends and stuff, when we watch a contest, we're always talking about every score that comes in.
Well, it shouldn't be a guessing game for the commentators, but if you're at home watching, yeah, make it a guessing game and wait for the head judge to give the green light as they post scores. Surfer in yellow should be Gabriel Villaran. This guy knows about big waves and really talented surfer, the 27-year-old Punta Hermosa, Lima, Peru.
Yeah, he's feeling as comfortable as anyone in this lineup. He surfs 30-foot waves. He's been a standout in some of the big wave events across the world in Peru and Chile and done very well in those events. And here at Sunset, he's going to look at finding some nice setup maneuvers here to the inside bowl. And a good opening wave to get on the board here at Sunset is very important early so you don't get lost at sea out there and stuck for 10 minutes without a scoring wave. Look at that lineup, and you just see wave after wave, wind blown. And it's no easy task to get out there and just pick a spot, stick to your spot of where you think these waves are going to double up and reform into the inside. You see those guys just look like specks in that lineup as waves are breaking all the way through from the outer reefs today. It's getting windier and windier too, Dave.
And my charger broke.
Nice.
Maybe I should go on a diet.
Well, we're going to spend some serious time in these chairs today as we have a full day of competition from 8 to 4. We'll be maximizing this peak of the swell here at Sunset, this north-northwest pulse in the 10 to 12-foot plus range. You see it just moving through.
Right now, let's go down to Beau Hodge. I believe the Heath winner was a fellow out of France that could be in the hunt for a rookie title. Beau, take it away with Vincent.
We've got Vincent Duvinak here from Hacigo, France. And Vincent, congratulations. First, what everybody wants to know, board size. Big day today here at Sunset. Quite a change from Haleiwa. What size board did you take out today?
Yeah, I just get my 7.0 and with a backup of 7.4. Yeah, I think it was a good size. Yesterday afternoon I ride this 7.0, so I had the time to try it, and I think it was a good choice.
Now your first wave, the wipeout. Let's talk about that. That could have busted your board, broke your leash, even injured you because we saw you go over the falls. Talk about your first wave.
Yeah, my first wave was holy. There it is.
There you go. And then all of a sudden we're going to see you go up and over the falls. That was not fun.
No, not really. This was my first wave. I was just, fresh, and I didn't have the time to be ready with my leg and everything. And yeah, this first wave came just at the beginning of the hit, and I just go for it, and yeah, I get this wipeout just at the end. And the wave after, it was the worst because I was just at the inside, and I had to swim over it, and I was pretty sure I had broke the board, the leash, everything.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Good luck, and we'll see you in round number 2.
Thanks. I would like to thank all my friends, family, my wife. You are really great. Merci beaucoup à tous ceux qui me supportent. C'est énorme. je suis super content. I'm really proud to be part of this Triple Crown. You know, it's insane because I didn't know I was in this contest before, and yeah, I'm super happy to be part of it. Thanks everybody for your support.
Well, you're doing very well. Okay, back out to you guys in the booth.
Merci, Bo. And I'll tell you, it's 7:36 in France right now. They're raising a glass of nice wine, and they're going, yes, Vincent Duvy does it in a big way. Takes a beating on that first one, but he got his head wet and came out even stronger.
That he did. He dusted himself, went back out there, found some more barrels, some big turns, and what a humble, well-spoken Frenchman. That was a cool interview from Bo there down on the beach.
Early morning conditions here, and the winds, well, they're supposed to pick up just a bit. A round of 128, heat number 1. Vincent does that with a couple of good scores, 13.24. And it looks like that magic number, if you can put 2 5-point rides together, you might get through. Evan Delir, flow water surfer, flows with it in the lineup and gets the nod to advance to the next heats. Perth Stanlick out of Bondi, New South Wales, Australia, shows him with a quick in and out. 21-year-old comes in at the number 1 alternate into this event. He did surf the Reef Wine Pro as well, and he jumped up in the ranking from 121 to 115. So everybody looking at 8 solid results. Yuri Sodre into this event. He was 81 down at Haleiwa, and unfortunately for him, he needed some results. He went from 99 in the rankings to 117. That's slipping back a little bit.
Yes, it is. And look at this heat. So Perth is replacing Garrett Parks, and that was a surfer I was really interested in seeing in this challenging 10, 12-foot conditions. He's a young Australian surfer that's been making his mark in video parts and junior events throughout the world. And hopefully he's okay. Hopefully he didn't hurt himself last night practicing. But he's a definite young Australian that we're going to keep watching for years to come, and I'd like to see him out here one day in the big challenging waves of Sunset.
Our executive Vans Triple Crown of Surfing director Randy Rarick, our managing director we saw earlier, and Marty Thomas says we're going. The complete round of competition today. We're going to do all the heats in this round, 16 at 30 minutes. They can catch 15 waves. Best 2 will count. Well, if you catch 15 waves in these conditions, you're superhuman, and you're probably using jet ski assist.
You probably got a lot of 1s in your scoreline.
We have had jet ski assist out at Sunset here, but it was for a world championship event years and years ago, maybe a decade ago.
Look at this lineup. It's just chaos right now. Some of the biggest waves of the day are coming through, rolling out the back all the way through, and the guys haven't been in position for these double-up reforms in this heat. It's funny to talk about Sunset Beach as a reform, but when it gets this big, that's what you're surfing out there.
Sean Wingate, head of marketing and sponsorship. Doug Palladini, don't know if he's here on site, but he is our executive producer along with Maz and Bill out of Window Seat. Jordan Velarde is our producer in the truck. Chris Dudley is our associate producer for the live event. And Mr. Jeff Donner, we have to call him Mr. Jeff Donner or he'll yell at us, but actually we all know him as JD, directing this. And this has got to be a challenge to direct, because where do you go? And Bill Colley, our segment director, Maz running the segment producing team, but our camera operators, boy, what a challenge out there with the big lenses. Mark Morgan on the jib, Mr. Motion Executive, Laryl, Kevin, Leah, Dave Bowen, also working content, Evan Stone, Carmen Vicari, and Ariel working as well. A lot of great and talented camera people, and today they will be tested with their long lenses to find the guys in the lineup and actually make it happen. Wow. And so the actual little river that comes out of Cammy's broke through. I'm going to assume that we did have rain yesterday, and probably Waimea broke through as well.
And I think sometimes the high tide surges just will break through as the water goes over the berm and fills up the river, and then it washes back out.
Marcus Hickman on the board with a 4.0. And right now, Gabriel, we saw his first 2 waves, a 1.0 and a 2.67. 19 minutes on the clock. And all of a sudden, we don't see anything out there, but it still looks a little semi-victory at sea.
Yeah, there was a number of big sets. I think there was 3 sets in a row that washed through the lineup, and no one was able to really get in good position for any of those. And now we still have 18 minutes, so still plenty of time. And Marcus Hickman finds himself in the best position with already at 4. He looks to back that up with some bigger scores and just put himself out there in a comfortable lead. It's getting a lot of time and a lot of area to cover out there at Sunset in these 30-minute heats.
And where they are right now, basically shores, the little Mother's Beach off to our right, finding a location that they're not going to get pounded directly in front of the. There's Pomai, I believe, on the ski, and Kamalani. Yeah, Terry's kid, Terry Ahui's kid. So they have worked to the far right there, where a lot of kids pick up that little left and learn how to surf and bodyboard at Mother's Beach inside Sunset. That is the one location that's fairly safe. If you go in front of the judges in the competitors area, there is a short pound. Well, it's not Waimea, but it still can beat you senseless.
And there's a serious rip that many a person has been sucked out to sea and lost. And it's a very dangerous spot here. It can look very small, and still that rip can suck you out to sea in no time. And I know before there was leashes, many a board was lost in that rip.
So the ski itself is going to just edge out on the right side of Val's Reef and then swing across into the channel. Official results: Vincent Duviac does win 13.24. Evan Villier, a second place result, advancing through 11.94.
Here's a better wave out there at the back. Coming in through this lineup would be Red Per Stanley. Found a nice peak a little further out in the lineup, and he's carving back in and hoping it sets up on this inside bowl. So he's got a nice, powerful style, carving back. You can tell he's grown up in some solid waves. He's got a very, very solid stance.
And a beautiful turn, a big walled up section here. The moment of truth for our surfer in yellow, Valerian.
Yeah, that was a big turn, but when those sections come together between the bowl and the point, it's really hard to maintain your feet. There's a lot of water moving, and the bottom of your board is always changing.
Take a look at this, and setting things up. This wave really morphs into something absolutely serious, and it jumps up very quick.
Yes, it does. He had a very big drop out the back. This heat, the guys have been a little further up on the point than the previous heat, sticking to those long walls out the back that hopefully set up into the inside bowl. As we see this wave, the second wave of the set, Gabriel came into this inside with a lot of speed with a big wrapping hook. Really tighten up in the pocket, but just couldn't come down through all that whitewash. Very, very difficult position to be in right there.
Well, working also in the truck, our editors, Davino, Campbell, Rosario, Shepard. You know, looking at the list of people working, I believe there's twice as many people working behind the scenes for this event, whether they're doing the TV truck or the web or the infrastructure of this event, than the actual surfers.
Yeah, somebody's working on breakfast right now because it smells amazing up here.
Foster getting ready to go, and he'll be up against a couple more Hawaiians. And taking a look, it'll be Foster out of the island of Kauai, and it should be Billy Kemper. Kemper from the island of Maui.
Geronimo Vargas, and then our favorite surfer from Haleiwa, Roy Powers, is coming up in this next heat.
The entertainer, Roy Powers. Jan Automotive on his board. Roy's got his own signature line of truck, I believe. And beautiful looking equipment there.
Yeah, that's a very nice style. That board he was riding in Xanadu and Haleiwa as well. And this is a much longer Xanadu. Let's see if it works equally as well in the different conditions.
Okay, so the boards at Haleiwa a little wider, trying to make something happen with a slower wave, not as fast, and some kind of flotation and fit into that little pocket.
Well, Haleiwa is about gaining speed. Here it's about controlling your speed, and that's why you have the longer, narrower equipment, is you just paddle, paddle, and paddle, and paddle, and you want to cut through those waves and through the wind and get yourself into the channel safely.
Round of 128, heat number 3, Powers. And there we go. We see a surfer right there that he's going to go out without an extra board. The board that he's going to paddle out will be the backup board for his surfer, and he's got to have that fin.
That's Kahea Hart caddying there. And Kahea has just been in this around this North Shore area, surfing incredibly well. Loves backdoor. He's been really good out here at Sunset over the years, and that's a really good person to have in your lineup right there with you, caddy. He'll let you in and know all the little secrets and what the lineup's doing, and reading it as things change. As we see more big heats, more big sets coming through this lineup, and things change after every set out here.
Stanlick's second wave, a 5.33 that has him in the lead. Couple of twos, a 2.67 and 2.50, and it could have been a lot different if he could have rode out of that one wave for Gabriel Villaran. Pickman with a 4.0, and then just in and out for Yuri Sodre. Sodre, the veteran here, spent 2 years on the World Championship Tour, 14th year pro, 33 years of age, wearing white in the lineup. You might spot him right there in the center of the screen. A little bit further out in blue is Marcus Hickman. And we've heard over the years a lot of people in the lineup as they're paddling and surfing. Well, they're in each other's face. They're basically probably in contact when they're paddling for waves at Hawaii, or at least they were earlier this year or earlier last week. And now all of a sudden they're kind of lost at sea. They might not see another competitor their entire heat if they go into rotation.
Sunset makes you compete against yourself, and then a lot of times what happens is the end of the heat comes down to a close, and maybe you found out the situation, and then you go and maybe start worrying about the other guys in the lineup with you in your heat. But when you get out there, it's you against Sunset Beach. It's a vast playing field, and a day like today really evens it out, as there's no lineup as these waves are coming from every direction, washing through. And I believe we're going to set ourselves up here to have Triple Crown director Randy Rarick, if we can get his mic working. And I think we're going to have you on the green now. Yeah, and here we go. Randy Rarick, good morning. We've got a good event here going off in this big swell.
Yeah, good morning, gentlemen. It's great to be finally up and running here at Sunset Beach, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. You're in Hawaii, you want to see big surf, make the guys go out there and really work for it, and Sunset's delivering solid 10 to 12, couple 15-foot sets. You can see it breaking way outside on the second reef there, and this is what it's all about, surfing Hawaii.
So the basic rules and regulations of being safe, we've got the ski out there for assistance if they break their board, or if they need assistance, their heat would come to an end. Is that correct? What exactly is the beach marshal telling them?
Yeah, they've got a caddy that can paddle an extra board out, and or he's got to wear a pair of swim fins, so if he hands off the spare board in case they break a board, break a leash, whatever, he's able to swim in. We actually have 2 water patrol out there on the jet skis, and if anybody gets in trouble, they can signal for help, and if they get, once the ski touches them, once the ski helps them in, that's it. That ends it.
So if they require assistance, their heat will come to an end.
Exactly. So, you know, the guys are hoping that all they got to use is the caddy, and they can get a backup spare board, and they're not hurt or anything safety factor. But you did see the caddy there, and
as we watch a busy surfer, Gabriel Villaron, wave number 5, and he's been doing some nice turns, trying to complete it through, trying to replace a 2.50 on a scoreline. A guy with big wave knowledge. There are some solid waves in Peru.
They did a number of good carves on that long wall as he ends up way in the channel on the inside here.
Yeah, the prediction today is for the surf to hold through the morning and slowly begin to decrease later this afternoon. And we've got these super strong gusty trade winds, 30 to 40 mile an hour trades with occasional 50 mile an hour gusts. So you can see Villaron here, you know, is he really working that inside face, because that's the only place you can really ride today. Out the back on the second reef, it's going to make it really tough, and Villaron making the inside looking good. Meanwhile, back in the lineup,
Hickman, I believe it's a second wave. Beautiful takeoff, a couple of nice turns. Now he's to the inside, putting it on rail, and that wave really morphs the inside bowl.
Yeah, he picked up a really nice wave that allowed him to do a number of turns. He already has a 4 in this heat. This is going to be a good, solid second score for him.
Marcus Hickman, the 32-year-old from Sunset Beach, probably has the most experience out here.
yeah, Marcus is this is his home break. Surfs here a lot. Surfs the North Shore events. He doesn't really go on the tour, but you can watch him here. He gets in late on this one, knows the right lineup, and gets a nice big drop there as he comes underneath that whitewater, sets up his bottom turns, hooks it off the bottom, hit a little bit of chop there, but held on to it. It's a really bumpy face out there with all that wind blowing on it, and you really got to hold on. You can see his board bouncing around on that chop. But Marcus really making the most of that one and works it all the way inside. And with the second ride on his belt, then he's looking good on the scoreline.
Randy, with the swell dropping and the tides, it's a high tide this morning. Is it going to get a little better as it hits that inside bowl? Focuses better with the smaller swell and lower tides?
Yeah, but when it's this big, it really doesn't have that much effect. There's so much water moving out there that the tide difference on a day this big isn't going to have a major factor. And we've seen some big outside sets. You can see way outside there on the second reef, it's breaking. That's literally almost a half a mile out to sea that you're seeing right there on your screen. And a couple of surfers out there trying to pick up one of those big ones, because when you get one from the way outside all the way through to the inside, you're going to have a really high score.
Saw Jamie O'Brien on the beach. He is getting ready to go. We'll see him in heat number 4. We'll see him at the Billabong Pipe Masters as well. A lot of people want to know, well, aren't we seeing kind of prime events? In prime events, you go 4-man heats, 3-man heats, man on man. So what's the deal in Hawaii, and why starting in the round of 128? Hawaii's got just a bit different rules.
Yeah, out here we have a 30% local rule, so most of the local surfers are seeded into the round 128. You get 16 locals guaranteed in that spot. And 4-man heats are the only kind of heats allowed. You're not allowed to do man-on-man here at Sunset Beach. It's one of the seeding county regulations. So we do 4-man heats all the way through to the final here at Sunset Beach.
And even at the Billabong Pipe Masters, you'll see 4 in the water, but it'll be man-on-man, a whole new format there where they call man-on-man, but it's rotating or overlapping heats.
Overlapping heat format, because once again, seeding county required that you have to have 4 surfers in the water, and even though it's man-on-man, there's 2 surfers in one heat, 2 surfers in another, and they're both out at the same time. But with the overlapping heat format, we're allowed to do that at Pipeline.
I really like that format. Kelly Slater came up with that, and the first 2 surfers into the water, they will be waiting while the 2 surfers that have already been out in the heat, they will have priority for half of the heat, and then you replace those second 2 surfers with priority for the second half of the heat. Now it gives you more time in the lineup. Actually gives you like a 40-minute heat.
Yeah, and that's what's kind of neat about it. You get priority for half of it, and the other half goes to the other 2 guys. So interesting format. That's going to happen down at Pipeline. But here at Sunset, you can see big waves out the back, and the surfers just prowling around out there. It's such a huge playing field for Sunset. You've got to really know this spot, and a lot of these guys don't get a chance to surf Sunset too much. And we've been waiting for waves like this. As we know, the Haleiwa event went 9 days without any surf whatsoever, not even a contestable wave broke at Haleiwa. Finally, the last 3 days of the waiting period, we lucked out and got some good 4 to 6 foot surf for Haleiwa. And this is really the first big swell of the season. The low pressures are finally dropping down, sending some surf, and we should have surf all week long. And my prediction is we'll get another day or 2 in on this swell, probably drop a little bit midweek, and then another one right behind it and pumping back up. And we could easily be finishing off the Vans World Cup of Surfing by this Friday.
A couple of cleaner conditions coming up where it's more user-friendly, but right now it's all hands on deck. You better have a good board, maybe good backup board, and a good caddy as well, and a good coach to help you in the lineup. For the most part, they're in the lineup, and they've just got to trust their senses on the situation and their scores they have. Here we go, surfer in white. I believe it's Yuri Soder. Soder's got a thumpy little section in the inside, and then it's going to flatten off in deep water, the inside bowl.
Yeah, he really took off far into the channel on this wave and didn't give him much steep walls. He had to just cut back into the power source. But much further out in the lineup, see if this wave is able to reform on him, is Per Stanley.
And Stanlak is deep in the lineup, and we'll see what happens with him. So you can tell when you got a Hawaiian in the lineup with lots of experience like Marcus Hickman. His last wave, a 4.73 and a 4.0. Hickman into the lead. Perth trying to make something happen there. And the backwash, that reef just stops, and it's really choppy right there. It really kind of morphs and jumps around a lot.
Well, it's not only the backwash. What it is actually the rip. All those waves break, and they all move towards shore, and all that water's got to go someplace. Once it gets into shore, it comes laterally along what we call Val's Reef, and then just churns its way back out through the channel. And so it's not actually all the backwash, but it's also the rip going out there. And that rip moves at about 6 miles an hour. You can see him paddling out here, Perth, and he's getting actually like a ride back out to the lineup in the rip. And so if you know how to use the rip, you can use it to your advantage. That's what I love about Sunset Beach. If you know the lineup and you know where to sit, you know how to use the currents and the rip, you can get back out really quick, and it can be your best friend or your worst nightmare.
Definitely, and those rips are very, very strong out there. It's nothing to be messed with. If you're here free surfing, you can get in tremendous amount of trouble here very quickly at Sunset Beach.
Yeah, you can see all the caddies sitting there in the channel. Look in front of them, see all that choppy water moving? That is the rip, and like I said, that's moving at about 6 knots. So you just sit in that. You don't even paddle. You just go, and before you know it, you're halfway out into the channel. And if you don't do anything, it'll actually take you over to the left side towards Cammy's. Now we're looking out on the screen. That's out towards Sunset Point, which is around Backyards area. And you can see the chop outside there. The wind's howling today. This is super strong, gusty trade winds, 15 to 25, 30 miles, and they've been clocked some gusts early this morning up to 50 miles an hour. So luckily here at Sunset Beach it can hold it, and it's wild and woolly, but this is what we love about Hawaii. You get to a chance to see it nowhere else but here.
And the qualifying event, or event that really helped out a lot of surfers sorting them out, was the HIC Sunset Beach event that happened prior to the start of the Triple Crown.
Correct. That's a qualifier to get into the Triple Crown. It's basically a 4-star local event, and pretty much the field's about 80% dominated by local surfers because it's in conflict with an event that goes on in Brazil. And so pretty much the local guys get a handle on it, and the top surfers out of that get a seed into the Haleiwa event and here at Sunset Beach again. So if you can do well at the HIC Pro, you can get into the Triple Crown.
Looking at the lineup there, they can see things feathering out at the second reef. Spectacular day of action here. We are only into the second heat. So a lot of heats to run, a lot of big days, but the forecast looks solid. The jet ski running away from this closeout section over into the channel. Our water patrol guys, they are going to be busy and earn their keep all day long today.
Yeah, they were kind of cruising at Oliva, and here they said, oh, well, we're definitely going to earn our money this time around. And
Marcus Hickman, again, your leader right now, and Marcus, 5th place 2 years ago at the HIC event. Obviously, great performances at Sunset and at Pipe. Sunset is not taking a back seat to Pipe, but there's been a lot of activity talking about Pipeline and Backdoor, but Sunset still delivers some huge surf, and for the ski now.
Ooh, talk about huge surf. Check that. That was the water patrol going over a solid 10, 12-foot wave at Sunset. That closed out the channel, completely closed out the channel at Sunset Beach, and the water patrol just getting over that one. So you can see it's wild and woolly out there. It's not.
Yeah, the caddy's got that one on the head there as that channel set came through the lineup and just washed them all the way in and almost the jet ski.
Well, if you're part of the ski, I think the team comes probably with 10 people, and they rotate through because it's a really long day for anybody on the ski and working the back of the ski as well. Good crowd on hand. Randy, why the bleachers moving to the beach side?
Well, we actually have gotten so big with the Advanced Triple Crown of Surfing that you can see the view there, the crowd piling up on the beach. We actually put bleachers on the sand so we could get more people on the beach. There's the backside of the bleachers, and it allows a lot of people to sit up and get some distance, and they can look out over the top of the waves. And also, we also have Cholos, our official caterer, with their Cholos truck. We got the TV truck that's taking up space, and so we're just running out of space here at Sunset Beach as the Triple Crown gets bigger every year.
And the lifeblood of the North Shore, the bike path.
Yeah, the bike path is the ribbon that links all the little communities from Waimea Bay up to Velziland. And it actually makes more sense to ride a bike on the North Shore than it is to drive a car.
Especially on these contest days, the traffic, people wanting to get in and watch the action just lines up across Cam Highway.
Yeah, they park literally a half to 3/4 of a mile away. You look down the bike path there, and you can see the jet skis, and off into the distance, Cam Highway with nothing but cars lining each way, all the way from half a mile each side of the contest structure.
And the wind is blowing.
Yeah, like I said, 50-mile-an-hour gust, creating a little bit of havoc in the surf. But that inside section lining up, that's where everybody's been getting the scores, and average scores are in the 4 and 5 range. Meanwhile, back in the lineup, looks like Yuri Sodre. Yuri, he's been coming. Oh no, that's not Yuri.
This is Hickman.
That's Marcus. Yeah.
Yeah, he's picked up a nice clean wall through the inside. Big tail drifting maneuver on a large surfboard. That's difficult to do, Randy.
Yeah, but he's smart enough that knowing here at Sunset, he's got a big board. He's pushing a board that's almost 8 feet. And so you can see all that bump, that chop. We were talking about that earlier from the rip as it comes through to the inside section. And he literally riding all the way through to the shore virtually.
Look at this. He will be on the beach with 10 seconds remaining. That is the perfect way to complete a heat. Here comes the heavy section right before it actually hits the sand. And boom. Couldn't time that any more perfect. Hickman with a 4.73 and a 4.0 was in the lead by 0.8 of a point. That one right here, well, I think he's got one, maybe two more scores to come through. We're going to call it a Hickman heat. Perth Stanlick out of Bondi Beach, New South Wales, surfer in red, got a couple of scores, a 5.33 in his score line. And then how about Gabriel Villaron? He had a 4.93. They're still waiting for some scores to come through, but a really good heat. We'll be back with the results right after this. Stay with us.
round 128.
Welcome back to the North Shore. David Stanfield along with Randy Rarick. Shea Lopez taking breakfast break. Into the booth comes Ross Williams. Good morning, Legends, Clash of the Legends champion Ross.
Good morning, Dave. Yeah, thanks for that. It's good to be here. Looks like there's some juicy surf out there.
We had fun at Haleiwa. It was 9 days of golf and snorkeling, and then all of a sudden we had a great contest. You ended up edging out Shane Dorian. Congratulations on that. Now we move to a totally different venue where you're not looking for waves, you're looking to control your speed.
Yeah, I was just having a word with Randy here, and I love it. Just like he was saying, you know, this is old school. We've had a lot of really fun events this year and some small beach break stuff, a lot of really high performance, big acrobatic aerials, you know, above the lip kind of surfing. And you know, what I like about today is you could probably put your money on Michael Ho before Gabriel Medina out here, and that's what's cool about it. It's really old school. It's just all about power surfing and getting yourself in the right spot at the right time, which is really, really difficult to do on a day like today.
Marcus Hickman winning that last heat with a pair of fours, a 4.73, a 4.27. Perth Stanlick edges out Gabriel Villaron. Perth Stanlick at 7.93 two-wave total to Gabriel's 7.60. Unfortunate for the Peruvian, and Yuri Sodre in the end was looking for a 5.7, I believe. So in the lineup we have Foster with opening wave of a 2.73. That's Chris Foster out of the island of Kauai. You know much about him? 22 years old, go-getter.
No, this is the first time for me seeing Chris Foster, yeah, this will be a learning experience for me. I know all about Billy Kemper, and he's definitely a threat out here, and as well as Roy Powers. I had a word with him real quick before his heat, and he seems really focused.
Take a look at this takeoff right here. I believe it is Geronimo Vargas charging the 22-year-old from Rio de Janeiro, and there we go. The air show continues.
Yeah, no, I think that's the air show that wasn't planned, but speaking of that, we saw a lot of air action at Haleiwa and the Hawaiian Airlines Air Show, 250,000 Hawaiian Airline miles, and that's quite a few trips in the mainland or Australia, and I don't know if that one will count towards an air show or not.
Yeah, how are we going to find out the results, or who's in the running right there? What is the next step? Okay, take a look. This is exit stage left here for our surfer in white, Vargas.
Straight up and straight out. Just you could see him rolling down the windows there. That was classic.
And not necessarily a safe maneuver. You could land on your board easily. The board could get blown back into you in these conditions.
That's a good point. You know, the wind is whipping out there. It's probably like 25, 35 miles an hour. So you got a 7.6 coming at you with all that wind. That's scary.
But boards have lengthened a bit, and probably the leashes, a couple more feet on the leash, and the leash is a little thicker.
Yeah, you definitely want a leash that's not going to snap on you. That could totally end your heat if you have to spend a bunch of time and energy swimming in for a new board. That's not what you want. So you want a really sturdy leash.
Billy Kemper has had some great success out here, our surfer in yellow, in and out of that wave. Randy, the Duke days, there were no leashes.
No, in those days it was the circle. Yeah, we've got, back in those days, there was no leashes. It was a case of just if you lost your board, it came in, I talked about that rip in the last day, you got caught in the rip, went out towards the left side of the channel, out towards Camuland. You had to do the full circle out there, and if you're lucky, you got your board before you got snagged by Camuland. Then you'd have to paddle across the channel back into the lineup, and it would take you about a good 20 minutes to a half an hour to get your board back. But if you look back in those days, they were real men, real boards, and it was a lot different than those guys. The guys were all beefy, they were really strong, they were real watermen. Nowadays, I tell you the truth, if a couple guys lost their leashes or broke their leashes, I question that they could actually do that circuit like they did in the old days.
Okay, Randy's calling him out.
Yeah, interesting.
Let's go down to Rocky Cannon, and Rocky has been in the water as a competitor, as a water patrol, and now he's doing an interview. Rocky, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Dave. Good morning, Randy and the crew. I'm down here with Marcus Hickman, who was the winner of the last heat. Rough conditions out there, bro, but you're pretty used to it. Talk about the two waves that you caught.
The two waves that I caught, honestly, it's just real luck out there. I knew that the better ones were in between the sets and deeper, but there's so much water coming through the lineup that you have to duck dive all the sets and then hope for an in-between one. Yeah, I just got lucky. Two waves in 30 minutes. Last one was just to come in, but lucky.
And what size board are you riding on a day like today? I mean, it's solid 12 feet Hawaiian size on the sets. How big a board you got?
I got my biggest sunset board today because it's north and pushing to the lineup. There's a lot of water moving, a lot of current out there. It's a lot of work to get deep and get the right one.
And what size is that biggest board?
It's a 7.6.
Right on. And Marcus grew up right here. He knows this wave very well, but you heard him. It's a lot about luck out there. Talk about growing up right here and being able to surf this place all the time.
Fortunate, you know, lucky we live Hawaii. Just real lucky to grow up out here. Thanks to my mom for moving out here. All right, Mom.
Hey, Marcus, you did a great job, bro. Congratulations. We'll see you coming up in the next round on our next day of competition. Dave and Randy, back up to you guys. Thank you.
And thank you, Rocky. Yeah, Marcus Hickman, you know, you'd say his normal go-to board probably out here at Sunset might be something a little bit smaller, and he didn't reveal the fact too quickly that he is on a sizable board, but he's a big kid. I mean, 6'1", at least 185. He's a powerhouse surfer.
Yeah, there's all kinds of levels of Sunset, obviously, and today, I don't know, Randy, you could probably attest to this too, but this is a lot of paddling, more than normal clean Sunset. So you know, a lot of the guys nowadays are riding pretty short boards at Sunset, like under 7 feet, but maybe not on a day like today.
No, and I was actually surprised that Marcus only was riding a 7.6. I thought it was an 8.0 when I saw him on it, because you really want the paddle power, and that's the whole thing. It's not so much about performance on a day like this. As Marcus said, you're actually dodging the big sets, duck diving under them, and then trying to catch the mid-sized ones, because those are the ones that line up on that inside. And really a lot of luck. As he said, it's just a lot of water moving, a lot of rip. And the swell is big. It's not super organized by Sunset standards, but it is coming a little bit out of the north, and that allows that inside section to line up, and Marcus utilized his local knowledge there. And 7.6 now, as you said, is considered kind of big by these guys. In the older days, even in the shortboard era, 7.6 was considered very small. Most of the average board was at least 8.6 back in those days. So really the boards compared to 12 years ago are about a foot shorter and a lot thinner. And they're going much more performance. And I think by tomorrow or else this next swell, you're going to see a little bit more of that action taking place, because it is going to calm down a little bit. The swell has peaked. We got the buoy reports that it peaked at about 4 o'clock this morning, and so we're going to see the biggest sets around mid-morning to midday, and then it'll slowly just start backing down a little bit. But with these strong, gusty trade winds, it's going to be still kind of wild and woolly the rest of the afternoon.
Testing trade winds, big playing field, tricky lineup, rip currents, ruthless inside ball, very powerful waves, serious beatings, hold downs, but you can get through, and you're going to move on and probably find cleaner conditions as the week progresses. A lot of volume out there, and the late takeoffs into the wind are not an easy thing. Nobody really wants a late takeoff, but the wind kind of sometimes you're going to get a late takeoff if you really want to commit to it, Randy.
Yeah, without a doubt. What happens is these northeasterly trades, you can see them rushing up the face of the wave, and they actually hang you up at the top, and you're going to see a couple of airdrops. We've already seen a few, and the guys get in late, and then they can't set their edge, and unless they can get down the face and get that edge in, the wave will just run right past them. So it makes it tough.
Yeah, I had a quick surf, you guys, this morning before the kind of started for about 40 minutes, and on a 7.6, and yeah, I caught one wave on the outside there where I definitely did that. I kind of got air and was rolling down the windows and just barely made it. But yeah, on a day like today, it's like you said, it's a lot of survival.
Here we go at the back in red, opening wave for Roy Powers, who was in form at Haleiwa. Not only some great surfing, just great interviews as well. All sorts of stoke and just lighten things up. Unfortunately, that did not quite work out for Roy. Looking at Heat 13, if I had to pick a heat I'm not sure I would want to be in, I see Sonny Garcia and Makua Kai Rothman. And in that heat, Heat 13, Blake Thornton out of Australia and Goni Zubizarreta out of Spain.
Yeah.
Boy, the luck of the draw.
Man, those two guys are right into a buzzsaw. Yeah, lots of experience, and I saw Sonny out there. Sonny's put on just a little bit of weight this winter, and that's going to be good for him out here. I mean, you kind of need some weight to just
the toe track is out.
Competitors, spectators. And there is Jamie O'Brien getting ready. He's already got his yellow singlet up. Looks like he has talked somebody going out and being some caddy into the lineup. First wave for Powers a 1.93. Vargas a quick one, a 1.43. Anybody with a keeper? I'm thinking Foster's best wave so far, 2.73. So it's anybody's game right now in these 30-minute heats.
Yeah, well, that's why we do give them 30 minutes, because it's tough out there. As Marcus said, it's just a lot of luck. You got to dodge the big ones, try to pick up a mid-sized one. And you saw Roy go on that one of his. It was inside one. You know, he's got to get something on the table there. So just really a lot of luck. And you know, with 30 minutes, just getting 2 waves is tough.
Randy, I'm going to ask you some tough questions. Now, last year or this year, what's this year? What is the one person that's going to get a wild card? Can it be a Hawaiian? Can it be anybody? Who has the best 2 results but not part of the Billabong Pipe Masters? Is there an opportunity for somebody that's in the hunt for the Triple Crown title? What's the wild card scene into pipe this year?
It has to be somebody that performs well at both Haleiwa and here at Sunset, and is in the potential running for the Triple Crown title. So at this stage it's a little bit early. We don't have anybody because we're just getting going with round number 1 here. So, but we have 1 slot still open, and if that slot doesn't get utilized by somebody, a Triple Crown contender, then it will go to the next in line from the Vulcan Pipeline Pro, which was the qualifying event to get into the pipe contest.
There we go. Those results are officially in. Marcus Hickman does advance. Prith Stanlick, our first alternate into the heat, and it's a 7.93, edging out Gabriel Villaron with a 7.60. So great a 4th place result. 2 heats down, and now we're into our 3rd heat with about 17 minutes remaining. Competitors area, and coming up, there's a server out of, I believe that would be Kaiawa Ibele, the 18-year-old out of Garujá, Sao Paulo, Brazil. So we're seeing multiple peaks out there too as well. And the way the fingers of the reef, it really picks things up with the swells that wrap through and into the channel.
We actually have 2 different swells running here. We have a north-northwest, and then we actually have a north with a northeast wrap on it too, and that actually will be building, and the northwest will be declining. So we got 2 swells overlapping each other. So sometimes they come together and they actually break at the same time, and it makes kind of a warbly, weird wave. And trying to line that up is tough. As the best ones are the ones out of the north-northwest, because you can get into the wave, get your run going, and then the northwest hooks onto you. And the north-northeast ones tend to run down on the inside section, and that's when you see the little bowl on the inside get really good.
Multiple swells. There is Judson Andre ready to go. Blue hat. Anxious moments. It's not a lot of chitty-chatting going on. They've got to be thinking about what's going on. He's obviously a high C, but watching action. A lot of these guys, they've got to befriend somebody and say, okay, would you help me out and be my caddy? Because it's not an easy thing. It's a hired service. You come down here by yourself and you might be solo.
You saw that the last wave, Billy Kemper took off way too far back, got to the bottom, and he just bailed, and he was hoping it doesn't need that caddy.
Yeah, you know what I like about a day like today is there's a lot of psychology going on. Not only do you need to be prepared for your heat, but there's some kids that have been doing this tour all year long, and when they get to a wave like this, they're scared. So it's funny that, nowadays most of the guys are pretty well rounded, but there is a handful of guys that don't really like to surf huge waves like this. So all kinds of psychology out there.
Chris Foster with a solid wave here. Wave number 3, easily going to ditch his 153 and solidify his lead. Also right behind him, it looks like it is
Kemper. That's Billy Kemper. And that was a nice little hook on the inside bowl.
You know what? I thought I saw Billy in the...
Well, I think that was Roy Powers that Randy saw there on that one. He was a little too deep. Yeah, so some of the guys getting fooled out there, as you see a replay here of Foster. That's that late drop you guys were talking about. A lot of guy airborne there, a lot of air under his board. Quick stall on that inside bowl. And Randy, this is what happens a lot today. You get so lost out there, you don't realize where you're taking off, and next thing you know, you could be on the shoulder where you thought you were too deep.
I thought I saw Kemper talking to Chloe Andino in there. Let's take a look at this. Is Billy Kemper here.
Yeah, he does a nice hook right here, straight up off the bottom. And on a day like today, that is a sweet move. Gets a little air, and he finishes it off there on the inside. On a day like today, that's a score.
Yeah, because they've figured it out that they're going to move inside and catch the more inside section, and by doing that, they can get a couple turns off. We saw Roy Powers way out the back, and he got picked off on that one, and Billy moved on the inside, and so Chris Foster.
Yeah, if you're free surfing, Randy, you can take your time, go way outside, and kind of surf where you'd like. In a heat, you might have to kind of hug the inside just for a minute to make sure you get your wave count, and then maybe go and be more picky.
Yeah, without you can see the doctor there, Dr. Leland down on the left with the other doctors, and we've got a complete medical staff on hand here in case anybody gets beat up. We got massage therapists, and they're taking care of the surfers, both if they're injured or if they're just trying to loosen up and get out of their heat.
Waiting for a score for Foster in blue with 13 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. We did see Chloe Andino. Yeah, a lot of the top seeds and Jackson Andre, they will not be surfing until the round of 64.
Nice little inside wave here for Rory, but this is what I was telling you guys about. You can get lost out there and take off on a wave that you think's good, and next thing you know, you're just on a kind of a burger, and that's exactly what this wave's going to do.
Yeah, look at Roy way on the inside. He is actually in the channel. That is the very tail end of the wave. You see, he pulled up under that little bit of curtain there. He got covered up, made the most of it. He realized his time's starting to wind down. We've got a little over 12 minutes remaining, and he couldn't get anything outside. Now, if you can get one of those ones out the back, you can get an incredible ride. You can see Way sitting way out there.
And Roy's doing a board change.
Yeah, he gets over there with his caddy switching boards, and I don't know if he's going to go longer or shorter. It might be get a longer board, you go out the back and wait for one of those big bombs. You get a shorter one, come on the inside, and hopefully a little inside section.
I would guess that he's grabbing a shorter board because it's really important to make sure you just get on the board out here and as in get a couple waves under your belt. And the quickest way to do that is to grab some of these insiders. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to grab a shorter board and try and get on this inside bowl and grab a couple quick snaps like we saw Billy Kemper do.
Alexander Hutton-Smith, a 20-year-old from Kilauea, Kauai, coming up next. Former NSSA standout scholar and Grom surf champion, Casa champion, coming up next in the heat.
Yeah, that was him on the blue on the beach. And then there's a nice beach out. We're getting a good crowd. It's pretty early here. It's only a little after 9 o'clock, and already we've got a few hundred people gathered up, and by midday this beach will be packed. And gusty trade winds, but the sun is out. It's a beautiful day, and it is Sunday, so we're going to see, you can see those flags really flapping with that 25 to 35 mile an hour gusty trade winds. And you can see the white caps out on the horizon line. Luckily, Sunset's tucked in a little bit because of Sunset Point, so it's a little bit protected from the wind. And we got kind of a side offshore northeasterly trade wind blowing. So this is pretty typical. It's a little, Ross, as you said, it's kind of wild and woolly. But you were out there this morning, got a couple of fun ones.
I love it. I loved waking up this morning. I mean, I know we don't get surprised nowadays like we used to, years ago, but I love waking up and seeing it look like this because it just, to me, it makes me want to grab a cup of coffee, and it's like it's wintertime and their waves are big and it feels good because we've had a really quiet winter so far with really sunny, kind of almost summer-like days. So this is really welcomed right here.
Yeah, no, it's been a really, really slow start to the winter. I was talking to Ken Bradshaw, and he said he's kept a record. This is the slowest start to the North Shore season in 28 years.
Wow, that's incredible.
So you're right. I love seeing some surf, and these are the kind of days that those of us that live here wait for.
Oceanic Surf Channel, Channel 250 and 1250 in Hawaii. The Vans Triple Crown of Surfing 2011 replays. All three events will be replayed. The Reef Hawaiian Pro, the Vans World Cup of Surfing, and the Billabong Pipe Masters in memory of Andy Irons. 10 minutes and 15, 14. There's the clock. Not sure if they can see it out there. This is one day you'd want your Nixon lowdown in the lineup, wouldn't you?
Well, a caddy is huge for that. You can't see that clock for beans. There's no way you're going to be able to see that thing. So you either got to have a watch of your own, or a caddy on a day like today is just out of anywhere in the world. I mean, this is a spot to have a caddy in a surf contest.
And yeah, JD's talking about, we've seen time and time again, the waterproof walkie-talkies have been a big assistance where somebody's on the beach assisting information to the caddy, who then yells it out to the surfer. So actually, you could have a three-man team.
Yeah, I didn't know that, Randy. You're allowed to use the walkie-talkies?
Yeah, technology is great. I'm surprised some guys aren't wearing helmets with built-in microphones and headsets, because you could have a guy on the beach saying, hey, a set's coming, get ready, move to the right, left, position yourself there, and there's nothing wrong with that. And if you can take advantage of the technology. And we've already seen, like, one of our sponsors is the WaveJet guys and propulsion system. We're going to actually, between the semis and the finals at Pipeline, we're going to actually have a demonstration of that. And I can see that system being developed in a few years, being miniaturized even smaller, and guys not even have to paddle anymore. They just get zipped into the waves with this little WaveJet.
Interesting.
2012 ASP World Tour events. ASP surfing is going to happen on Oceanic. We're going to get more to that. Surfer in red, wave number 4, Roy Powers on a new board here. 3.67 his last one, going for another little shack to the inside. Well, he found a 3.67 there, and now he's trying to duplicate that. He finds himself in the second spot. trying to hold off Kemper and Vargas.
Yeah, there's 8 minutes left, and it does look like he switched to a shorter board, and he's doing exactly what I thought he'd do. He's trying to get a couple waves under his belt.
Yeah, you're right, Ross. He came in, got a smaller board, moved to that inside section, sets it up here, gets a little time under the curl a little bit, not really in the barrel, but he gets a little, and he's going to get some points. And sitting in second, he wanted to get something a little bit better, and hopefully that'll move him up.
Guaranteed for next year, Oceanic Surf Channel will be airing the Australian Open of Surfing at Manly Beach and the Volcom Fiji Pro from Tavarua. And I'm assuming that they're going to be on tap for the Volcom Pipeline Pro for the qualifier for 2012 for the Triple Crown. Exciting times going on at Oceanic, thanks to Dean Luke and staff there.
Yeah, it's 3 years ago, Dean Luke and I were talking. We were at the Duke Fest down in Waikiki in the summertime, and I said, you know, Dean, it'd be so killer to get surfing on full-time on Oceanic, because there's Channel 16 locally, which has got some local surf channel stuff, and then there's occasionally a surf contest on Fuel TV or what have you. And he said, yeah, let's see what we can do. And we started working on that project 3 years ago, and it's come to fruition. And now the HD 1250 and the Channel 250 is one of the most watched channels, because you can turn it on at 24/7 in the middle of the night and get replays of all the surf contests. And while we're doing this live, it's always great to know exactly what's happening. It's great sometimes you can't catch them, and you can go onto the surf channel on 250, and Oceanic delivers for us. So
Oceanic Time Warner, and there we go. And live right now in Los Angeles, SoCal Channel 101. I've got a lot of friends. They've told me that it looks great over there. Desert Cities Channel 111, San Diego Channel 411. Dean Luke, Norm Santos, Rick Coletto, Bakea Wigan, and Kavika. David, yeah, Kavika Kaita running that team over there, helping us out, making sure that we get an extra 2 to 10 million people watching live on television.
Oh, thanks there, Dave. Yeah, that's amazing. I even went to my buddy's house just down the street here at Sunset Point, and he had his TV on. He could be watching it here on the beach, but it's just that convenient. You know, you could be make some toast in your kitchen, a cup of coffee, and watch it right there. It's just amazing. Nice way to watch the contest.
Well, there we go. Take a look at the studio configuration cameras. If you're ever going to shoot in wind, if you're ever going to shoot steady, you start with a $1 billion tripod system. Then you get your camera, and look at that lens out there. Leah Dawson running that camera, dealing with the wind and trying to see the lineup. She herself is a phenomenal surfer. Great crew on hand, handling the big glass and the HD images. Appreciate everybody. Jordan, our producer, and window seat overseeing everything. JD in our ear right now. JD, great job. Appreciate everything. 5 minutes, 54 seconds remaining. Best surfer ever, if you had to pick one. A lot of people are talking about Gary Elkerton. He only won one event out here in that series, but he was a dominant force. Randy, over the year, I'm thinking you're going to say BK is the man.
Personally, I've watched Sunset now since the 60s, and if I was to pick only one surfer, which is an injustice because each era has had phenomenal surfers, personally I'd pick Jeff Hackman. He's known as Mr. Sunset, and during the late 60s into the early mid-70s, he dominated like nobody else, won every single event that was run here. The late 80s, Gary Elkerton was definitely the dominant surfer here. He won the World Cup, he won the old Billabong Pro here, and he won the Triple Crown because he was dominant here at Sunset Beach, and one of the few guys that had a big enough board that he could fade into the pit, hook it off the bottom, and line that inside section up. And surfing really changed in the early mid-90s when the Momentum generation came along, really, and Kelly Slater boards did never work at Sunset Beach. Kelly was not really a Sunset Beach guy, and he had small, thin boards that worked phenomenal down at Backdoor Pipeline and off the wall, and he could never get his boards to work here at Sunset. Kelly's never won a contest here, and he shifted the emphasis from Sunset Beach down to off the wall. In the 60s and 70s into the early 80s and to the late 80s, you had to do well here at Sunset. All the big events were here at Sunset Beach. And with the change of equipment and the change of surfing style with the Momentum generation, it actually changed the focus from Sunset to off the wall. Would you agree, Ross?
Ross, yeah, and I want to know, when's the last time you free surfed with Kelly out here at Sunset?
Well, with Kelly, yeah, you're right. Kelly doesn't surf out here very often. I had to surf this morning out here, but yeah, I love Sunset Beach. But you're right, Randy. That's really interesting point you make there. Thin, narrow boards don't work good at Sunset. You need that more Gary Elkerton style. It's a thick, wide, chunky board. And you know, one surfer that really pops out in my mind as far as this dominant surfer at Sunset is Michael Ho. I think he's won a bunch of surf contests out here, and he just seems like he knows this lineup almost better than anyone ever. Yeah, always loved watching Michael Hull surf out here throughout all these years, and it just seems like he's always in a sweet spot.
Well, Michael, kind of like Marcus Hickman a little bit, one of those guys that surf Sunset all the time because he lived down the street. And the thing about Michael, he was so small that he would ride a board that was smaller than everybody else, but for him it was a big board because he was such a little guy. So he was able to actually, the weight to size ratio, was able to use that to his advantage. And meanwhile, we saw a little bit of flurry of action out there.
Boy, what a rough takeoff for Foster right there. He's still in the lead, looking to better a 2.73, but a flurry with 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's tough out there right now. It's the guys have moved to the inside section where they got a little bit open face, and saw Roy Powers maneuver those small board into those two little waves and get some scores on the board. He's still sitting in the second, and take a look. Here's Billy Kemper. Billy comes down, hooks underneath the bottom, tries to set it up and wait for that wall to build up in front of him. And not a whole lot of action on the inside, but it gets 2 turns off of that, throws some spray on that one. That's going to help his cause.
Yeah, you know, that wave wasn't really crazy exciting, but he only needed a 1.87 to go from third to second, so he's definitely going to go up to first place with that wave.
And our surfer in white, Vargas, looking for a third wave score, currently in the 4th spot, needs something in the mid-range.
Yeah, I believe this is also a replay. Kind of got stuck in between turns there, but that, for right now, you know, this is sort of a low-scoring heat. That's going to help him. He only needed a 4.27 to make it in the second.
We've seen Sunset where you have a feel-good wave, you're standing on the tail of the board, you're getting some great turns, and all of a sudden you revert to your shortboard mentality, and the wave slaps you down.
Oh yeah. Well, now Ross was pointing out rightly, the kind of waves that you need here Sunset Beach are either a big one with a long wall, or you can move to the inside and use your shortboard on these little smaller ones. And with time running out, that's what these guys are basically trying to do. They've kind of given up on the outside. You can see way outside there the white water moving in, and they've moved into the inside just to get some scores on the board, because it is a low-scoring heat. I mean, you're looking at it, and really a 4.87 is the highest score we've seen. So not much action in this one as far as big waves.
And for the beach announcers, there is one bullhorn that you guys use as well. Not only the beach speakers, but there is a specific horn you've had for the years that sometimes the caddies can hear in the lineup.
Yeah, that's a directional speaker that we put on a special stand, and it has a lot of throw. It goes right up the lineup. You can't really hear it that much on the beach, but you can see the waves washing up there to the stands. And earlier this morning at higher tide, the surf came right up to the actual judges stand, and last year we actually lost the competitors area to really huge surf. So this is a big surf. The good thing is this swell's pretty much peaked out, and we're going to see a slow decline through the day. And if the wind starts backing off a little bit, then we'll see it clean up in a little bit.
Will you stay with us for another heat?
I'll be glad to.
Okay. So we're wrapping things up. 45 seconds remaining. Some more questions and information from the legend Randy Rarick as we take a look at the lineup. Some clouds and a gust of wind goes blowing through, but this inside looks more makeable. Roy Powers is holding on to a 3.67 and a 2.03, but we have some scores to come through.
Yeah, you guys, they're still, they must be watching a replay of Billy Kemper's. They haven't scored that second wave yet of his that we saw that replay. So Roy, I'm guessing, is going to be in third place. He's going to need a score. And like you said, there's 10 seconds left here.
And counting down in this heat, less than 10 seconds. And our announcers on the beach, Rocky Cannon, Pipo Guerrera, and Bo Hodge, give the countdown. One score to come through. And it looks like things are going to change. Actually, couple of scores are very important. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with the official results. Foster, will he hold on to the lead? Foster ready to go. All smiles. Roy Powers feeling good after Haleiwa. And of course, local boys, local knowledge. Foster started off strong with a 2.73, then posted a 4.67 to make things happen here. Will it be enough to hold on? Exchanges in the end, and we'll be right back with the results of this heat. Round of 128, heat number 3 in the record book. Stay with us. We continue live from Sunset Beach.
To those of us who share these islands, Flying is a way of life. Every day, Hawaii flies with us.
Round 128.
Well, running along the beach, challenging here. The sand is deep, it's soft, it's clean, and there's some big waves washing up. But what a great workout in the morning to watch the surf. Rounded 128, heat number 4 gets into the water. They're on the clock right now. And Jamie O'Brien starting things off.
Yeah, actually, Jamie got a little one right off the buzzer, and we'll probably get a replay of that. As you can see, the pole's in a little inside section, got a nice little shack. And boy, he's right on the inside.
Yeah, that inside bowl, I mean, it helps in a couple ways. You can get a lot of waves in a short amount of time, which out here, that's just like huge, because if you go outside, you can get lost out there for 10, 15 minutes. So Jamie's sniffing out a sweet little barrel there. That's going to be a big score.
Alex Smith, also our surfer in blue, and in white, this could be a belly.
From Brazil, and he looks like, you know, that's the drawback from Roundy from sitting on an inside bowl. You can get a lot of waves, but if you're not careful, you'll take off when it's already kind of finished, and next thing you know, you're just kind of getting a 2-point ride or something. So even though you can get a lot of waves in that inside bowl, you got to make sure you're deep enough to where you can at least get a little barrel or a snap.
Exactly. So you can play the game, wait out the back, get one of the big giant ones out the back and score a big wave. But a lot of times you get lost at sea out there. So the guys that are smart move on the inside and pick up some small ones, at least get a couple scores on the board. We saw that happen with Roy Powers, who finished third in that last heat, unfortunately. And he sat out the side, couldn't get anything, moved on the inside a little bit too little, too late.
Yeah, on a day like today, I mean, Roy Powers, you know, arguably one of the better surfers that come out of Hawaii, and definitely probably a favorite in that heat, just got skunked. I mean, he probably got lost out there. He ducked over a bunch of big waves that just push you around. You get water up your nose, and just really easy to have a bad heat.
There's been some big days out here, pretty scary stuff. And back in 1943, Woody Brown and Dickie Cross, that kind of started the legend of how heavy it can get on the North Shore, Randy.
Yeah, what happened with those guys, there was no surf reports or anything those days, and they paddled out, and we're talking the 40s now, and they paddled out here at sunset, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger and started closing out. And it can do that. I've seen it go from 10 feet to 20 feet in 1 hour, just jump like that. And the guys actually couldn't get back in at Sunset Beach. It started closing out the channel at sunset. So what happened, they actually had to paddle down the coast to Waimea Bay, and they figured, well, the Waimea can handle the size, they'll get in there. And they waited, got into Waimea, and they started to paddle in, and unfortunately for Dickie, got picked off by a big set, obviously, and drowned. And that created the taboo about Waimea Bay back in the 40s. They did not think you could surf Waimea Bay. They thought it was too heavy to surf. And it wasn't until all the way till 1957 that they finally, Greg Knoll and Jim Fisher and Jim Bloteau and Mickey Munoz and a handful of guys actually went out on a really small day. It was only about a 12, 15-foot day and surfed Waimea. So that's a story where Dickie Cross and those guys were surfing here at sunset when nobody was out here at all.
Brown made it safely to the beach. Cross, unfortunately, never seen again.
Yep.
And George Downey, obviously pretty amazing. Paul Strow out here kind of was one of the first hot doggers at sunset.
Yeah, Paul put performance surfing to use, and he was really a beautiful smooth surfer. And you look at it on the inside here, it looks like we've got Jamie O'Brien. Talk about a smooth surfer, making that inside section look good as he sets up that little inside. Nice gouge off the top on the very inside, and he'll ride it right through to the channel. I mean, he is at the very end inside. You can't go any further than that.
J.O.B. is one of those rare people that could really do switch and natural and goofy, regular, a little bit of everything. In fact, what he does at pipe and backdoor is a pretty trick where he actually switches in the barrel. But you got to remember, he's an air show guy too, and he's got all the bag of tricks, and now just some beautiful surfing on rail.
Well, yeah, Jamie fits 2 maneuvers and 2 big maneuvers out here, so that's going to be a giant score, and he got rewarded for that. That was a nice carve, timing that backwash. But yeah, Jamie reminds me of a cat. I mean, he's just got crazy reflexes, tons of balance, and he's just really coordinated, which makes him good at airs and surfing at pipe and backdoor, especially pipe for a backsider. You know, you really got to kind of grab your rail and tuck under the hood, and he's just so skilled at that. Yeah, so he just reminds me of a freaky cat.
Jamie O'Brien, well worthy of winning a Triple Crown if you know his skills. Unfortunately, a 65th at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, but here looking real solid. It opens up with a 6.67, and now hit belly, wave number 3.
Oh, well, he kind of arched there. It looked like that he was posing for that barrel, but that ended up pinching on him.
Keao Ebele from Sao Paulo, the 18-year-old, currently tied with Davey Cappels, #1 ranked junior in the world. Davey won in Indo and then a 5th in Rio. Keao won at, 5th at Indo and then 1st at Rio. So 3 events deciding the ASP World Junior Champion, and we've got a contender right here. Also in blue, Alex Smith. Now Smith's on his 2nd wave, a 283 to open things up. He's been known to surf some great waves. He and his brother, phenomenal surfers. I believe his the 3rd brother, a great bodyboarder. But here comes A. Smith.
Yeah, and that wave, he kind of mistimed it and ended up getting out to the shoulder, as you see Dorrington here on a nice right. Big carve there, got stuck, but you know what's cool about this wave too, you guys, is this is one of the few waves where you can do a big old hack and dig a big rail, and it kind of looks cool because it's just so crazy out there that if you pull off a move, it doesn't matter if you kind of dig a rail a little bit. It's just if you made it, like everyone's happy for you.
It's interesting. I was talking to Jamie O'Brien. Last few years, Jamie's really focused on surfing down a pipeline. And this year, he said, Randy says, I want to spend a little more time. I want to hopefully do good at Haleiwa. Unfortunately, he didn't because the surf is so small. But he says, I really want to do good at Sunset because he says, I've kind of neglected that in my surfing. And he says, I kind of want to pick that back up and really put Sunset back in my repertoire. So it was an interesting approach because a lot of those younger guys I was talking about earlier, how the emphasis had shifted away from Sunset. And after you've kind of dominated like JOB has, you want to do something else. And we certainly know he can surf pipeline good.
Brent Dorrington digs a rail off the top and makes it look pretty cool. Coolangatta, Queensland, Australia, the 24-year-old, a 65th at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. 11 events. He's been busy this year, and he is currently number 80 in the rankings coming into Sunset Beach.
I like how Ross said, you can dig a rail like that and get away with it in here at Sunset. It looks pretty cool.
Solomon Ortiz coming up next. Ortiz wearing the blue singlet from the Big Island, getting a little bit of. There goes Al Hunt and Capo Guerrero.
Solomon kind of reminds me of a young Michael Ho. He's got that style, and he's a really smart surfer too. A little bit of an underdog. Not many people. They might not know who he is, but he's been getting some really high finishes in the local events here lately in the last 4 or 5 years. So I think he'll be a threat out here today with these, local knowledge goes a long way.
Yeah, it definitely helps, and local knowledge and a lot of luck. That's what it's all about today.
And what is? There we go. Exit. Now we're going to either see somebody paddling or swimming because. But however, we have seen broken boards even by the caddies sitting in the lineup. Sometimes they get taken out.
Yeah, they're actually in a precarious position, and a big set comes through, closes that channel out. And I've seen the caddies more freaked out than the contestants.
Yeah, because a lot of times, like, I don't know, I've done it in the past where you just want your buddy that maybe is not a pro surfer or even that good of a surfer, you just want him to go out there and watch you and just say, hey, come caddy for me. You can check it out, sit in the channel for me, and give me my board if I break mine. And next thing you know, you might be putting your good buddy in harm's way because if they have to swim in, it's really tough out there.
Oh yeah, we saw that contestant from the next heat tying that leash of his on the T-Racks. T-Racks are official racks for the Triple Crown surfing, and use those at all the tournaments here. If you want a pair of great racks, I highly recommend picking a pair of T-Racks. They advertise. You can go online, and you want to have a good, strong leash. You saw him tying that one down.
Well, Billy Kemper wins that last heat with an 8.33. Chris Foster a 7.40. Geronimo Vargas a 5.84. Roy Powers a 5.70. Men's round of 128. Heat number 3. Kemper and Foster advance through.
And there is, I think, his nickname. He's got a really cool nickname, the Brindle Pitbull. I've heard Rocky Cannon call him. So, yeah, he's Solomon Ortiz in the next heat. Yeah, another cool thing about well, go ahead.
came.
I was just going to ask Randy, the challenge for the judges today, this is even harder than you can imagine, because you're going to be able to look at some replays, but even for the cameras that aren't, we're not shooting from the blimp, you're only shooting from maybe 2 stories. The judges make their initial opinion from the naked eye. They're not looking through binoculars, are they?
No, the tower you can see is almost 3 stories high, actually, and the judges have to use their eyes, because if they're looking through binoculars, they can possibly miss one of the other surfers, and they have the option of the replay there. And the good thing is, these guys are all judges that have been around for a long time, and a lot of them actually surf out here. So I think their calls pretty well come up about what they should be, and then they have the advantage of the replay. So that's why sometimes you see the scores don't pop up right away, and they'll take a look at it, they'll do the replay, and they'll modify their scores up or down if they necessarily. We've got head judge Richie Porta, we've got Davey Shipley up there, and they pretty much set the standard for the judges. And if you look at the scores coming across the board, they're pretty close. So these guys are all on the same wavelength.
Well, Jamie O'Brien, obviously the best heat we've seen thus far is opening wave 667, wave number 2 in 817. So he's comfortable out there and he's having a good time.
Yeah, he got that. The first wave was the 6.6, and he got that sweet little barrel on the inside where he did get throttled. He got pretty deep, and then they really liked those 2 big turns, especially that second carve he did where he almost kind of released the tail. And, you know, obviously got an excellent score there. So Jamie, at this point, could come in if he wanted to. You know, he's just sitting in the driver's seat.
Bringing not only 1, but 2, but 3 boards, checking with the beach marshal right there. We got a variety of beach marshal. One beach marshal happens to be, what, 91 years of age?
93?
93 years of age, yes.
Rabbi Kai was born 11/11/11.
Well, right now we're going to check in with Kaipo Guerrero on the beach with Hawaiian Billy Kemper. Kaipo, take it away.
All right, so thank you guys. I'm down here with the last heat winner, Billy Kemper. Billy, it's some testing conditions out there, isn't it? Tell us a little bit about just your heat out there, the current, the waves, everything, survival in that 30-minute heat.
Yeah, it's probably the most uncomfortable heat I've ever had out there. I'm pretty comfortable at Sunset. I've been living on the North Shore since I was 8 years old. So it's kind of like my home away from home. I surf out here almost every day. Try to put in as much time as I can. Pays off, but that was really uncomfortable. It's kind of like cat and mouse, chasing, paddling. It was like a washing machine, but you get the right one, it's definitely contestable, and there's big scores to be dropped for sure.
Yeah, and for you to say that it's uncomfortable out there is a big statement. You're a past champion out here at Sunset Beach. Talk a little bit about, you came in from 3rd place all the way to 1st on your last wave, and you have some help out there with Kahea Hart as your caddy, as well as doing a little bit of coaching.
Yeah, I was lucky to have Kahea Hart. He's been training me for the last couple of months, and it's definitely paid off. And having him out in the channel caddying for, he's pretty intense, but I mean, it works. And I knew I needed a 1 for like almost 14 minutes, and he kind of told me hold off and wait for actual score unless it comes down the last minute. So I was pretty comfortable once all I needed was a 1. I was just waiting for a wave that kind of let me perform. Got a score under my belt.
All right, so Billy, you survived the treacherous day right here. You can go home and rest. We'll see you in round number 2 tomorrow, and congratulations on your win in your opening heat.
Thank you very much. Keep watching, guys.
All right, back up to you guys, Dave and the crew.
Hey, thank you very much, Kaipo. So, from Kuau, basically Hokipa Beach area, Paia, Kuau, Maui, the 21-year-old Billy Kemper, a standout. Now, unfortunately, at 97th at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, and he dropped in the rankings to 171. Looking for a big result here, looking to complete all 8 events. There was a big heat for Billy Kemper, who had some great results. Quicksilver Puerto Escondido event, a 3rd, and then the HIC, a 4th. So, solid surfer looking for a big result here, Billy Kemper.
Yeah, Billy, he won the ASP Hawaii Regional last year by won the HIC Pro and won the overall rankings for the local rankings, so he got seeded in. And placing 4th this year, so Billy pretty consistent here at Sunset Beach. As he said, he comes from Maui, but he spends a lot of time here on the North Shore, and he stays right here at Sunset Beach, and so he gets a chance to surf here a lot. And as Ross said, that local knowledge really helps, and you get local knowledge combined with a lot of luck, and you get through your heat.
Well, we're taking a look at the lineup. We can see some huge plumes of water going off the sets. Second reef pumping out there. Surfer in white coming up next. Looks like Sean Cansdale. Cansdale will take on Keikoa, Gavin, and Solomon. 3 Hawaiians, and the lone Aussie comes to us from Emerald Beach, New South Wales, Australia, at 65th at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, looking to move up in the rankings. And
I think he got one of the highest scores in the Hawaiian Airline air show.
Oh, Sean Kenzel.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He had that nice 360 air on that little windy left. And another standout in that contest was Keikoa. He's suited for these kind of waves, Randy, with that. He's got that low center of gravity, kind of like a Kaipo Hakias, just really strong surfer, which suits Sunset well.
Well, the band's book, Off the Wall, Stories of Soul, from the band's original by none other than, I guess, everybody's boss. Yeah, he's the man, Doug Palladini. Band's Off the Wall, Stories of Soul, from the band's original. It's a great gift, and if you know about surfing and skating and then solo bands, they've really helped out all the extreme sports, from snowboarding, obviously, skateboarding, the roots, and then surfing. This is the 29th year of the band's Triple Crown of Surfing, Randy?
Yep. Back in 1983, Fred Hemmings founded the Triple Crown. What happened that year is the ASP was formed, and they moved the tour finish from Hawaii to Australia. And so Fred Hemmings was producing the individual events here, and he says, well, I need to have some way to link these events together and come up with some kind of a champion, since the world champion is going to be declared in Australia now. So he dreamed up the Triple Crown of Surfing, and we linked the old Smirnoff Pro, the Duke Classic, and the Pipe Masters together, and we formed the Triple Crown. And 29 years later, here we are. It's grown into probably next to the world title, the most prestigious title that you can win.
Surfer in blue, A. Smith. A. Smith is trying to replace a 227, currently in third. Specifically, he needs a 4.5 if he does know that. Right now, just looking for opportunity to the inside. Here comes a little nugget.
Ooh, it looked like he was looking for that little shampoo, and it just didn't quite heave on the reef there. That wave was a little wide, and when it's wide, it's not quite shallow enough to hit that reef to barrel.
Ibelli has been charging. This is his 6th wave, his best wave, a 2.40. He's currently in the 4th spot, needed a 4.94, and off to the corner he goes. Your leader is Jamie O'Brien on 2 waves. When Jamie gets those 2 solid scores, he probably has a good feeling what he might be getting, sitting on the beach watching and listening. Here is Brent Dorrington. Dorrington's trying to replace a 0.6 in the scoreline, too deep in the lineup. One thing we did see Brent kind of catch his rail at the top, a top turn right there. You're not really deducted for what might happen. You're given points for what you pull off, and his first wave, even though he buried a rail, a 6.73. Here's the replay of Ibelli.
There's a couple of smooth little carves there from Ibelli. I like how he grabbed his rail in that first carve, really low to his board. And here's Jamie. He's just been patiently waiting outside. He knows he has 2 big scores, so this wave's not going to do it, but man, he has the luxury of he's got 11 minutes left. He's probably just going to go out there and wait for hopefully another wave that'll hit that reef and barrel for him.
He's looking for a backdoor pipe wave, isn't he?
He is, and out here you can get some incredible barrels. That inside bowl is no joke. If you get the right wave that walls up across there, that's one of the best barrels you can get on the North Shore.
Yeah, that's the ones that come out of the north. Like I said, north-northwest is the perfect angle, and it sets itself. The north kind of peaks up on the outside, hits a little bit of a deep spot, and then it sets itself up on the inside, where the west doesn't line up on the inside section as well. The west got a better west peak, but with this north in it, if they time it right, and we've got actually these crossing swells, so some of them line up, some of them just close out. And but as Ross says, if you line that inside, it can be a sweet spot right across that inside section.
The Reef Hawaiian Pro has been completed. This band's Triple Crown of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. Event number 1, Reef Hawaiian Pro completed. Taj Burrow wins, Adam Melling 2nd, Adriana D'Souza 3rd, and Nat Young comes in at a 4th place result. We're into the band's World Cup now, and that could, our contest here could run through December 6th, but Randy talking about the forecast, checking out Surfline. Things are good. Here is our Surfer in Red, wave number 3, and massive wall.
Yeah, big. Oh, just dug that rail. His board might be a hair too big for him, but also that wonk, the backwash. Sometimes if you mistime it, next thing you know, you'll just be digging that rail before you even think about it. So,
but I think that worked to his advantage on the first part of that wave. You saw he got down way back there, he got a big late drop, and he laid it on that rail. And that long rail allowed him to get around that whitewater, but then it worked against him when he tried to come off the top. Let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, so you'll see here, like Randy said, he timed it nicely as far as getting to that inside bowl in the right place. But where it got funky for him is there's a little bit of a backwash that comes at you from the deep water channel. And you'll see it hit his rail right about here. and he just mistimed it. He grabbed the rail. It also kind of bottomed out a little bit, so just mistiming that one.
And he was trying to get his back foot further back on that board. A lot of these guys are so used to a shorter board, and he reaching back doesn't work out, and that second wave just creamed him.
Yeah, while we're watching the let's take a. Here goes Jamie O'Brien, gets in late, comes down here, sees that inside section, sets it up, cuts back into it. Yeah. And watch this one now. He sees the inside, line it up again. He's going to go for a big move. He goes up, and look at this. Tries to do a insane floater and just comes unglued.
Oh, flashing on Shea Lopez at Pipeline a couple of years ago.
He did the right thing by pressing the eject button, because if he would have tried to land that, his ankles would have just blew out.
We are building an incredible highlight reel. Unfortunately, a lot of wipeouts.
Yeah, you know, Jamie knows he's winning this heat, so he's just out there having fun. And Jamie likes to have fun by doing floaters on 8-foot bombs on the inside pole. That's a pretty crazy move.
D'Souza says he would love to win a Triple Crown of Surfing title, a third place at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. The surfer sitting in the middle right there.
That's the first time he's been on the podium here on the North Shore. And he was so excited. He kept his haku lei, which is the flower lei that we put on the head of all the finalists. He kept that on. He says, I've always seen those pictures, those guys wearing those leis. I want it so bad. And he kept his jersey and lei on for an hour after the award ceremony. He walked around the Haleiwa Beach Park, and he was just so stoked. And when he went to get in his car, he still wouldn't take it off.
Jamie O'Brien, when he won 2004, when he won, he kept his jersey on for like 12 hours?
Yeah.
And there was the party on the North Shore that still we're recovering from. Well, you need a long lens here. A pair of binoculars is a good thing to have. You can watch from the naked eye, but you've got to be really astute and pick up the lineup. Binoculars is a good thing to have.
Yeah, it's just crazy looking. You know, even just with your naked eye, just to look out to this ocean, it looks wild. You know, there's tons of wind and spray coming off the top of the waves. And I mean, for a tourist, maybe coming from the Midwest of America or something, just looking at this ocean, it's a lot of energy out there. It's impressive.
Well, it should be cleaning up a little bit. Maybe well, the wind's going to stay with us, but the waves might clean up just a bit. There is the scaffolding to the left side from the jib cam, Mark, and looking at that, you can see the judge's upper right, and then the beach announcers down below. The green right there, just to the left of where it says Vans World Cup. That means over 5 minutes remaining, a 30-minute heat. At the 5-minute mark, that'll go yellow, and then our Nixon watch showing 8 minutes and 30. Excuse me, that would be 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. And Nuno Jonet is here, along with Josh Inchamachita doing the Portuguese on the webcast, and our surfer in white. The belly has been busy, wave number 7.
Interesting, you guys. He only needs a 3.37. Got a little shampoo there, nice little head dip. What do you think, Brownie? Think you got that score?
Yeah, you know, that's up to the judges. Our job to talk about it, not decide for them. But it's interesting, though, because with the judges, as I said, they got a chance to look at a replay. So in that sense, as you see, he pulled up underneath that little tiny lip, got a little bit of cover up. And will it be enough? We'll find out shortly. But coming up on the 5-minute mark, looking down the bike path at Sunset Beach. And it's still early here, not even 10 o'clock Hawaii Standard Time. And crowd building. And you can see those gusty trade winds as they fan those flags, the Vans flags, and the palm trees there along the bike path.
Jamie O'Brien in the lineup is our leader. He's wearing the yellow singlet. He is 28 years of age. His father, a former lifeguard here on the North Shore for about 20 years, Mick. And so right on the beach, yeah, he's got a great backyard. It kind of faces his playground area. One thing that Jamie's done over the years that I like is he just does it all. He'll ride bodyboards and he'll skimboard, he'll body surf, he'll do anything just for entertainment and fun. And his ocean knowledge, specifically at pipe and at backdoor and off the wall Pupukea, is second to none.
Second to none. And like I said, he expanding his horizons, and hopefully will make a podium finish here at Sunset Beach, because he's never done well at. But he said, hey, I want to spend more time at Sunset because I've got pipeline down, I got backdoor down, I've got it all wired. He says one place I don't have is there at Sunset Beach.
And there is Marty right there. Marty wearing the Vans gray t-shirt. He is excited about this contest like he's a competitor. Right behind him, Sonny Garcia getting his knee checked out. There's so many scars on his knee from motocross, basically.
Yeah, Sonny, and Sonny's going to be a threat out here. You know, he is one of the best surfers ever out at Sunset. So definitely, hopefully his knee's not too tender there. I know they're working on it. He can show us what he's got out here.
Well, he wanted some big surf. Didn't quite happen for him at the Haleiwa event. But the winningest surfer in terms of all the events in Hawaii, whether you take a look at the star events or the prime events, Sonny Garcia, surfer in red, wave number 4. Dorrington was in the lead, and now he's dropped to third. Keawa Belly's last couple of scores, a 5-0 and a 3.77, have moved him up. And Dorrington now might have word that he needs something in the mid or low range, a 3 or 4 point ride. 33 minutes and 43 seconds remaining. And it is noisy out there, Randy. If you're out there in the lineup, it's hard to hear your caddy yell at you even and give you direction.
Yeah, a lot of ocean noise, and when there's a little break in the wind, or if the guys move on the inside section, they can hear the speaker and get the scores, but usually the wind blows away the sound, and it's really tough. The caddies can hear it better, and they hopefully can relay it to, in Dorrington's case, he just needs a 2.04.
And how in the back in the day of the CT event, I think it was a rip curl years ago, you actually had jet ski assist. How'd you pull that one off?
Yeah, well, back then it was, we had 1 year where we were allowed to do that, and it was so big that the only way we could get them back out there was to take them on the jet skis, and so we kind of got a rule exemption there and was able to do that. Meanwhile,
Belly's moved up to the second spot on his 8th wave.
I love the carve he's got. He really grabs that rail and just kind of whips it around like it was a bathtub turn there. And, well, that's huge for him because Dorrington needs nothing. He only needs a 2. So he's trying to get rid of that 3.7 so that it's not so easy for Dorrington to pass him up.
When we see these young kids and you take a look at the, oh, here's the top 5 for a rookie title, this guy's got to be right in there. World Junior.
Oh, yeah, he's only 18 years old now.
And our surfer in yellow, wave number 5, and it is your heat leader, Jamie O'Brien, trying to better a 6.67.
Whoops. And Jamie kind of just got a little wonk there and just threw him right off. And so everybody's right towards the end of that one anyway.
There is Dorrington. He needs that too, but this wave doesn't look too good. See if it builds up for him on this inside bowl. He's going to need to do just maybe another nice hack.
Doesn't need much of a score, and his caddy's been yelling for him.
Yeah, that's got to be panicky for him. There is 2 minutes left, but I don't know if he's got enough time from that kick out right there to get back out.
Well, watch this. Will he replace his 3.77? Here's a Belly currently in the second spot. Dorrington trying to chase him down. Watch out. This could be our next junior world champion.
There's a smooth cut back there. There he is, He's really hanging on to that rail. He likes that move out here. And yeah, that's very interesting because I don't know if Dorrington knows it, but he might have made it a little more difficult for him to get that score he needs.
And Dorrington trying to make something happen on the inside. We're down to 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. Taking a look at the Surfsiders, the replay here. Vans bringing you the World Cup, $250,000 in prize money. Dorrington finds himself needing a score of a 2.04 at this point.
Well, he got one more nice little hack off on that inside pole, but we'll have to wait and see what kind of scores drop. Let's see, another little shampoo for Jamie. He's going to get that right in his stomach. Not a fun wipeout when you fall on your back with the lip, right on top of you.
Jamie playing with the inside bowl and a free fall drop for a Belly, and maybe a Belly might be playing a little defense out there, sitting to the inside, maybe keeping somebody off the corner.
Well, maybe he's going for the Hawaiian Airlines mileage bonus there with that airdrop, and he fell from sky down there into that barrel. That's one of those waves where if you get in there inside enough, you can get a nice barrel, and he was just a little too far in the shoulder.
Last wave possibly for this heat, and it is Smith. Smith's been quiet. He opened up with a 2.83, and that's been his best score. He needs a 5.94 here. Down to 10 seconds.
Body language there says it all. He's just dejected, and like we said earlier, it's really easy to have a bad heat out there today.
There we go, the countdown, and ended this heat. It looks like, the scores for O'Brien, it won't matter. He opened up with a 6.67 and then backed it up with an 8.17. Smith, well, his campaign really never got started. It was the Jamie O'Brien show. J.O.B. acting like it was wild and woolly. Backdoor pipe. J.O.B. lighting things up, having some fun. The question is, does the Valley, Keawa Belly in white, hold off Dorrington in red? Dorrington trying some big moves out there. His best score is opener, a 6.73. Challenging and trying for a 2.50. It looks like it is a belly. Taking the second place spot, we'll be right back with heat number 5 of the Vans World Cup of Surfing live from the North Shore.
I'm Roy Powers. Come ride with us.
Round 128.
Welcome back to the Vans World Cup of Surfing, event number 2 of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy. I'm Bo Hodge along with Dane Gudauskas and Shea Lopez. Guys, here we go. Heat number 5, 3 Hawaiians and 1 Aussie.
Yeah, this is a cracker right here. You got local boy Koba Calso up against Australian Sean Cansdale and Gavin Gillette and Solomon Ortiz. So we'll see how it goes in the water.
A lot of Hawaiian flavor out there in this first round, and already up in the water we have our blue surfer, Solomon Ortiz. Last year had a tremendous performance at Haleiwa, and here out at Sunset he's going to look to do some damage.
Yeah, Solomon from the Big Island came in through as an alternate on the list, and here we go. There's a kick out from Gavin Gillette. And so we'll be on standby. But taking a look at Keikoa Picasso, surfed day 1 at Haleiwa all the way into the final rounds of the semis and the quarters. So he went the furthest at Haleiwa. See how far he goes out here at Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past him to do it out here again at Sunset. He always seems to do well when the waves get big, and he's got the power to match the power with power. So it'll be exciting to see what he can put together out here.
Shea, of course, you remember 10 years ago when Keikoa was 16 years old, and this was the Rip Curl World Cup. He won the trials and defeating Kelly Slater in the trials. Remember that?
I do remember that. That was a long time ago, and you have a much better memory than me. I've had a few too many wipeouts at Pipeline, I think. But Keikoa has been a standout for years on the North Shore and across the world, as he got Rookie of the Year just 2 years ago on the World Tour. Now he's looking at these prime events to get that seating back up and get back on tour where he belongs. Dane, you watched him on tour.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like all the open face waves, especially Bell's Beach, I love to watch him surf. And I actually remember when I was a Grom and he had beaten Kelly Slater, and we must have been 17, I think, and I was tripping. I was at home, I was in California, I was like, wow, that's possible. Like, and he's got all the skill and talent in the world to be on the World Tour, and hopefully he can get back there and show his stuff, you know.
Here we go. A couple of carving turns for Sean Cansdale. Opened up with a small wave score, and this is his second wave. So these guys are keeping busy out here. Here we go. Keikoa Picasso.
Big open face carve. He's riding the pangs. It looks like they've been working really good for him, and see what this thing does on the inside bowl. Hopefully one more maneuver for him.
His power really sets him apart from everyone else out here. He's able to ride those big boards and whip it around like his shortboard at Haleiwa. Really similar turns to what the guys are doing on small waves. Keikoa goes out here and just cranks it around and torques his body.
Well, what size board do you think he's riding out there?
I think most of the guys are around the 7-foot range. What did you ride this morning, Dan?
I was on a 7-4. I was on the airplane wing, but you know, it worked good. For the wind, I think erring on the side of a longer board is a good call, just because there's so much wind rushing up the face that you really need to position yourself in the right spot. So
definitely, if you don't catch the wave, you can't get a score.
Yeah, you're not giving yourself an opportunity if you're not riding waves. So.
Now, we saw Dusty Payne break a board in the free surf earlier this morning, so, we're going to see quite a few, and we saw someone with a broken board last heat. Don't quite sure know who broke his board, but the potential of having, a dozen, 2 dozen broken boards today is very likely.
Oh, yeah. I was right next to Dusty when he took that wipeout, and the funny thing about Sunset is you're on fire until you're down. You never see it coming, and the lip always chases you from the back, and you just, before you know it, you're on the ground, and Dusty got a broken board, but I know he's going to come back with another board. And
any good wipeouts for you this morning, Dan?
Coming in the beach, I was trying to come in, trying to look cool, and I ended up taking the biggest double up on the head, and he said, I still have sand everywhere. So
yeah, I saw Roy in the last heat coming in, and he was laughing coming up with a pile of sand as the short break took him out. That can be the most dangerous part here, is just getting up on the beach to that short break.
But you have to laugh, and it's almost more fun watching the caddies try and come in with 2 boards in the short break every year, and when the conditions are like this, it's epic. It's just a giant circus for spectacles, you know.
Let's watch yellow. This is Gavin Gillette driving underneath the hook. Clean little head cover there. Comes out Shea, and not done yet.
No, he read that inside bolt perfectly as he thread the needle of that tube. It's just ever changing, and on your backside, it's so difficult to make those adjustments in the tube, and Gavin did a great job on his front side to read that wave.
Well, Gavin's been surfing really good over the years. If you remember that one year in the Pipe Masters when I think he beat Parkinson or something, he did a really good performance in the Pipe Masters. He's definitely no stranger to big hollow barrels on the North Shore, and it's great to see him surfing really good out here. He's a really cool kid, and I'm super stoked to see him rip.
Yeah, that was 2 years ago when Parker was going for a world title up against McFanning.
Yeah, that's right.
So he was the giant killer then.
Yeah, and I think that one beautiful barrel shot actually ended up on the cover of Transworld Surf. So he's got all the tools inside of him, and it's cool just to see him ripping it up and getting opportunities to go for it.
Let's watch a replay here, the Vans replay. Shea, take it away from Gavin Gillette.
You see, he took off pretty late as that wave was running away from him. He's able to get that rail in the water and just draw a perfect line through the bowl there, Dane.
Yeah, well, right there it starts getting a little bumpy, and Gavin makes it best with it. But the funny thing about sunsets on the end bowl, it just gets a little bit wonky and wild. So just controlling your surfboard is kind of the main thing.
Well, he's got North Shore veteran Kahea Hart as his caddy. Kahea just came in. He was caddying for Billy Kemper. So you got a veteran caddy out in the water for Billy Kemper and for Gavin Gillette.
Yeah, I think board caddies here in the water are actually really critical to your surfing performance, and you know, they give you insight and information in the water because you really can't hear too much. And even if your board's a little wrong, maybe it's too big or too small, they can change it out right on the spot. So having a good caddy in the channel is really a help support. And it's pretty good.
Some of these guys are going out on new boards or boards they might not have rode since last year. This being the first major swell of the North Shore season. And it can be mid-heat adjustment is what you need. If you realize, you know, I felt like my board's too stiff, and you go to your caddy and he's like, yeah, you're bogging. Get on this 610.
Yeah, change it up, baby. Don't even look back. And that's cool, man. And they can keep you in the right headspace, too, and that's what I really love. And you know, just saying positive things, or maybe saying, hey, the inside's turning on, you've been out the back, hey, take a look here. So, you know, having a good caddy is really critical, and Kahid has plenty of experience out here. And so I'm sure it's going to come into a good factor for Gavin.
Yeah, but it's really easy to pick out where you want to sit from the beach. And you get out there and you just get lost amongst all that white water. We see these big sets rolling through and none of the competitors in position. And that's where your caddy can help you. You're sitting too far out the back, wait on the inside. The guys are getting good waves inside of you. You don't even see it sliding underneath you.
Yeah, here comes a nice little double up through the lineup here. I think Blue's having a paddle.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen Solomon Ortiz from the Big Island, actually his second scoring wave. And Solomon just bowling through that whitewater. If you get caught too far behind,
yeah, the whitewater just eats you.
Yeah, it'll just gobble you up.
Yeah, Sunset definitely has the last word on everything out here. And
look at that wave unloading outside the competitors in the seat as that middle peak. Not many of the competitors are electing to paddle all the way out there and challenge that wind-blown just diamond out there.
Yeah, you know, I think if it was a free surfing situation, I think you'd see a lot more people out there surfing. But in terms of competition with 30 minutes, I think it's a smart idea for the competitors surfing inside here, trying to get waves and scores. Because as you can see, a lot of the heats come down, they're just riding waves, and give yourself the opportunity to get a chance.
We're going to take this time and talk to our heat winner, who was on fire, JOB. Ross Williams, take it away, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, Jamie O'Brien here. Jamie, dream start to that heat. Yeah, I got lucky right off the bat. Little wave popped up, and I tried to do a turn, and it felt horrible. And next thing you know, the thing was barreling in front of me, and I got in there. It was kind of like this real wonky sunset barrel, and found my way out. And then you backed it up with that 8. That second turn was beautiful. That big old hack, kind of released the tail a little bit. Yeah, I came off the bottom on the first one, and it felt good, and it almost barreled, and I got a little hook under the lip, and then came around on the inside and lined up a nice one, and the bottom turn felt weird. I went through this lump, and then the board released real nice, and I made it. I was like, wow, stoked, you know. Yeah, that was a sweet carve. Kind of rededicated yourself to the Triple Crown. Yeah, I've been out of the loop for a couple of years, just doing other things, filming and enjoying myself, and I was stoked, you know, to make it into all these events. You know, I kind of got through the Hawaiian regional thing, and I don't know, it's good to be a part of. You know, it's kind of bad for me to shadow myself from these events, and I enjoy it, and I'm stoked to be here. Well, in my opinion, you're definitely one of Hawaii's best surfers, so it's great for you to be in the Triple Crown. And one last question, what's going on? I know you've been doing a lot of the video stuff the last few years. What's going on in the next year or two for Jamie O'Brien?
Oh, well, I don't know. I want to do a couple more contests to make sure I'm in the Triple Crown events this year, and maybe go pick off a few funner events. Try and get barreled and events that I could enjoy surfing, because I enjoy surfing contests. You know, you always have that winning side in you, but I mean, when the waves are bad and small, it's real hard to get motivated and a lot of drive.
Well, it's good to see in this event, good heat, and I think the waves will be good tomorrow, so looking forward to that, and we'll throw it back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Ross. Congratulations, Jamie, and fantastic to see him back out here dedicating himself to the Vans Triple Crown. Of course, a great showing at the Vulcan Pipeline Pro this past year, runner-up to John Florence. I mean, he could have easily won that event, and there he goes, off from the get-go, a 6 and an 8, a 14.84. Brent Dorrington takes second place. He bellied with a late charge, and look how close it was. 9.36, 9.23 from advancing and eliminating, and from Kauai, Alex Smith takes fourth place.
I think that was really cool to see Jamie coming out. He's always competed in the Pipeline and won that event before, but now he's made a focus to do the whole Triple Crown. And like you said, he likes to compete. It's still inside him, and he likes winning, but it's when the waves suit his surfing. And out there today at Sunset, he just unleashed on a couple of lips there, Dan.
Well, he's a massive individual, and Haleiwa and Sunset, both parts of the Triple Crown, suit his surfing equal to pipe. I mean, he's such a natural at Pipeline, and so it's really exciting to see him do his thing out here at Sunset, especially with the giant swell that we have on offer today, so it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing more of him tomorrow.
Here's the breakdown right now in heat number 5, guys. Gavin Gillette, 6.0, 4.0 with a 10.2 wave total. Sean Cansdale, the lone Aussie in this heat, in second place. Solomon Ortiz in third, now needing a 4.34. And Keikoa Picasso with 1 wave, but only needing a 3.73. Still anybody's heat.
Yeah, so here we go. Here comes red off the line. That's Keikoa. Big power arc on the face right there off the bottom. Oh, nice.
They set up a good wall in front of him with 3 cracks.
Damn.
And you can tell the guys are experienced. They know the waves to pick that will offer up multiple maneuvers and get some scores on the board. And that's what Keikoa did there.
He's been doing this for years, so he picked the right wave selection there that allowed him to get critical 3 times. I think that's going to show in his scoring potential. It's really hard out here to get in the lip, actually. And I think that Keikoa, by getting up in that lip, getting jiggy, is definitely going to help his scoring potential right here.
Yeah, let's watch a slow motion replay here on the Vans replay. Nice carving turn using his rail shake.
Yeah, I think that you can really tell the way his board goes on the rail. And you can see almost the bottom of his board as he carves through those turns. Just a little mixed up in that second maneuver. He didn't know where to hit the lip or poke a little head dip.
Yeah, but almost like he wanted to get barreled. But you never know when it's going to lump over you like that. So he did a great job of trying to read that situation and still get that third maneuver off.
That was an important wave for him. He already has a nice score of 4, and so if he gets another score in this heat, the last heat we saw advancement with 9.63. So,
well, what do you think, in looking at the scores here coming into play, what's really being like, what do you think is a good quality wave? What do you need to do on the wave to get a good quality score? We saw Jamie with the 8-point ride, probably the highest of the day, maybe.
Well, we've seen a couple guys getting big scores on the turns, and we've seen a couple nice little tubes. So it's going to be a combination, either finding that tube or getting at least 2 nice major maneuvers to that inside bowl, and that's what we saw Jamie do.
Yeah, got to avoid waves like these, the closeouts, you know?
Well, those are the ones that really just give you a workout. Alligator wrestling for the duck dives, just, it's all over, and you know, you come in with a free neck adjustment.
There's Alvi Lea from Maui getting ready for the next heat. He's got a tough heat coming up. Heat number 6, Hody Colazo, Brian Toth, Tori Meister. So
actually, I think that's Stage O'Connell. I think he said he got in for Alvi, and he is really fired up. I was talking to him in the lineup, and he's really pumped up for the opportunity.
You're right.
Yeah, you guys got to surf last night too out here?
Yeah, you know, the swell was just starting to come up, and the morning was flat, and then you could really feel the energy pushing onto the reef, and the wind whipped up, and Dusty Payne was getting insane barrels through the inside bowl, and it was fun. It was good camaraderie in the lineup. Everyone could feel the swell coming up, so people were pushing each other on their bigger boards. And
yeah, I think I saw Dan Ross luck into a big bomb on the bowl.
Yeah, that was awesome. I was like, go Dan! And I was right in the barrel with him with duck diving, and his face was so focused, and you could tell his massive frame just wanted to punch the lip without hesitation. He was locked in, committed. So
there's Tori Meister in the competitors area getting his equipment ready. Remember, it was 2 or 3 years ago, he had to borrow a board from his dad underneath the house across the street because he had busted his boards.
That was insane. Well, he looks like he's got a fresh one today from Carol, Nathan Carroll's dad. He shaved straight from right up the point here, so I'm sure that board has got plenty of experience out on these waves, and it's suited for Sunset Beach.
Well, we saw that last wave from Keikoa Picasso, 4.5 vault him into second place. He's the 2005 ASB Junior World Champion. And in fact, Shay, from the last contest, he was in, I believe, 113th, and now he's moved up into number 83 with that showing at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. So, you know, don't think he will qualify for the World Tour, but to get into that top 100 proceeding for next year is very valuable.
Oh, it's huge. If you can't get a spot in these contests, you have no chance. And what Keikoa is setting himself up for during this Triple Crown is to make a charge next year on that World qualifying series. It's been broke up into a Prime Series, Star, World Tour, whatever it is. He needs to qualify, get back into that top 34. That's where he belongs.
And he's getting back into shape. Let's watch yellow here. Late takeoff. That will be Gavin Gillette.
Solomon Ortiz on the corner.
Yeah, there's Big Sol. Take it away.
I would love to see him carve this thing right here into the inside section. He looks like he's got one more on opportunity. Does a great job with what he had to offer there. Carving it out, finishing it up. Solomon's a big guy, and he can really lay into some of these turns insane. So I'd love to see him get an opportunity with a good, clean wall.
Sol needs a 5.47. We're about 14 minutes remaining in this 30-minute heat. Beginning of this morning, contest director Marty Thomas and executive director Randy Rurk had slated 25-minute heats, but I think the call for 30-minute heats is going to give these guys more opportunity because these guys are paddling non-stop in the lineup.
Yeah, they're going to come in and be exhausted, but you know that's the point of Sunset. I think it's actually a gladiator pit out there. It's really truly a waterman experience, and you're out there with the elements, and especially on days like today, you might not even see your competitors, and it's fun. It's a great way to finish off the year, that's for sure. You're not going to be hassling people.
Nice carving turn from the Brindle Pit Bull from the Big Island. Solomon Ortiz holds the line there. We saw Gavin Gillette just pulled back, just didn't have the call for that wave, so Sol takes it.
Yeah, you can see the comfort level. He's riding a very big board over the 7-foot range, but he's very comfortable at surfing large waves on big equipment. And you can see as he just uses his body to torque that board around in the pocket.
Yeah, you can definitely tell. I mean, I was watching Marcus Hickman out here, I think it was last night or this morning, and he was surfing a bigger board, but he was just dominating it, and he's a local from here. He made the finals a couple years back, so you've seen kind of the Hawaiian guys opting for bigger boards, and then you got Mason on the shorter board.
Yeah, well, Mason's just a freak. You don't even look at what he does. He lives on the beach. His dad was a freak, and he's following in his footsteps and just doing stuff completely against the norm.
Yeah, it's cool, though. Bringing unconventional, boards to the convention of surfing contests is exciting,
Guys, taking a look at the rest of this round, we've got some big heavyweights. We got Pancho Sullivan coming up in heat number 7 with his cousin Kevin Sullivan. And then coming up in heat number 13, I think of the most anticipated heat of the day, you got 6-time Triple Crown winner Sonny Garcia, 2-time World Cup winner, along with Mukua Kai Rothman. And they'll be going up against Gunny Zuba Zarita and Blake Thornton, heat number 13. You got Ian Walsh, who's won out here before in heat number 9. So a lot of the top Hawaii competitors are going up against some of the lower-seeded guys in this World Cup. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, gosh, it's exciting to watch those guys surf. And, especially I think that they all bring out their best show for the Triple Crown. And, they really want to do a great performance, and we enjoy watching it. So it's going to be really exciting to see how that heat plays out. I know Goney surfs really well, so does Blake Thornton. So you never know. On days like today, it can go anybody's way, and that's the beauty of Sunset.
Yep, we have Joel Centeo. He was an early casualty at Haleiwa in the small conditions, but looking to get back on his feet here at Sunset, much more challenging and larger waves that he's done so well over the years in.
Yeah, Joel surfs phenomenal. I would, but today it comes down to wave selection and being in the right place, and these guys have the local knowledge, so I think that will play a big part in it. And I would love to see Joel get his Triple Crown hopes back in action, and I know he's in contention last few years, so you never know. A good showing here could play good.
Whitewater takeoff, Bam Bam up and riding. Here we go. Keikoa Picasso not really happy with his wave selection, so he'll bail out there. He's currently in second as scores of 4.0 and 4.5 on the screen. He needs a 5.51 to move into the lead. Our leader, Gavin Gillette, from the get-go, those top 2 waves of a 6.0 and a 4.0 in the lead. Sean Cansdale out of Australia now needing a 3.67 to move up in the first, and for Solomon Ortiz needing a 4.48. Time remaining on our Nixon watch, 10 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
There's a lot of waves coming through the lineup today, and my heat strategy, I'd want to just almost stay busy on these inside bowls and catch a lot of waves, and they're reforming, and you're not really sure what's going to happen when you take off.
Yeah, you saw Keikoa also going for that last wave, taking a late takeoff, and really you just never know until you're on the wave. So that was a really smart decision. Sometimes it's going to go your way, sometimes it's not going to go your way, but you really have to give yourself the opportunity on days like today to ride the waves.
Yes, you do. There's fast lineup, and the more waves you catch out there, the more opportunity you get for one of those inside bowls to just link up for you perfectly.
Yeah, well, it looks like someone's in the lineup right here, going to get a really nice wave.
Yellow. Late takeoff, going to wipe out on the takeoff. That was heat leader Gavin Gillette. And my God, Shay, that was a suicide drop, wasn't it?
That was late, steep, and deep there for Gavin. Unable to keep that nose up.
Well, that was awesome. That was 100% commitment, and that's what you love to see about the Triple Crown event. That's what brings out the best of it, and that's really why we're here watching it. You know, so
let's take a side angle view from the water cam from Mike Prickett. Check this out, Shay.
This is an amazing angle. Thane, this gives you the feeling what it's like out there in the water.
He's very under the lip. Late takeoff.
That nose just buried.
Down, and you know, he wanted that wave. He wanted to get that score. He wanted to get a better score than a 4, so he was going for it.
Cartwheeling instantly there for Gavin Gillette.
There he goes, sucked over the falls, recycle.
That's just a little extra time to get some air.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he's your heat leader. He'll regroup. He'll go back out for more. Gavin Gillette in yellow. He'll put that behind him, as we saw Vincent Duvinac in the first heat take a mean wipeout end over end on the fall, but then he regrouped. Took him about 4 or 5 waves later before he found his scoring potential.
He got some success, right?
Yeah, and he actually won that heat.
Oh, his first wave was a crazy slide out, body slide that sucked over the falls backwards. Then he came back and got some good waves. And sometimes in big waves, getting that first initial wipeout or just first good wave really sets you up and gets those butterflies out and gets you to feel confident in the lineup.
Yeah, and I think, you know, on days like today, as crazy as it sounds, you have to love taking the wipeouts just as much as you have to love getting the good waves. And you're seeing that energy, that contagious, I want this wave, it's no matter what. And I think if you have that mentality where you're going to go no matter what, and it's going to pay off for you eventually. Like Vincent had the commitment, and he took a couple beatings, but, you know, it paid off.
Definitely. Just keep coming back for more out here at Sunset.
Yeah, it's an all-you-can-eat buffet out there today, boys.
Don't forget your smartphone. You can download the Vans Live 2.0. It's a free app, and you can watch all the exciting Triple Crown of surfing on your Android and your iPhone. Sean Cansdale up and riding.
Yeah, he's a great backsider from Australia. He was on the World Tour for some years, and I really love his smooth approach on the backside. He had 2 great maneuvers, but the backside backwash just kind of got a little funky on the inside.
You can see him committing to his rails he carves around. That can be tricky here at Sunset because it's so easy to catch that edge, and he got a couple different rails.
Yeah, it seemed like the backwash really wanted to grip that board and rip it out of his feet, so he did his best, but you never know what the inside bowl was going to throw at you. I mean, you've had some big heats out here, Shay. What do you think it's been like for you surfing days like today?
It's scary. When I get out there, I just feel like a little duck lost at sea and just flapping around, and I really never felt confident out here. I've surfed out here a ton. I've had people help me out, and still I get out there and that wind's blowing, and I feel like it's just a roll of the dice for me to put myself in the right position and catch a few waves and hope for the best.
Yeah. Well, looking at 7 minutes left in the heat, and you're in 3rd and 4th, what would your thoughts be going through your head right now? Where would you be positioning yourself in the lineup?
Well, there's really small scores in this heat, and only needing a 3.67 for Cansdell. His last wave, he was looking to get that, but unfortunately, just catching those couple rails, he's not going to get that score. And now Solomon Ortiz needing that 4.48. You can get that score anywhere in this lineup.
Yeah, anywhere. That's the beauty of it. Here comes Blue right here making a charge, I think. And what do you think, Bo?
Yeah, this is Solomon Ortiz. Nice carving turn. Saw from the Big Island, but then lost his speed there after that turn, so he's not going to get that 4.48 on that ride, and here we go.
Kekoa Bakaso looks like he's dropping in on a really clean wave with a great section on it. We'll see what he can do.
It kind of capped outside the reef there on the inside bowl.
Yeah, sometimes that section just overpowers it. It kind of collapses it before you can get up there.
Yeah, at this size, you're looking for it to double up and hold that ledge. It's just a flat ledge there it comes into, and sometimes when it's this size, it'll cap outside of you.
Yeah, and you just can't control it.
No,
you kind of just have to go with what's on offer.
And that's why those guys are staying busy. Solomon Ortiz took off on a nice wall, but then as Bo said, it just kind of died out and fattened out in the shoulder on him.
Yeah, I think they have the right mentality out there right now. They're actively looking through the lineup. And I think, you know, how much time is it? 5 minutes to go? I think that if they keep it up, they'll be rewarded.
Yeah. Looking at a big finish here with more wet waves coming in the lineup, and here's Gavin.
Wow, this is a great looking wave for Gavin Gillette. Big, wow. See the acceleration off that carve? That was insane.
Yeah, he really laid it down there.
We'll see what he can do. One more turn possibly right here. Big carving on the face. So, I mean, that could be a better score. I don't know. What's his low? He's got a 4.0.
A better score on that wave.
Yeah.
Kind of solidify his lead in this heat as Kekoa is just behind him. And then with these low scores, Kanzel can get one, and with that 4.83, all of a sudden he gets a 6 or 7, and he can jump right to the lead.
Yeah, let's watch a replay last of Gavin Gillette. And remember, this wave coming off the wipeout from the nosedive. So, nice carving turn there. Stays with the pocket here, looks out in front, and look at the bump. His knees are shock absorbers out there.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of getting over those moguls and really finding the clean section to lay down the rail and project through the turn. So Gavin, he's no stranger to waves like this. He's grown up in Hawaii his whole life, so I think he's feeling pretty comfortable out there, Bo.
Yeah, counting down 4 minutes, 50 seconds. We're on standby for last of yellow. There's Gavin Gillette.
Yeah, that can be an important thing, is just finding that clean bit of water to set your rail. And he was able to set his rail and carve back really hard. When it's bumpy, you can't set that rail.
Yeah, when it's bumpy, you're tripping, not ripping. You're slipping for sure. And Gavin really got a piece of some clean meat on that one to carve all day. So we'll see. I'm really stoked for Gavin. Looks like he's got some support from Alpine Stars, which is great. Gavin's a phenomenal surfer, and I'm really excited to see what he does for the rest of the Triple Crown as well as next year.
Yeah, definitely. We've already seen some great stuff from him throughout the years, and hopefully just bigger and better things from him.
Yeah, it's insane.
3 Hawaiians in this heat, so a good chance Hawaiian will advance. Can Sean Cansdale break the Hawaiian roll in this heat, because he's still needing that 3.67.
That's a weird number to need in a heat like this, because really you're tripping out. Do you wait for a set, or do you try and grovel for an inside to get a 3? Your mindset's kind of all over the place. You kind of have to make a commitment to say, hey, I'm going to do this or that. So Cansel is a very experienced competitor. He knows what it takes to get the score, and he's got all the tricks in the bag to get it. It's just a matter of finding the right one.
I think that's what happened to him on his last wave, is he looked to just catch like a smaller wave to get that 3.67 out of the way, get up into the second position, but then more waves came in, scores were better, and also the next thing you know, you might need a 6.
I don't know. It's a tricky. Sunset is a beast of its own, and sometimes the best strategies, maybe not having a strategy. I don't know. It's all about feeling the mojo out there.
Definitely. You got to react to what environments, the hostile environment dishes out at you.
Yeah.
Well, Sunset is a place, experience plays a huge factor in your game plan.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're seeing the most experienced competitors consistently do well here. Miles Padaka and Poncho Sullivan. I mean, picture the amount of heats that those guys have surfed out here, let alone the days that they've surfed out here. And, it really shows in their comfortable, attack on the wave face. They're carving right off the takeoff, and they're able to get in the lip in the critical sections where not many guys are able to do that.
Well, the air show we saw in Haleiwa, throw that out the door. It's power surfing. It's Sunset Beach. It's big, large, and in charge, and that's what we want to see out here.
Yeah, I think that's what is pretty much the cornerstone of the Triple Crown, and it really, it's a waterman's event, and this brings the men out to play, and it's awesome to see. Don't you think, Shay? I mean,
yeah, it really is. And when we blow into town for November and December, and we surf the Triple Crown, we go home, and I'm surfing waist-high waves. Marcus Hickman, Solomon Ortiz, these guys are still riding 8-foot boards out there at Sunset, loving it every day. There's a good swell. And that's what you don't understand. That's why these guys are so good out there. They're so comfortable. They surf this all winter long when we're just here for a couple swells.
Yeah, and if you notice, this wave provides you with so much speed. And in California and all around the world, you're really trying to generate speed within your surfing and your maneuver selection. But here it's all about harnessing speed and really just utilizing that speed that the wave gives you to perform to your best. So it's a completely different style of surfing, and it's cool to see all the people from International come here and give it a go. And sometimes you see people rising up to the challenge that you never expected, and that's kind of the special stories that create such excitement around these events too.
I remember Zane Harrison, the Australian, came in at 18, 19 years old, and he just attacked every wave out there in big challenging Sunset, and it was just, he really made a name for himself on the North Shore.
Well, as well as Tiago Perez. Do you remember that year? It was crazy. I remember being a little grom, and I'm like, who is this guy? And I heard he was super young, and he just made the bull charge, and I think Sunset can really elevate your, it can give you, it's a platform to generate a great career off of,
Yeah, and here at the last event of the Prime Series, it really sets you up for next year's events.
Yeah, it's huge.
Well, we see Gavin Gillette replaces 4.0 with a 4.83, so he's got a hold on first. Keikoa Picasso is holding down with 1 minute to go, that second place advancing. So Sean Cansdale still seeking that 3.67. Solomon Ortiz still looking for that 4.48, guys.
So do you think that these guys can hear in the lineup what they need? Or
Some can, but the caddies definitely can, and the caddies are the relayers.
Yeah, so if they're out there, they're probably just surfing, trying to surf through the rest of the heat here. They're probably just going, I need one more wave. Everyone, Gavin Gillette's probably saying, I need one more wave.
I think they've all been duck diving. You see them getting caught inside all the way. This set watched a lot of the competitors through the inside bowl, and it would be difficult for any of them to even find a wave with 30 seconds remaining, as this set has just cleared the lineup, and that can be so heart-wrenching to be in Sean Condell's position.
Here you go. Cancel might be in the spot here. It looks like Keikoa. No, someone's having a paddle.
That's Keikoa Picasso. Bam Bam taking a look from Mililani in that whitewater frothy section, so anything could happen here. Nice carving turn. Big bottom turn, generating speed underneath the hook, so he's going to solidify second place with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and what a way to end out a heat.
That was awesome, and that just shows you always got to stay in the game. You always got to keep your mindset positive, because you never know when the wave is going to come through like that. That could arguably be the highest scoring wave of the heat.
Yeah, that was a great position he found himself in after duck diving 5 or 6 waves and keeping Cansdale off him. If Cansdale catches that wave from Keikoa, it'd be a much different situation here. As we look at some highlights from this last heat and that great snap from Gavin Gillette. We saw him finish up the heat first, but we're still waiting on a score for Keikoa.
Yeah. Well, Cansdale, it was almost interesting. He seemed like he had almost inside positioning on that wave, but maybe it was just a little too far out, and it looked a little foamy, but Keikoa really pushed through that one.
Keikoa Picasso scores a 6.5, goes from second to first place. He'll win this heat with Gavin Gillette in second. Stick around, we'll be back with more exciting action here at the Vans World Cup of Surfing, second leg of the Vans Triple Crown.
So your policy looks good. Is there anything else?
Why'd you buy my husband a Falcon?
I didn't buy anyone a Falcon.
Saved us a lot of money on auto insurance. I used that money to buy a Falcon. Ergo, you bought me a Falcon.
Should get a Falcon. Most people who switch to State Farm save on average about $480. What they do with it, well, that's their business.
Oh, that explains a lot, actually.
Another reason people switch to State Farm.
Find your local Hawaii State Farm agent at www.sftraffic.net.
Get to a better state.
Round 128.
Welcome back to the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy. We are at the Vans World Cup of Surfing, a 6-star, $250,000 prime event, guys. Live at Sunset Beach, day number 1, heat number 6 on board.
Gosh, well, we just saw, I don't know if it pulled up on screen here, but Tori Meister just pushed into a massive cave. Hopefully we can get a replay of that, but kind of wiped out coming out. Here it comes right here. This is insane.
I like this hook he does under the lip. That's really difficult at Sunset to get a commitment right off the takeoff.
It's insane that you pushed up high in the barrel like that, and then the backwash just ate him up.
Yeah, I like that flip too coming out of the barrel. He was very close to an extremely high score on that wave.
Here we go from Puerto Rico. Brian Toth on his backside on his opening wave. Nice bottom turn. Hook underneath the hook. There he goes again. Keep him busy. Big long board. He's turning out there, Shay.
Yeah, he is. He did a great job. And here's our surfer in red, Hodai, behind him. Seen some nice mid-range sets. He's unable to keep that rail as he skips out on possibly one of those bumps.
Yeah, well, you know, those two rides right there are really interesting. Brian Toth's ride was phenomenal. You know, he was able to get up in the lip backside, which is really hard to do. He's no stranger to these kinds of waves. In Puerto Rico, they have really big open face waves, and he's ripping. He looked really comfortable.
Yeah,
Hodai really, he fell off on that wave, but he's comfortable out here too. A couple years back, he got a 10 in massive conditions like this, an inside barrel, and I was actually talking to him about it yesterday or 2 days ago, and he was really pumped to get out here and give it a go.
Yeah, there could be some opening wave jitters, get it out of the way real quick. But Brian Toth, he's going to get a nice score. That second wave, that second turn especially, really got up into the lip, and that's so difficult at Sunset.
Especially on your backside.
Yeah, Sunset can be so hard to get a turn, and you get up in that lip, and there's so much wind and so much bump that just keeping that control. Look at those teeth shining. Great to have you here, Dane.
Thanks. I'm stoked to be here. This is a great event. I'm super stoked that Vans is a part of it, and what a beautiful day. You know, first day of the Vans Triple Sunset World Cup here, and it's exploding.
Yeah, well, this is what we've been waiting for. You know, we had the 9 days of flatness at Haleiwa. We got through that. We condensed a 4-day event over in 3 days at Haleiwa. Now, big surf. This is what everybody's come to see.
Yeah, this is the big show. And truly, I've seen parking and traffic's already blocking the road. And everyone's down here to be a part of this great event. And, you know, it's going to be a great day of surfing. I'm really excited about it.
Brian Topp, a 6.33, multiple maneuvers there, Shay. He really opened up and setting the pace here.
Yeah, and it was that second turn where he got up into the lip. And
Yeah.
they want to see that out here because a lot of times those carves are pretty, but they don't have the degree of difficulty as you challenge the lip at Sunset. It's such a beast.
Well, that's a V8 engine behind that lip, and it's just going to smash you back down unless you're right in the right spot. And that's, you know, positioning your surfboard in the right position is everything on these snaps. And starting out with the 633, what do you think, Shay? What do you think Brian's mentality is right now in the heat?
I think he's relieved.
Do you think he's looking to back it up quickly, or just kind of, hey,
I would.
let's just not get
I'd
smashed
sit
here?
on that inside ball and get a quick 3.5,
Yeah.
something easy, and then get on the back and look for another quality 6.5 and really put the nails in.
Yeah, I think it puts you in a good quality commanding position. The heat's wide open, but you're starting off with a great 6.33, so I'm super stoked for Kathy to electrify.
Yeah, and he's got a lineup similar to this, like you said in Puerto Rico, some big island waves. We saw the event last year there at Middles, but then also the wave, the backup site was at Wilderness, and it's a big open ocean right, very similar to
I surfed out there one day with Brian, and his dad was out there actually, and it was massive. And Brian's dad was on a longboard with a purple peace sign on the nose, and it was so sick. It was signature, and he was just charging. The whole family charges and rips, so.
Here we go. Tori Meister in yellow up and riding on his second wave. Opened up with a 2.23. Here he goes. Nice big bottom turn. Sets up. Throws it off the lip and can't hold it.
Tori's one of those surfers that just goes 100% in every turn. If he finishes his rides, it's usually in the excellent range, and a lot of times he just catches a rail somewhere along his rides and ends up with a 4.
Yeah, but that's what makes it really exciting. You know, I love Tori for that. And it looks like Blue's on a kind of a wide one into the channel, but back to Tori Meister, I mean, you can feel the commitment that he's putting in. I've seen him on so many days at Backdoor just pulling into these massive closeouts, and you know it's shallow, you know it's harrowing, and, you know, YMA, I've seen photos of him just crushing it, you know.
Let's watch a replay of Tori Meister's opening ride.
Yeah, wow. Off the bottom, mid-face bottom turn, which is a really good call, carving through a vertical section right there. And let's see if we can get one more action here. Wow, pushing it vertical. For that big of a board, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's hard to get those tight arcs on a big board. You got to throw a lot of power, a lot of commitment, and that's when you can risk hitting that bump and just having the wheels fall off.
Yeah, you know it's funny when you hit that thing. Sometimes it'll shoot you like 5 feet off the lip, and you'll just be flying into the flats without control.
I think I've seen you on a couple backside turns. You lay out there and try and commit to that carb. Next thing you know, you're just skimming along on your face.
Oh yeah, but it's smiling the whole way down the face, so it's funny. You can go hybrid surf to body surf. It's pretty easy out here.
3.5 for Tori Meister and combo that with his 2.23. He's in second place, still chasing Brian Topp with that 6.33 in the lead.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting heat.
Let's take it down to Rocky Cannon. He's got the man from last heat. Take it away, Rock.
All right, thanks, Bo. I'm down here with Keikoa Bacalso, winner of the last heat in the last few seconds. Keikoa, talk about the conditions and your strategy out there in that last heat.
It's pretty wild out there. But I mean, everyone's got to surf the same conditions, so I just try to keep a good head on my shoulders and just try and be confident out there and just be patient. There's a lot going on out there, so it's definitely pretty easy to get overwhelmed and let alone just get pounded. A couple of sets came in out there. Got a good couple of 8-10 footers straight on the melon, so it's a good way to start the season. First big swell. Feel good.
And you look good out there. You're able to take the lead in the last few seconds, as I said, to win that heat. But how big a board are you riding? And talk about some of those donuts you received out there.
Yeah, so at the end, I heard I was in second. My caddy, Lee Freitas, was in the channel, and he told me I was in second, but third place only needed a 3. So I tried to play some defense out there, which is pretty tough out there. There's a lot of waves, and we're kind of far up the point, let alone for today, so we all pretty far out there, and then just got obliterated by a set, and seen a little double up. It was kind of chunky, a little white watery, but I figured if I needed something, to last minute heroics, this would be it, and ended up being a nice wave, I got a little shampoo shower, yeah, felt good.
That was a nice little bubble bath. And how big is your board, bro?
Oh, sorry, it's 7.0 Glen Tang. 18.5, 2.5. It's pretty good weapon, you know, pretty brand new. Been jonesing to surf it all season, you know. It's been pretty small, so the only time I really rode it was out of camis, you know.
Give it a little test run. Well, to be honest, Keikoa, I bet you are quite exhausted right now. We're going to let you take a rest, but are you glad that you don't have to go back out? You can kind of relax now and set up for day number 2?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I was kind of looking to this day, you know, I'll only be surfing once. You know, if I get through, you know, the forecast all next week looks pretty good. So this, you know, just getting out of today is just a bonus. So hopefully the next couple of days the conditions will clean up and kind of get a little more organized because, you know, it's game time out there. 7-0, baby.
Hey, congratulations, my brother. Good job. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Rocky. Congratulations to Keikoa. Used to ride a lot of HIC boards, so seeing him on the Town and Country, Glen Pang, you know, changing up the equipment there, and really paid off for him.
Yeah, well, I was watching him at Haleiwa surfing a Pang, and he was just ripping. And sometimes, you know, changing up the equipment, getting something fresh under your feet feels great, and looks like it's showing with the energy through Keikoa's surfing.
Glen's been making boards for a lot of the traveling surfers coming here and a lot of local Hawaiians. If you've ever had your feet on a Glen Pang, you know how comfortable they are in the Hawaiian lineups.
Yeah, I remember, I think Jake Patterson used to ride a bunch, and he would get these beautiful swallowtails, mini swallowtails, and they seem really loose in the pocket, especially in these big open face waves, and guys could just carve the bag out of them, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely showing in Keikoa surfing at Haleiwa on the 6.0s and here on a 7.0 at Sunset Beach.
He's got the whole package, you know, and that's what's really exciting about watching the Triple Crown. You never know what you're going to get. Keikoa ripped in small waves in Haleiwa and showed he can back it up right here at Sunset Beach.
And right now, he's number 7 behind Taj Burrow for the Triple Crown rankings for 2011 right now, heading into Sunset Beach.
Wow, so he can, with a great performance here, and then I think he's probably in pipeline. Is that right? Or
he qualified. He was one of the top 8 for the Hawaii
he had a beautiful
seeds.
10-point ride in the Volcom contest.
That's right.
A great backdoor ride. So it's going to be really exciting and to see how he performs throughout the rest of the Triple Crown. But
yeah, I can see him doing very well in these big conditions at Sunset, and then always a threat at backdoor and pipeline. Seen him just get some crazy barrels out there. Definitely an early Triple Crown threat.
It's cool, man. It's always an exciting time of year. The Triple Crown title is so honorable, you know, and I know being from Hawaii, these guys, it's part of the culture, you know, like I would love to see those guys win it again. It's been dominated by the Australians the last couple of years with Parkinson winning it the last 3, I think. So I'm sure on their home turf they want to take it back and kind of get back on the mojo with that thing.
They're the qualifiers. If you guys want to know who the 8 men who qualified at the Volcom Pipeline Pro for this year's Billabong Pipeline Masters, obviously John Florence. As we watch here, let's watch Hody Colazo first.
Wow, great bottom turn, faded off the bottom into a carving off the top. Let's see if it doubles up and allows him to have one more snap opportunity here. It looks a little bit backwashy and bumpy, but he's doing his best. Carve back into the whitewater there and kick out. So that'll be an interesting ride. Probably good just to get a recovery after that first wave, get the wax on the board, feeling grippy, and get ready for the next wave.
Sometimes if you have a bad wave like that, you're wondering if you can just stay on your board or your next one, if it's just going to go that way the rest of your heat.
Yeah, wow. And your mind is everything out there, really. It's just you and your mind.
Yeah, let's watch a replay. Last of red here, Hody Colazo.
Well, he did a great angular takeoff, which I really like, driving down the line, giving him a chance to get up in the section. And unfortunately just went a little bit whitewatery there from the wave before it, so it didn't really allow him to get super clean and critical in the pocket. But he did his best with what he had to offer there, and I'm sure he's going to be stoked to have a wave on the under the belt.
Yeah, it's only Brian Topp that 6.33 has any kind of score in this heat.
Yeah, this heat's wide open, and you know, you never know. At the end of the heat, is a 3 going to count? You just never know, and it might.
Yeah. A day like today, a 3 can count.
Yeah, and it's better to have it than not.
It could make you or break you.
Yeah, exactly. So, literally, Sunset can break you or
some of
make
these
you.
heat totals, 7-point heat totals are making it through today. With the challenging conditions, it's been very hard, even with a half-hour heat, to find 2 good scores.
Yeah, so, I mean, the conditions are kind of testing today, that's for sure.
Well, that last wave for Hody Colazo, a 3.67, so that's vaulted him into 3rd place now, needing only a 2.06. So, guys, you were asking about the 8 qualifiers for this year's Hawaii Regional into the Billabong Pipeline Masters. We saw John Florence win the event, but he's already on the World Tour, so an extra bump has been given down. But Jamie O'Brien was 2nd, Amayan Goodwin, Kai Barger, Ian Walsh, Bruce Irons, Evan Valier, Keikoa Picasso from the last heat, and Marcus Hickman. A solid field.
That's so solid, man.
Yeah,
it's so
sick. You do not want any of those guys in your heat if it's 6-foot backdoor or 12-foot pipe.
And you know who was actually ripping at Haleiwa and I was super impressed with, and I always am impressed with in Sunset Beach is Evan Valier. being a goofy footer, I've always looked up to his surfing everywhere in Hawaii. And he's got all the tricks in the bag. You know, he could be a contender for the Triple Crown as well. But that whole list is just insane at pipe. So I'm sure we're going to see some fireworks.
Well, Hody Colazo comes in at the top seed, number 76 from the Basque Country, but he's in third place right now. Brian Toth in the lead, coming in at number 108 on the world rankings, so a good chance for him to get into that top 100.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty critical to be in the top 100. Would you say, Shay? I mean,
yeah, especially we saw you've done very well for a couple years on the Prime Series, and then you had an injury and you slipped out of it.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. It was quicksand under there. But, you know, it's just the way it is if you can't get entry into some events. But, you know, there's definitely viable options on the 6 stars. We're seeing Kaloe and Dino basically achieve a lot of success while in 6 stars, as well as backing up with prime results. So, you know, the opportunity's out there for everybody, but definitely being inside the top 100, giving yourself a chance to surf in the Prime Series events is huge.
Speaking of injury, how's your brother doing, and what's an update of Patrick?
Yeah, he's doing great. You know, he's in a good headspace. He's obviously a little bit bummed that he couldn't be here competing in these events because he looks forward to them every year. And but, you know, he's doing his best. He's got a great team of people around him really looking after his ankle. And, you know, all you can do is try your best to get it ready for Pipeline. And, you know, he's ready to check it out. He's just going to wait and see.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard he's potentially going to be surfing a Pipeline if he feels comfortable.
Yeah, you know, it's up to the doctor and himself. He wants to surf it, obviously. I mean, who doesn't want to surf the Pipe Masters? It's a dream, a childhood dream, especially if it's 8 foot and perfect, you know. And, you know, but sometimes you have to make the smart, intelligent decision, and if your ankle's definitely not ready to go, then you have to weigh and measure that. But he's in a challenging position with the rating, so.
Do you see Dage just take that wave on the back of the head there as he tried to take off late?
What do they call it, the guillotine? Is that the guillotine right there?
That would be the guillotine. And a lot of time that's followed by the face smash to the board.
I got there and get a score. He's hasn't really opened it up yet. He's got a 2.47, so he's looking to better that up on his next ride.
Yeah, he needs a 3.27 to get into second. And your brother Tanner was telling me off mic that Pat's getting some laser rehab.
Yeah, it's crazy. The science nowadays is awesome. I had when I did my ankle, they did this thing called cold laser therapy, and I think it works on a cellular level to get circulation down there and heal it on a cellular level. And Patrick's working with a hot laser, which is a new thing. I think they tested it on horses or something. So who knows about that? He could come back looking like Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, let's get the stallion back to the stables here.
Let's see how he's doing.
What a great shot from our water cam out in the channel. They are out where the caddies are looking back at the main staging area. We've got 13 minutes, 45 seconds remaining on our Nixon watch, and here we go, up and riding. This is Tori Meister.
Wow, Tori's carving up to that section there. It looks like it's actually changing the conditions a little bit. It's kind of not really walling up on the inside as much as it was in the previous heats possibly. So finding that one with a good wall to get critical maybe 2 times is going to be pretty essential to making it through the heats, I think, Shay.
No, definitely. Just getting on a wall out there. A lot of these waves are doubling up and pushing through the lineup very fat. And if you can find that one that holds the reef on the inside bowl, those are the ones that guys are getting scores on. Like that opening wave for Brian Toth wasn't the biggest, but it got 3 nice maneuvers.
Yeah.
Well, it's really keeping him out in front of everybody else at 6.33.
Yeah, having a good big score like that definitely allows you to be in a position of control. You know, it's hard when guys are trying to get the scores, and sometimes on days like today, needing a 4 is very difficult to get. So if you have a 6.5, 6.3 in the bag, you're really in a spot where you just want to back that thing up and continue to surf your heat and try and find the right waves.
There was a shot of Ola Eliogram getting ready for his heat coming up, heat number 8, but we're in heat number 6. Coming up next, we're going to see former multi-winner of Sunset Beach, Mr. Pancho Sullivan, the 4-time winner out here at the XL Pro and some couple of 1-star events. He'll be up against his cousin Kevin Sullivan, Timmy Reyes from Huntington Beach, and Billy Stairdman from New Zealand.
I had a great self-preservation strategy. When heats at sunset were like this, I get out the back and try and catch a wave in as quick as possible. The less time I spent out in the lineup, the safer I felt.
Yeah, you're like, whoa, and then, you know, you see waves breaking. I mean, we're seeing waves breaking. It must be a mile, half a mile outside. So, I mean, that's pretty daunting when you're sitting out there alone and thinking about things. You have 30 seconds to think about the wave that's going to come smash you. So, you know, that might be a good strategy there, Shay. Just keep moving.
Keep moving, stay out of the danger zone as much as possible.
Yeah, it's like a roguing. It just can suck you up right into the pit and just spit you right out. So.
Brian Toth, the leader here in the white jersey. We've had one Puerto Rican surfer win an event in Hawaii. That was back in 2000 over the Pipeline Pro, where Carlos Cabrera won.
Yeah, I know he'd be watching right now. He'd be very proud of Dylan Graves and Brian Toth, you know, both representing Puerto Rico in this event. And Puerto Rico's got a great surfing community, and you know, I know they want to see him do well. Oh wow, huge light drop from Red, insane. Talk about commitment. That
was on that second wave of the set. And before it, we saw Dej, and all 4 competitors paddled for that first wave of Dej's, and he was the last person in the lineup and the only one that caught it.
Yeah, well, sometimes it goes your way. You know, sometimes you're in the right spot, and sometimes the waves have to find you. You know, really, that's what it boils down to. And Dej was in the right position for that wave, and he took it, and he made it work.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice score to get on the board. And a couple nice carves.
Oh, Hodej just got blasted on the inside ball. It's funny, sometimes you can be like, I'm in the channel, I'm in the channel, and all of a sudden you're like, I'm not in the channel. What happened?
Here's that late takeoff by Dej. He was on the shoulder bit, and the other guys were out too far and unable to hit that wave with all the wind blowing through the lineup. And here, a beautiful first carve. He sets up this last maneuver before it fattens up. And you see how fast that wave sinks into that deep water.
Yeah, it's so challenging. Oh my gosh. Super
and here we go.
Drop.
Here's Hody Colazo, the late drop in red that you guys were talking about. And then he just goes down to his ankles. I mean, he just had to compress right there.
Yeah, it looked like it threw him into a different direction than he wanted to go. But sometimes, you know, Sunset has its own way, and you're going whatever it tells you. So he did a great job of completing that drop. There was a lot of air under his board, especially with this wind. He probably couldn't see much and just was hoping to make connection somewhere at the bottom of the wave.
Well, we're going to be waiting the score last of Dej O'Connell. 1.33 separates second to fourth, so it's very close here from advancing, non-advancing positions here. Nixon time, 10 minutes remaining of this 30-minute heat. Each rider allowed to catch a maximum of 15 waves. We're not going to get anywhere near that in heats like out here today, but it's the best 2 rides that advance you out into the next round.
Yeah, sometimes I don't think you need 15 waves on a day like today. I think you just need 2 or 1 even. I mean,
yeah.
Brian's had 1 beautiful ride, and you know, that alone could see him advance.
He's in first right now with just that 1 ride with 10 minutes. We're 2/3 of the way through this heat, and he hasn't been able to get that 3.5 to really back it up. And now, that's that Hodej's caddy?
No, I think that's Billy Stearman's caddy. That's Ricardo Christie right there. And you know what's funny about? Oh, I don't even think he's out there, so I don't know who's caddying for that.
Could be caddy for the next heat.
That's the second broken board I've seen today, and we might have one in the free surf as well. So possibly a third has been broken as well.
I have a feeling that's Billy Stearman's board, and he's in the next heat, and that's his board caddy for the next heat. So that just goes to show you that possibly that board was broken in the channel.
There's a Glenn Pang.
That's his board, the Oakley on the nose.
Yeah, so that could be a board caddy taking a bomb in the channel. So I wonder if Billy Stearman's like, man, come on. What are you doing over there? No, but sometimes the wave, if it actually catches you in the channel, is more powerful than over there because it just pushes you so deep. And you really just see darkness when you open your eyes in the water and hope that you're coming up.
Well, guys, Dej O'Connell, 3.8 on that last ride, vaulted him into second place. So Hody Colazo needs a 2.61. And for Tori Meister, now needing a 2.78, just marginal scores for advancing here.
Yeah, and here comes Yellow on a great-looking wall on this wave. This is what we're talking about with that beautiful open-face wall that he can really activate on.
Yeah, Tori did a good job to get around that first section, and now coming to this inside, and it just fattens out. It goes so deep, so fast there, and now Toth on a bomb out the back.
Oh, it looks like he's right at home on these walls. And
that one went in fast.
That one went into the channel a little bit much. I don't know, maybe the direction's changing. I got too excited saying it's looking right at home, but I don't know. We'll see. I don't think that score will factor in for Brian and push him up.
Yeah, this place can offer some scary wipeouts because where it sucks out in barrels in the bowl, it's very shallow, but then it goes into about 30 feet of water, and next thing you know, you're like, I just fell. It was like 5 feet deep. I was on the bottom. Now you're doing like 6 breaststrokes to get to the surface, and you're like, it's got to be here somewhere.
It's so funny, actually. A funny story was, I think 2 years ago, or whenever Tanner made a qualification here by getting into the quarters, I was his board caddy for the heat in the quarterfinals, and I was out there early, and I took off on a wave, and I broke his board like 2 minutes before the heat started. I had to swim in all the way from the outside. He was like, Dane, what the heck? That was a magic board. Are you kidding me? So it can happen, you know. Sometimes the caddies have put themselves in precarious positions.
Yeah, you've been known to do that more than once.
Yeah, don't give me your board if you don't want it to be broken. So,
7 minutes remaining on the Nixon watch. We are in heat number 6, half-hour heats today, so only round 1 will be run today. Round 2 will be on standby for a call tomorrow, and we could be running round 1 today, round 2 tomorrow, and then be on standby for midweek as we watch Tori Meister on this last wave.
This is an important wave for Tori. He needed that 2.83 to get up into position, and he scored a 3.13, and that saw him move up into second. And that was on that first turn because he totally misread that second one as it
Well, I think that
fattened out.
the section kind of broke a little faster than he was wanting it to. You know, I think it kind of surged. He wanted to probably get up more critical on that first turn, but he had to go around that big whitewater ball, unfortunately.
Yeah, there was enough to get the score, but just barely, and he's still not in a safe position as both his competitors in third and fourth need not even a 3-point ride.
Dude, I don't know. Is that a 10-point ride out here today? It's pretty challenging, but you know, it can happen within 5 seconds. We saw Kekoa also drop that 6.5 at the end of his heat, and it really didn't look like there was going to be much left out in the lineup. And it just happened. Turned on, he ripped one up and got a 6.5. So
the scores are out there. It's about finding them today.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at that. Less than 2 points separate first and last between Brian Toth right now and Hody Colazo in red. So it's still anybody's heat. So again, like you said, last wave of the heat could be the winner.
You got to stay right in it all the way to the buzzer. And Brian right now is only counting a 1.5, so I'm sure he's eager to back that thing up and really extend the lead.
And that was his last wave. Just a one turn.
So that was it. That helped him. Maybe pushing every bit helps out here, you know. You never know when you're going to need it.
Brian's going to need a second score because one good set comes through this lineup, and I've seen surfers go from first to fourth in an instant.
Yeah, that's a heartbreak hotel.
Haleiwa, Dane?
Yeah. It was just bringing back all those great memories, Shay. No. But, you know, sometimes you can't control that, and you just got to try and make the best decisions for yourself and how you're surfing your heat, and whatever happens is kind of whatever goes down. So
look at those guys just paddling through all that chaos and wind and whitewash foam.
Wow, here comes
we
yellow.
See something a little better looking for Tori.
It seems like the guys have been pushing out a little farther. Tori finds us on the inside bowl, and wow, activating hardcore. That was committed. Big. Oh.
And there's Tori. He just goes so hard in every maneuver, and he hit that lip way high up there in the pocket, airdrop down, and was unable to control it at the bottom. It's just so much bump and wind gets underneath your board.
Yeah, but I think that they're going to deem that this was a completed maneuver, and I think that they could score this really high for, I mean, the commitment level. See how hard he's turning off the bottom into the critical lip.
He got that extra bit of torque off the bottom, and then free fell out. And then here, though, look at this bump, and swept his board out from underneath his feet.
That was sick.
And then let's watch the side view from Mike Prickett.
Where you're seeing to turn over your rail on that big of a board frontside, but that maneuver is very difficult to do. And Tori just wrestled that with pure power. And so, you know, I think that he should be really rewarded.
Yeah, no, he made that. It was when he was eyeing up the second section, and that whitewater swept the board out from underneath him.
Did he just get a 5.93?
That was it, 5.93. So that vaults him into the lead. So that pushes up the margin. Brian Toth goes from first to second. He needs a 3.1 to regain first. Now for Dej O'Connell out of Maui, needing a 4.11, and for Hody Colazo, needing a 4.24.
Wow, so that really just cracked it open, the heat. And you see one big maneuver can change everything.
And now Toth is getting a little sketchier in his position. Still need to better that score as now Dej and Hody, 4-point rides, low fours.
It's 3 minutes to go here. This is testing times here, and hopefully Toddy can back that thing up and is aware of what he needs. I'm sure he knows that he wants to get another wave.
Hey, rain was forecasted, but what a beautiful day we have here, guys.
Yeah, it looks like the winds are clearing out those clouds, and we got nothing but sunshine on the horizon there, Bo.
Here we go in red, Hody Colazo, possible whitewater takeoff, just bouncing around. He's going to go for it here. Currently in fourth place, seeking a 4.24. Not going to get it there. He's going to bail out.
Nice. You know, that sometimes you got to go to no, but maybe that one looked a little bit weird into the channel. Too much to go, but he might find himself in a good position on the inside bowl when everyone else is too far out. You know, that could be a good positioning for Hody being in fourth place looking to get a score. So I'm sure he's going to be eagerly combing through that lineup.
Yeah, we saw him. He took that late takeoff on his belly. He couldn't see what the wave was going to do on the inside. He just knew he had an opportunity to catch a wave at sunset, and let's see how this works out.
Yeah, that's kind of all you can do, you know. And there's a great one on the inside. It looked like Hody was almost in position for that. And if he could put himself anywhere near catching one wave like that, I'm sure that he could get the 4.27 or 24 that he requires.
Nixon time counting down, 2 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Heat number 6, the $250,000 Advanced World Cup of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy.
This is a good wave for Dej here on the inside, way in the inside bowl, and see if it hugs the reef. It looks to be pushing a little fat though out to sea.
Yeah, that was a tough one, the way the angle of the thing came. It looked phenomenal when he took off, but hopefully he's gonna do 2 power carves into the channel. So we'll see what the judges score that one, but he's probably wanting to get back out there and give him another crack.
So hard to read. It really did look like it was going to hug that inside bowl.
We were just freaking up here like, wow, look at the opportunity he's got right here. So that just goes to show Sunset, you never know what you're going to get until you take off.
And he didn't give up.
Yeah, you got to keep fighting out there. When you're in third and fourth, even first and second, man, it's just full court press all the time.
And a lot of these guys, like you were talking about earlier, don't even know the relay of the scores, so they're guessing they're behind the 8 ball at all times.
Exactly, and here goes yellow. Tory Meister, oh, I don't know if he got sucked over.
That was a very good wave we see going through the bowl. He was just out of position, barely able to not get onto that wave.
Yeah, well, it ledges up so quickly here. You really have to find yourself in the right position to take off and give yourself a good bottom turn, because positioning on the takeoff is pretty critical to how you end up riding the wave. So, you know, sometimes that puts yourself in a positioning with your arms or length of board to put yourself in the right spot. So
yeah, it does some crazy takeoffs out here. I remember a cover of Munga Berry. I remember a really crazy shot of Andy Irons out here on a massive peak at sunset.
Yeah, I love those beautiful kind of nostalgic photos. I mean, the Munga Berry photo is just everywhere. And I think that's seared into everyone's mind, as well as the Andy Irons. And,
yeah, the Andy Irons was actually, he told Grant Ellis that's his favorite photo of him.
Well, I think he had a red rails on his board. It was when he had the crosses on his board. That was really sick.
I mean, remember, guys, he won the World Cup of Surfing going left.
I remember that. That was crazy. No one's doing that.
Michael Ho did it. Andy Irons did it.
Oh, wow.
It's happened in the past. 30 seconds remaining here. Heat number 6. It looks like Meister and Toth are going to take it here unless we see some heroics from O'Connell and Collazo.
Yeah, just amazing that Brian Toth got this wave in the opening minute of this heat, it seemed, and he's just been stuck out there, unable to even get anything better than a 1.57.
And he's definitely trying his best, you know, and that just goes to show that Sunset's equalizer, you know.
Look at those things detonating on the caddies.
That was the caddy right there. They might have a couple more broken boards as the heats go on with the caddies.
Well, here's a recap as you see Brian Toth and Des O'Connell get ready for their heat as they go for the attack. But it was Tory Meister winning this heat. End over end, tumbling out. But this was the 6.33, Shay.
Yeah, I like the second turn up into the lip. Really clean wall. He's surfing very fast.
Yeah, Tothy surfs phenomenal on this backstand especially. So, and this is looking like it's blue Des O'Connell. So he's got to be stoked to get into the event and give himself a shot. So I'm really stoked to see him out there surfing.
Well, stick around. We got more Vans World Cup right after this.
Round 128.
Off the wall since 1966. Well, we're not looking quite down off the wall there, but around the corner is off the wall. And Vans bringing you this, the round of 128, heat number 7. In fact, all the competition. It is the Vans World Cup, $250,000 in prize money. Billy Stearman out of New Zealand. In the lineup with Timmy Reyes, Kevin Sullivan, and Poncho Sullivan. I believe Love Hodel paddling out. There's some veterans out there in the lineup. Poncho and Love doing the caddy work. Caddy, your best friend, joining me in the booth. Now, this is David Stanfield along with Ross Williams, and in between is Jody Wilmot. Jody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Exciting times here for the first day of competition.
This is serious.
Real serious stuff. As we see 4 very talented surfers in the lineup. Here is Sullivan in blue starting things off.
Well, this is the guy, yeah, Ross.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Jody, I had a little free surf this morning, and I watched Poncho get a sick little barrel. You know, you could argue that definitely one of the favorites to win this event. Poncho is just extremely comfortable in these conditions.
And Kevin Sullivan as well, going for the throat, kind of no man's land right there, looking for an opening.
Wow, that was kamikaze. That was awesome.
A shutdown barrel. There we go, in between the beautiful Jody Wilmot. Jody, pro career of surfing, South Africa, Hawaii, all around the globe, and now running the press operations, Ocean Promotion, and phenomenal job. How many years with events on the North Shore?
Too many.
Too many. Top secret.
No, never enough, actually. I should rephrase that. It's great. I love coming back for the winter, and we've been kind of on the road this year, and we haven't seen anything like we're watching on this replay here with Kevin Sullivan.
And he was committed, wasn't he?
Look at that thing.
He knew. I think he knew he wasn't going to make it. That was just awesome points there, just for sacrifice.
And then Poncho Sullivan, how about this rail work? I think he's been out here before.
You know, Poncho picked off the absolute perfect wave out there today. You got to get those medium ones. They're a little more deep on the reef, and he did just that. So smart.
Impressed with Poncho Sullivan and connecting really nice words up at San Francisco. Great color commentator. Poncho doing a great job. He goes, "Guy, I've got a lot of respect for you guys. That's hard up there," but he did a phenomenal job. Well, is that current from a boat? No, that's the rip just going through, and Poncho digging deep to get back in the lineup. 30-minute heats, they can catch 15 waves, the best tool count. If anybody catches over 10 waves, it'll be crazy. We saw Belly coming close, but this is a big, crazy open arena we have here.
I don't know. I reckon Poncho's probably relaxed to be back out there than the duties that he's been doing recently. He knows this place so well, and he's got those tiki legs that just tap into the power and hold on like nobody's business. Those bottom turns that he can pull off out here and control the power or something else.
Yes. Big cleanup set coming through. Let's see if it reforms. Good. A lot of people on the beach watching. Phenomenal action here for a Sunday. Cam Highway is packed. Jody, let's go back to Ocean Promotion. Was it Carol Hogan?
Yeah.
Let's go back to Carol Hogan. You and Carol were friends, and you've taken over the business.
She's probably watching, though. She never gave up on surfing, and she's up in Washington State now and still keeps a very close eye on things. She loved all ocean sports and set up some pretty big shoes for me to walk in. So it's been good fun trying, but it's been quite a few years now, and we still stay in touch. She's great.
And as we have everybody's attention here with Jody up here, what is an update in terms of signing up those that are invited and alternates for the Quicksilver memory of Eddie Aikau? Could you tell us real quick where people need to sign up this year for that event? Are you?
Yep, they're going to be at the Surfer Bar on Wednesday afternoon at 3:30.
Okay, and then the opening ceremony is on Thursday, right?
Thursday, 3 o'clock, Waimea Bay. That's correct.
Oh, it should be big then. Let's go down to Kaipo Guerrero on the beach. Kaipo.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with heat winner Tori Meister. Tori from the Big Island making the boys at Banyan star with that performance. Looking difficult out there, Tori. Talk a little bit about the conditions out there in your heat.
It's really hard sunset. You know, it's as big as it's been all year, and everyone's kind of like, oh, I mean, I've been surfing 1 foot waves, and then all of a sudden, here, get every 7-0 and go try to do a turn. So it's definitely hard. It's really challenging. The surf is huge and all over the place, so just trying to stay on my feet.
So talking about turns, you did that one huge man turn out there off the bottom, big snap off the top, and talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I just didn't really complete much, and I was kind of getting pissed off that I couldn't pull anything, so I was like, felt like I was in the spot, and I just tried to lay into it, and no, luckily it didn't kill me.
Well, good job staying on board. You're making all the boys back home proud. Give them some shouts out.
Yeah, all the boys at home at Banyan's, and then my girlfriend over in California, Kristen, and her family. Hope they're all doing good. And my mom, too, on the Big Island.
All right, so Tori's doing great. We'll see him in the second day of competition, hopefully tomorrow. Congratulations, Tori.
Right on. Thank you.
All right, back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much.
He looks like he's been through the ringer, doesn't he? He's looking washed up. That was a heavy heat.
Heavy heat. Now, Tori Meister, 23 years of age, on the North Shore here over at Kona, the Big Island, and family and friends around the globe. Tori Meister does win. And take a look, not eclipsing the 10-point ride. The 9.432 wave total gets him through, along with Puerto Rican Brian Topp. O'Connell and Galazzo, unfortunately, not advancing through. Flashback to Tori Meister, 2009. He just about made the final here. A runner-up spot, a third-place result in semi number 1 of our 2009 World Cup here. So he has an equal fifth worthy. He had to surf a lot of heats. That contest ended up winning was Joel Parkinson.
Yeah, Tori Meister is a young Hawaiian, and he's got lots of talent. I like the way he surfs, whether it's Haleiwa or Sunset or even Pipe and Backdoor. he's not afraid to throw it up there, as you saw in that last little replay there. Going straight up the lip out of here at Sunset is not the normal move, so Tori's not afraid, and you got to like that.
Part of the ISA team for Team Hawaii, NSSA competitor, ISA competitor, QS competitor. We've seen him in the CT events. You know, he's been an alternate in there. Remember the year he was an alternate for Sonny Garcia, who missed his heat. He was chasing down some Finns. Sonny got caught in traffic. Tori got the call and went out there and
put on a show.
Poor Tori. I mean, that was a bad spot to be in. But yeah, anyways, he's promising young talent from Hawaii.
So, press people interested in not only what Carissa Moore is doing with her life, but the overall fact that we have some solid surf here. Very entertaining down at Haleiwa. Everybody loved the air show. And now we're to some serious man-sized surf. Who are the press people that are showing up on site here? Do we have a pretty good contingent?
We do. We actually have a couple of people showing up this week. This is where we start getting into the real meaty end of it all. We've got a Reuters journalist out of Australia. He actually wrote a feature piece that went all around the world on Carissa last week. Here's something amazing. That thing was picked up from Johannesburg to Iraq, where they're probably fascinated by the fact that a woman is taking on men in competition. New Zealand, London, that story went everywhere. It was huge. He's flying in this week, so he's going to be putting out a few more global stories on the Reuters Wire about some of the larger stories, just fans and their contribution to surfing that continues on in this event. We're seeing somebody out in the water in white.
Timmy Reyes, I'm not sure if he's got a caddy out there. I know he bolted to the water real quick. Timmy Reyes is goes feral now and then, loves to surf and find huge waves up and down the coast, whether it's in Mexico or Northern California. Timmy is a hard charger and a former CT guy who spent 5 years on the World Championship Tour. I miss him on the tour. He's just a great go-for-it guy based out of Huntington Beach. 29 years of age. Last time we saw him on the World Tour, 2009.
Well, let's take a look at this replay. He got a bunch of maneuvers off, and which is not easy to do on a day like today. And he started that nice little setup turn, that nice little cut back here, and this is where the wave kind of builds up on that inside bowl. Nice, another little cut down, kind of a carve cut down, and looking for the barrel there, just missing it. Does get a little shampoo on the back there, so that's going to be a solid score.
Talking to Timmy right before his heat on where he's going out and finding his waves. Again, he doesn't usually travel with 19 different people to take photos and pictures. He's thinking of doing a trip to Alaska. If he has to make a call, he can jump on a plane, but he's got one of those vehicles that looks like it's ready to go anywhere on the planet, and it's equipped for the outback. And then some. And just to love, if you're a surfer and you're always chasing down good waves, he kind of does the secret stuff. He's always under the radar.
Well, and in this day and age, too, to be a pro surfer, you know, you got to kind of think outside the box. There's tons of kids out there that are just, you know, doing flips and airs on every wave, and everyone's, you know, there's a lot of good pro surfers out there. So I credit Timmy for thinking outside of the box, and, you know, you got to do what you can to stay in the limelight.
Here comes the hard charger, Kevin Sullivan, 24-year-old from Lahaina, Maui, and going for a cover-up section here. What a difficult one to read.
Little rebate on that.
That was a long wave.
A lot of warble on it. He opened up with a 3.0.
Some good wave selection, but there by Kevin. And, you know, I think you see with Kevin and with Poncho, these guys have surfed at Sunset for many, many years. And they're really astute at finding themselves in that position where they can read what's going to happen down the line on that inside bowl, where on a day like today, you may just be getting the lion's share of your points on the ride. Is that right, Russ?
Yeah, you know, the tricky thing about getting a good wave here, as you see him set up this little barrel, those medium ones are the ones you want, and in order to set yourself up in a position to get those waves, you have to duck dive all those big sets that just burger outside. It's a clean little barrel there. And so anyways, you know, you have to expend a lot of energy to get in that spot where guys like Poncho and them know where to sit. That's those medium clean ones that run across the reef.
You know, one thing is interesting, like Kevin Sullivan, a lot of the great Hawaiian surfers that love the barrel ride. Looking at Kevin last year, I think he was runner-up in the 4-star Puerto Escondido event. A lot of the Hawaiians go over there and make that event because it is such a pounding, barreling beach break. It's the Mexican pipeline. Kevin with a great result there, loves the barrel, and coming into this event, well, he was 137 after the Reef Hawaiian Pro, 137. So he didn't lose much. 65th result for our surfer in yellow. and a 3.0 and looking for a second score. Timmy Reyes looks like he's going to get on the board with a good one. And Pancho Sullivan's first wave comes in at a 7.0. No surprise there.
Yeah, that was just too easy for Pancho, and and you can see that he's just patiently waiting for that his second backup score. So right now, what he's doing is he's just positioned himself out there in the lineup, waiting for that medium one. As I say, here he is, up and running. He's going to try and fade across. This might even barrel, you guys.
This looks beautiful on the inside. It's really standing up. Pancho just gouging out of the top there. Setting up, looking for that inside barrel. It's starting to dredge. If anyone's going to find it, he will. There it is.
That was cool. That was so old school, and that's what I love about this contest. It's just totally different from what we've been seeing lately with all the smaller wave events with the airs and stuff. You win heats out here by doing big old man hacks and barrels, and you just got to love it.
Well, take a look at the speed, the power is here. Now you've got to control it with some really subtle moves, because basically the wave is dictating moving so quick here at Sunset Beach.
Yeah, that was just such a cool carve. That first turn was not as easy as he made it look. And you could tell he's just setting up that barrel from the beginning, and he got it.
And take a look at that board, and look at the rocker in it as well. Pancho out in the lineup with Love Holdell on the corner with a backup board. He paddles back out. He's got a 7.0. He's in the lead. Timmy Reyes' first wave comes in at a 5.5, and we're waiting on a score, I believe, for Sullivan to come through.
Yeah, so basically with Pancho, where he's at right now in this heat, he's green. He's got the green light. He's just going to go out there and basically wait for a really good wave. He's making this heat.
Yeah.
Any surprises for the Quicksilver in memory of Eddie Aikau in terms of who's been voted in this year? What's the news story there?
I think Jeremy Flores is an interesting new inclusion, young European. There's 24 invitees that go through a multi-stage selection process, and then on top of that now you have 4 international assignments. So basically they go to their major territories. We see a wave here. We'll come back to that story. Timmy Reyes on an absolute bomb of a takeoff.
And Ross, it looks like it's cleaning up a bit.
It does. And this is one of those medium waves that they hit that reef just right. And this is going to build up for him. Let's see if he can climb this little whitewash here. He's eyeballing it. Oh, got the better of him there.
Maybe he was contemplating a Hawaiian Air on that one.
Yeah, he might have been.
A little foam climb, maybe a re-entry, maybe it was a pull-out, we'll never know, but Reyes gets yet another score. In the lineup, Billy Sterman, the 22-year-old out of Raglan, New Zealand. Have you ever had a chance to visit Raglan?
Oh.
Unbelievable. Yeah, well, look at their faces light up.
We're all nodding and pointing to each other. Yeah.
Unbelievable location.
Well, your hubby's from New Zealand, correct?
No, he just looks like he is.
Oh, right.
Well, Billy Sterman, the 22-year-old from a location that is one of the best laps on the planet.
Yeah, he's looking a little lost on these rights, though. I tell you, it's not until you're out there, and I think we've seen flashes of it with the water camera angle today, but it's not until you're sitting out there in that sunset lineup that you can have any concept of how vast that lineup is. It is enormous.
You know what, Dylan Goodell just making sense in terms of entering the water. You've got a current out there. If he would have gone out straight out, he would have possibly taken a beating on the head. Here he can work just to the edge of Val's Reef and then maybe sneak with the current. Let's see how he's going to get out. Just getting out is tricky. You really want to time it, or you're going to. We've seen people break their boards just getting out through the shore break here.
Yeah, we just saw a caddy, right? Did you guys see that? That caddy snapped his backup board that he was towing along behind him on his leash, and so before he even got 20 feet out, he had to come back in because he snapped the board. But looking at Dylan Goodell there, he's got a little bum wing there. He's got a tape around his ankle. That's going to be tough, you guys, with these choppy conditions. I mean, that's maximum pressure, all that jolt hitting each chop. That's going to be. We'll see how he handles all those bumps out there.
Talking about the shore break, Jamie O'Brien said this morning after his heat that the shore break's bigger than Haleiwa got all week last week.
That's true.
So you really got to just negotiate the inside.
I chatted with Olamana Eliogram. I go, where do you practice? Is there anything like over in Hana? Well, we got the wind over there. We got some kind of crazy surf, but basically to practice for sunset, you surf sunset.
Yeah.
Right. This could be, I mean, you could grab some waves out of Ho'okipa on a windy day. That could be good training.
I asked him, he goes, I don't surf there.
I don't blame
the
him.
drive is too heavy, right? 5,000 curves, cliffs, 2-lane road. To get out to the Hana Highway out there, you just say, nah, I'll just stay out in Hana.
Right, yeah, I don't blame him. And that is a slice of paradise where they are.
No guard gate needed, just make it a long, twisty, challenging road. Kevin Sullivan's second wave score, a 5.33, and now he's trying to replace a 3.0. Billy Stearman did get on a wave, quick in and out.
And again, look, here he's trying again now, just getting himself over the ledge on that one, defeating the wind finally.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake to take off on those wide ones. As you see, he's just on a big old burger there.
Well, Billy comes in wearing the red singlet. That would be the top seed, 81st at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, and number 75 coming into this event. He moved up a couple of spots from 78 to 75 in the One World ranking. You want to be in the top 32 at the end of the year?
You do.
Yeah, it's not getting any easier to make the tour.
I think your income will change a little bit.
Yeah, and the Dream Tour is really dreamy. I mean, it's got a little bit more elite, and so if you make it on that big stage, man, you're doing well.
We saw some great events this year across the globe. Obviously, even some 4, 5, and 6-star events. The Volcom event to really start things off, the 5-star, phenomenal surf. But even we had an event in New York.
Well, that's right, and turned out to be pretty spectacular, actually. And like 50,000 people on the beach each day. You can't turn your nose down at that. Here we go. Is this Poncho again?
Poncho again.
Yeah, look at that. Just such a huge sweeping cutback.
And looking at Poncho and the way he opened things up and the way he selected his waves, very similar to Jamie O'Brien, just kind of solid, and now he can, you know.
Yeah, you get those heat scores like we're seeing here with Poncho, where you're in the mid to high teens. You know that guy knows what he's up to when you see a score like that. That's what Jamie had as well. And then you'll have another heat that follows up with it. They're completely lost out there in that lineup, and you know, it's tough to even get 6 points down sometimes, isn't it?
I mean, on a day like today, Poncho Sullivan wakes up, looks at the conditions, goes, "Oh yeah." I mean, it's just too easy for him. It's like stealing candy from a baby. He had to be happy when he saw it was this big.
Yeah, the power surfers are definitely looking forward to getting the lineup. 22-year-old Billy Stearman right now is a 1.5 and a 2.0. He is needing a hefty score of an 8.70. Best wave ridden is a 7.0 by Poncho Sullivan. Poncho checks in at 38, Billy Stearman 22. Then Kevin Sullivan's got a birthday coming up, but he's 24 right now, and 29-year-old, 5-year pro on the World Championship Tour out of Huntington Beach, wearing white, Timmy Reyes. So you've got your veterans from 22 to 38. Poncho doing a lot of coaching as well, and it has helped Carissa Moore out here in the lineup with Miles.
Yep, most definitely. And, you know, I think they're very similarly suited in a way for you know, obviously a smaller female, but she's a very powerful build, and her surfing style is somewhat like his. You know, they really position all of their turns out of that bottom turn. They set up on that bottom turn, a heck of a lot of stored power in those legs, and she always seems to excel when it starts getting real meaty and powerful out here at Sunset. And she was out there this morning with the guys catching a few. And I have a feeling tomorrow when it cleans up a little bit and she does take to the water, it's going to be pretty much to her liking. She likes this stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, she's not in a real disadvantage as maybe some of the other ladies might be. She's got some strong legs, and she can definitely keep up with the big boys out there. So you know, it'd be nice to see her make a couple rounds. You know, where in Haleiwa she got you know, those tough conditions.
Well, all the local newscasters, weather forecasters talking about the wind, batten down the hatches, but talking about the North Shore. Everybody on the island knows about this through the local news channels. And Jody, it's no secret that it's out, and Big Surf at Sunset Beach brings out the big crowds.
That's right. And even though it's broadcasting live on Oceanic, I think there's still nothing like being a part of the actual real day, is there?
That was a big crowd.
That's a big crowd.
That shot was really cool. I mean, I don't know how many people are down here, but that's bigger than normal, especially for the first day.
It really seems like Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, it is. Yep. You are live in Southern California and all of Hawaii. Possibly 1 million homes tuning into HD in Hawaii. And there we go, backup, and your third and fourth backup boards are waiting in the wings right there. You might need it.
That looks like Joel Centeo's quiver there, and that's another standout out here. He should be fun to watch.
It's a nice lineup of equipment.
Well, the surfers that have survived so far, that have advanced through, we take a look at heat number 1, 30-minute heat. Vincent Dubiak, Frenchman, very impressive. Evan Blair advancing through as well. Marcus Hickman, Perth Stanley coming in as an alternate, gets the nod. And then Billy Kemper, Chris Foster, Jamie O'Brien, Brent Dorrington out of Australia, Keikoa Balcalso, and Gavin Gillette. More recently, Tori Meister and Brian Toff. In this heat right now, 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. These signs, I see them everywhere.
Kumbaya, my lord.
Rip Currents.
Playing a little guitar under that.
How many times can you warn people on the beach and they still don't listen or heed? Definitely, if you're going to come to the North Shore with family and friends and kids, be careful. Talk to the lifeguards, first of all, if you're clueless.
Especially on a day where, I mean, today is big, but the good thing about today is it's big all the time. Jody, as you know, a lot of those days are dangerous. Most dangerous is when it goes flat for maybe 5-10 minutes, and you'll get a tourist out there that thinks it's a nice, calm day, and a big old set comes and just nabs them.
This is, we're looking at Kevin Sullivan trying to find another inside barrel. He's speeding up through that section. Looks like he hit the roof.
Yeah, he did a kind of a weird late bottom turn, and he might have went up and over in that barrel, but that's so tricky to time those inside barrels. And he's back up on his board. He's okay. He's going to head back out, as we see Pancho, who's basically free rolling right now. He's already pretty much won this heat, and he's going to stalk maybe inside section, and he's out. Ooh, nice kick out.
Yeah, talking about, it's funny when we get a lot of visitors here in Hawaii who come from Middle America, many other continents as well, and it's just hard to grasp what the power of the ocean means if it's not something that you've grown up around and become comfortable with. But I remember many, many years ago, one of the early videos out of the Eddie Aikau event at Waimea Bay, and one of the surface comments was, "You ever carried a bucket of water? Pretty heavy, isn't it?"
Right.
Now picture about a couple 100,000 of those landing on your head and you'll know what we're talking about. So, you know, I think it's difficult for a visitor who's coming to an ocean like this for the first time to understand what that power is all about. But the undercurrent will suck you out in a flash, and all of a sudden you're in the red zone.
There are plenty of safe locations here on the island. First of all, try a swimming pool. Make sure you know how to swim. Just because you have some great Era board shorts doesn't mean you're a surfer. And in fact, speaking about the Era board shorts, we're going to give away 5 of them today. 5 questions today. You're going to go on Facebook.com/Vans. And I don't know, in another 15, 20 minutes, we'll just make up a question and we will have the answer. If you get the answer right and you're the first person to post it on Facebook, you're going to get a pair of shorts. Beautiful Sunday, Cam Highway. Well, Kamehameha Highway, King Kamehameha 1. There's 3 following, but this highway right here, named after the legend himself, the first king. And Cam Highway is busy trying to get here. If you've got a bicycle, that's the way to get here, is on the bike path. Pancho Sullivan, a dominant performance, a couple of waves that he's thrown out, a 3-3 and a 2-0, but he opened up with a 7-0, then a 6-9-3. Timmy Reyes has moved into the second spot, 2 waves, 5-5 and a 4.7. Kevin Sullivan right now needs a 4.88 if he knows that. That's the question.
Yeah.
Does he know he needs that score? And Billy Stearman looking for an 8.70.
But more than any other event in the world for a surf contest, I mean, a caddy just plays a huge role. So that's exactly right. I mean, does Kevin know? I don't know if he has a caddy out there. I think most guys are smart enough to make sure they got a caddy. But, you know, sometimes the caddy can't hear the scores either. So just, you know, you got to be on your game out there.
I don't know. I've seen Reno Says out there with the waterproof radio communication. So somebody on the beach giving them update scores. And it's happening. We have a huge staff online, in the competitors area. The doctors, Dr. Leland Dow, Jay Christensen, ACT trainers, Sandra Clegg, Darcia Collins, John Ehrman, masseuse, Dr. Clay Everline, Dr. Tom Forney, Dr. Greg Hunderland, and Usling Condon, physio. Look at that. It's more than right now at the local hospital.
If you get hurt, it's all good. You're going to get taken care of.
You get hurt, bring them here, you know.
Okay, there's a water camera view looking westward at this point.
Right. I love this shot. I mean, this gives you an idea of just how crazy and how much water is moving around. These guys are sitting in a channel, and just look how nuts that is. There's water everywhere.
That actually makes it look kind of too nice, if you ask me. It doesn't look anywhere near that nice as it does on the HD camera when you're out there.
Randy Rarick did say, I think he called it on the button there, the Surfline forecast is for the swell to peak right around now, and it does look like it's calmed down a bit. Those big wash-through huge sets seem to be a little less frequent, so it's going to get more contestable as the day goes.
What's crazy, though, is this wind. We've still got some really heavy gusts pushing through, and Sunset is one of those places where if you're like Timmy Reyes right here, you're paddling into these waves with a huge face wash up the, the updraft is just blinding you. You're often taking off blind into these waves and get to the bottom and finally take a look at what's ahead of you.
Yeah.
It's stinging, isn't it?
What happened to him? He disappeared on that wave.
Yeah, he took a look down the line there and didn't like what he saw, so he got out, and he's got a couple of 5s basically, so I think he knew that maybe that wasn't going to better the score.
So the only indication is the yellow board up top showing under 5 minutes remaining. It looks like maybe one more mid-sized set to come through. 2 minutes remaining. Stearman needs a big wave of an 8.17. He's out there in red. We'll see if he knows that. Crowd on the beach knows what's going on. Put on your sunscreen. And
grab a rock star and it's all good.
There you go.
Set for the day.
Yeah, lots of free Rockstar down here, so if you need a bit of a jolt, come on down to Sunset. Have a watch out here and have a drink.
Looking at this peak, nobody showing any interest in it. 2 different swells kind of running through the forecast. Our official forecaster, surfline.com, giving us the update. Coming up December 8th will be the start of the Billabong Pipe Masters, the best 3 days of competition. You'll see man-on-man heats, but it'll be overlapping, so you'll see 4 surfers in the water. Here we go. Important wave for Kevin Sullivan, looking for a 4.88. Setting up.
Stalling.
Yeah, he's eyeballing this barrel. Let's see if it does it for him. And
he free fell out of that. Did you see that? His board actually went airborne. He caught his fins at the bottom and then caught a lip in the head.
Yeah, the whitewash kind of caught his tail too, and it drifted his fins just a hair. That'll be a cool little replay. We'll take a look at that and see what happened.
Sullivan looks at his watch and says 53 seconds remaining. I might as well catch a wave, see if I can better my score and come in at the same time. Sullivan on cruise control, wave number 5.
Yeah, he's basically just feeling his board out. And a big old hack there, so he'll put that in the memory bank like, yes, this board is good.
The crowd loved that, actually.
Yeah,
they broke into a big round of applause down on the beach. They're feeling the power.
That was a pretty rare move. You see that? He did a little Mark Cunningham back onto his board.
Love that body drag. Grab the rail, does a little torpedo human thing, and then just about gets back on and surfs out of it.
Yeah, so Poncho Sullivan looking really good in this heat, and that board looks great. So he basically was free surfing the last 20 minutes of this heat.
It's like a massive handbrake at the top of that wave then.
Poncho Sullivan, 38 years of age, nickname Gorilla Van Man. He's just Cho, they call him. 6 foot, 200 pounds of pure muscle. And he moved here to the island of Oahu at the age of 4 to Sunset Beach. Amazing individual. He starts off strong with a 7.0 and a 6.93. Amazing surfing, great rail work. Not only a professional surfer, spent couple of years, 3 years on the World Championship Tour, but a great coach. Sneaking through, it looks like Timmy Reyes, a 5.5 and a 4.7. Unfortunately, Kevin Sullivan was needing a 4.88. He's not going to make it, and we'll be right back with heat number 8. Stay with us.
Round 128.
It's live, it's beautiful, and that's it. You're seeing amazing images. Round up to 128, heat number 8. Davey Calfos, watch out. This guy's a young gun going for a junior title. Nathaniel Kern, a veteran. Olamana Eleogram from the Outer Islands. And Dylan Goodale, another very talented surfer in the lineup. According to our sheet right there, Poncho Sullivan does win that along with Timmy Reyes. They move on. Joining us in the booth right now, and it is Marty Thomas, former pro surfer, former top 10, now our managing director of the Triple Crown. And Ross Williams, did you ever compete against Marty?
I don't know. Did we have a few heats together?
You know,
back in the day, maybe Triple Crown, 4-man heats. I don't remember man-on-man.
I don't think we've had. Yeah, if it was maybe a 4-man heat, and I'm sure I just wasted you. So.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
we don't need to talk.
There we go.
Yeah, you were the new school, man. I was the old school, so guaranteed you took me out.
Well, it's a different school in the lineup right now. When what we saw down at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, which we saw a great performance surfing, and you really had to adapt to the conditions, and obviously
we have to adapt out here as well.
Oh my gosh, this is a kind of a day. I'm not sure if anybody got any sleep at all, just worrying about today. Not only if you were staff, if you were surfers, even spectators anticipating the solid surf, the first real big swell of the winter.
Well, that's right, Dave. And you know, when we talk about it at Haleiwa, you have to be prepared for 2 to 12 feet. And when you come to Sunset, you have to be prepared for, anything from Sunset Point to 12 to 15 foot surf like we see today. And we're down here, we're early making the call, and it's kind of going to plan. If you see surfer in white up and riding here.
This Nathaniel Kern
just came unstuck there, Ross.
Got bucked off. That inside bowl can get a little backwashy.
Yeah, his board looks a little small. If we see surfer in blue having a look here on a smaller wave.
And this is Dylan, and now he had that little bum wing. He's got some duct tape around his ankle, so interesting to see if his ankle will hold up with all those bumps and humps.
Yeah, it was really good to see Poncho in that last heat, just how dominant he was, and really shows the difference, in comparison to someone that has a lot of experience out here at Sunset, and Poncho just went out there and laid it down. Really good wave selection and some really strong surfing.
Yeah, he made it look easy.
Well, you need 8 great results to move up the rankings and to get into these events. What are the key things? You take a look at Dylan Goodale, and he was looking for some results, surfed a lot of junior events. He was 255 in the world rankings coming into Haleiwa, but now he's 214. He just made some points. All he needed is points, and he did get another result. It was an 81st, but now looking to do better than that.
Well, that's right. Dylan Goodale, one of the Hawaii juniors. And we get, 32 spots into the Triple Crown events, and we allocate 4 of those for our top 4 juniors. So that's how Dylan gets in, and it's a great stepping stone for our young juniors. It gives them experience in the Triple Crown as well as much-needed points to further their career in the next years ahead.
That guy right there we just saw, 28 years old, out of Kauai, Maui, Ian Walsh, former XL Pro winner here at Sunset Beach 2005, one of the best turns ever. I mean, this guy knows how to put it on rail. Phenomenal talent, and looks like he's going to grab Poncho's jersey. He's going to go out in blue. Oh my gosh, I'd love to hear what Poncho has to say about it. Poncho opened up really strong in that last heat.
Well, that's right. You definitely see Poncho giving Ian some insight to the conditions out there, and sharing some some advice, if you will, and some tips. So it's good to see those guys working together. Each of those surfers have a lot of respect for one another. They both won events out here at Sunset Beach, and Ian Walsh, he's accustomed to going out and surfing 35, 40 foot, 50 foot waves at Chopu and places like Jaws. Going out to 8 to 10, 12 foot Sunset, that's kind of like minors to him. So I can see him definitely looking for the big waves and really pushing the limits out here.
Kern went flying down the line. A little bit of a chop jumped up on him and caught him a .77. Also Goodale a 1.57. So still waiting for things to get kick-started in this heat. Your top seed, Davey Cathles. Cathles out of North Narrabeen, New South Wales, 20 years of age. And a tie for #1 in the world rankings. A first at Indo and a 5th at Rio. One more event to decide that world title at Narrabeen, which would be his home break. So Davey Cathles and the rest are going after that world title. In and out, Davey Cathles right there.
But yeah, well, Davey, one of the top pro juniors in the world, but he's yet to really proven himself in Hawaii. I think it's maybe only his 2nd or 3rd season, and probably one of his first heats in big surf here as we see surfer in white with Daniel Kernan on the inside there, getting a nice turn, and then see if this wave lines up on the inside for him.
Yeah, I had a little chat with Nathaniel before he went out, and I told him one of the main things to do at Sunset is just don't sit. Make sure you stay busy. And so even though that wave there, as we saw, wasn't the most lined up perfect wave, at least he's got a 2 or a 3 or even maybe a 4 on that wave. It's better than just sitting there.
Well, that's right, Ross. And there's not really a very experienced Sunset surfer in this heat. Ola can charge anywhere and has proven himself, but the other 3 surfers, not really known for surfing Sunset. So, that's good advice for Nathaniel. He's a tour veteran. He's been out there. He's, been on tour for quite a few years, and keep him busy out there and just getting scores. These are kind of conditions where, depending on who you have in your heat, you can get through on 3s and 4s.
And also, these 4 guys are, if you notice, they're all little guys, too.
Yeah, that's right.
So we'll see. I mean,
and they can stay low to their board and under the wind, but they might get pushed around.
Well, that's why Poncho's been so successful out here. And, you know, he's power. He's a bigger bloke. He's got some weight behind him. And I think we have him down there in the interview booth, winner of that last heat.
Down to you guys. Can you hear us? Well, Dave, no.
Standing by.
Oh, here we go.
Standing by. Is that Rocky?
Yeah, all right, so I'm down here with winner of the last heat, Poncho Sullivan. Poncho, you look kind of in form, but you had a little bit of a shake-up right in the beginning. Talk about the conditions out there.
Well, the previous heat kind of looked like the guys were surfing, you know, a little bit more towards the inside bowl, kind of getting more half rides, and saw that there was a couple nice rides from the West Peak, and tried to start out, you know, a little bit further out, but got caught inside like before the heat even started, right out of the gates, and then a couple times during the heat we all got caught inside, and but there were some nice rideable waves from out the back. You know, I was just trying to try to find the tail of my board. This is really the biggest swell we've had all winter, so haven't really had a chance to ride a board this big, and you know, this is what it's all about. I love competing in conditions like this. It's like, you know, you pay your lift ticket and you get sunset with 3 other guys in the water, and it's wild and woolly and adrenaline's going.
Yeah, and you were out there with your cousin, Kevin Sullivan. You guys have had a couple of heat draws together in the last couple of years, and talk about the little bit of family feud going on out there.
No family feud. I'm really proud of Kevin. You know, he's been traveling on the World Qualifying Series the last few years, and I've really watched his surfing mature, and I'm so happy for him that he's following his passion and doing it, and definitely hate to draw him in the heat because he's a great surfer, and so yeah, I was hoping that we would both advance. You know, we get to surf a few more heats together, but you know, he beat me at pipe, so I guess I got him back, but.
Yeah, I know you guys always put on a good show together, and talk about a little bit your equipment. What are you riding out there? You talked about not being able to get your boards kind of in the run here with no swell. So first day on it, how does it feel?
The board feels great. It's actually a Magic 7.6 Bushman that I've had for a few winters. You know, I never really found the tail out there. There was a lot of bump in the face, a lot more than it looked from the beach. So I sort of just kind of tried to tell myself to relax and just, you know, sort of stay centered over the top of the board and not push it too hard unless, you know, the section kind of like dictated that. You know, a lot of bump and wobble, and this is just a survival day. I think with, you know, Sunset loves this direction, so if it comes down just a foot or two, it'll be really high performance.
Well, that was your first heat of the day and your last heat of the day. You advanced through. Take a break, Brock. Congratulations, Poncho. Way to go out there.
Rocky.
Thank you.
Rocky, real quick, what did he tell Ian Walsh? Number one. Number two, did Love Hodel ever give him scores? Could he hear scores? Love was in the...
we got a couple more questions. First and foremost, Dave, wondering about your caddy situation. Now, Sunset is one of those spots where that is a crucial element to your success here. And just talk a little bit about the importance of a caddy.
Oh, I think it's absolutely key. I mean, there's been so many contests that my caddies played, you know, a big role in me advancing. Yeah, Love Hodel is my caddy. Unfortunately, he didn't get into the event, and he was like, "Hey, I'll super caddy for you through the event." And I was really stoked because he surfs so well out here. He knows this wave, you know, inside and out. So just to have him in your corner, kind of giving you the scores and telling you, you know, hey, the board looks great. Go a little further out. You know, it's such a big playing field that you can't really tell what's going on, and just having someone kind of remind you that just focus on what you're doing and let, you know, the results will kind of take care of themselves, you know, and not get too heady and think about it too much. So yeah, he's with a huge help out there.
And one more question from upstairs, if you would care to divulge what you shared with Ian Walsh as he paddled out for, or getting ready for his next heat. We saw you give him a little pep talk. What was involved there?
I just pretty much told him, you know, that there was some really nice waves off the West Peak, and, you know, not to commit and go too deep, sort of, you know, play the corner of the West Peak, and with that positioning, and try to duck in and commit and get waves from there, because, you know, if you can get up from out there, you actually can get a big first turn as the wave starts to stand up on the inside bowl, and you know, whenever you can start out with a strong first turn, you know, you're looking at a 6+ scoring ride. You know, and a lot of times when you get the wave on the inside bowl, by the time you actually get set off the bottom, you know, it's a really short ride, so it only offers so much scoring potential.
Well, hey, you guys, keep an eye on this guy right here, Poncho Sullivan, winner of the last heat. Moving on to round number 2. Congrats, my brother. We'll see you very soon.
Well, there we go. Pancho Sullivan, a two-time winner of the, well, at the time it was called the Monster Energy Pipe. He's won the H-Pack 3 times, the Shootout, you name it. He's done it. Well-spoken. Pancho Sullivan, I would listen to everything he says. Real key.
Lots of good insight there from Pancho, and as we see a replay here of Ola, he got a nice little tube on the inside. Just a quick one, but it's a nice way to score a lot of points fast.
Yeah, 7.17 to kick off his campaign in this heat. And that was full commitment right there.
Real quick, guys, just to finish up on what Pancho was saying, by what he meant by finding his tail, I think was, that's where the business end of your surfing is on your surfboard. That's where you're doing your turn with all your weight on the tail. So when you have a new board, sometimes you don't know how it performs. And when you're pushing all that weight back on the tail, that's what Pancho meant by that, just trying to basically figure out his new board.
And plus, dealing with the conditions out at Sunset, with all the bumps and the the various conditions that you're dealing with, it's tough to get that back foot on the tail, as we see surfer in yellow pulling in again on the inside.
Marty, good point. We did see some surfers early on that were moving their back foot around a little bit and not finding the right position. And in fact, they're so used to short boards, they needed to put their foot back another 3 or 4 inches to really get on the tail.
Yeah, when you're on a 7.0, guys, I mean, you can play with a good 2 feet of where you want to push on your board. You want to go up more to the middle of the board if you want to stiffen it up and kind of get a barrel. And if you want to do a big old arc, then you got to push your weight all the way back. So
I saw another surfer that got his foot back on the tail was Torrey Meister. He
sure
really
did.
pushed it off the top, and you don't see that very often at Sunset, and the judges rewarded him for it.
Yeah, even vertical.
That's right.
That's pretty cool.
Live action, wave number 3 for Curran. He's got a 3.50 in and out for that one. He is currently in that second spot, looking to replace a 0.77. Still early going here. 30-minute heat, 16 minutes remain. Your leader, Elio Graham, with a 7.17 and a 1.0. Well, looks like Jesse Merle Jones is going to make his way to the lineup by way of the island of Kauai, the 32-year-old standout goofy footer. Goofy footers, we haven't seen a lot of success by the goofy footers in terms of taking the top spot. We got to go back to, I think, Hobgood in more recent years made it happen out here.
Yeah. Tommy Carroll, Mark Occhilupo, those are standouts in my mind.
But they're few and far between.
That's
It's
right.
usually on the forehand that can handle sunset and read the waves.
Yeah, I think sometimes, Marty, I don't know, when you're on your backside out here, it's a little tougher to kind of look over your shoulder and see that weird hump that can jump on you out here. I mean, these waves line up and give you a bit of time to look what's going on down the line, but it heaves. And sometimes when it's heaving up and down with all that water moving around, when you're looking over your shoulder, it's just unpredictable.
Yeah, watching Pancho in that last wave, how he was really patient on the open face and allowed the wave to build up, and then once it built up, he just, like he said, put that foot on the back of the board and just drive that turn. And it's more difficult to do that on your backhand.
Yeah, backhand, usually you're just kind of going, okay, I'm going to bottom turn here and just nail the thing. And sometimes that's not the key out here. You need to really time it.
Now, did we see a Mine Goodwin down there caddying for Joel Centeo?
Yeah.
We'll have to keep an eye on him. He's going to actually not just paddle out of one board, but drag another one. As we watch our surfer in red, it's Davey Cathell is trying to get rid of a 0.2 in his scoreline.
Yeah, it's time for him to get busy. He moved inside and got a smaller wave, which was a good move on, as far as I'm concerned, because we saw Billy Kemper do that earlier in the early rounds, and a smart move there as we see surfer in white.
And this looks like real fun, but at the inside, there's going to be a big decision to be made by Curran. Curran, wave number 4. Here it comes.
Oh, just getting a little barrel there, but maybe a hair ahead of it. But I like that idea. Nathaniel's on those smaller ones on the inside. They tend to hit that reef nicely. And out here, like we were talking about earlier, Marty, you only need a couple of turns. Like a 5 is a pretty big score.
Well, that's right. And you want to keep busy, like you said, Ross. You gave him some good advice. Don't get stuck just sitting out there. That's the worst thing you can do in a heat, especially out here at Sunset. Yeah, that was a nice, solid turn. He's looking more comfortable on this wave. It's a little smaller wave. He lines it up nice. Good little cover up. The judges will watch the replay and analyze that wave, and it's going to be a good score for him.
I wouldn't have mind. I mean, if I could really pick apart that wave, if he slowed down a little more for that barrel and then hit that last lip.
Yeah, that's right. He could have slowed down a little bit, too.
And that was good, Al. It's a little lost out there right now.
Yeah, one of our younger competitors. He's one of our juniors.
And, when you're looking at your screen right now at home on TV, it's hard to tell you, when you compare it to looking at it live, how big these waves look. When you're looking out at the ocean, I mean, these lines stacking on top of each other. I mean, you can look at 1, 2, 3. There's like 6 or 7 lines just nonstop stacking in here. There's tons of energy.
12 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Yeah, there are some lines as you look in the lineup and you're at water's edge. Well, Jack Freestone, he's got a good quote on his Facebook page last night. Goodbye, everyone. Tomorrow I'm going out to die. At least I'll be surfing my last heat with Mason Ho. Yeah, well, there's some positive thoughts right there.
Yeah.
Scary stuff. I don't think these guys have too much. They didn't get too much sleep in the lineup.
Well, you know, you really got to think back when you were 17, 18, 19 surfing Sunset Beach. I mean, I lived right here at Cammy's, and I would lose sleep. I couldn't sleep. You hear the waves breaking. You're just knowing that you're going to go out and surf against, you know, legends of the sport. For me, it was, you know, drawing like guys like Elkerton or Tommy Carroll or Martin Potter in my heat, and, you know, 18, 19 years old. And I'm sure Freestone's feeling that same thing. You know, yeah, he's been getting a lot of attention. He's winning a lot of events, but it's been pretty much in surf under 6 feet.
Right.
And now this is the true test.
Well, I think Jack is 18 years old, and you know, these are some big waves for an 18-year-old. And you know, throughout the summer months, you can get really kind of one-track mind with beach breaks and doing airs and high performance, going to Indo on a boat trip and just really concentrating on sort of smaller surf. And then all of a sudden you get thrown out here when it's 10 to 12 feet, your heart rate's going through the roof, and it's just a whole different sport when the waves are this big. And if you're not careful, you could just totally be unprepared for it. And someone like Jack, you know, when he gets a little older, he'll get used to it.
Well, I think that's why the Triple Crown Trophy is such a prize that, you know, all surfers achieve to obtain, because you really have to prove yourselves in all conditions. As we saw last week at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, you know, it was all about aerials and you know, new school type surfing, and now it's 8 to 10, 12 foot, maybe 15 foot sunset. And then you got to go to pipe. So you really got to prove yourself in 3 different breaks.
I was telling Randy this morning, I just loved it when I woke up this morning when it was this big. I was like, this is, our winter time is finally here. It just feels like, okay, I can grab a cup of coffee and waves are big. It just feels like winter time finally. It took a while.
Well, looking at this tonight, the 27th, Relsun Aloha Jam, the third fundraiser for Relsun Educational Fund at the Turtle Bay Resort. Purchase tickets at alohajam2011.eventbrite.com. Check it out online. Get yourself over to the Turtle Bay for the Relsun Aloha Jam. Great fundraiser.
That's right. Decent scores just dropped in. Davey Caffel getting a 6.43 in that last wave, and then Nathaniel Kern a 6.17. So it paid off for those guys to move inside and get a smaller wave.
Yeah, Nathaniel did. He got a decent score for that little insider, and so 10 minutes left. You know, Ola does have that 7, so he only needs a 2.5 to jump up into second place. So you know, these guys will know that they can't just be happy with that one score. They got to back it up.
Nixon is the official timekeeping sponsor of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing and the sponsor of the Nixon WTA. Winner take all watches and accessories. NixonNow.com. Check it out. And I believe they've got exciting things going on there where you could win yourself, do a little trivia and win something. Clouds moving through, maybe some afternoon showers. With those showers, we might see some beautiful rainbows. Good crowd on the beach here. They have found a place to park, and there are some...
Those beanbags are pretty cool.
Some local spots across the street there. If you want a place to park, I think you give them a couple bucks and you're parking on some of the neighbors' lawns, and it's all working out.
Yeah, this is such a fun event to come to. It's so pretty today. It's a nice Sunday afternoon, so what a great way to start off this Vans World Cup.
Oh, I'm very stoked. I got down there this morning at dark, and man, you just see the sets capping on second and third reef, and you're going, oh my gosh, you know, how's it going to be throughout the day? But it's playing out pretty nicely. We had a bit of pulse in the energy between 9 and 10:30, and it's supposed to taper off and just sort of hold in the 10 to 12 foot range, which is, you know, good size for Sunset. You know, we do have some strong winds, but Sunset handles the wind. It's a bit tricky out the back, and once you get some open face, it's very contestable.
It looks like that's what's happening too, Marty. It looks like it's slowed down just a little bit in a good way. I mean, those huge whitewash bombs out the back are a little less frequent, so I think by this late this afternoon, it's going to be a lot more contestable than those first few heats.
A little different than our finals last year, where it was basically at the point in very shallow conditions, deep in the lineup, basically a backyard. Some of these guys paddling themselves deep, and it was the Brazilian winning in 2010, the World Cup, Randy Monteiro, and he is a top seed Yes, we're talking about the Goofy Footers. Last time a Goofy Footer won, C.J. Hobgood, 2008. So
that was a great year too. CJ got an awesome wave in the final. Classic 12-foot Sunset West Peak.
Did CJ win in 2005 as well when he won his world title?
I don't know. He won it here, the world title, but I'm not sure if he won that event.
Oh, okay.
Dave will know.
That was the Rip Curl event. I believe he just needed some help. I think Benny B was out in the water, helped him out winning that event. It was a shortened season, the 9/11 year, and I believe there were only 5 events.
Well, here's Ola trying to back up that 7.17. Got the highest scoring wave in the heat so far, but still in 3rd place, so he just wants to get busy and get another wave on the board.
It's a really tricky wave, and it's right in the channel there where it just gets soupy and fat. So Ola, he's going to have to get right back out there. I don't even know if that's going to break the 2.5 mark. And so the main thing for him is just not to get rattled. He's just got to go out there and select a decent wave.
The foam on that wave making it even more challenging to really set your rail and then actually pick up the nuances of the water moving. If you got that green face, maybe you can read it a little bit easier, but what a challenge right there. Down to 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Cathles with a 6.43 is currently your leader and trying to replace a 3.83.
Yeah, Poncho nailed it on the head. You got to go right to the edge of that West Peak out there on the outside, not too deep.
You don't want to get caught by that West Peak.
You can get caught just a little bit, like you said, on the corner, just so you can dip it still and not get totally hammered. But if you stay too far inside, like you said, like Poncho said, you're just kind of basically, as soon as you stand up, the wave's done. So you really got to play cat and mouse with those big sets.
Poncho is really our generation's Mr. Sunset, if you will. There was Jeff Hackman back in the 70s and some other guys like BK, and then we had Kong, Gary Elkington sort of dominated Sunset in the 80s, and then Poncho in the 90s. I mean, he is Mr. Sunset, and that guy knows this place better than ever, or better than anyone, and surfs it as good as anyone ever has.
Take a look. We're down to just about 5:50 remaining, so about 24 minutes of surfing, and everybody, well, most everybody has one good wave. A 6.43 for Cathles, a 6.17 for Current, and a 7.17 for Elio Graham, and he finally backs it up with a 3.33 and goes from 3rd to 1st. So
yeah, so that last score wasn't enough, Ross. He needed a 2.5. He got a smaller inside wave, did a few turns, and judges gave him enough for it. So
he got rewarded for staying busy, I guess.
That's right. So now he can go out there and say, okay, I'm in 1st, but I need to better that 3.33.
Right.
It's really, for the most part, you just go out there and do your thing and get some good waves, because this is not where the defensive moves we saw at Haleiwa, where everybody knew the score, they knew what they needed, they knew the other competitor, and it was a concentrated lineup where you're sitting on top of each other. Now it's you just do your own thing and find a way.
And like Poncho said, your caddy is so important. They're not just out there sitting on a board. They're keeping an eye on what the other surfers are doing, and even if they don't know the scores, they have a feeling of the heat. They know if so and so's in 1st or 2nd or 3rd, and they're there for your support. And I recall, back in Sunset days when I was competing, having Bernie Baker as my caddy, and what an advantage it was. See Davey Cathles up and riding.
It's a beautiful wave here. Let's see if it holds up for him.
Nice turn there, Ross.
Yeah, it's just going to shut down, but that was a pretty wave, and we're going to see more surf like that as the swell drops just a little bit.
We'll see if Cathles replaces this 3.83 down to 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. A little pulse coming through. Sometimes when the second reef breaks and reforms, it gets pretty clean on the inside. We'll see if we've got a pulse sitting way out there and why it is Curran.
Well, as we see this replay, I'm curious to know if Bernie Baker was a help to you at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Bernie was great as a caddy.
Yeah, Cathles got that nice sweet first turn, and then the wave just shut down on him, so a little deep on that one.
Yeah, that might not be enough to better that 3.83.
Well, we got Nathaniel Curran, you guys, sitting in the hot seat. He's in 3rd place. He needs to get a score, which is only a 4.
And he's out there waiting for the bomb, and I think Olamana Eleogram as well. Here to the inside, surfer in blue should be Dylan Goodell.
Dylan sitting in 4th. He needs a big score. He's just kind of been out of sorts in this heat. Maybe he could be rattled from that injury.
Well, a couple of nice turns here. The wave's going to flatten out just a bit, but putting it on rail and right in front of the judges. Lapacocino is up there as the spotter. He is busy, and his eyes are on the water looking for 4 surfers in this huge playing field, and it's his job to actually call out the colors, and a guy is paddling right now. He's probably saying yellow paddling, no wave, and now he looks back out to see if Nathaniel Curran is going to be on a wave.
I'm curious to see if Nathaniel gets in the spot. I thought I saw him in the right position. Let's see.
Oh, he let that one go.
Oh, yeah. Actually, well, that way it was just giant. It just smashed through that. Look at that jet ski. Almost got taken out.
Closes out from the channel.
That's the shot we need to see. That's Mike Prickett, I think, on the back of that thing. That would be a cool shot to see him almost get clipped.
Prickett, one guy that has paid his dues in the lineup. Larry Haynes as well. Prickett, when the waves are at Pipeline, and it's backdoor, it's pretty scary. Here it's pretty scary as well. Our surfer in blue, water angle from Mike Prickett's camera.
He's sitting up on a jet ski, so he's a little bit elevated, which makes the wave just look a hair smaller, but a nice little wrap here. And actually, Goodale got on the board here. It's too bad there's so little time left, because this is going to be a decent score for him.
Yeah, it'll put him right back in the game, but time is an enemy for sure on this one.
Great job by our TV webcast crew putting it all together here, giving you the images. To the inside, we see Eliogram, and I'm not sure exactly what's happening here, just to come in, trying to replace the 3.40. Also our surfer in blue. The replay, Goodale needing a pretty hefty score of an 8.69 down to 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and you could really see the difference between, say, someone like Poncho, who's got that really heavy foot and strong power, as opposed to Dylan Goodale, who's just a little more light-footed. It kind of gets pushed around, and it kind of shows in these windy big surf.
And here is Eliogram with a 3.4, and then this one right here, he's got one right afterwards. I don't think it's going to factor in, but it takes him up into the second spot.
Yeah, he threw a little pizza there on that second turn. Nice little inside hack, and like you said, Marty, he was just taking this thing. Look at that cannonball.
Makaha dismount.
Well, Davey Cathell is a young Australian with a 5.17, so he's in first place. Pretty solid performance by the young Australian.
Oh, so that was that nice clean wave where he got the one turn. So the judge is rewarding that just beautiful clean wave, and he did do a nice arc off the top there.
So it looks like a couple surfers are coming in with 60 seconds on the clock, wrapping things up. Cathell's trying to replace a 5.17. Looks like he's in the spot. Olamana Eliogram with a 3.4 to move him up into that second spot, but really a solid opening wave of a 7.17. Kern right now has time on the board. He needs a 4.41. Where is he? Out in the lineup.
Yeah, he is. He must know that there's not much time left, and right now he's just freaking out trying to get near one of these things.
And it looks like he's making a bolting move now. The surfers in the next heat are way out there, but it looks like Nathaniel's to the inside paddling for this little groveler here. Will he get into it? And he does.
Well, I don't know, Marty. He's on it, but unless this thing barrels, let's see. Oh, he's just going to be too deep.
Too deep. It's not going to do it for him, Ross.
Yeah, this spot can make you look silly. I mean, this guy is just one of the best surfers in the world.
He's got a 6.17, but it's only a 3.5 as a backup.
Yeah, that's tough.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're wrapping things up. That was quite a surprise. It was a tough go for Cathels to start things off with a 0.2, then a 3.83. Came on strong in the end of this heat. The surfer, out of 20 years of age, out of North Narrabeen, making things happen. Taking a look at Nathaniel Curran paddle into the lineup. It looks like he's going to come short, needing a 4.64. Our surfing yellow, Olamana Eliogram, with a second place result, advancing a 7.17 and a 3.67. Marty, great heat. Congratulations on a phenomenal day.
I'm back to work.
Marty Thomas has a smile on his face. We'll be back with heat number 9. Stay with us.
Round 128.
Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. And today it's the Vans World Cup of Surfing. And we are into heat number 9, round of 128, 30-minute heats. Yano Bello, Joel Centeo, Jesse Merle Jones, and Ian Walsh. Those 3 Hawaiians have plenty of experience out there, but Yano Bello, watch out, the 29-year-old, running and gunning, and he is number 86 in the world, so he's out here testing the metal for the Brazilians.
Yeah, well, you know what? All those guys are highly capable of ripping it up out there. I was serving with Jesse Merle Jones out there last night, and he was really throwing up some incredible backside surfing. And, you know, I think as a backsider, it's going to be pretty exciting to watch his stuff out there.
Dane Gadauskas, that's his voice right there. Shea Lopez joining us in the booth, and Ross and Marty taking a break as we see opening salvo for Joel Centeo. A lot of frothy whitewater, surfer in white.
He's still got some good wall in front of him. He caught this wave very far up the point. He's able to set up a couple nice turns. Fortunately, it was really frothy the whole way. That whitewash from the way before makes it very hard to sink a rail into.
Yeah, but we talked about this earlier today, Shay, about starting your heat off with some maneuvers. That wave was long and stretched out and really allowed him to get into some turns there. And I think that he's going to be pretty happy with starting off the heat like that.
No, definitely. That was a good score. And anytime you can get on a nice wave to start off, you can see how far he was up the point to actually get that slingshot into the bowl, hopefully.
He did get the slingshot. He likes to go north to west on this thing, and he's doing a great job of just staying with it right here in the whitewater and kind of harnessing his power and kind of overpowering the foam. So,
well, you really don't really manhandle the wave. You're lucky to get these nice sections, but reading it very well.
Yeah, he's got the Hawaiian power, and he's just serving it right up, and I think that's going to be a great ride for Joel.
Davey Cathels wins that last heat with a 6.43 and a 5.17. Olamana Eliogram with a 7.17 and a 3.63.
Wow, that was a great heat for Ola, huh? That's phenomenal.
A little frustrating trying to back up that score. That 7.17's rock solid. And then for Curran went down with a 6.17 and 3.50, and the difference being real close. Curran had a 9.67 to Olamana's 10.80.
Predators on the beach there, Dane?
They
opportunities.
look friendly. They're looking like they're enjoying the time down there. And Ola, you know, bringing it back to the last heat, he's kind of like one of the surfers like Tori Meister who really puts 100% of effort and commitment to every turn. And sometimes the wheels fall off and it's just a complete car wreck, but it's so fun to watch because you never know what he's going to do. And if you stick his sit and he's riding out of it, you know it's a huge turn.
Well, in the lineup, some real talent. Ian Walsh out of Maui, the 28-year-old wearing blue. Jesse Merle Jones from the island of Kauai. I think he might be spending a lot of time here on this island. He was in Costa Mesa for a while, but surfer in yellow, the goofy footer. And then Joel Centeo, we've seen him already with one score. It's going to come through mid-range, solid keeper possibly. Joel Centeo, the 28-year-old wearing white, and Yano Bello, 29 years of age, and he's wearing the red singlet. Big open ocean here. It's really...
It's wild out there.
It's about you and the ocean, isn't it?
No,
those last couple of heats seem to clean up a bit, though. There's more opportunity for the surfers in the lineup. Ross mentioned he thinks it's getting better.
Yeah, kind of a crazy looking swell early on this morning, dark, and a lot of different peaks coming through, real shifty. And now, well, I think for Pancho Sullivan, what we saw out there, he, you know, when you have a good surfer that knows the lineup, he kind of just makes it happen, and everybody, the waves are getting better. Well, you're getting better when you have a Pancho Sullivan in the lineup.
Yeah, well, he definitely knows the way around this place, and it seems like from my experience over here, it seems like the morning heats are kind of usually a little bit unruly, and once the sun gets on it and the winds kind of find its place, it really seems to clean up.
Oh, look at this, moving over, and surfer in blue, Walsh. Boy, he has some amazing rail work, and obviously he's been known to team up with Shane Dorian and ride some crazy waves.
Yeah, what do you think about those, Shay? Those are some bombs. He's got that one from Chopu, and then obviously some massive Jaws paddle sessions. And
those Jaws paddle sessions are something that really opened up a whole new realm to surfing. No one thought you could tow Jaws, and now they're paddling Jaws. And Ian Walsh, he's so committed. He told me he's really tired today. He broke his record freediving. He was practicing holding his breath, and he was down at 104 feet yesterday.
Picture that. That's pretty insane. And but I have to imagine that he's feeling comfortable in the conditions today, and having that in your back pocket definitely would help. I don't think you could get down to 104 feet out here today, Shay, but
that was without fins as well.
Wow.
And imagine what he had to do to regulate the pressure. Right now, let's go down to Bo Hodge with our last heat winner. Bo, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Dave. We're down here with North Caribbean Zone, David Cathels. David, congratulations. Snuck out a win at the end. It wasn't until your last two waves that you caught that you advanced out of the heat.
Yeah, it's my first time I surfed the heat out there, and I I've been free surfing there the last couple of days, but I still really know where to sit. And but my board felt good, so I just kind of paddled around and caught as many waves as I could, and yeah, just finally got 2 at the end there. Felt good.
Well, last 2 days don't even measure up to today. I mean, it's really hard to train out here when you don't have the big surf to train in. Your heat, we saw some of the bigger sets break on the outside. What's going on through your mind when you see those big bombs breaking on the horizon?
Just trying to look for one to catch before they get here. I don't know, I was just trying to find a wave, but you see those big sets come in, you get some butterflies and start just kind of paddling out slowly, but yeah, just hopefully they don't land on your head.
Yeah, a lot of people want to know your equipment. What'd you take out today?
I took out a 7.0 shaped by Brett Warner. He's been my shaper for a while now, and yeah, he's been shaping some really good guns. They feel good.
Well, this heat under your belt, we saw Ola Eliagram leading in the heat most of the time. He didn't catch his first wave until 9 minutes into the heat. That was a pretty tough heat.
Yeah, he was out there riding a 6.8, I think, because he was just said he wanted to sit on the inside and try and get bailed, and it was going to be hard to catch waves in a 6.8 out there, but yeah. So I was stoked to get through.
Well, congratulations. That's all for you today. You want to say hi to anybody out on the webcast?
Yeah, hi to Mum and Dad and my sisters and everyone at home from Narrabeen watching.
Hey, Bo, ask him how he did in Bali.
Dave Stanfield wants to know how you did in the juniors of Bali.
Yeah, I won.
Oh, yeah.
We knew the answer. Yeah, his dad was right there. He had a great support team. Exciting times. This guy could be our next World Junior Champion.
Yeah, well, congratulations to you, Dave, and we'll see you in the next round.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Bo. Yeah, just an amazing performance. Edged out our good friend Andrew Doheny. Then down in Rio, Jack Freestone got the better of him, but a first and a fifth. And boy, it's a dogfight for that title. One more event to go at North Narrabeen, and he'll have the hometown advantage.
Yeah, wow, that's pretty exciting stuff for Davey, and he's been ripping out here the last couple days. But during the break, it looked like John O'Bella really got a hold of a great ride with 3 magnificent maneuvers, and it'd be interesting to see how that score comes through.
Yeah, we'll probably get a replay here momentarily as they go back over that. And Davey, impressive carve on his front side out there at Sunset. Small, young Narrabeen surfer.
Well, he's got that Davo aggression, coming from North Narrabeen, and you can see the similarities and maybe in some inspiration, and he definitely throws everything he's got at the turns, and that board looked really good on his feet.
Yeah, he does have that Davo technique on that front side wrap.
Yeah.
Speaking of Davo, we do have a couple of new faces. We watched this replay of Yano Bello. There are a couple of new faces that have joined the ranks. Did not make it to the Reef Hawaiian Pro.
Oh, that was phenomenal.
What a crazy ride. And it's like being on a motorbike and the throttle is stuck on full throttle and you're just trying to stay with it.
He did a great job of staying committed through all those turns, and Jono's got all the tricks in the bag, and that was some really impressive surfing.
Yeah, he really had his safety belt on there as he got through those turns and was trying to buck them off.
Yeah, it was just like strapped into the harness, and it was just going to go, go, go.
Well, a couple of new names. Julian Wilson. He will be in the round of 64. Chris Davidson, Jordy Smith.
Yeah. Well, this will be an interesting year to see Julian surf. I don't think he surfed the Haleiwa event, but last year he came in super hungry for the Triple Crown, and I think he finaled in both events. So it'll be awesome to see him surf without the pressures of trying to qualify. I think he's pretty firmly on the tour and having a great year.
Here we go, and Cricket. Getting big air, and there we go. They're going for they'll split the $250,000 Hawaiian Air Miles with moves like that.
That was pretty awesome.
It's like Pumai out there on the ski, keeping everyone in a perfect position to get that water shot as that inside bowl is ruthless.
Yeah, that thing, I've seen some carnage go down there, Shay. We've seen some jet skis, I'm sure, have gotten caught in the past, and plenty of surfboards. And
well, it looked like Richard Christie caddying for Billy Stearman broke his board before the heat even started caddying.
Yeah, that'd probably be an awkward conversation once you get to the beach. Hey, man, your board's broken.
Yeah, but I didn't catch a wave on it.
It's so fun.
So much experience and so many different events over the years. This is the 37th annual World Cup here, the Bands World Cup. We're going to go on to the Pipe Masters, the 41st running of that event, and the 20th annual rookie title, the 29th Triple Crown title. Just amazing taking a look at the history that is part of the North Shore. As we see a set of waves coming through, it's going to get serious here any moment. A couple of reforms.
Wow,
here we go.
Here comes a big backside charge from Jesse Merrill Jones.
Yeah, Jesse.
Yeah, he's carving through the whitewater here. It's looking like he's trying to get into the double up on the inside section, trying to get a vertical maneuver. And out the back is Blue behind him. So We'll see what these guys can put together here.
These guys used a lot more of the lineup than previous heats as they look to catch those big peaks outside and set up those inside bowls. And Jesse came to the inside. It was a little foamy, but got a couple turns, and he'll be happy to get a wave.
Yeah, you know, Jesse's really confident on his backside. He's had a lot of great results. I know up in Steamer Lane as well as here in Hawaii. And you know, I always like watching Jesse serve. His backside is sharp and whippy. He knows how to really low center of gravity. So
compact and powerful.
Yeah.
Tom Carroll-esque.
He looked like he put it to good use on that wave to open up his account, and Ian Walsh behind him as well, trying to get his feet throughout the lineup. And yeah, I think those guys are both be stoked to have a wave under their belt like that.
18 minutes on the clock. And look at this shot. How beautiful is this?
That's good, Dave. That thing is bombing, huh?
Unbelievable.
Oh, if I saw that in San Clemente, I don't know what I'd do, but I probably won't because we're here in Sunset Beach.
Those outer T Street reefs.
Yeah.
That water angle really gives you an idea how much bigger those waves are and how much wind and bump is moving around these guys are having to contend with today in this very challenging opening day of the Vans World Cup of Surfing.
Yeah, these guys are doing a great job of making it fun out there and carving through some difficult stuff. And Ian's finishing out that ride.
He had the live video about him, Heavy Water Award, Surfer Pole Award back in 2008, and I believe Joel Centeo might have caught a wave that might help his cause. Take a look at this. He opened up with a 5.5, but look at the wave selection for Joel Centeo.
This is a great backup scorer opportunity here for Joel, and he's, you know, a great veteran competitor out here. He knows what it takes to get the scores and get through heats, really is what it comes down to, especially in these opening days. You just want to keep progressing through the heats, and it looks like Joel's got a great scoring opportunity right here.
Yeah, that was a very nice wave he picked off. And these guys definitely, they moved out the more traditional peak at Sunset. You surf on the normal days around the 6 to 8 foot range. He was able to get a very long ride as it set up an inside bowl with a beautiful carve to highlight that wave.
Might not have been exactly epic, but at the outside, he picked it off, and it was kind of funky. But what he knew, it was going to reform on the inside, and he was going to score some points.
Well, that's the local knowledge, you know, and watching it happen right in front of you is actually cool because they're making something out of possibly nothing at the start. So just being in the lineup with these guys that have a lot of experience, you actually learn a lot. And you know, seeing Joel's wave selection there, maybe it didn't look great off the takeoff, but he knew down the line it was going to double up and really offer up a nice carving section for him.
Jesse Merrill Jones paddling back out his opening wave, a 2.93 at this point. 16 minutes remaining from the bike path.
Whew, looks like a little beach party down there.
And that is looking down towards the Rocky Point area, which has been basically the go-to spot for all the air show guys.
Yeah, you know, the last couple of days have been smaller, and Rocky Point has offered up a lot of little skate park ramps, and we've seen everybody from Gabriel Medina to the whole crew boosting some big airs, and it's pretty exciting to watch.
What do you think of the Flintstone flip?
Oh, Flynn's epic. You know, he's always out there, him and Kalani, and you know, the whole crew down there, and those guys just know that wave inside and out, and you know, I'm so stoked to see Flynn boosting up and taking up those frontside flips, really.
Yeah, and really the level of progressive surfing from the kids, you'd think that there'd be other kids out there doing that, and he's still the only one just pulling that thing off money, and I think that might just be the hardest move in surfing right now.
I would agree.
A full gainer, he calls it, where you're continuing to move. It's not a rotation at all. He moves with a gainer, and read about it in Flintstone flip is...
well, it's kind of like when you saw Travis Pastrana, I think, do the first backflip on a motorbike, and you have to keep your inertia moving in the circle, like, you know, continuing, and that's a really difficult thing to do in surfing, especially dealing with winds, and Flynn's a big guy, so, you know, the fact he's able to do that is so impressive.
And it's a completely functional maneuver the way he does it, and lands with speed going down the line still.
Yeah.
We'll try to get a shot of that. It's not going to happen here, at least today, on these rides, but crazy move. The North Shore is just going Richter for the last couple of weeks, even when it's been small. A lot of entertainment up and down the 7 Mile Miracle. First wave for Yano Bello, a 4.50. That wave Centeo caught that looked pretty funky on the outside. He knew it was going to deliver the inside. A couple of rail turns and a 6.17.
That's an interesting score for Jono. You know, I think that it could have been, I mean, potentially a little bit higher, but the fact maybe they just didn't deem that his board was moving as critically through the pocket as Joel's, you know, the degree of maneuverability on the turns. But, you know, I think Jono opening up with the 4.5 is going to be stoked to have that in his backup, and he got some good rhythm, and here he is taking off out the back.
And another interesting move because he wasn't All the way out the back, he saw something that looked pretty decent to the inside, looking to replace a 5.5 is Joel Centeo.
Looks to be in great rhythm today. That's his third nice wave he's picked off, and as we've seen all day, we're here behind him, another wave for John Obello, and he's got a great turn in that setup section.
Yeah, John's a really nice guy. He's really, really humble, and you know, he won a big event down in Brazil a couple of years back, and you know, I know that coming all the way over here to Hawaii would be really special for him to get a great result. So, you know, all the best to him. It looks like he's got the second scoring wave under the belt now, and now it's time to build up for like a big 8-point kibosh, you know.
They're out there.
Everybody's got a website. I think he's got one that's called where'sjb.com, and he's got a nickname, and I'm not sure if it says Cara de Caballo, which I believe is horseface. That's not a great nickname, is it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, he's got like a lot of guys. They're on the Facebook. They're tweeting. Some of them have their own website.
Yeah.
Some of them have their managers and agents. Jan Obello.
He's promoting, and wow, it looks like a massive takeoff out the back, way outside. This is Jesse Merrill Jones, and he's going to put the bolts in right here.
I love these guys are challenging that outside peak. Look at that compact frame getting so tight in the pocket there as he sets it up for another one on the inside.
Well, he's a power surfer, and unfortunately he goes down there, but we've seen his backside attack at Santa Cruz. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, you see how fast he pulled that board around. That takes a lot of skill, and Jesse's so low center of gravity that he's really able to do that well. So let's see how it looks on the replay here.
Yeah, he just cranks it up into this section so quick. It's hard to do a direction change that fast on
Especially
such
on
a big
bomb
board.
like that. I mean, it's chunky out there.
Yeah, that's way out the back. That's where people weren't even catching waves earlier in the rounds.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool to see the heats progressing out a little further and riding different areas of the break.
Jan Obello with the second wave, Jesse Merle Jones with the second wave, Centeo a 5.5, and then a 6.17. Ian Walsh has been busy, but his best score has only been a 3.30 for the surfer that is a double XL big wave nominee year in and year out. And the one wave where he didn't win it, Shane Dorian won that double XL award, but his wave was a whitewater where I said, what's with that wave you caught there a couple of years ago? And he says, the entire lagoon of Chopu drained out on his wave, and it was the most frightening thing ever.
That must have been absolutely the most intimidating thing to be staring out of. And but you know, Ian's playing a game of patience out here maybe today, and you know, patience pays off, and he's definitely a skilled waterman, and he's comfortable in these conditions. So.
And like Shano, he's no slouch in small stuff. You see Ian, he goes out and does massive turns, and he mix it up with aerials and reverses, even head-high waves. And it's really cool to see these big wave surfers that are still able to surf. Yeah, very versatile surfers, and that's why Ian's made such a good career, because he can travel around the world and rip J-Bay and then go rip dungeons the next day.
Isn't that cool?
And he's got a couple of brothers that are very talented in the lineup as well.
They're awesome. When we were in Tahiti, we were just leaving, and Ian's little brothers were coming over to stay for, I think, a month or two, and they were building houses over there. And here's Ian out the back, I believe.
Yeah, he went way out the back with a huge turn as these two peaks at sunset come together, and he's going to ride out this mountain of water.
That's the vortex right there. When the peaks kind of collide in that area right behind Ian, you saw, that's where the most energy is pushing. And if you wipe out in that area, man, you're in for a big work of just
quite
smashing.
a lap around the inside bowl past the cutties. Yeah, that North Peak set up really well for him.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity for Ian, and we were just talking about his patience, and he knows what good waves look like out here, so he was maybe just waiting for what he wanted to go and rip.
You were talking about his brothers going over to Tahiti, let's say a month or two, and pound some nails?
Yeah, they were into it. So here's Ian right here.
Oh, from the water. This is going to be amazing turn off the top there. Oh.
That's a nice layback gouge, and that maneuver is actually pretty cool for these kind of conditions. You know, it actually drives the board forward down the face more than a conventional turn, and you know, it throws a big spray, and it's really a powerful selection. So
came out of that with enough speed to race that avalanche down to the bottom.
Yeah, wow, this Jesse Merrill Jones on a good-looking wave here. This could, oh my gosh!
He put his head into that turn.
That was so cool. See, that's what I love about this stuff. This kind of surfing is that there's just so much energy in the waves, and it can just explode at any minute. Just things can change. And
that was a great wave. He's going to want that wave back, I think.
No, that wave was beautiful all the way down the line, and unfortunately, Jesse Merrill Jones not going to work out for him. Jan Obello second wave, a 4.93. Centeo backed his wave up with a 6.33 his best wave, so pulling that audible kind of halfway out. His wave selection's stellar. What's Walsh going to get on that big hack, the one big open face move, beautiful bottom turn off the top. Wave number 5 waiting for that to come through. We'll see if it's a 6-1-3 to move up. Centeo in the lead right now. Merle Jones needs a 6.1.
Yeah, he just went on the inside wave to see if they could give him some opportunity here to get a vertical crack, and that one did. That was a pretty sick maneuver.
That was a release on the tail of a 7-foot board there off the top.
Gosh, you know, Jesse is a powerful surfer, and, you know, that wave, again, looked kind of weird. It was an inside wave, but, you know, taking off, maybe a good call, maybe an interesting call, but at the end of the day, he snapped that thing hard off the lip, and I think the judges are really going to like that.
Yeah, he mixed it up. He'd been sitting way out the back looking for those big connection waves like Ian Walsh and Joe Centeo got. He was just out of position a few times. Fell on that last good one and quickly picked up another wave. Now with 8 minutes to go, that would be his best score, and he'll be in a position to go out and get one of those really good waves.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't have to be the biggest wave, especially out here at Sunset. It's just whatever's going to give you the opportunity to get critical. And this one definitely ledged out, and Jesse lays it in, almost a blowtail.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to do that on the inside bowl on your backhand on a huge board. That was
it looks like he's on a Tokoro of some kind.
It was spicy.
Yeah, looks good, fresh, crispy.
Jesse Merle Jones, 2002, basically our North American champion. That year was sponsored by Foster, the North American champion Jesse Merle Jones, and his wins that year came in Nags Head, North Carolina, in 2005, and then I believe another one in New Jersey. Just being able to surf all these conditions around the globe, not easy to do, and to win that title in 2002, good job for Jesse Merle Jones.
Well, yeah, you've seen that. He's able to win in the small stuff on the East Coast as well as put in great performances here on the North Shore. So, you know, surfers these days, it takes a lot of versatility. And, you know, you got to adapt to the conditions on hand. You know, you can't control when you show up to the beach what it's going to look like out in the water. And it's
what it looks like right now is 50-mile-per-hour gas just ripped through the scalp when he blew over some pots behind us. The hat's gone.
Blew your hat off. That's great. Yeah, it'd be cool if that was offshores, but it's a little bit of a side onshore today. I think it's maybe out of the northeast direction. And
yeah, luckily for us, though, that wrap in the inside bowl, and that's why the surfers have been favoring the inside bowl, is it cleans up, as it just organizes the ocean very well as it shifts into the inside.
Yeah, you never know. Days like today, you can get barrels. We've seen barrel rides ridden throughout the event, and that's really where the big scoring opportunity comes into play. If you can get a deep barrel and come out and maybe do a maneuver before, you're looking at an excellent ride.
Yeah, you're always looking for the barrel first and foremost out here. That's just scores higher than anything else. You're going to get a 10. It's going to be in the barrel.
So do you think, looking at Hawaii events specifically, the barrels are more critical to the scoring?
Well, it's dependent on the break. You know, like the eddy, it's about the drop, and guys are pulling in now.
Guys are starting to pull in really gnarly. So
here at Sunset, you get a mix of both, and then we go to pipeline, of course.
That's just a tube fest.
It's straight, just grab the face and pull in.
Yeah, wow. Unless, I mean, you never know. There too, it's small. Conditions could be small, and it could turn into maneuvers like we've seen in the past. But really, the barrels is all about the glory and the prestige, and that stretch of beach right there is pretty special.
Yeah, and when you come out of the barrel at pipe, it does offer up quite a big air section. As you see Nathan Fletcher over the years, he just gets to the air like nothing else in those 7-foot board right after getting spit out of a huge barrel.
Well, it's crazy. I've talked to Nathan and Christian about it too, and he says that actually landing a big air like that at the end bowl at pipe is fun on a big board because you're landing on basically like an airplane wing. It's very stable, and yeah, gosh, those guys just get so high up off that lip. It's just crazy.
Yep, and hopefully we've seen some good air show candidates for the Hawaiian Air Show. That 250,000 miles on the line there, Dave.
That is at least 5 round trips, probably in the economy from Hawaii to LA, and maybe a couple of trips, 2 or 3 or 4, depending on when you purchase or at least put in your air miles, at least to Australia, or like a couple of Hawaiian guy goes, first class. I'm going first class, man. Upgrade to first class and make it happen. Hawaiian Air, thanks so much for your support for this event. Also, the Turtle Bay Resort, Climb On Products, Wavejet Propulsion, JN Automotive, Hawaiian Tourism Authority, Skull Candy, part of the family here, and Oceanic Time Warner Cable. Well, we've got our final event here, our final qualifying event of the entire year. Big year coming up next year, but right now we got to wrap things up for our qualifiers, and this is sanctioned by ASP Hawaii. Al Hunt, the tour manager for the Star and the Prime Series. This Prime Series offering $250,000 in prize money, courtesy of our good friends at Vans. Being part of the Vans family, cool things. You've done some great things. I was talking to Timmy Reyes and about his travels. Has Vans taken you to Alaska at all?
Yeah, you know, we have done a great trip to Alaska with the Vans team, and I'm so privileged to be working with those guys. They're such great people, and everyone from Reagan and Graham doing the filming to everyone at the top, you know, Doug and Scotty and the whole crew back working in California, and just thankful to be here with them, and I'm really stoked that they stepped up to sponsor this event, you know.
And you were up there bear hunting.
Yeah, I was actually getting hunted by bears. So
yeah.
That's a clarification on that thing, Dave.
So you find a remote break, and all of a sudden you look back, and your backpack is being going through by a bear.
Well, yeah, you know, it's pretty fun. You hike up these rivers into some pretty interesting places, and we were with Jason Ratboy Collins, who's an avid fisherman, and you know, and Stretch, the shaper, and they live for it. And you know, it's just a beautiful place, a beautiful countryside, and there's actually some fun waves up there. But it's awfully cold, Dave, I tell you that much.
You were wearing 4 and 5 millimeters?
Yeah, it can get pretty chilly. And we're surfing right under one of the most massive, like a coastal, I don't know what it is, a massive mountain with snow on it. But it's so high and so cold, the wind blows off the thing, and you're just sending shivers down your spine.
Those river mouths must be some cold water flowing out of them.
But you know what's cool is you can get, like, I bet you could probably get a salmon right while you're fishing.
I think that's why Ratboy goes there year after year.
Yeah.
Ratboy stands right in the stream like the bears, and he tries to grab him as
he's not as big as the bears, but he's got the froth. Yeah, he's awesome.
Well, looking at the lineup right now with 2 minutes and 32 seconds remaining, Jesse Merle Jones, boy, an opportunity there. Now he needs a 5.45, not out of the question. This surf, here comes a set of waves. Yano Bello needs a 4.75. Ian Walsh is trying to better a 3.30. Remember, his 6.37 is the best wave ridden.
Someone is way out the back, couldn't get into a really large wave. That was Ian Walsh, and you know, this heat's interesting. 6.37 for Ian Walsh, that one massive turn. And I think that they were really appreciating the fact that he was outside doing it on a critical section and really giving it 100% commitment on that turn.
Joel Centeno playing very smart. That 5.5, then a 6.17, and we were thinking, what's he doing on this third wave? Well, a 6.33 has him in the lead and in a pretty comfortable position with 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is an interesting heat. We'll see how it ends up, but Jono and Jesse Merrill Jones only need some moderate scores to get through, and Sunset always keeps you on your toes. You got to keep hunting, like we saw Keikoa Bacalso get that 6.5 at the end of his heat. So you just got to stay in the game.
Yeah, and Jesse Merle, he knows this lineup very well. He's just going to stand out in this event. If he's going to catch a wave, it's going to have to come down in this last minute and a half and he find himself in position.
He's got to use all that energy in that cup of coffee that he had this morning, because I know he went down to Dawn Patrol Coffee and hung out with Andrew Oliver and said what's up. So I'm sure he's freshly hydrated and ready to go.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got those crocodile arms swirling like a helicopter.
Hydrated with coffee. Well,
it's a dehydration hydration. That's the theory behind that one, Dave.
Exactly, and it just makes you alert and your eyes are wide open. Here we go. Take a look at the ski out in the lineup. The actual ski that Prickett's on right now disappears from the lineup for 20 seconds in between these swells. And let's see who's deep in the lineup. We know that Ian Walsh is looking to better a 3.30.
Wow, the competitors have moved really deep into the lineup here.
This could be, you know, with the time running out, the guys in first and second are pushing those guys further out in the lineup.
It's basically a defensive maneuver, don't you think?
Yeah.
And what would you do if you were
first or second? I'd be pushing those guys towards backyards and hoping to get caught inside and washed in.
What do you think it would be good if you're in third and fourth to release down the point at all, or do you hold your position? What's your thoughts?
It's very tricky. It comes down to who's backpacking you. You know, if you can get some separation out here, it doesn't take much. You can get 10, 15 feet and a wave can slide away from your competitor very easily.
And that's almost where the advantage of riding a bigger board comes into play versus smaller boards, that you can really traverse through the water at a quicker speed on a longer board, and especially cutting through the wind. So unfortunately these guys didn't get too much opportunity to kind of try for the score, but I'm sure the guys in first and second are pretty stoked about that.
Well, unfortunately for Jesse Merle Jones, our surfer posting a 4.23 and a 3.33. Our surfer wearing the blue singlet, Walsh, making it happen. Surfer in red, Yano Bello started off fairly strong, but a third place result for Bello. It was Joel Centeno, 3 waves, all basically keeper waves. A 6.3 at 6.17. Coming up next, Japan's #1 surfer in the world with Tonino Benson, Dale Staples, and Kamalai Alexander. Stay with us.
round 128.
We continue with the round of 128. We will complete the round of 128, 16 heats. We're on to heat number 10 right now. Masatoshi Ono out of Japan is wearing the red singlet, your top seed. Tonino Benson in white. Dale Staples out of South Africa wearing the yellow singlet. Kamale Alexander representing Hawaii in blue. Joel Centeo does win that last heat at 12.50. Smart surfing by Joel.
Yeah, Joel's awesome. So super stoked for Joel to make it through that heat. And here we go, Kamale Alexander with the first heat, wave of the heat here.
Look at how close that shot is from the jet ski there. You don't get that shot very often at Sunset unless you're paddling out in the lineup.
Yeah, that was very over the shoulder look right there. And Kamale, I think he's on a 7.3 out there today. He's got some really cool equipment. This board is really thick and kind of allows him to travel through the flat sections easier, you know. So he's a great surfer out here. He's gotten a lot of great results and has a very beautiful style, almost reminiscent of Tom Curran.
Yeah, very good style and honed in some crazy ways of Kauai. He's very comfortable out here at Sunset, and he's a carving surfer, one of Andy Iron's best friends growing up, and it shows in his surfing as they push each other.
Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah, I like Kamale. He's a cool dude, and can't wait to watch this heat. It's a really interesting heat, actually. Mario Ono, he's from Japan, but he's a super powerful backsider. We got a chance to live with him for a couple months this year. He stayed at our house in San Clemente, and some of the surfing that he does is phenomenal. It's 100% commitment, power turns, reminiscent of Aki inspiration. So to see him surf out here will be really cool.
Surfing white, yes, a goofy footer by the name of Little Tony. Tonino Benson, the 22-year-old from the Big Island, from Kailua Kona. And
this wave was way up on the point. He's got this north wall stretching out in front of him, and see what it sets up to the inside. He's got a good lineup on this wave. It's been over 100 yards he's been riding it.
Yeah, Tonino's rips, man. You know, I've seen him do some phenomenal backside surfing out here as well as Haleiwa. And, you know, he's not the biggest guy, but his technique is so well that he can actually surf insane on these bigger waves with all this wind, you know. I think that as a smaller guy, that's really impressive.
Well, he stays compressed through his turns, and even when he's going down the line, that sucks up and uses those legs as shock absorbers. At the end, though, you saw that bump really get the best of him.
Yeah, but he looks like he's riding off the tail of that board. Looks like a good board under his feet, and I think this heat, if you open up like that, it could lead to great things, you know.
Joel Centeo and Ian Walsh, two guys that advanced out of that last heat, come to the beach, and they're breathing. They're heavy.
He looks like Joel's on Eric Arakawa and Ian's on a Takoro, and both local shapers. And it seems like a lot of the guys opting to ride kind of those shapes around here for Sunset and Haleiwa as well as Pipe. So those guys got the local knowledge and the local shapes, and it looks like they're putting it to the test.
Business as usual. Haleiwa threw a wrench into everything. We talked to some of the Europeans. They go, we had no idea this was going to be like this because they were surfing on boards normally was the low end of their spectrum, and they didn't think Haleiwa would be a little kind of 2 to 3 foot surf, but it turned out quite well.
Yeah, the guys traveling the qualifying circuit, usually, you know, Dane, you throw one max groveler in your board bag at all times. You never know what you're going to get put out in.
Yeah, you just literally never know, and that's cool because the ocean keeps you on your toes, but it's also tough to prepare for.
Well, here in Hawaii, you're bringing multiple board bags. It's expensive, and you just think, I just don't want to ride this epoxy groveler. I've been riding it all year. You come to Hawaii, you want to ride 7-foot boards, and here's what we've got at Sunset today.
Yeah, it's been interesting the last couple of years. There seems to have been one day consistently at Haleiwa where you have been needing to rip up some performance surfing on smaller boards. So looking at preparation for the next couple of years, you know, that's a viable option. But Sunset, you know, I think that there's usually a day like this in every event that I've been a part of, besides last year, which was small. But days like today, really, you know, I like it. It's the ultimate equalizer. You go out there with, you know, equal opportunity to go out there and beat your idols or your heroes, and everyone's got the same shot to advance. So, you know, it comes down to just wave selection, being in the right spot, and keeping your cool.
Well, we saw Joel Centeo on the beach, putting his board away, probably going to take a shower, get something to drink, check in with the wife and the family. But what he did out there was what Kamale kind of did on his very first wave. It didn't look that great out the back, but it really reformed on the inside quite nice. He gets a 3.67 and a long paddle back out into the lineup. We got a flashback to Kamale Alexander, the 33-year-old. Remember during the Tahitian trials, heaviest wave, Nixon WTA. During the trials, he won a $10,000 watch last year. He charges some big stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you must have some great memories surfing with him over here in the early days.
Yeah, we pretty much set camp at a friend's house upstairs at Log Cabins, and him and Andy and Bruce and a bunch of other friends, Eric Diaz, would hang out, and just it was like our spot to go out, and we knew we could catch sets. When at that age, there was no chance of us getting a set at Piper backdoor off the wall, and we just practiced at log cabins and rock piles, and that was our little training grounds for when we had events over at Pipeline, and we could move over and get waves on our own.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Which brings up a good point. There's a lot of rookies here that we see in competition, but they're not rookies to the North Shore. You need to start coming here in your teens, your sponsors or family or friends, if you're going to make a push in your surfing career and learn how to ride waves of consequence. You're here for several years before you can even qualify for the Triple Crown.
Yeah, you know, Hawaii is a great place to come. It's all about experience here and putting your time in and just getting to know it. You know, coming from a young age, you can see the guys who are doing well and actually getting a start, like the young guys like Kaloe Andino and Evan Geiselman. There's Mariano. This is a big, powerful move.
Caught that wave way out in the second reef here that Randy Rarick was talking about, and that's where you want to surf out here. In traditional Sunset, it comes into this big A-framing peak out there and then comes all the way across and sets up into that inside bowl, and those are the ideal waves in the Sunset lineup.
Did you see those quads on that guy? I mean, Mariano is such a powerful surfer.
I think they're only equaled by your brother Tanner.
Yeah, and Michelle Perez.
Yes.
Those things are just the powerhouses, and you know, watching power surfers surf this wave is so exciting.
Well, we'll get back to Mar, who is Japan's top surfer, but let's go down to Kaipo Guerrero with the last heat winner. I think it could be a Hawaiian.
Yeah.
That's right. Thanks, guys. I'm here with Joel Centeo, the last heat winner. It's always good when I get to interview my friends, Joel. And I got to say, 3-foot surf, 12-foot surf, you're very consistent in competition here at Sunset Beach. What do you attribute to that? What's your formula out here?
Well, just I've been surfing this wave since I was a young kid. I don't surf it every day, not as much as Haleiwa, but I just put in enough time and, you know, over the years surfing the XL Pro and working my way up. So I just have fun surfing it, especially when it's like this. It's real testing.
Well, you had a good heat out there in some survival conditions. All three of your waves, good wave scores. Talk a little bit about what was happening in the lineup, because at some point you guys were way up on the point there.
Yeah, well, my game plan was kind of to start way out the back and try to get the north one and roll into the west peak. It worked out okay. I mean, I got busy early, and then kind of at the end we did get lost, and I felt like I was at backyards just trying to almost get in, you know. But at that point, I didn't know if I was making the heat or not. But nonetheless, I mean, I guess I had some scores, and definitely stoked to make it through that first round.
So it's nice to get those foamers off the point and get a little head start. It's a little bit more difficult taking off right at the west peak.
Definitely. That west peak, it comes in and it apexes, you know, like 15, 20-foot faces, and it's pretty sketchy and really hard to get into it, especially with the 25-mile-an-hour trade winds. So, yeah, I had a couple roll-ins and I had some long rides, and, yep.
Well, congratulations, Joel. We know you got a family on the way, and everyone down here cheering for you. So any shouts out to the hometown crowd?
Just to my wife, Ashley, I love you, and then my son, Noah, is on the beach, and all my friends and family watching on Time Warner Cable.
All right, so thank you. Congratulations. We'll see you in round 2. Back up to the box with Dave and Dane.
Hey, thank you so much. And Shea Lopez up here as well. Have you ever seen him not smile? Mr. Positive right there. He could be part of the Gadauskas clan.
Yeah, well, you know, Joel's always super cool. You know, he really has that aloha spirit, and you know, he's fun to surf with and hang out with. You know, he's just always positive and pushing in big waves, and it's pretty rad to see him do well here and keep progressing through the rounds.
And what did we learn? He talked about the foamers, picking something up that he knows is going to take shape to the inside. That's going to be quite rewarding in terms of points and opportunity. Let's take a look at this wave for Dale Staples out of St. Francis Bay, Eastern Cape, South Africa.
This is exactly what he was talking about. He got that roll in out the back, set up the west peak with a couple big cars on the open face, and now he's looking for it to double up into the bowl here.
Yeah, Dale's kind of a dark horse, I'd say, in this heat, but his skill level is insane, especially in hardcore barreling rights. That one event a couple years back in Bolito that was barreling, not this last one, but before that, and Dale Staples is a big-time standout.
Remember Frankie Oberholzer? He's got a similar approach to his waves.
He's full
style.
Yeah, it's cool to see like regional inspirations, you know, like Possibility, where he grew up in South Africa, and the guys that he looked up to when he was growing up, and it's cool to see those similarities in the guys surfing.
Yeah, and he picked one of the better waves of the day, is that really had good steep wall from outside all the way through the bowl.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive stuff. So we'll see. It looks like the guys are pretty calm out there in the water. It looks like a bit of a lull in the action. So I'm sure they're just waiting patiently for the next opportunity.
Well, it looks like we're ready to do some trivia right now. Right, Callie? Okay, so you can win yourself a pair of trunks, right?
Yeah, you can definitely win yourself a great pair of trunks.
Okay, and the trivia question is right now, and you've got to go to Facebook, right? To the Vans Facebook site. First one to answer it right. We want the Vans sponsored surfers, and there are 2 sets, and each set would be 3 surfers in it. So there are 2 sets of 3 brothers. Name the first name of all the brothers. That would be 6 names, and obviously we need their last name too, but 6 surfers are sponsored from 2 different families. Give us the names and you will win your set a pair of trunks, and that's gonna
yeah, well,
that's the way to do it. Just go to the Vans Facebook right now and we'll tell you if you win. There we go.
We got one of those brothers right next to me.
Yeah, Vans keeps it a family affair, and
a couple new team riders this year on the North Shore.
Yeah, we got Dane Reynolds and Wade Gould repping the program, and it's super exciting to see. Alex Knost is even over here blowing up. He was out last night and riding this crazy single fin that he shaped and was really giving it a good dig. So that was pretty awesome to check out. And Dane Reynolds is over here. I saw him last night, and Wade Gould is recovering from an injury. But welcome to the team, boys. It's fun to have you guys a part of it, and we're looking forward to the next couple.
Excited. He got his first barrel yesterday since his injury, and it was just like it was started all over again. He was a new surfer.
Dude, I swear you're a Grom. After you come back from an injury, you are so re-inspired. It's like one of the coolest, purest feelings in surfing, and sometimes injuries can be good for your mindset. I mean, yeah, you have to overcome some difficulties, but it really kind of cleanses you of all that stuff that you don't really need in your mind and really simplifies it for you.
Realize how blessed you are to be in this position to surf around the world.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Give us an update on your brother.
Patrick is doing great.
Well, it's just not as great as he wants to. I mean, is he laid up?
He's getting through it. You know, it's a tough injury to have happen. I mean, he was just unfortunately he was doing really well in San Francisco, and but you know what? Injuries, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, Dave. And I'm sure he's going to come back swinging. If not for the Pipe Masters, for next season.
Patrick with a rodeo flip?
Yeah, he did a rodeo flip, and well, he stuck it, but he got pounded.
He stuck that ankle, right?
Yeah.
And it was a grade 3 sprain, according to Dr. Kramer.
Yeah, Dr. Kramer's the man, and here's Kamale carving up some big wall face here at Sunset. That was a big wave.
Yeah, the guys have definitely shifted to this outside peak that wasn't working earlier. These guys were just having to stick on the inside bowl, and he's getting a long ride with a number of open face carves.
Yeah, wow, he's really able to finish it off with a critical maneuver. So I think that should be a really good score, Shay.
Well, if you take a look at people that did quite well at the last event here, was the HIC Pro qualifier. Here's a guy right there in blue, 3rd place, that just about won the event.
Yeah. Kamale seems to always do really well in Sunset and Pipe and Haleiwa, and you're always hearing his name and seeing his face, and it's pretty sick. I mean, I remember a couple years ago he did really well at the Pipe Masters, and he's just a really nice guy. And I'm stoked to see him do well here, and God, his surfing's phenomenal, so it's pretty insane.
Charging hard, the 33-year-old from Honolulu, Kauai, and this is Kamale Alexander. 113 at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, not exactly what he'd hoped for, but 3rd place about a month ago in this event at Sunset, the HIC.
You can see him working those moguls as he just lines up his turns between the chops on these walls that they come across. So much side bump.
Yeah, I like how he's keeping the rail free. See how he's pumping it back and forth, really not trying to. He's trying to keep the fins free for when he sees the section that he really wants to lay into. So that's a pretty good, that's an experienced approach out there.
He easily looks like one of the more comfortable surfers out in the lineup and not playing catch up with every nuance of the bump of the wave. He looks like he's well under control.
Yeah, I think he's surfed out here a couple times, and for sure he knows what to do out there.
You can see his eyes tuned into the water and really reading it at a fast rate.
Yeah, Kamale's looking to put together a good heat, and looks like that wave is going to be coming in at a pretty nice score. He's going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, he's pumped with a couple 6s in the score line already. Here's to see him set up in a good position.
Tonino Benson on this wave out the back, and look at the wave in front of it. We've got solid 10-foot faces here, and we're looking for T. T's got a huge section right now, going to get underneath it.
That's such a good feeling when that West Bowl sets up in front of you.
Yeah, it's very similar to like a skate park thing where you kind of carve off the wall of the pool, and Tonino just carved off that thing, got a lot of speed to drive around that big section, and threw up a couple of big maneuvers. So I'm sure he's going to be pretty stoked with the fact that he's riding this thing all the way through and getting some big turns on.
Yeah. Former NSSA champion, not only in air show, but the open men's. Take a look at his career. What a stellar career as a youngster coming through. Now at 22 years of age.
Yeah, he had a lot of great results at the U.S. Open, I believe, right, Dave? And then NSSA Nationals, and he's a really good young talent, and I'm really stoked to see him doing well here.
Gets serious on this wave right here. He opened up with a 3.50 and some great surfing here for Tonino Benson.
See how he carved down around that section? He's really utilizing the wave to get the speed to drive around for the rest of the wave, and he's low and compact, staying right over those fins there, Shay, and that's what we were talking about earlier about kind of giving you the maneuverability is getting right over those fins on the backside especially. So he's doing a great job on this wave. It looks bumpy.
I like that carve back in the hook right there.
Yeah. It looks bumpy, but he's just made that thing sashimi.
Flashing back to the kid from the Big Island, from Kona. 2005, he took out an international field to take an ISA crown. He took down Clay Marzo, David Delroy Carr, and Wiggly Dantas, winning the ISA under 16s.
Yeah, those are fun events to look back on. And it's crazy. Sometimes you'll see names when they're all super young, in like the under 14s and under 16, and then you'll see them develop, and 10 years later they're on the CT surfing against each other still. So it's pretty cool to have that international competition with everyone and kind of get camaraderie and people to get to know each other. And you're seeing Tonino still ripping it up right here, and I'm sure he's surfing against all the same guys.
And then another surfer we've seen come up through the Triple Crown and Nationals is John Florence, and he made a great showing at Haleiwa.
Yeah. Well, John is just such a phenomenal natural talent, and he's so creative on the wave face. And that's a cool thing I like about him, is that you never know what he's going to do. And he's so incredible at pipeline and backdoor that, it's just going to be a really cool Triple Crown season for him. I'm sure he's looking forward to potentially challenging for that Triple Crown title.
Dale Staples here needs a 2.67. Don't know if he knows that, but he's got a 7.0 in his score line and a 2.0, currently in the third spot with 11 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
This is a nice wave, and follow up that 7. It's another decent score here as he commits to that rail on that big board. Almost caught it, was able to pull it out here. There's another big section in front of him.
Wow. See, he's going to be, oh my goodness. He's got to be so thrilled to back up a 7.0 at that thing. I mean, or 7.0 something, but yeah. He's that's going to be a really strong backup score for Dale Staples, if not his best score. And this heat's really firing up because Tonino got a great score in Kamalei as well. So it's going to be down to the finish, I think.
Yeah, that last wave of Tonino came in at 7.5. So 3 surfers in this heat with some good scores. And this is Dale Staples' second good scoring ride of this heat.
Look how he's navigating through that backwash. And he's overpowering that stuff and just driving, controlling that board, and really dictating where he wants to put it on the wave face. And he's young, but he definitely has the experience and the power to just throw it to the wave, and that was some really red-hot surfing.
Just looking at him over the years in terms of putting a note together, just saying, okay, what's this guy good at? This guy...
He's good at great carves.
Great carves, and from day one, surfing for the last decade and getting into competition, Dale Staples, impressive stuff. Okay, Hot Shot, you got a winner.
Okay, we have a winner. It's Isaac Inouye. I don't know if that's how you say it, but it's Inouye, and he won a Vans Era Series board shorts. Isaac, this one's coming to you, buddy. We got you a Vans Era Series board shorts, and they're awesome.
And what was the answer?
Well, the answer was the Florence brothers. You got John, his younger brothers, Nathan and Ivan, and Nathan's actually competing in this event as well. And then I got 2 brothers.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, Tanner and Patrick.
And Patrick's your twin.
Yep, Patrick is my twin.
Had a birthday the other day.
Yep, we shared the journey all together on this planet, so it's a pretty cool experience. And Van's all about family, and it's a pretty cool thing to share with the Florence family as well.
Have you ever been upset when it's time for the birthday presents and you guys get the same thing, so there's no sibling rivalry? What was the funniest birthday gift you got from the parents or friends that you had to do 2 for 1 type thing?
No, I don't know. But
did you ever get a better present than your brother?
No, I don't think so. But the only awkward time is like sometimes we'll walk out of the room and we're wearing the same shirt or something. We're like, hey. Back it off. This one's for me, beer. You know what I mean? But no, we're pretty mellow, and we get along pretty good, and sometimes we have our battles.
Used to win the fights.
Oh yeah, we used to be young and swing arms and punches and stuff, but we mellowed out a little bit. We still have flare-ups, so it's pretty fun.
You guys still all live together?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. But it's hilarious because it's a never-ending good time party, circus, hilariousness. We're always doing something. There's always someone at the house, and
you guys have a band?
Yeah, it's fun, man. Music's cool.
And who maintains the backyard?
Oh, well, Patrick's probably doing it now. Because it's funny, originally he was he got the first ankle injury, and he got the garden all fired up. And then I got an ankle injury, and I did the garden. So maybe it's the journey is continuing through Patrick, and it's kind of peaceful, tranquil out there.
Yeah, it's nice. You got to just go with the flow.
And you get food out of it, too, Dave, so it's pretty much a win-win.
So what are you growing out there that you can actually eat?
Well, right now there's not much.
Weeds, but you got your tomatoes. You know, you're doing a little gardening out the back.
He's going to start a little sweet potato garden next year.
Yeah, Shay's got me all fired up. I love that. Sweet potatoes.
Well, how good was Dale Staples' turns? We talked about this kid putting it on rail, his carves. His last wave comes in at an 8.17, then a 7.0. This is Dale Staples out of the Eastern Cape of South Africa. You've heard of Cape St. Francis. Well, he lives at St. Francis Bay, 20 years of age, number 130 in the rankings, and he is blowing up right now.
He's going to love a great result here, Dave. And, you know, his surfing is strong. When it comes down to it, just slamming these lips, and Dale's definitely been putting full aggression and power into each turn, and really it's turned into a battle for getting through the advancement position. I mean, Tonino and Kamale both have scores that they can overtake first, but I'm sure they'd love to solidify getting into that second position right now.
Let's talk about Mar Ono. Masatoshi Ono, the goofy putter out there, 30 years of age. I mean, I've had my fingers crossed for this guy to get on the World Championship Tour for years. He is worthy.
Yeah, he is such a great surfer, and he's a very mellow guy. He's got the sensei mindset to him, and you know, he's very calm. And you know, sometimes things just don't go your way, and I feel like this year maybe has been a little bit challenging for him. But you know, it's just going to make him stronger, and if he can keep the charge alive, because his surfing is truly phenomenal.
Well, he surfs the heat. He lives by the sword and dies by the sword. Complete commitment to every turn. You'll see him just stay on your board. You're going to get a 9, and he falls.
Yeah, but I mean, it's cool. Like, that's what you want to watch.
Yeah,
you know, maybe it's not what you want to do, but it's like what people really want to watch. And you know, I think that kind of enthusiasm is just, you know, it's great for surfing. And I know the Japanese market would just love to have to celebrate Mar Ono and the surfing on the big stage. So, you know, I know the whole country's behind him, and we're behind him. So hopefully he can feel the mojo, the telepathic communication, and just kind of go out there and do his thing.
Because he's Ono.
He's Ono.
The peaceful warrior, 74 in the rankings right now, looking to vault up as much as he can in this final possibility of making a charge and getting into all the prime events next year, and paying his dues on the Star Series as well.
Yeah, well, look at that set dissipating from the outside coming in, and that's kind of an indication that, whoa, things might get crazy here in the next couple seconds.
Yeah, we had our junior competitor there in the heat before. We saw him with the big win, but when a set would come in, he's like, I was hoping to catch a wave soon and get out of the lineup before the set came in.
Yeah, I think that's the only conventional thought that you can have as a human being. When you see those things come through, it's one of the most intimidating things in the world, and I think that it can humble you to the core, and you see that no man can escape it.
Going on 1 o'clock local time here. Heats every 30 minutes. 4 surfers in the water. 2 are eliminated. They can catch 15 waves, but it's all about 2 decent waves. Important wave right here for Dale Staples. Well, he's trying to throw away a 7.0. He's having one of the better heats of the contest. The best 2-wave total so far, Poncho Sullivan, a 14.87. He's eclipsed that with a 2-wave total of a 15.17. All of a sudden, we've got somebody that's on the radar that you know will love to surf Sunset time and time again. He's really figuring out the where to sit in the conditions here. He's had a couple of quick ones in and out, but he is styling in. Important way for Kamale Alexander.
Wow, he's carving right through that wake of that jet ski. That was pretty insane.
Yeah, he needs a 5 on this wave, and it could be setting up very nicely for him.
There could be a sick double up in here. Let's see what Kamale can do. Love to see him tear this one up.
Look at this clean bowl in front of him, wrapping it up into the hook, ducking under the lip. More wall in front of him.
Wow, a bonus section here, and just heavy positioning.
That was so mental. And see how it pulled him up the wave face and his board released a little bit? I mean, the power and the steepness of that barrel is something that's so unique to Sunset. And Kamale has always got one of the stylish surfing. He's just so stylish and smooth that, I mean, he made that look easy.
His board placement was perfect on that wave.
Yeah, that's not an easy situation to be in.
Okay, take a look at this. He needs to replace his 3.67. He needs a 5.01. What do you think if you're judging this?
I think he looked at the camera.
He looked at the camera check on his card. He's just too relaxed out there.
Yeah, Kamale always casual as usual, and even under pressure.
It was the pricket. Here we go.
He's probably like, hey, man, watch this. You want to get the inside because I'm going to rip this thing up.
2 sections for 1 on the inside.
Oh, that was sick. Nice pocket ride. Little spit on the back, which is great.
Love the fades off the top to set up the perfect position to get this maximum pocket is before the wave dives into the channel here quickly and it spits on him even.
Just that subtle rail work right there because that wave jacked up, and normally you just get pitched Makaha style with that little warble, and he makes it. Wow, let's see what the judges are going to give him.
Yeah, I mean that 501, I think he's going to get that as we see the first score dropping in a 5.5.
Yeah, it's going to be right around the zone. It's going to be really interesting to see what it comes in as, but he definitely gave it a great effort. It was a beautiful wave, and his style was magnificent. So, you know, he did a couple hot maneuvers, and
he's going to get the score.
Throw out the high and low, and he is looking for something that will post a 5.01 to overtake Benson in that second spot. A 7.67 would take him up into the lead, but no, he jumps into second. Now Benson needs a 3.9, and he's out in the middle of the ocean. Who's going to tell him he needs a 3.9 with 2 minutes and 55 seconds remaining?
Wow, I think if you're in Tonino's situation, you just really got to be actively looking through the lineup and trying to better your scores, knowing that Kamle possibly got a better one. Here he goes right here.
Yeah, 3.9 needed by Tonino. He sets up these fades off the back.
He could have a great double up right here.
Right on cue.
Wow, that's a great wave for Tonino. Let's see what he can do. And he gets really critical and carves off that lip. That was really impressive. And looks like one more huge turn for Tonino.
This is gonna, if he sticks to this, it's going to be a big score.
He could take over the lead with that.
He stuck that. We go to the wave out the back, but Tonino was able to maintain his feet and ride that wave out, and he's going to get a huge score.
He is still riding to the inside, going through just mayhem, just a bunch of... He's actually going to bring it into Val's Reef here. This is crazy, and a double up. And he goes for a floaty move off the top again, not only clinching it, but really adding an exclamation mark.
Yeah, with 2 minutes to go, that was his final effort right there, and he put on a great performance. He's going to get the score he needed.
Yeah, that was really impressive stuff from Tonino.
Look at this, right on cue. He goes, well, he's looking for a 3.9, and all of a sudden he starts racking up the points out the back.
Yeah, look how well he read this with the fade back into the pocket. This wave's set up so deep on the point.
Gosh, see how he broke the line on the bottom turn, not to overcommit to that thing, and just so that way he could get real nice and top into the lip, and he read that thing like a...
This was impressive right here. I don't know. He went into a layback, and then the wave knocked him back in front of the whitewash.
That's the rodeo ride right there. That's the rodeo. Then we have the rodeo flip and the rodeo ride, and...
Look at him fighting all that foam and bump to get into the valves, and where even at valves on that
Oh my God. That's sick.
Well, it's not over yet, and he's still going to work it. Tonino Benson, this is his third wave, needing a 3.9, and look at that crazy move.
Yeah, well, where's Kamle in the lineup right now? It'd be interesting to see if he can get back out in the position to take off on one more wave, and I think he's out there. So we'll see what do you think, Shay?
Well, I think Tonino's going to go to the lead on that wave.
Oh, yeah, I think it's going to be push Staples into the hot seat, but Staples got an 8.17 and a 7.0. Tonino Benson is basically 15 yards off the beach waiting for this heat to end. There's 45 seconds remaining. Keep your eyes to the horizon. Mar Ono at this point needs an 8.17, but it might be more, and we'll see what Benson's going to get. His his third wave score. He's going to replace that 3.5.
Wow, huge scores coming through, Dave, and it looks like it's an 8.67 for Tonino, which puts him back in the lead and makes things a little bit tougher for Kamle Alexander and Mariano in third and fourth.
And he's right on the shore break here. He gets the word from the beach announcers with 18 seconds remaining. What a killer closer wave, an 8.67. And that would be the best wave of the entire contest so far.
And we have the two highest heat totals of this event so far. We're first and second. So just a tremendous effort here by all our competitors in this heat as the waves do look to be getting better and the scores should be rising throughout the day.
Spectacular heat.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. Congratulations to all the guys surfing out there, and to Kamle and Mar, good luck for next time, and you guys still rule because I dig watching you.
Learn the name. Dale Staples, 20 years of age, played it really smart, a 7.0 and 8.17. He didn't win the heat, believe it or not, with a 15.17. It was Tonino Benson with the closing deal with an 8.67 from out the back to the inside, backed it up with a 7.5 early on. Staples, Benson moved through, a 22-year-old and a 20-year-old, making things happen in this heat. We'll be right back with more action. Coming up next, it's going to be Kennedy, Aware, Asing, and McNamara. Stay with us as we continue with the Vans World Cup live from the North Shore.
128.
Welcome back to the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Event number 2, the Vans World Cup of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy. I'm Bo Hodge along with Ross Williams. And Ross, we got another exciting heat. Check this out. Stu Kennedy, Austin Ware, young Keanu Singh, and even a younger Mackay McNamara.
Yeah, we got the 2 youngster Hawaiians up against the sort of tour veterans that have been traveling all year long. So let's see if the local knowledge wins out here today.
Looks like Kamale coming in from the last heat and won an explosive heat. Young Tonito Benson from the Big Island not only scored the one highest wave, but the best 2-wave total in that last heat.
Yeah, that was exciting, and that's the first time we've seen today someone bring a wave all the way into the shore break, basically. So Tonino, yeah, that was... and also what that means, Bo, is the waves are cleaning up. It's dropping just a touch, and we're going to see a lot more high scores throughout the afternoon with these more contestable, a little bit easier to deal with.
Yeah, it's really windy out there. We already see a couple of windsurfers out of backyards, and that's showing the wind factor. And we saw 3 of the 4 surfers in double digits in the last heat. Kamale Alexander, 11.4, would have won probably 98% of the other earlier heats, but he came up against Dale Staples, who was on fire, who took the 2 best wave total, and then Tonito Benson with that last 8.67 took the 1 best 1 wave and the best 2 waves.
Yeah, and I loved seeing that they were taking off on a proper outside Sunset West Peak. Again, a testament to the conditions getting a little more calm. Before this morning in the first handful of heats, you couldn't do it. It was just too many giant whitewashes rolling through. So this is good. This is good for us. It's going to be a lot more surfing going on and less paddling.
Here we go. We got some other surfers and caddies coming in prone division as they come in from the last heat. But another 30-minute heat. Here we go paddling. Keanu Singh. Late takeoff. Here he goes dropping in. Big bottom turn. He's going to set up on that Locomotion yellow board.
Watch this barrel.
Watch it down the line. He's covered. Come on out. Yes! Claims it.
You could see that thing walling up.
Not once. Oh, he's going for a second one, but Ross, what a great opening wave.
Yeah, you can see that lining up from the get-go, and it just Sunset likes it when it just drops a touch. I mean, from this morning to now, it's night and day. So this is good stuff for us spectators. And Keanu Singh was reading that wave perfect. I mean, he could have got anxious and went ahead, and he didn't. He just stalled nicely and got a big old pit. That's going to be a giant score.
Well, 8.67. Let's watch a replay courtesy of Vans and take it away, Ross.
Yeah, you can see how he stalled here. So already from the get-go, that tells me he's like, well, this thing is going to wall up nicely. And he's just waiting for it. He's waiting for all that water to build up on the reef. He's already kind of tucking his hand in. Look at that. Giant barrel through the curtain there. And that was not easy to make. I mean, he easily could have got bumped off. Look at that claim. And he's just a little guy. So for him to, stand tall after that means that, he's got a good center gravity. Almost a second barrel there, Bo. So good surfing there from Keanu. What a way to start a heat. There's huge scores dropping.
Okay, we saw the highest scoring wave from the last heat, Tonito Benson, 8.67. You gotta think this next wave is gonna be higher than that.
Yeah, and there it goes, Bo, 9.33. So what a way to start your heat.
And there's his caddy, Bonga Perkins, 2-time longboard world champion, who's doing water patrol, and he's just relaying the information now he's getting from the beach, and he's gonna tell Keanu, hey, 9.33, way to go. But I need more.
You could see him there, Bo, cupping his ears. He's trying to get the info from the beach. It's really hard to hear. Even though Bunga is on the inside in a channel, it's really windy. So hopefully he'll get that score. But, Keanu knows that was a giant score. So for him, he's just going, okay, I'm in backup mode now. Just go back that score up.
Well, let's talk to the winner of the last heat, who had previously the best 1-wave and 2-wave score with Rocky Cannon. That's Tonino Benson. Take it away.
Thanks, Bo. Thanks, Ross. And I'm down here with Tonino Benson. Winner of the last heat just in the last few seconds. Seems like we've said that a couple times in the last few heats, but you're right. He was watching that replay and that wave right here, watching Keanu's wave. He had the previous high score, 8.67. Then we saw that 9.33 thrown down by Keanu. But just talk about your heat out there and what you did to get those big scores.
I just looked for the double up kind of, and I lucked out on that last one. I kind of seen it doubling up, so I snagged it. But Anu Boy just got a mean one, so I'm stoked that I got to watch that one too after the heat.
And how you feeling? You're riding a little bit of a smaller board than I think anybody down here would suspect. You're on a 6.8. How did it feel on some of those bigger waves?
It felt a little wiggly, but I liked it. I like that board a lot, so I'm really happy. I feel really fit, so waves are good. I hope the swell stays. We get waves.
Well, you're looking pretty fit out there. The good news is You got one heat down today. You made it. You won't be surfing again today, so use that to get some rest. Tonino, congratulations, bro. Good to see you doing good.
Thank you so much. Aloha.
All right, guys, back up to you in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Rocky. And congratulations, Tonino Benson. And great to see a great goofy footer. I mean, 3 years ago, we saw C.J. Hobgood, similar conditions, big, gnarly, challenging conditions on his backhand, just dominate out here.
Yeah, you know, just watching that interview, it makes me smile because Tonino is such a classic Kona boy. You know, he's a Holly boy, but he just that pigeon comes through, and he's just a classic local boy from Kona. And Tonino is somewhat underrated. I mean, he's one of the best young up-and-coming surfers from Hawaii. And you could see that from his backhand attack on that big last wave he had, getting a little more vertical and more power than most guys out here. Just that extra torque and stuff is not normal. Most people just kind of huck their board around a little bit. He was actually carving and throwing lots of spray. So Tonino is just an amazing talent, and I hope he gets on a roll because, you know, he's good enough to win this contest.
Coming into this event, number 111, so has a shot at cracking in the top 100. Here we go, Austin Ware.
Yeah, Austin on a nice little wave here. Let's see if this doubles up on a reef. The tricky part about some of these waves, Bo, is if you get off on the shoulder too high, it just kind of turns into a burger. So Austin making the most of that wave. But yeah, it was a little on the mushy side.
Yeah, Austin coming into this event, number 106. So you're seeing a lot of these surfers right on the borderline, cracking into the top 100 for 2012 is going to give them an advancement into those 6 stars and to those primes.
Yeah, huge points. And for some of the local kids like Keanu and Makai to get in this event is great for them because, like you said, that's a lot of points up for grabs. And just to be able to get into these events is a big deal.
Here we go. Here's the young Makai McNamara, younger son of Liam McNamara, former winner of the HIC Pipeline Pro. And let's watch Makai on the inside, trying to make that connection. And sometimes the wave selection that you get is not really what you see when you start paddling for it.
Right, and this is an example of it right here. Makai, you know, obviously you mentioned Liam McNamara's son. He'll have lots of coaching from his dad, and he'll be on his, you know, his best A game as far as, you know, he's going to know where to sit and how to catch those waves. It's just all about executing it.
9.33, Keanu Singh opening up with a bang. And you were talking about, Ross, how sunset is changing right before our eyes. And in fact, tomorrow, the winds are even supposed to back off even more. And decline in the swell is going to really look ideal tomorrow.
I think one of the most stressful things about being in a heat today is you're going to want to make it because tomorrow's going to be great. I think tomorrow's going to drop just a little bit. It's not going to be small by any means, but it's going to get a lot more manageable. And when the swell's north like it's going to be tomorrow, there'll be a lot of barrels on that inside reef. So you know, if I was in a heat today, I want to make it, but just for the simple fact of surfing tomorrow, there's going to be some good waves out here.
Yeah, we're going to see former finalist Leonardo Neves tomorrow. Of course, Carissa Moore is seated in heat number 14 coming up tomorrow. And Corey Lopez, just looking at some of the seated surfers. Nat Young, finalist over at Haleiwa, will be surfing for his first time. Kai Barger, Daniel Ross, Robbo, Adam Robertson. I mean, we've got a lot of great surfers already seated into that round. And then the advancing surfers from today, like Tonino Benson and Poncho Sullivan and all those guys, will be working their way into those rounds.
Yeah, one of the cool things about a surf contest, how they have the seeds and they're sitting in the second and third rounds, and sometimes that can get nervy. You know, if you're seated in the next round and you're just waiting around watching the guys rip and have good scores and good heats, you know, sometimes that can unsettle you, but obviously, you know, to be seated in a higher round is an advantage.
Yeah, talking to Joel Centeno, he loved the year that he came from round one all the way into the final of the Reef Hawaiian Pro, because he said, I kept busy, I kept knowing the spot, I kept knowing the waves, and here we go. Surfer in red, Stu Kennedy.
Yeah, Stu Kennedy on a nice west peak here. Let's see if this thing doubles up. The main thing with these waves is sometimes they're so west, like that right there, it just kind of boots you out the back and it mushes out. But yeah, that's a good story you bring up there of getting momentum. Sometimes if you're surfing round after round, you don't have time to think about your heat. When you're seated in a late round, you got all these days to just sit there and think about that one heat, and it can just stress you out. So I can see why Joel liked surfing from round one. It just, you don't have time to stress out. You're just, you know, doing your job.
Well, we saw Keikoa Picasso surf from day one all the way through Haleiwa into the semifinals, number 7 for the Triple Crown and in contention. Here we go, Keanu Singh.
Yeah, Keanu trying to back up that 9.33. I mean, what a big score. And getting a couple little wraps here, just waiting for this thing to double up. Not sure if it's going to, but you know, the main thing to do when you have such a big score is not sit. And so even though that's not going to be a great score, you don't want to just sit out there and get cold. You got to stay busy.
Well, we saw 3 of the 4 surfers in the last heat with double digits, so I know Keanu's not going to rest on that 9.33 because if he doesn't get a backup wave, he could easily lose his heat.
Sure, and these other 3 competitors are capable of getting some big scores too, so it's dangerous. You don't want to think, oh, I'm good, I made this heat. You got to back it up.
Let's watch Keanu Singh's second wave here, Ross.
Yeah, so this is like kind of this classic Western West Peak, and the tricky thing about some of these waves, like I've been telling you, is they just won't develop. This one sort of does, though, and I like the look of Keanu's board. It looks really solid under his feet. It doesn't look too big. You see some guys that kind of tread that line between getting a board that's good for paddling, and then sometimes it looks like it's too long. If you get that board that's really good for paddling, sometimes you can sacrifice maneuverability. So that's a good-looking board for Keanu.
Last year, Keanu Singh's first North Shore contest was here at the HIC Pro, and he made the final in last year's HIC Pro.
Yeah, and he's really young, so he's showing some poise early on. It's easy to just kind of lose in your first heat when you're a Grom. So for him to make a bunch of heats and do that well just shows me that he's really poised, pretty solid competitor. He doesn't try too hard, which is easy to do when you're young.
There we see Adrian Toyon from Reunion Island warming up in the competitors area. We saw Casey Brown from the Big Island just earlier getting ready for his heat. That'll be coming up next. That'll be heat number 12.
Yeah, we saw Toyon right there just stretching in the competitors area. We saw a bunch of him in Haleiwa, and he looks like a Rob Machado look-alike, kind of a skinnier, goofy footer. So, and he surfed well in those lefts at Haleiwa. So it'll be interesting to see if he can make his surfing count over here in these big mushy rights.
Yeah, I like his style, I like his attitude, I like his performance out at Haleiwa, and again, he'll be coming up in heat number 12 coming up next. But right now you can see Keanu Singh 2-wave total, 12.9. Still needs to improve on that second wave to solidify his lead here. Austin Ware on a 1-wave score of a 4.33. You see Mackay McNamara in second, with a 1-wave score of 2.5. He's in third, and Stu Kennedy with a 2-wave score, now needing a 3.04. Talking with Randy Rarick, the largest crowd we've seen at Sunset Beach in years. You combo that with big day, big wave, weekend, Sunday, everything putting itself out. We thanked everybody on the PA on the beach for coming out because parking is at a minimum, of course, here at Sunset, and just a beautiful day.
Yeah, I was noticing that, and when they showed a few of these shots, and there's a lot of people down here today. And yeah, I know it is a Sunday, it's a weekend and Thanksgiving weekend and all that, but it's just awesome to see that these people made their way down here to watch this event. And it's a testament to not only how well the Triple Crown is run and all that, but just surfing is getting more and more popular every year. And the fact that it's on Time Warner on TV and on the web, it's just available. It's out there. People know about it, and it's really good to see all these people down here.
Yeah, we'd like to say hello to all of our LA area Time Warner cable people on the Southern Cal Channel 101 on the Desert Cities at 111 and in the San Diego area at 411. So thank you guys for tuning in. This is day 1 of the Vans World Cup of Surfing. Of course, they got it start back in 1975. Mark Richards won this event. And there's a list of our Triple Crown host stations on the California side, and we welcome all of our California viewers and all of our international viewers watching on the webcast. Here we go, up and riding Austin Ware.
Yeah, Austin trying to sneak a little inside barrel here. He might tuck under this. Just hits the channel a little too quick for him. But sometimes that's a good strategy to sit on that inside bowl. You can catch a couple waves really fast, which is not the norm out here. Normally, you can get way outside and get lost for 10, 12 minutes. So if you can sneak a barrel on the inside, you can grab a 6 or 7 really quick before the rest of the guys in your heat even know what happened, and then you're out the back with them. There's a picture of Toyon, that skinny goofy footer from Reunion Island that we were talking about. That looks just like Rob Machado. Waiting for his next heat, and that's a long paddle bow to get out there. You have to really prepare yourself. You can't just sneak out a couple minutes before your heat.
No, in fact, once they get their jerseys here, they can go out into the water. And we're calculating these guys are paddling almost a full hour. You reckon about 15 minutes prior to the heat, 30 minutes into the heat, and sometimes anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes to get back into the water. And this is a spot today with the large surf. They're just not sitting in one spot. They're paddling to keep their spot.
Oh, yeah. Lots of paddling. I think they're happy. The competitors are really happy that the conditions have calmed down a bit, because when it's big and nasty like it was the first few heats this morning, it's a lot of energy. You're happy that you only have one heat a day, because you get beat. That's a lot of paddling. You're holding your breath half the time. There's wind whipping water in your face, and you just get basically, beat up.
Here we go on the outside. Stu Kennedy in red.
Yeah, Stu on a nice medium one. And his board looks a touch long. Let's see. Look at that, though. That really helped him on that big old buck there. It was like riding a bull. And you could see the length on his board. He's got a big old board. Unfortunately for Stu, that wave was just, just burgered out. So some of the guys that aren't from Hawaii, you'll see them do that. They'll take the set waves that are wide, and those are most likely not the good ones. You want the medium ones that hit the reef more on the inside, and those jack up and give you all that opportunity to do a handful of turns.
There's the breakdown. That's what Austin Ware needs, is a 8.58. But his score coming in, he's going to chalk away at that. There's the surfers for the next heat getting ready to paddle out.
Yeah, Austin's got that 4.3, which is not a bad score, but other than that, really, Keanu's 9.3 is the only wave of note so far.
Yeah, and he backs it up with a 3.73, so even his two-wave total doesn't equal Keanu's first ride.
Right. So, Keanu was smart. Even though that 3.5 wasn't that great of a wave for him, he's doing good. Now he can go take his time and go wait for that nice wave to come in to back up that score. And when he gets that, he's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, we saw Kamale Alexander, third place in heat number 10 with an 11.4 score. So, that just shows you some of the talent out here. 11.4 getting third place. That could have easily been second place in this heat.
Yeah, again, that just tells you that, the conditions are getting better. And so Kamale, he got a couple of good waves in that heat, but, man, they just got steamrolled by Tonino and Dale.
Some waves moving into the competition area. Keanu Singh having a great summer. Won the Junior Pro in New York City. Got to compete at Quicksilver Pro in New York. And doing quite well. Tommy, his dad's got him on a good program. He's been training with Sonny Garcia, been training with some of the other North Shore surfers. So he's set up for next year, 2012.
Yeah, he is. And talking to him and his dad, they're motivated. They're not going to let any, squander any opportunity. And that's cool. That's the kind of motivation you need to make it nowadays, because there is a bucket full of kids out there that are just ready to take your spot if you're not the guy. So I like to see how motivated Keanu is and his dad. They make a good team, and he's looking to capitalize on any points and any kind of projection he can get out of this event.
1 year ago today, Gabriel Mendina and Kalohi Andino were in the same spot, at around 200, 150 on the SP1 World Scoring, and then within less than a year, they found themselves, at least Gabriel Mendina, on the World Tour at the halfway point, winning 2 CT events, and Kalohi Andino will qualify for next year.
Yeah, it's crazy what momentum can do for you. I mean, look at those kids. They gain their confidence by getting a bunch of wins, and next thing you know, now they're not just some silly groms anymore. They're total contenders, and the guys that everyone's talking about on tour. So, these younger kids nowadays, they're just getting better and better and more poised at such an early age. I mean, I remember when I was 18 years old, I was a yard sale. Every wave I would just be pushing way too hard and just making rookie mistakes. So it's cool, man. Everyone's game is getting really sharp at an early age.
Were you intimidated with Tom Curran and Tommy Carroll in a heat like that when you were young?
Totally. Tom Curran and those guys were just a hair older than me, so I didn't quite link up with them. They were just kind of on their way out when I was on tour. But it took me 3 years. It was my third year on the QS back then that I qualified for the main tour. And those first 2 years, like I told you, I was just a yard sale. I was trying way too hard and trying to blow my tail out in every turn and just making rookie mistakes. And the intimidation factor, once I got onto the main stage was there too. But I think you're so happy once you make that main stage that you got those few years under your belt, and that goes a long way.
Well, the Junior Pro Series, the NSSA Series, the Amateur Series here in Hawaii is the HASA Series. I think they really prep up the young surfers. I know in California they have their Prime Series, getting the junior surfers in competition mode, ready for the QS, the Prime, and the CT events.
Yeah, that's right. And they didn't have a whole lot of that when I was a kid. They had 1 or 2 events, like the ISA event and the World Junior at Narrabeen in Australia, and we would make sure we'd go to those. But other than that, unless you entered a Pro-Am or your local kind of pro contest, it was hard to get your feet wet and get all that practice against the big boys. So nowadays, these kids have no excuses, man. There's just tons of avenues to get your feet wet and get that experience that you need. And it's huge, because you don't want to surf your first man-on-man heat against, say, a Mick Fanning. You're just going to get torn up. So for them to get some water under their belt, man-on-man, and get that feel of a big event, that's really big.
What's the vibe amongst downstairs talking with the surfers about today being big, being gnarly, being Sunset after coming off a small day and small series over Haleiwa.
Yeah, as we see here, Mackay on the big old West Bowl, that thing, he's probably going to get out of that. It's been good. There's a lot of buzz, and everyone's been kind of psyched because it's been small and sunny. It almost feels like July up till now. So, and the cool thing that I love about bigger waves like this is it just makes everyone kind of excited. Everyone's talking to each other and what are you going to ride, and it's just it's almost like us against the ocean, and it brings everyone together and gets everyone talking. And I think everyone's been, for the most part, really excited.
Got a shot at the crew on the inside. Here we go. Stu Kennedy currently in third.
Yeah, Stu and another kind of sloppy-looking wave here. Let's see if it forms for him on the inside bowl. That's a wave there that you probably wouldn't want to take out there. You got to get those smaller ones on the middle of the peak, sort of like what Poncho Sullivan was doing. Just textbook local knowledge.
Of course, the World Cup of Surfing has been held at Haleiwa in its start when Mark Richards won back in '75. It's been floating around between here and Sunset Beach and Haleiwa and back and forth, but really found a home here at Sunset in one of the premier events. And to get on winner's trophy at this event is like a Hall of Fame of surfing, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. Any event in the Triple Crown is huge. I mean, just to make a final is a big deal. And so if you can get your name, you just can't squander it. Like if you make the finals and make the quarters, make the semis, whatever, it's just a big deal. And with all those years of legendary surfers making the finals and winning these events, it's an honor to be a part of it.
Yeah, we've had, Sean Thompson, Buzzy Kerbox, Ian Carnes, Dan Kealoha, Tommy Carroll, Michael Ho, has recorded 3 wins of the World Cup, tied with Joel Parkinson. Joel just recently tied Michael for the most wins of this event. Gary Elkerton, Hans Hedemann. I mean, the list goes on. Martin Potter, Sonny Garcia, Johnny Boy Gomes, Michael Romalsi, Paul Patterson, Shane Dorian, Miles Padaka. 10 years ago won this event on a man-on-man contest and went on to win the Triple Crown of Surfing in 2001 as the first non-WCT surfer to ever win the Triple Crown.
Yeah, we just did a little interview with Miles now at Haleiwa. Now he's coaching Carissa Moore, so yeah, that's good stuff. I mean, there's just been so much history out here, and I love that it's not all about kind of high-performance surfing. It's a lot of elements, so it's, Randy Rarick was saying earlier how some of the guys in the 60s and 70s were kind of real men. They didn't wear leashes and they had to swim. There's that whole kind of lifeguard feel to it where, you got to be in top shape to handle this wave.
Well, Randy takes pride here at Sunset Beach. This is his home break, so he prides this event. Here we go. Surfer in blue, Mackay McNamara currently in 4th.
Yeah, and this is finally a kind of a good-looking wave here back on the reef more, although it is going ahead of him a little bit here. He's going to have to hold on. Look at all that whitewash exploding around him. So Mackay will have to be careful of getting too frustrated. Really, other than Keanu's 9.3, everyone's sort of in the same boat, just looking for waves. We saw the heat before, Bo, really settle down and guys get a lot of high scores. This heat right here seems a little bit like the heats before, where it's a little more wild. There's still tons of energy in this swell. It's not quite done yet.
Nixon time counting down 4 minutes, 22 seconds. We're in heat number 11. Round 1 will be run today. No heats of round 2. We have extended the heats. In the morning, it was forecasted to run 25-minute heats, but Randy and Marty Thomas, along with the head judge, Richie Porta, have reevaluated and said, you know what, we've got time on our hands. We've got plenty of swells in the window. Let's give these guys a full half hour, and I think it's paid off.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, Marty Thomas, probably a key factor in that, being an ex-pro surfer, knowing that, hey, this is going to be tough out here. We need to give the boys just that extra 5 minutes to get out there and catch that second wave.
So for second place, the battle is being held by Austin Ware. What does Mackay McNamara? Well, he scored a 3.47 on this last wave. He's chipping away. Now he needs a 4.95. And for the surfer in 4th, Stu Kennedy, he's down to 4th. He needs a 5.06. Very attainable, even on the inside section.
Yeah, so really looking at Austin Ware's lineup here for his scores, he's got that 4.3. Right now, that's a solid score, so nothing in this heat too much. Even Keanu has been struggling to back up that score since that epic 9.3 ride. But Bo, there's only 3 minutes left here, so it's going to come down to a pretty low-scoring heat as far as second place.
Coming up next, heat number 12. You saw them paddling out, and we'll be waiting for that. But heat number 13 is going to be looming large. You got 6-time Triple Crown champion, former world champion, 2-time winner of this event, Sonny Garcia, and another champion of this event, Makuakai Rothman. They'll be going up against Blake Thornton and Gunning Zubizarreta.
Yeah, that'll be a really fun heat to watch. And I love when heats line up like that, like the two local boys in the heat against the tour veterans, sort of, so to speak, that have been doing the tour all year, coming in really needing points, and all of a sudden, bang, they come into a buzzsaw with, Makua and Sonny, who just have all the local experience you want out here, which is just huge. Out here, it's like it's all about you need to know where to sit.
And when Makua won, remember, it was wild, woolly, and big.
Yeah, it looked a lot like this actually. And Makua, obviously, born and raised right here on the beach, so. Yeah, that'll be tough for them, but they're experienced surfers that have been grinding it out on tour all year, so they're not going to lay down either. So that'll be a fun heat to watch.
Heat number 15 loomed large too. Two more Hawaiians, former champion Miles Paddock, as we watch Keanu Singh along with Mason Ho up against Jack Freestone and Rudy Palma. Let's watch Keanu Singh on his third wave.
Yeah, so Keanu just kind of cruising around with that 9.3, still wanting to back up that score, and as he just gets completely annihilated by that wave. Only Sunset can you find yourself in a position like that where you're just being basically folded over by a ton of water. But yeah, I don't know if he knows or not. If he has a caddy out there sitting in channel, he's going to say to him, "Hey, dude, you're fine. Don't worry about it. No one's got anything." But if he doesn't, then he's like, "Wow, as far as I know, I'm losing." So that's how huge it is to have a caddy in the channel.
Well, his caddy, we told you earlier, two-time former world longboard champion, Bonga Perkins. And Bonga was earlier on jet ski duty with Terry Ahui and the Hawaiian Water Patrol. So Bonga's been watching the waves since 8 o'clock this morning on the Wave Runner. And now he's out in the water caddy for Keanu Singh.
Right. I forgot about that. So Bonga definitely telling him, "Hey, you're cool. Don't worry about it. You're sitting pretty." He's just basically out there, going through the motions, trying to back up that score. But Boa, like I was telling you, there's been a ton of energy in this heat. It's just a little bit bigger, so the swell is still spiking. It's not declining consistently. There's still spikes of tons of energy.
Here we go, Stu Kennedy with 42 seconds remaining on our Nixon watch.
Wow, Stu only needing a 5. This wave is a little soupy, a lot of whitewash on it, really tricky. And again, he has that really long board, so I'm not sure if he's going to get the score. It could be Austin Ware holding on to that second place.
Yeah, with an 8.06. So he advances with an 8.06. Kamale Alexander with 11.4 gets third in his last heat, but it just happens like that.
Yeah, and at Sunset, it's you don't care. I mean, you come in with your head held high. If you make the heat with 7 points, it doesn't matter. You're like, hey, we were all out there in some crazy conditions, so. It's kind of funny. Most times you come in from a heat, you'd be embarrassed to score a total of 8.58.
Well, they're counting it down on the beach, and there's the horn, and that wraps up heat number 11. Well, it was this young junior pro, Keanu Singh, on a 9.33 bomb, gets barreled, and comes out of this tube.
Yeah, that was a sweet barrel. Definitely the ride of the heat, and backs it up, too, with another little head dip.
Yeah, he claims it. The highest one-wave score, but not the highest two-wave score. That still belongs to young Tanino Benson. Stick around. We've got more exciting action at the Vans World Cup of Surfing.
State Farm, this is Jessica.
Hey, Jessica, it's Jerry Newman.
Jerry, how are you doing?
Fine, I just got a little fender bender. It's funny, it only took 15 minutes to sign up with that new auto insurance company, but it's taken a lot longer to hear back.
Oh, Jerry, I'm so sorry.
I would love to help, but remember you dropped us last month.
I miss you, Jessica.
Jerry, are you crying?
No, I bit my tongue.
Find your local Hawaii State Farm agent at www.sftraffic.net.
Get to a better state. State Farm.
Round 128.
Welcome back to the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy. Day number 1, Sunset Beach, the Vans World Cup, a 6-star prime carrying $250,000, $250,000 in a true international field here. From the Big Island, Casey Brown, from Haleiwa, Sean Moody, our international surfers there. Joan Deroux from France and Adrian Toyon, and we've got a little tornado swirling in our top tower. And we saw the kiters on the outside.
There's literally a lot of wind right now.
I'm holding down Dave Stanfield's cue cards. You won't believe what's going on in here.
Wow, that was
house cleaning look.
Yeah, I think that kiteboarder outside there is going to get tossed right onto the beach, and that gust hits him. But we survived, Bo. We made it.
Yep. I remember one year, the Billabong Pro. You were probably surfing in this competition. I was co-commentating with Robert Bartholomew, and a west storm was coming out of Kaina Point, and we could just see it. And Randy was like, "Get this heat over with. We got to get it done." And when the storm hit the beach, it obviously blew out the surf. Rabbit and I were holding down the tent. It was lifting us.
Wow.
And we had to let go because otherwise we would have been catapulted. It landed on Al Hunt's rent-a-car and totaled it.
Yeah, those westerly storms, when they come in, it's nothing here in Hawaii is used to the westerly wind. We get northerly winds all day long, every day. Even palm trees are bent that way. So when something comes to the opposite direction, it's just mayhem.
Here we go, surfer in blue, Sean Moody.
Yeah, local boy Moody here from Haleiwa. And I was really blowing him up in the Haleiwa event. Unfortunately, he kind of lost out, but he's got a wicked backhand, really strong surfer, and loves to throw it up vertical. And kind of making the most of that wave, even though it was a little bit on the mushy side.
He's got that left arm Derek Ho extension, doesn't he? That back arm.
Yeah, I love Moody's style. He's got a cool kind of low center of gravity, and he's got such a vertical attack on his backhand. So we're going to catch a replay here.
Yeah, let's watch the replay, the Vans replay here of Sean Moody. They're going to cue it up in the back room, and there it is. JD and the boys. Nice takeoff.
Yeah, so Moody looking down the line here, and you know, just coming off that last heat, Bo, with those really low scores, kind of making it through. This is going to be a keeper. No real radical moves, but he stayed busy, and he got 2 or 3 turns in. So to start a heat this way, you know, he's going to know that that's not a big score, but hey, it's a keeper, and he'll get back out there.
Yeah, Sean Moody finding some rhythm there, and that's what you want to have out here in this 30-minute heat. We are in heat number 12. Coming up next, the heat we've been telling you about, heat number 13, featuring 2 former champions, Sonny Garcia, Makua Kai Rothman, Gunny Zuba Zarita, and Blake Thornton. They're actually checking in for their jerseys. So there's a breakdown. Sean Moody paddling out. We are on standby for scores, and the judges taking advantage. You can see the kiter on the outside. He got really close into the competition area at the end of the last heat.
Yeah, look at him now. He's way back out there. So it'd be kind of cool. It wouldn't be good for the competitors or the contests, but it'd be neat to see him blast through the lineup so he can do huge air over the West Bowl. But tons of wind. I'm actually surprised that he's out there. I thought on a day like today it'd be almost too windy for a kiteboarder.
Well, some of the guys are really going to push their limits. Here we go. Joan Deroux up and riding.
As we see him managing through that big old chop and that wave hitting that inside bowl, a little too much wall on it.
I believe we have an all goofy foot heat out here.
Do we? Yeah.
Casey Brown, Toyon.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
So the goofy footers are going to roll right here. Guaranteed 2 of them are going to advance, you know, and you know, thinking of some of the best goofy footers out here at Sunset Beach. Of course, Aki performed well. Tommy Carroll, Derek Ho, Michael Romolsi, Rommel back in '87. Here we go, surfer in yellow. This is downtown Casey Brown.
Downtown Casey Brown, also from Kona. Big, tall kid, and he's got lots of power, though. I think he's had a couple decent results out here in all the other events as well. So I'm sure Casey's stoked to be in this event. It's a big deal just to be in the World Cup. So as he managed that wave, okay, a nice little bonus section there. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck.
There's Giroux cutting off on his second wave, so we'll be on standby for scores.
Yeah, Joan pressing the eject button out there, and
let's take it away down to Kaipo Guerrero. He's got an interview with one happy junior pro from Hawaii. I know is going to make his dad happy. Tommy, take it away, Kaipo.
All right, yep, I'm down here with Anu boy Keanu Singh, making us proud with a great performance and the highest single wave score of the day, that 9.33 incredible barrel. Talk us through that barrel, Keanu.
Well, I don't know. We're all out there sitting around. I was talking to Austin Ware, and he's kind of like, "Whoa, it's kind of trippy, like being in the heat out here." And I was a little bit further out, and I seen this wave coming, and I just started to double up, and I got a few waves, and right there I was kind of like, whoa, whoa, and then I almost fell for it right there, and I was like, what? And then right there I was like, yeah, and I was just so stoked, and then I should have done a turn here, but then I tried to go for another one, and I failed, and then I thought I was going to fall right there, and just luckily held on, and I don't know, I just was so happy in this moment right there, and it was, I only surfed I did good in the last HIC contest, but this is a big dream come true for me, and to surf in this event and to get a wave like that is super special for me.
Right on, Keanu. And so, what's going on out there as far as the conditions? Was that just luck to get into that wave? I mean, what's your strategy?
Yeah, I've been practicing out here the past couple of days, and you kind of watch how the waves been, coming in as a direction and stuff, and you just try to pick the best looking wave you can, and that has a lot of north and stuff, and you kind of know which ways. Long time ago, I had a couple coaches that do really good out here, and it's just learning stuff like that kind of helps me in contests like this, and to use my strategy and my knowledge that I took from them to use it out here is huge, and that's what I use, and but out there it's kind of almost luck. You got to get the waves that come to you, and anything can happen in the matter of seconds, and just so that last heat kind of went my way.
All right, so the one last question. What are you bumping in the headphones right now to get fired up for your heats out here?
Yeah, Wiz Khalifa, Studio Lovin', and Tyler the Creator, some Wheezy, and stuff like that.
All right, yeah. Wolfgang. All right. On future. All right, so Keanu, congratulations. We'll see you in round number 2, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Hey, Kaipo, fix your earring. It was dangling on there. Way to go, Keanu Singh. Love to see him. He's he's like this little dude, 5'2", but full of energy.
Full of energy, and he's a little powerhouse too.
Yeah.
Even a lot of the shorter guys are. They have to make up for it with the power somewhere, and they usually got strong legs, and Keanu does. He throws a lot of spray.
Adrian Toyon up and riding on the second wave.
Yeah, this inside section right here builds up really nice for him, and nice little cut back there, waiting for it to build up on that inside bowl. Kind of missed that section, I believe, and it comes around, and that's going to be all she wrote. But nice wave there for Toyon. I like the way it's looking out there, Bo. It seems that maybe it'll get back into that the conditions that we saw with that really high scoring heat.
Yeah. Talk about where he's from, St. Lou, Reunion Island.
Yeah, I've been there a few times to surf in the contest they had there for years, and it's beautiful. It looks a lot like the Big Island, especially on the Kona side. It's kind of got that volcanic feel, really vertical, steep island right out of the ocean, and tons of good waves, really, really big waves. Lots of sharks there too, as we see that helicopter there, Bo, really close to some of those strings on that kite.
Yeah, well, that helicopter has especially good for photographers because it doesn't produce that whole bunch of instant wind that will be going down on there. Here we go, Casey Brown up and riding. This will be his second scoring wave. Opened up with a 3.6.
Yeah, we see the big tall man from Kona, and he got a couple little wraps on that wave. Again, these guys sitting not as deep as I would like, and what happens when you take off on those waves on the end bowl there, by the time you kind of get into a groove, the way it's done. So I like to see some of these guys in this heat just get a little deeper out the back more on those medium waves so they can throw some hooks up in that wall.
A lot of people asking, where are the big guns? Where's Kelly Slater? Where's Joel Parkinson? Where's Mick Fanning? Where's Jordy Smith? Where's Julian Wilson? Well, a lot of those guys opted out for event number 1 to not surf in the event, as we see Makua Kai Rothman check in with Uncle Rabbit K. Kai and get his jersey. He'll be up in that Heat 13 we've been promoting. And but we have good news. Jordy Smith, Julian Wilson are in the World Cup of Surfing, seated in round number 3.
Yeah, that's good. It's always a good thing to have the big names in this event. I get bummed out when those guys take a break, but at the same time, they've been grinding it out on tour all year long, and there's been a lot of events this year. I believe 12. And even when they're not in a contest, usually they're busy doing some promos for their sponsors. So they have a long year, and this is at the tail end of it. So sometimes the big names opt to stay home and recharge their batteries before they stay on the North Shore for the rest of the winter.
Casey Brown with his last wave, a 3.43, has put him into the lead. Here's surfer in red coming in for the next heat. That's the Aussie Blake Thornton. Checking in with boys over at the Beach Marshal team. See Uncle Rabbit Cake Guy, and there he is. There's Sonny Garcia coming in, freshly shaved.
There's the big man, and he whacked his hair off. He's going to be ready for the speed out there in that wind.
Yeah. Of course, Sonny in the year 2000 when he won his world title, won back-to-back events at Haleiwa and here at Sunset Beach. And that year at 2000, it was big Sunset Beach.
Yeah, it was big. He's made for it. These kind of conditions. He's really strong, and not only is he strong, but he's smart. He knows exactly where to sit. He's got all that local knowledge. So the fact that Sonny's got all that history to pull from, all the events he's won and he's won out here, he's gonna be tough to beat.
Yeah, here we go. Out in the distance, looks like Sean Moody up and riding in blue.
Yeah, Moody, nice little inside section here. Let's see if he can throw it up. And that's that bull that we keep talking about. And this one's standing up, so maybe one more move for Moody. Nice vertical snap. That's that vertical attack I was telling you about. So he's going to be happy with that. Not a giant score, but that's definitely a keeper.
Yeah, second place right now in this heat. Only needs a 2.7 to move into the lead to outpoint fellow Hawaiian Casey Brown. Nixon time counting down 17 minutes and 9 seconds remaining in this heat as we set up for the we were telling you about now Jordy's in the contest. Julian Wilson, who made the last year Haleiwa and Sunset finals, it's going to be game on. Taj Burrow said at Haleiwa, I want to win the Triple Crown.
Yeah, how's that? He said that before he even suited up in his first heat. So he means business. And Taj, speaking of him, surfs really good out here.
Yeah.
He's a little underrated when it comes to his power surfing and just his whole North Shore act. He's really good at places like Sunset. So it'll be cool to see him carry that momentum from that big win in Haleiwa.
Okay, we're going to take it down to the beach. We got Van's team rider, Dane Gudauskas. What's happening, Dane?
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm down here on the beach and we got the boards right here, all the sick blades. The boys are shredding stuff up. Looks like right here is Joel Santeo's secret collection, shaped by Eric Arakawa. And Austin Ware, who just made that last heat, was back up 7-1. And what you're seeing, I think, is where Haleiwa, the guys opted for shorter boards, maybe epoxies. The guys here at Sunset are pulling up some boards, I'd say in the 6'10 to 7'4 range. And yeah, so the guys are ripping it up, and here's their quiver. So back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot. So yeah, you see the Arakawas, you see the Tokoros there on the racks. I mean, those are some top quality boards.
Doesn't Dane have a heat coming up in this contest?
Yeah, he's coming up. He's coming up in the next round, so he's not surfing today.
Man, if I was Joel, I'd keep him away from my board. He might unscrew one of those fins or do something.
Sean Moody, Ross with a 6.33. Couple of great backhand snaps.
Yeah, he almost had a bonus section on that little inside bowl there. It gave him one extra lip, and he took advantage of it. He threw his boards, 12 o'clock, did that nice vertical turn, and the judges definitely rewarded for that turn.
Well, there's the Tour de France leader, the man in yellow, Sonny Garcia, 41 years of age, and taking a barrel, come on, buddy, that's Joan Deroux out of France.
That was pretty cool. It looked like he might make that.
Yeah.
But interesting to see, I don't know if you noticed, Sonny had an HD hero camera on his board, the GoPro. So I'm assuming he's going to surf in his heat with that. That's just pretty crazy.
Yeah, it looks like his backup board also with the HD board too. So good eye, Ross, and HD, one of our co-sponsors out here. And I've got one of those HD cams, and I have it on my long board, I have it on my stand-up board, I have it on my windsurf board, and I just have fun with that thing.
That's pretty cool. It'd be awesome to get some of this footage to show to the viewers at home, but I'm guessing this is the first time ever in an ASP contest that someone's put one of those on their board during a heat. So this is a history in the making here for Sonny Garcia to put one of those cameras on his board during a heat. It's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, so I'm sure we're going to get some of that footage and show you on later on, especially in the produced caption of the show. And right now, heat number 12, 14 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. Haleiwa's own Sean Moody in first. Casey Brown from the Big Island in second place. Needs a 7.06 to catch Moody for the lead. But right now on the bubble is Adrian Toyon from Reunion Island in white, needing only a 1.86 to move up in the second. And Deroux in red in fourth, now needing a 4.2.
Yeah, as we see here, Bo, Jack Freestone, I believe, the young superstar from Australia, is going to be caddying for Sonny, and that's good in a couple ways. He gets an up-close seat to all that local knowledge that Sonny's going to show, as well as just being out in the lineup and feeling the water. So it'll be a good experience for him to be out there caddying for Sonny.
And the crowd enjoying the beautiful day here in Hawaii. Beautiful North Shore day. I know they were calling for gloom and doom. Big rains, big wind. Now we got sunny skies and just the wind and waves.
Yeah, this is nice. And even though the wind is tricky for surfing, at least it cools us off because it's a nice sunny day. And with no wind, it gets hot. So we've got some nice AC blowing, natural AC.
Nixon time, 13 minutes remaining. And going back to, the 4 finalists over at Reef Hawaiian Pro. Adam Melling, second place to Tajboro. Adriano D'Souza making his first final in Hawaii. And of course, he's got 2 WCT wins this year. And Nat Young, love the performance of Nat Young at this year's Haleiwa event.
Yeah, I believe Nat Young had that one left at Haleiwa where he had 2 big airs on one wave. That was probably, if not the highest scored wave of the event, it was one of them. And yeah, he's another guy that is more experienced beyond his years. He doesn't look like he's 18 years old. He surfs really strong, and it doesn't seem to fall much.
More of the crew and the crowd down here at Sunset Beach for the Vans World Cup. And of course, Hawaii's top-ranked surfer heading into Sunset Beach, number 22 on the world ranking, is also Hawaii's leading surfer for the Triple Crown, is John Florence, with a semifinal 5th place showing at Haleiwa.
Yeah, I'm so happy for John. He's such a cool kid, and he's been basically a movie star, a rock star since the age of 12 on the North Shore. He's just been such a media darling, so to speak. So to see him kind of come to fruition and not burn out is really good, because he's got tons of talent, and he's really improved a lot, if that's possible, in the last couple of years. He went from a good surfer to an epic surfer in the last couple of years. He's really gotten better in any weak spot that he had. He seemed to have got rid of it.
Well, he's already had 2 wins at Pipeline just this year. The backdoor shootout and also the Vulcan Pipeline Pro.
Yeah, and it's just funny for me because I remember just a few years ago it seemed like he was just this little Grom that was out at Pipe just kind of hanging on and getting a couple cool little waves, and to all of a sudden just like a crazy dominant surfer at Pipe. Just tons of talent. But the way he bloomed into the surfer that he is he didn't take much time. He just kicked right into crazy mode.
Well, thank you, Yaden Nickel, for breaking your leg. Buddy, I love you, but you know what? It gave John the opportunity to go on the CT.
Speaking of crazy moves, there's Flynn when he does those crazy flips at Rocky Point. He's gotten famous for.
Flintstone flip.
Is that what it's called?
Flintstone flip.
Well, it's pretty marketable right there.
Yeah. He'll be coming up in the final heat of the day, heat number 16. He's up with that 15-year-old phenom out of Maui, Ian Gentile.
Yeah, no shortage of big names in all these heats just looking up. Also, heat 15, Mason Ho, son of Michael Ho. That'd be a fun heat to watch. Mason's got all that killer knowledge to pull from his dad. I mean, in my eyes, Michael Ho is like, if not the best surfer ever, one of the best surfers ever at Sunset. He's just got that crazy, wicked knowledge that he pulls out here. He just always seems to be in that sweet spot out here and getting the best waves and those killer barrels throughout the inside bowl. So that'll be a fun heat to watch too with Mason.
Yeah, Michael Ho has won 4 XL Pros here at Sunset, 3 World Cups, 2 Duke Hanamoku Championships, and a multiple team events back in the 70s that was held out here. So, yeah, he is Mr. Sunset Beach.
I agree. And just in that heat with Mason is Jack Freestone, who's caddying for Sonny, the young phenom from Australia, along with Palm Boom from South Africa. And then we got Miles Padaka, who you mentioned earlier, won the Triple Crown. So that's a stacked heat, another fun heat to watch there, heat 15.
Yeah, Miles has won a couple of one-star events out here at Sunset Beach, and of course the Rip Curl World Cup back in 2001 when he went on to win the Triple Crown of Surfing. Nixon time counting down. We're at 9:30 remaining in this heat, and a bit of a lull here, transitioning. The tide's starting to fill back in now. We've gone through the depths of the low, and now we're getting that tidal change, and maybe it's playing a factor out there.
Yeah, it could be. And even though there's a lull in the action as far as, there's no big sets coming in, I almost welcome that because maybe it'll kick back into that mode where we saw that really high-scoring heat where it's more manageable and it'll get those nice medium kind of 8-foot waves on the main bowl there where the guys can go further out rather than just, surviving and dipping all the big sets.
Well, we've had a very interesting start to the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing with 9 days of lull and then compacted 4 days of competition and 3 at Haleiwa where Tajboro won the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We're in that La Nina pattern as we were in last year, and last year was unpredictable. Remember the World Cup, Ross? We had to split Val's Reef and Camuland to finish the World Cup.
I know the Groms that live here at Sunset Beach were psyched because they got to see their home little reef, Val's Reef, get torn apart by these superstars. And other than that, everyone was pretty bummed. There was the waves were still fun. It looked like a little point break. Any other event, people would have been fired up. But yeah, this is more familiar conditions here for Sunset. We love seeing the contest in conditions like this, where it's just real beefy sunset.
And a good thing about this swell is cleaning out a lot of the sand at pipeline, getting pipeline ready.
It's a good call. Yeah, and we need that. We haven't had that happen yet this year, so we're just getting a little late start to the season. And once it kicks in, like it does every year, there's going to be tons of epic days.
7 minutes, 55 seconds. Again, Moody in the lead from Haleiwa. Casey Brown in second place, needing a 7.06 to go up into first place. Adrian Toyon, we said this about 5-6 minutes ago, only needs a 1.86 to get out of third into second. And for Giron Deroux out of France in red, needing a 4.2.
Yeah, really. I mean, what pops out to me is Casey Brown sitting in second, but I don't know if he knows that. He just got a couple of 3.5, so he must know that he needs a score.
Here we go, Adrian Toyon out of Reunion Island up and riding.
Well, he's already got the score he needs, and he might get a couple good sections here. Let's see if he can throw it up. Nice floating kind of hang-on move there, and he does. And another little wraparound as the wave kind of spits at him. That's going to be a decent score. Not many waves right now in these heats where you get a wave that open and that big through the inside bowl.
Yeah, and he had a great showing at Haleiwa, finishing equal 17th, surfed every single day at that event.
Yeah, he did. He was a standout, too. He's doing some big old airs. So it looks like he's adapting to Sunset well as we see this replay here, Bo.
Yeah, only needing a 1.86. He has that and more, so it's just a matter of time before he moves into second. Watch this big bottom turn, setting up. Nice carve under the lip, and then there's that free fall.
A lot of commitment. I mean, he could have easily dodged that section, so I like that he went up and attacked it. He missed time the first section just a hair, but that's going to be definitely the second best score so far. Moody might hang on to the best score with that 6.3 he had earlier.
Yeah, we saw Tonino Benson with his backhand attack earlier in the competition, and Toyon giving it all right there from St. Lou, Reunion Island, one of the prettiest spots in the Indian Ocean. And of course, you were talking about that wave, had some events there in the 90s. More recently, the Rip Curl Search went there for their search event, which was won by Mick Fanning.
Yeah, that wave's incredible, Bo. It just, it's a cool kind of a point break setup left, and it goes from sort of a medium small wave and it builds. And pro surfers love waves that build because it just gives you all that time to set it up. And you can kind of look down the line and see that the wave's going to grow and get bigger and bigger, and St. Louis is famous for that.
There's a shot earlier of Joel Centeo, Mr. Aloha, enjoying family and friends down there, and there's people down at the bleachers. Come on down to Sunset Beach if you're watching on Oceanic Channel 250 or High D at High Definition 1250. Come on down. I know parking's a terrible thing down here when the Triple Crown comes, but nothing like watching it in person.
It's nothing you can't handle either as far as the parking, Bo. I mean, you can just park a mile away and take a nice little walk, and in the warm, sunny conditions. And,
bring your bike.
Bring a little bike, bring a skateboard, something. And there's this unreal bike path that's so famous down here. So, it doesn't matter if you park a mile away. You just take a nice little walk.
Here we go. Heat leader Sean Moody finding not exactly what he wanted, so he's going to bail on this because he knows guys are knocking on the door for him.
Yeah, I guess the judges are taking a look at the replay for Toyon's last wave, and here I just see a score drop now, Bo. Looks like the first judge gave him a 6.5. So this is going to make Casey Brown's job a lot harder.
Yeah, and Casey's going to need two to almost double his score because he's got a couple of three-point rides. So again, comes in at 6.5, and not only does he go from third to second, he goes from third to first.
And here's the Frenchman. Nice backhand lip. If he can get through this barrel, he just got clipped. That's the second big barrel that he's pulled into. So the Frenchman, Joan, not afraid to pull in. Unfortunately, just getting clipped. Those barrels are not easy to navigate.
Yeah, the only way you're going to get out of them is to get in them.
Yeah, it's cool that he's definitely. Look at this wave.
Late takeoff. Look at that.
Really nice late takeoff, and he reads it right. He tucks right in here, does a little snap, grabs the rail. Just these barrels are not consistent. They do different things all the time, and you can see that his head popped through the lip there. He just got that right on the back of the neck. Not a fun little wipeout.
Well, Ross, describe, a barrel at Sunset Beach is way different from a barrel pipeline, where it's open, it's tubular, and there's an exit point.
Right.
A majority of barrels here at Sunset Beach, there aren't exit points. You have to sometimes make your own exit point.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, don't get me wrong. The inside bowl at Sunset is one of the funnest barrels there is out here. As we see Casey Brown going to try and make an effort here for this 7.06 he needs. And this wave looks like it's going to mush out for him. Yeah, that inside bowl, when it lines up, it's one of the funnest barrels you can get on the North Shore. It's just a big cave. But it's not predictable. It does something different all the time. It's a little wonky, and when I say wonky, I mean it kind of moves up and down and breathes almost like a monster, you know. So you got to really kind of stay low and tucked and almost use your instincts, because it's not like it's just going to peel along a ruler edge reef. It's going to just kind of mutate.
3 minutes remaining on our mixing clock. There's the situation. To Young's gone to first on his last wave of a 6.5 combo, that with his second ride of a 5.17. Sean Moody needs a 5.35 to regain first. For third, Casey Brown needing at 7.06. And for Joan DeRue needing a 7.13. And there's the breakdown on your screen. Thanks a lot, JD. As we are counting down to the final 2 minutes here in this heat. And this 30-minute heat, they go by fast.
Especially for those guys. I mean, I can't tell you how fast 30 minutes goes by when you're in the water, especially if you need a score. You're just like, really? There's only 2 minutes left? Where'd the time go? Yeah, so, you know, Casey Brown and the Frenchman, Joan, they're not happy. They only got a couple minutes left, and needing a 7 out there. That's a pretty tall order.
Surfline.com's got a great surf forecast for you, and they are showing some promising signs for tomorrow and another secondary swell with a possibility of a third-day swell. They got 14-day forecast. Lots of HD cameras just around Hawaii alone, and of course around the world. So dial in to Sean Collins and company over at Surfline.com and check out the forecast for the rest of the Vans Triple Crown Surfer.
Man, there's lots of action outside with the kiteboarders on a day like today.
And speaking of action, there's the mouth of North Shore, Mr. Skilled Johnson.
1 minute 40 remaining.
Probably someone's calling him saying, dude, you're on TV.
Yeah, Skill is awesome for people at home. If you don't know who he is, he's just a complete character here in the North Shore. Been a fixture around here for a long time, and just an absolute legend.
Runs the Menehune surfing contest for 32 years now.
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember him giving me my jersey for the Menehune contest when I was probably 8 years old. So Skill just, you know, he's a character, and he's got a bucket of jokes for you.
Counting down Nixon time clock, 1 minute 10 seconds. You see the crossover of some of the kiters on the outside, and those guys are really starting to go off.
Yeah, and that helicopter too. I don't know if the camera can pan back, but he's really low. He's not scared at all.
Well, he's obviously honed in. Some of those guys, it could be Robbie Nash and Tabayan and some of the top kiters on the North Shore out there. So, you know, a helicopter's in there. You know there's a photo shoot.
Oh, good call. I didn't even think of that. So, some high action on the kiteboarding scene out there. That'd be a cool angle to have. Yeah. And those kiteboarders get high too. When they take to the air, they get like, what, 20, 30 feet out, in the out of the water.
Easy. These guys, they love air.
Well, speaking of air, out of the air is going out of the tires for Casey Brown and the Frenchman, Joan. There's only 15 seconds left here, Bo.
Yeah, it looks like Sean Moody's going to solidify. We were hoping the Hawaiians would do 1-2 in this heat, but it looks like Adrian Toyon. I love his style of surfing, and here he is, your heat leader, paddling, but this may be a call right here.
Oh, if he can squeeze through that, that's a 10. Oh, wow, man, that's pretty cool that he had all those crazy thick barrels, but he got licked.
Well, that wraps up heat number 12 here at the Vans World Cup of Surfing. We started out with a bang. It was Sean Moody with the aggression and the surfing.
Yeah, there's Moods, and he stuck to his game plan and did what he needed to do to grind through that heat.
Adrian Toyon, nice fluid style. Remember, he finished 17th at Haleiwa. He's having a great showing. Casey Brown made a late charge, but unfortunately for the Kona surfer, falls short.
Yeah, that was just frustrating for Casey, and it's easy to get lost out there. And there's that backside snap that kind of took the heat down.
Stick around. We got more exciting action here at the Vans World Cup of Surfing. Stay tuned.
128.
Welcome back to the Vans World Cup. Vans World Cup. That sounds good. Right next
Sounds
to me.
amazing.
Yeah, it sounds right. The guy that's really having a lot of fun in the Vans World Cup wearing yellow right now, Keanu Singh. Shea Lopez back in the booth as well. And you've got adrenaline still flowing through your veins, don't you?
I'm so excited.
A dream heat. We'll get more on that. But in the lineup right now, how about these heavy hitters? It's Thornton in red, Gonzalo Zubizarreta in white, Sonny Garcia and Makua Kai Rothman. And there you go. That's the matchup. And what are Blake and Goni going to do to make sure they get the waves?
Stay away from Sonny and Makua Kai.
How heavy is this? Now watch out, because Thornton and Goni Zubizarreta do not take prisoners. And looking at this opening wave, nice positioning.
Yeah, he got a little bit covered up right there, and that should be a good opening score, you know. But to get a wave like that under Sonny and Makua is pretty spectacular, you know, to get a scoring ride. And not saying you can't catch waves, but compared to these two guys is you know, two local guys that are just holding it down at Sunset all the time.
Real quick, that last heat, Toyon does win with an 11.67. The surfer out of Reunion Island. Sean Moody, a second place result, advancing through. Casey Brown, Seabiscuit needed a 7.06, and Joan Drew looking for a 7.13. You can get lost out there, and now we're looking at a wave that's closing out, going to the left. It is shifty, and it is windy out there, isn't it?
You know, it's so hard out there, and you know, it's so scary. Like, trying to look for these kind of waves, or like the really good waves that you can get like two open-faced cars or something on it is you know, it's so difficult out there. And it's almost like it's a different story, like compared to being on the beach and going out in the water. You can't hear anybody out there, and you know, you're basically surfing on your own, you know. And you know, it's not like you're surfing against the competitors. You're surfing against yourself and surfing against the ocean. You know, I mean, Slater wouldn't be playing mind games out here, you know. And it's just, you gotta focus on yourself and get your own waves. It's really hard out there.
Your first wave in that heat, that 9.33, that just come to you, or you have to work hard, position yourself with the other competitors?
Yeah, you know, I had Stu Kennedy and Austin Ware kind of around me, and they were kind of like trying to jockeying for position. I just went straight out the back. I had my 7.0. I was real confident in my board, and you know, I took off super early on that wave, and it got me like a slingshot into the wave, and as I took off, I seen the thing doubling up, and I was like, whoa, I'm getting excited. Like, the thing had a little barrel section, and I got in, and I thought I was gonna fall, and I came out, and I just was a little happy.
Yeah,
So.
a lot of the guys are riding 7.0s. What's your normal size board?
I ride a 5.8.
Yeah, and I'm riding like a 6.1, so that's more almost an 8-foot board for me.
Yeah. I learned riding big boards from Reynolds Hayes. On a day like today, he'd probably like ride like a 7.10 or like a 7.9 or something. But yeah, he's the one that's always like, hey, ride bigger. You know, you need to ride bigger. So, you know, I always thought riding smaller would be better, but riding bigger boards is good, and it makes you surf like a man, you know, carrying that bigger board.
Thornton gets a 6.0. Zubizarreta a couple of waves, a 3.83. Not sure if that's going to stay in his score line, but a 3.83. You had a 3.57 that stayed in your score line, but I've got to ask you, your caddy probably having a little difficulty, former world champion, caddying for you to get in the lineup. The backup board you had, and you had Bonga Perkins out there as your caddy?
Yeah, that's my caddy, you know, that's my boy. He's, you know, he's pretty much taught me how to surf, and since I was 4 years old, he's the one that got me on a surfboard and, you know, at Haleiwa and stuff. So, you know, for him to come and support me and caddy for me is huge for me, and, you know, it's huge for him too to see me finally surfing in a contest like this. And so it's you know, it's an amazing kind of thing, and you know, I just was excited and stoked that he got to be my caddy.
Did you know you got the score? Did he tell you the score? Could you hear anything out there? Because you get this massive score, and then you got a 3.57 and 2.13, obviously spectacular single wave. Did you ever know it was a 9-point ride?
I didn't think it was a 9. I thought it was going to be like a 6 or something, and I just was paddling out like, oh, okay, that's kind of a backup score. I need to get another wave, and you know, I didn't know how deep I was, so it was amazing. And I was paddling back. He's like, you got a 9.33 on that wave, and he was like freaking out. And I was like, what, really? And he's like, yeah. Well, you need to get another wave. But it goes to show that sunset can happen to anything. You know, I got a 9 and a 3.5. So, I mean, these guys, Austin Ware, and these guys could have came up with a bigger score and beat me, you know. So it just goes to show that anything can happen at Sunset.
Real key that your caddy gave you that information and you were looking for another score. Let's go down to Bo Hodge right now with the winner of that last heat. Hi, Bo.
Thanks a lot, guys. Congratulations. And we're down here with our last heat winner, Adrian Toyon from St. Louis, Reunion Island. And congratulations. It was a tough heat. There were a lot of lulls in that heat.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I could catch a wave in the beginning, and then I was waiting. I went straight at the back and waiting another one from the back. I didn't stay in the boat, so yeah, I got 2 waves luckily, and yeah, I'm happy that I could find this one.
Any training, practice time here at Sunset Beach since Haleiwa?
Yeah, a little bit. I practiced with my 7.0 yesterday and 2 days ago. It was much smaller, so it was harder to turn, but now it's just like perfect.
You had a 17th place over in Haleiwa. Good showing. You're in contention for the Rookie of the Year for the Triple Crown.
Oh yeah, maybe I haven't think about it, but yeah, let's see how it goes here. And yeah, I'm not thinking about this right now. I just think about make heats and be focused.
Talk about where you're from, Reunion Island, Indian Ocean.
Yeah, that's a beautiful place. We got a lot of waves, always warm. Yeah, it's really similar to here, and I can't wait to go back. I'm going back in December. Je reviens, maman.
You want to say hi to anybody back home? They're watching on the webcast?
Yeah, can I speak in French?
Sure.
Salut maman, salut Hervé. Je suis content d'avoir passé ma série et salut à tous ceux qui me connaissent.
All right, there you go.
Bo,
from Adrian Toyon. Go ahead, Dave.
Ask him where he's from, though. Where does he live? Where was he born?
Where were you born? David Stanfield is asking you.
I was born in Lebanon.
There you go.
Just 1 year before the war, and in '89.
And then your family moved down to Reunion.
And then I moved to Reunion, yeah, when I was 4. The day of my birthday, I arrived in Reunion, actually.
How beautiful is that?
Yeah, that's cool.
All right.
Hey,
back up to you.
Well, there we go. Born in Lebanon after, and you know, he still goes back and surfs the Mediterranean, and you can see him on YouTube. What a talent. I mean, he has proven time and time again he's a great surfer, and now we get to see him in Hawaii. Adrian Toyon out of Reunion Island, 22 years of age, now number 97 on the rankings. He's in that spot where he's going to get invited to prime events.
I really wanted to know why he high-fives Slater at fight. He looks like Ram Machado. When he's on land, he looks like Troy Polamalu, his hair.
And here we go, Makuakai Rothman. He's done this before out here. And some spectacular surfing he's had. And when he won his event out here, it was about as windy, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, that year was out of control. You know, it was, I think, 3 times as windy as that. How was that gaff by Sonny?
Yeah, he's got the GoPro cam on the nose and get some good footage from these huge hacks in the bowl here at Sunset from Sonny. That's what we've come to know over the years. And you got a little bit of that Sonny hack, that low center of gravity in you, Keanu?
Yeah. You know, Uncle Sonny is, he's been a mentor to me too. You know, I always go and surf with him. He always calls me up when he's home and stuff. And I enjoyed his surfing all the time. You know, him and Andy are you know, my favorite surfers for sure. I think Sonny's hacks are second to none, you know, at Haleiwa and Sunset. They're just huge and just dangerous.
Yeah, and I don't think people get from his personality what a teddy bear he is. And
he's such a teddy bear. He's a big teddy bear.
He really is.
Yeah.
And he's been really good at mentoring the kids. He really helped my brother and Andy and me and Kalani Robb, and now to see him passing that on to you and Jack Freestone he's working with.
Yeah, you know, it's good for, you know, people don't look at Sonny as that way, but I think he's one of the nicest people on earth. And you know, he's such a smart competitor and such a smart human being. You know, for him to pass on his knowledge and stuff, because he's definitely becoming an old man.
Yeah, well, turns like that. Sonny Garcia first opens up with a 4.33. Yeah, with multiple replays on Oceanic Time Warner, Sonny will hear that.
He's a wise old man.
Yeah. Very wise, and it's great putting the GoPro on that. He's been surfing with GoPros quite a bit. Not only wins contests around the world, the winningest Hawaiian surfer of all time, all across the board, whether it's a star event or a prime event. Looking at the history, Sonny Garcia has made a huge statement for Hawaiian surfing.
Yeah, for a person like Sonny is you know, it's way different. He's a pure Hawaiian, and you know, he embraced everything, and he's probably one of the little bit of Hawaiians that are out there that actually took it to surfing, you know. And for coming from where he came from in Hawaiian Eyes, and to do what he's done over the years is amazing, and you know, he's done a lot for surfing.
JN Automotive Group featuring Chevrolet, Mazda, Audi, and the exotics. Come ride with us. Have you ever considered buying a car from JN?
Yes, I just bought a Mazda 5 from JN, and I love it. It's awesome.
Well, it can fit all your boards in. I don't know if it can fit Bonga's boards in your car, but your boards can fit in really great. And the exotics, they got a lot of stuff. We've got a lot of friends. They're great supporters of surfing. Brad and the entire family.
Yeah, they're awesome. I just fit like 9 boards in my car the other day, and those all guns and stuff. So that thing's like a little van. I know you drive one.
I drive one. I've got a couple of kids, and it's just a perfect little car, and it handles like one of the exotics.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah,
go get one.
Well, taking a look at the lineup, Shay, I'm impressed with Thornton so far with a 6.5 and a 5.0, obviously coming out with swinging. He knew he was up against some big names here, and Gani Zubizarreta, don't count him out at all. What a talent he is. Our surfer from Galicia out of Spain, just right above Portugal. The 26-year-old is another standout surfer, but Thornton, a 6.0 and 5.0.
Thornton came out with a great heat plan. He got away from Sonny and Makuakai on the inside bowl, was able to pick up 2 quick waves, and he got a 6 and a 5 before anyone else was really able to find anything in the lineup.
Yeah, you know, it's smart for Blake to do that. You know, he got 2 mid-range scores, which, you know, puts him in an instant lead, and now he can kind of go out there and go shot for better waves, and he kind of got the pressure going on Goni and Sonny and Makua guys. So, you know, it's smart for Blake to get that early lead and, you know, try getting those 2 scores, and he can try and better on the 5 and the 6.
There's that Timothy James right there getting psyched up.
Timothy James, TJ Barron getting ready. He's looking psyched. He's looking pretty sharp too. He looked good at Haleiwa, and he always surfs Sunset really well.
Adrenaline flowing out the back. Gonzalo Zubizarreta, currently number 104 in the rankings. Your result down at the Reef Hawaiian Pro is 65th, although you were looking for points, and you're up to number 152 in the ranking. What was your goal at the outset of the year? At being 18 years of age, what was your goal for 2011?
You know, my goal was to you know, just actually my biggest thing was to qualify for Triple Crown. That was one of my main goals, and I did that. And you know, to accomplish your goals is huge, and I qualified for here, and I didn't do as good as I wanted to at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, but you know, it was a good experience for me. It was my first time doing the Triple Crown, and you know, I went through a lot of learning curves in 2011. You know, doing the junior series, surfing against Kolohe and you know, Nat guys. So it's good. You know, I'm really happy with my year, and I got a few results at lowers in New York. I got to surf in the CT in New York. So you know, just those kind of things are bigger than, you know, just winning contests. To me, it's more of a learning, and you know, it's an honor to just to be around those guys and to actually surf against them.
Keanu Singh up here, 18 years of age. Yeah, real smart surfing. He won the Pro Junior at Trestles and at New York, and then invited into the trials. And then you knew that somebody was going to come up injured. You hung around in New York and got to surf that event. Great experience in that New York CT event for you.
Yeah, I was excited.
Exciting times here now. Looking at your career, 2 U.S. championships, not only going back to back, you winning the under 16 and under 18 USA championship titles. Boy, you just take no prisoners, mister.
I like how you got your card up here. I don't even know some of the.
You had no idea you had such a stellar career. Looking back at the NSSA and the SEMA Surfing Championships, ISA as well, surfing in what, Portugal? You went to Portugal for the Hawaiian team?
It just goes on and on. Keanu Singh, he's got so many great events under his belt already. A young competitor from Hawaii. Looking forward to a bright future.
Looking forward to a barrel standing up, showing and delivering. It is their surfer in yellow wave number 2, Sonny Garcia. We have to confiscate his camera and take that footage immediately. How is that going to look?
Amazing.
Potential GoPro clip of the day in the works right there. Double barrel from Sonny Garcia.
How good is Sonny? I mean, he's got a passion for motocross, he's got a passion for surfing, and he just does not hold back at all. Here comes that old man, right? You called him an old man.
He's an old man. He's getting around that gut right there. He's looking for. Here he goes, posting up for the barrel. Nice tube ride, you know. And then that was kind of a setup one for this one right here. He knew there was another section coming, then he went right through this one.
Keanu Singh has posted a 9.33 in an earlier heat. Will Sonny Garcia eclipse? Will the 18-year-old be eclipsed by, well, let's take a find out, 41-year-old Sonny Garcia. Vincent Garcia the third has done some amazing things out here. And I believe he's into his 26th year as a pro. I mean, he used to come to Huntington Beach, and not too many people knew about him, but as a 15-year-old, he would be charging against all the top pros. Here's our surfer in white on his fifth wave, very busy, Gonzalo Zubizarreta.
He's got a good-looking double up in front of him. Nice lip on this wave. Cuts it back into the pocket there. He's going to fight to get around this section before it fattens out in the channel.
Well, you know Sonny well enough to tease him, and you being from what, that side of the island over there, the Eva Beach side, so you've obviously seen Sonny in Waianae now and then.
Yeah, he lives like probably like 20, 30 minutes away from me, so it's cool. It's cool to be somewhere like where not too many people are from. You know, I'm from where Joel Sintel and Dustin Kazan, you know, so I went to the same school they did, so it's pretty cool to follow the footsteps that they did, and you know, it's just different.
It's not very different. If you don't know Eva Beach, it is a beach break, mushy, reform, gutless as it comes, and it's a great building block so you're surfing as you're able to just maintain your speed and power through nothing waves. And it's more similar to an East Coast wave than a Hawaii wave.
Yeah, my home break, Hubbush, that's kind of where I learned how to surf as well, too, so shout out to Eva Beach.
Here we go again, our surfer in blue, Makuakai Rothman. He's got a third wave here. He's trying to better a .37 in his scoreline and looking for a section. There it is.
There he is. Yeah, that was awesome.
I can tell he's feeling that wave.
I love the intensity of Makua. You know, every time he gets a good wave, the whole beach goes crazy, and you know, you can always tell he's so psyched when he gets a good wave, and I love his emotion, and you know, his intensity is amazing in the water.
Yeah, you knew it was just a matter of time before him and Sonny found these quality waves to the bowl. And here he reads this weird-looking double up just perfectly and sets up for a nice barrel. Really thick section ahead of him.
Sets up right there. It gets deep right there, and I like. There it is, that little hair flick, and yeah, there it is. I love that right there. That was awesome.
That was trademark Makuakai with the tongue-out double shakas.
Yeah, that's him, Mr. Aloha. I loved it.
He won in 2007. He defeated Leonardo Neves, which a lot of Brazilians on the beach thought, oh boy, this is going to be good. In third place, Mick Fanny. CJ Hobgood a fourth place in that final, but it was a buzzer beater and a near perfect score, what, a 9 or a 10 on his closing wave. Very similar to what we just saw. So Sonny Garcia, his barrel riding, or at least getting underneath the lip, a 6.67. He's taking the lead. Now we're going to wait to see what Makuakai gets on his third wave. And here is Thornton. Thornton trying to replace a 5.0, and a 5.01 would take him into the lead.
Yeah, Keanu, he's way into the channel on this wave where he took off.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why he did that. You know, he already was in the lead, and he could go out the back where Sonny is. I'm not too sure if he would want to go by Sonny and Makua, but you know, he has that on the back of his mind where he can go out there and go better in his 5 and his 6, but that last wave, I'm not too sure about that wave selection.
Yeah, but especially with the 5 and 6, it wasn't going to better one of his previous rides.
Yeah, that was kind of questionable on that last wave.
This kid in yellow knows how to surf.
Yeah, he does. It's Tanner Hendrickson. He's definitely a rival of mine. I like to beat, and you know, he's definitely somebody that pushes my surfing.
Yeah, he's a 19-year-old from Lahaina, Maui, coming up next, and it should be a good heat. TJ Barron's going to be in the lineup with Jonathan Gonzalez from the Canary Islands. Mitch Colburn, we didn't see him at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, but I think Mitch comes in at number 81 in the rankings. He's your top seed wearing red. They're coming up next in about 9 minutes and 45 seconds or so. 9 minutes, 17 seconds remaining in this heat. And last wave for Rothman, a 7.0. He is in the third spot, now needs a 4.0. Key for Makuakai to get that information as he paddles back out what his caddy will tell him. Here's what you need. Better do it. There's 9 minutes remaining.
Yeah. Being one of those caddies are kind of hard to get the information across. Oh, there's Terry Ahui. Uncle Terry Ahui right there. Look at him. He's so happy. He's cold. He looks like he's cold.
You know what he was saying? That he was telling me that Prickett's out there complaining how cold it is. He says it's so windy and cold, and Prickett has just come in from shooting a feature film in Northern California, well, Central California, Santa Cruz and Mavericks area. But old Mikey out there, he says, I'm freezing. Well, I don't know if Terry's freezing. The wind chill, though, is an issue. Yeah, they're in pool suits out there, and the water was, what, 79, 78, 79?
Yeah, I don't know. But, you know, these Hawaiian Water Patrols are amazing. You know, thank you to them. Without them, you know, we would have our tail between our legs out there for sure. We still do. But, you know, for them to know that they're out there on the back of our minds is, you know, they're the best safety out there, you know, the safety crew and Kuma Miranda, and so they're amazing people, and you know, you definitely feel secure and safe with those guys.
Yeah, Terry's rescued me a number of times from on the reef at Cloud Break and Chopu. He's been doing this water safety around the World Tour events for years now.
Well, the classic saying was when Mark Healy says, I'm going left at YMA, and you go, why are you going left? Because I got the best water patrol in the world keeping an eye on me, and I'm going to do it. Hey, we've got a question out here in the Vans questions, giving away Era Series board shorts to the first person to get the trivia question correct. Post your answer. Go to facebook.com/Vans. Here's the question.
All right, we brought this up earlier when Dan Gudauskas was on the show, and now we were asking for the 2 newest members of the Vans surf team. Who are those?
So that is the trivia question. Question number 2. We've already had a winner early on, the Florence and the Gudauskas family. But name the 2 newest members of the Vans Surf team. You go to the website on Facebook. Yeah, facebook.com/Vans, and you can win yourself some board shorts.
And you can add me on Facebook while you're at it. No, I'm just kidding.
Befriend you. Well, when Sonny hears what you've been calling him, I don't know about that. You might lose a...
He's going to call me out on Twitter tonight. I know.
Here he comes. Sure. Look at this double up in front of Sonny here, Criano.
Wow. Oh, my God. He's such a Bronco. Look at, he just goes for it and packs the closeout.
And, the wave got hurt.
The wave got hurt, yeah. He's a warrior, that guy. I tell you, he's strong, and he's so strong-minded.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but probably when you were a little kid on the beach, he got carted off to the hospital and came back and still competed in the Pipe Masters.
You want to hear that? You want to know something? My mom and dad were on their way, and he was on the side of the road, and my mom and dad picked him up and took him to the hospital to get a cast.
Were you in the baby seat then?
I was in my mom's stomach.
This was the same instance, correct? Leaving
Yes.
Pipeline, and instead of getting an ambulance, hitchhiking.
Yeah, he hitchhiked, and my mom and dad picked him up.
Oh my gosh! And where were your mom and dad going?
Probably watched the contest, but he's really good. Oh, look at this guy. I like the shiny bald head right there.
Oh, is he another one you're going to call out? Yeah, there is. Well, you have coached him, right? He has been your coach on the Hawaii team, the Verizon Hawaii team?
Yeah, he's coached me. We went to Peru. I actually went to Portugal, France, Ecuador, Peru, and New Zealand with him. And he's one of the best coaches out there. And a best coach at Sunset for sure. You know, he's knows this place on the back of his hand. You know, and whoever has him, whoever he's caddying for is so lucky.
Did we say his name? Reynolds Hayes.
Reynolds Hayes.
And it's a battle of the caddies. I saw Kea Hart's out there right now for this next heat.
Yeah, it's a battle of the caddies.
Some heavy hitters in the lineup. Yeah, we got to watch those guys at Pipe too. They get their fair share of waves, don't they?
Yeah, I see Kea and Reynolds always getting waves out there. I'm just oh, there we have broken board.
Yeah, I don't know whose board that is. Billabong and Vans. That would maybe be Wade Goodall's board from earlier. Still out in the lineup. He had a heat about 2 hours ago. But had just been finding the pieces now.
Looking at the clock, 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Rothman did back up. It replaces 3.67 with a 4.97. He's your leader. Garcia in the second spot. For Sonny to overtake the lead, he needs a 5.31. Here he goes.
I really want to know what size board Sonny is riding. This morning he rode a 710. All the guys thought they were riding bigger boards and 7.0, 7.2, 7.3. He just comes out with a big 710.
Well, you made fun of his belly. Have you seen his legs? They're about as big as your waist.
Yeah, and he told me he's gonna either ride a 710 or a 9.0. So either he's gonna be hanging 10 all the way out the back and into the impact zone, or he's gonna be ripping the bag out of all these waves.
Well, our trivia question, name the 2 newest members of the Vans surf team. We're going to still wait for the results of that. I can tell you the Rockstar surf team, they've got some great surfers out there. Vans Triple Crown of Surfing champions, Bede Durbridge, Sonny Garcia, Reef McIntosh, Danny Fuller, I think a Lopez brothers in there as well with the Rockstar team.
Yes, he is. My brother Corey's on the team. He's been on the team for a couple years now. It's a great company. an unbelievable product as we're here sucking down Rockstar Energies to keep our levels up as Blake Thornton tries to thread an inside bowl, but unable to get that in bowl.
That would have been the first 10 of the Kaiser. That thing was mental.
Yeah, this uneven lineup just really, it's so hard to read. You don't know what to expect when you come into that inside.
Yeah, it's so wonky in there. You know, I mean, it's not like pipe and backdoor where you kind of know how it's gonna break. Or this wave is kind of hits the reef differently every time, and it's way more difficult than any other wave.
Yeah, when you make a barrel out here, you're excited.
Yeah, you gotta be pumped for sure.
All right, well, we've got a winner now for the Vans Era Series board shorts, and that's Matt Buchholz. I believe it's correct. B-U-C-H-O-L-Z is spelling out. And the answer was Dane Reynolds, and we just saw the broken board from Wade Goodall.
Yeah.
2 new team riders to Vans. We're very happy to have them here in North Shore on the team. Look forward to seeing them in the new Vans Getting Classic Volume 2 coming out in September.
3 more board shorts to give away today, so stay with us. We're looking at Heat 13. We got to go through Heat 15, well, Heat 16, and so every heat we're going to give something away. Our administrators for this event, a lot of great people, from Lisa to Rafaela to Bernie Baker. A lot of experience. Sonny with a little cover up, and he just doesn't knock him down. He's like a weeble.
I don't know how he made that right there. Me, I'm so light, I just fly right over the back of the wave.
That's speed, Makuakai.
Great shot there from 2 Hawaiians in first and second, and I'm sure Makuakai has something to say about getting one up on Sonny right here.
Yeah, for sure. You'll be hearing Makua just you know, giving him a little.
Right here.
There it goes.
And now they're going to talk it over. Okay, there's 1 minute and 55 seconds remaining. What do we do? Well, there's no way they're going to paddle back up.
No. I don't think Sonny will.
Oh, look at this. Out the back. Keep an eye on Zubizarreta. Needs a 7.17. And if there's one place you can do it on one wave, well, could be here.
He's looking for a score. You know, he's got a 3.83 and a 3.8. He's looking for a 7.17, and I'm not too sure what that score is going to be, but you know, he kind of needs to get on a really good wave and open up and do some big carves or big snaps.
And here is Thornton again without the last 2 waves of Garcia and Rothman. We're looking at Thornton needing a 5.01 with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. So Thornton kind of solo out in the lineup. And we'll see what's going to happen here. It looks like 2-3 waves out the back. Reading the ocean and trying to spot the sets and making a decision to go is such a risky job, risky business out there.
Yeah, if you have a little chip wedge and you're ready to go, you might as well just jump on it, you know. And with this, there's a little west bowl that comes out there, and you're out the back, and you see these big teepees just coming at you, and you're like, oh my gosh, should I go or should I paddle sideways? Should I go? You know, so you never know, and it keeps you on your toes. And I was out there just kind of like, maybe not, maybe just paddle straight to the channel and run away from these waves. Or so it keeps you on your toes, and it gets scary out there. And you know, I don't think Sonny and Maku are that scared. They're just all the way back there, just surfing boneyards all the way through.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to do, is just paddle for the channel, then squeak onto the shoulders of the whitewash.
Yeah, you kind of just sit like a little bit on the channel, and you got to sneak in and go get your wave and then come back out. But yeah,
there's a few safe areas out there, but they're pretty small.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, they're coming in right now. The guys that are in the lead, Makuakai Rothman with a 7.0 and a 4.97. Looks like Sonny paddling in. Those last couple exchanges, Zubizarreta a 6.13, definitely into his score line, but he was asking for a solid second score. It did not happen. Zubizarreta ends up in 4th spot. Blake Thornton gave it a good shot from the outset. Blake was very aggressive, a pair of 6s.
Yeah, as you see, Blake right there, he had that nice barrel in the beginning, and you know, he had this backup wave right here to try and take the heat, but you know, Sonny and Maku, you can't count them out, and they got the better waves and just took it to them.
And here's one of our better cameramen, Sonny Garcia, GoPro mounted.
He's probably one of the best filmers in Hawaii right now.
There we go. We're counting down. This heat has come to a close. Rothman and Garcia advance through. Stay with us. Heat number 14 coming up.
128.
And welcome back. Little clouds overhead. Beautiful day here. It is the final day of our 4-day holiday here. Thanksgiving weekend here on the island of Oahu, the North Shore. And in the lineup, heat number 14, Mitch Colburn, Jonathan Gonzalez, and two standout Hawaiians, Tanner Hendrickson and TJ Barron. Shea Lopez, David Stanfield. Joining us in the booth is Liam McNamara. Hugs going all around. There is Makua Kai. He's got one of the best smiles on the beach, doesn't he? Just a classic individual, and you got to be happy when you've won this event before, Liam.
Yeah, it was a pretty close heat there. Right in that last 5 or 10 minutes, I saw a few barrels go down by the local boys, and definitely pulling them through. Some local knowledge right there, that inside section. Some of those waves look pretty small, but if you make it through that inside section and that thing doubles up on the reef there, you're going to get the barrel opportunity, and that was the difference in that heat. Those two barrels by Sonny and Makua towards that end of that heat.
Who's this way out on the point coming across? TJ.
And TJ Barron, tell us a little about TJ.
Well, TJ's been around the North Shore all his life. He was a Haleiwa boy back when he was young. As we see him riding through the inside here, good little opening ride for TJ. Nice snap off the top right there, so really pushing into that last turn, putting a lot of weight on that back foot. TJ's dad's a shaper, his brother's a good surfer, sister's actually a pretty good surfer herself, and I'm sure everybody knows back when he was about 6, I think he was in Surfers. That's one of his claims to fame as a young Grom. He's one of those, he was probably before John, he was the Grom that everybody looked at as the super Grom, and he's made quite a career for himself so far, kind of cutting back on his surfing events.
Yeah, he was in the 1994 film Endless Summer 2 as we take a look at him. 25 years of age, number 222 in the rankings, and he did move up at 65th at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. A good smile, though. Are some of these guys using equipment, on borrowed equipment, just putting the stickers on, or has everybody got their quiver ready to go?
Well, I've known TJ for a while, and I think he likes that yellow color, and I would guarantee that's his own personal board right there. But, I mean, this year we haven't had that many big swells, and I kind of feel sorry for, well, I don't really feel sorry, but in a way, a lot of the pros that have gotten here for the Triple Crown had no chance to go out on their 7.0s and 7.2s, what most people are probably riding today, and practice. And if you spend a year away from the North Shore and you paddle out to Sunset your first time on a new board, you're really going to be in for a wake-up call trying to turn a 7-foot board when you've been riding a 6.1 all year. And hopefully some of the guys, like I know Daniel Ross, I remember hearing him talking in Haleiwa about how he's got his magic boards. The smart guys keep their magic boards. They put them on ice. I have myself and my kids and a lot of my friends, we got our contest boards and we put them away, and I don't let nobody use them unless there's a heat going on.
The chops coming up the face can be as big as the waves around the world we surf in these other competitions.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of wind out there, but it's nice to see, you know, challenging conditions. We got a 8 to 12-foot swell this morning, maybe even some 15-foot sets. Today is the biggest day of the year that we've had so far. It's actually been the worst year in 30 years I've been on the ocean.
Yeah, it's been very difficult. Kenny Brashaw alluding to that, telling Randy Rarick and myself about 3 weeks ago, they go, this is looking glim right now. Well, we've got a winner's interview, I believe. Let's go down to the booth right now, and in the front, bright lights. Take it away.
All right, thanks, Dave. I'm down here with Makua Kai Rothman, the winner of heat number 13. It was pretty dicey out there. You're in 4th place for 3rd and 4th for most of the heat, but however, you did find a very nice little barrel. Talk about that one.
Just got lucky. I was at the right place at the right time, and I really didn't know what the wave was going to do. I thought maybe it was going to close out and just opened up and let me through.
Yeah, you're pretty deep. You disappeared from the view from the beach, and then you still needed a 4.0, and you backed it up with a pretty good wave. And just talk about some of the strategy and maybe your plan for tomorrow.
I don't know if there's a strategy out there. You just kind of got to get lucky. Waves are everywhere. I mean, there's not really a lineup today, and lucky thing I kind of know where it's going to break, kind of, and sat there and somehow just was in the right spot.
Hey, what board you got right here? This little lucky magic board right here. What's going on right here? Tell me about it.
Glen Pang 7.0. Weapon, just like Kiko. yeah, I shaped me a good board, and I got my Hey Hawaii All sticker for all the Hawaiians out there supporting. I am Hawaiian. Aloha.
All right, Mako, congratulations, bro. We'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, if we can get some contests running tomorrow, but get a good night's rest, bro. Good to see you. Great job. Aloha, my brother.
Aloha. Thank you, guys.
All right, back up to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So he was the winner, Sonny Garcia, second place, and from what we've been told, Sonny Garcia will now take on Carissa Moore.
So we got one world champion going against one former world champion against one current world champion, and one of them is of an opposite gender.
And that could be tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it will be tomorrow. It's going to clean up and go down to about the 6 to 8 foot range with this direction. We're probably going to see some really good sunset. And here we go. We got Mitch Colborn, Shay.
Yeah, this was during Makuakai's interview. And Liam, how is that line he drew through the bowl? Perfect position.
Well, Mitch Colborn is a pretty good surfer, and he's known for his aerial antics, but he's a tough customer. He's a pretty thick guy, pretty well built, and he's not scared to throw it down in some hollow waves, and he's got a solid backhand. And now everybody can see his solid backhand and tube riding right there. That was the backside tube ride of the day, I'd have to say.
Yeah, and he looks so stable in his position. Great power stance he has in that wave. And you think of him as an aerial guy from Modern Collective and those other movies, but out here at Sunset, he's got the power to match it.
Yeah, Mitch actually hasn't really even tried to surf the QS full time. This year, I noticed him at a few events. He actually was down in Mexico. He did really well at the Mazatlan event down there. And the waves were pretty bad, and he was pretty much the standout throughout the event, and he's worked his way into the top 100. He's able to compete in the prime events, and I could see a guy like Mitch Colburn being a threat to make the CT next year. And what more better than to have somebody like him on tour, Shay?
Yeah, it's fairly telling when you see somebody out Sunset and being able to do the aerials. And nowadays, you get surfers like Josh Kerr who can surf pipeline and surf Chopu and then go to a little beach break and fly around in the airs against like Chloe Andino, Gabriel Medina, and that's what it's going to take if you're going to stay in the top of the world tour.
Serious aerial contender for the various internet opportunities of making money throwing airs. Also, I believe he won the VQS championship in Newport Beach. Obviously, he can surf the funky little beach breaks to the great waves, and that backhand barrel and positioning, pretty trick. Looks like he's going to get a solid score. Here we go, surfer in blue, wave number 2. He's opened with a 5.67. Here's TJ Barron.
Yeah, TJ's board looks really good under his feet. He looks pretty loose. It looks like if he hits a hard chop, it might spin out, as you can see, struggling through that little section. But he looks like he's really wanting to unleash some turns and really able to actually maximize the scoring potential. When the lip comes at him, he's able to really control that board and do some nice, solid turns. So in this heat, it looks like we got TJ Barron doing pretty well. We got Tanner Hendrickson. Tell you a little bit about Tanner. He's one of our top juniors. He's been representing Hawaii in the World Junior Championships. As we see TJ on this one, Dave.
And TJ Barron, the replay here. Take a look now. What makes this board the way it is? He is reacting to every little warble or chop on the wave.
I think what Liam was talking about here is he really appears ready to hit the lip hard no matter what section's in front of him. He wants to tear into something. And you can see it in the energy he's putting out on this wave.
Yeah, and TJ really rides his tail. You can see his front foot is nowhere past the center of the board. His back foot is right on that tail pad and really able to control that board. And out here at Sunset, once you get in, you want to catch the wave. In the old days, guys would be riding 7, 6s, and 8 foot boards out there right now. But I'd say the average size today is going to be about a 7.0. TJ's probably on a 6.10. Once you catch the wave, if you can't do real turns, you're not going to get scores. So these guys are all undergunned in this contest when it comes to catching waves. If you were to go out here on a free surf day like today and ride a 610, you'd have 20 guys out there on 10-foot boards paddling circles around you. But you're able to ride a smaller board in a contest with 4 guys in a heat. It's all about positioning, and TJ's proving that right now, looking pretty strong on that board. I don't know who made that board, but I'd have to take a guess his dad made that.
2 surfers looking at that wave, nobody getting on the one, and then the second one might just catch them off guard here. So a couple of big peaks coming through, rolling over some of our competitors out the back. Gonzalez gave it a look, and I think Colburn as well. And we're seeing whitewater takeoffs out there, and the wave reforms to the inside really nice.
Yeah, actually this morning we saw all surfers kind of staying right in the middle, kind of surfing the inside bow. I saw a lot of surfers losing in earlier heats today, just riding the inside, kind of taking off on the wave like where Mitch is right here. And you don't really have that much scoring opportunity if you take off that far inside unless there's a barrel. And about midday, the tide got low, the swell had peaked out, and we saw the first heat I saw the guys really start taking advantage of the main peak was the Tonino Benson heat with Kamale, and they were out the back and riding the proper sunset waves and getting 6s and 7s, just taking off on a solid wave and going through the motion, doing some nice turns to the inside. If you can get out there and find that set wave, take off on it right as it's breaking and ride it right through that inside, you're going to get a solid score, and that's what you want to do today.
Yeah, that swell peaked this morning, and now we're seeing that outgoing tide, the swell kind of sorting itself out, and it's really improved the conditions, like we saw that barrel from Mitch Colburn where he scored an 8.17.
Yeah.
MP getting ready to go. Coming up next, a man that went from trials to title and winning the Triple Crown and the CT here. 40-year-old Miles Padaka, North Shore standout, should be next into the water. And they'll be up against, I believe, Rudy Palm Boom Jr. out of South Africa, World Junior Champion Jack Freestone, and a fellow by the name of Mason Ho, who has got the lineage and the family members' support. It's interesting to see who the caddies are out here. That's just a big part of the whole program.
Well, I tell you what, Mason never has his dad caddy. His dad will not caddy for him. You would think his dad would be out there. I was out there caddying for my son. I think Mike he has his secret tree down the beach. He goes down the beach usually and sits under this tree at Sunset Point over here. He's top Mason the lineup. They have their lineups for the West Swells. They have their lineups for the North Swells. And I was talking to Mike a lot earlier, and he was saying, hey, give Mason a couple tips on what you think. And me and him were agreeing, hey, you talk to your kids too much, they're not going to listen to you. You got to have somebody else kind of give a few pointers to your kid instead of yourself, because it's going to go in one ear and out the other when dad's trying to tell him something.
Yeah, parents learn that when they have the kids. Obviously, okay, time for somebody else's advice. Flow Water, reusable water bottle refill stations. They're here, they're on site. It's time to be a part of the solution by ending the plastic water bottle pollution problem. Check out facebook.com/myflowwater or flowwaterstation.com. That would be with just one W, FLOWATE, waterstation.com. Thank you very much. It's Mr. Todman doing a great job graduating from college, and the Kauai surfer, former pro in the QS, and Wyatt doing a great job being a sponsor here with Flow Water.
There was Sonny's caddy, Jack Freestone. We'll have a heat later in this event here on heat 15, and we did a lot about board decision and board choice is so important at Sunset. And I know I used to get separate quivers made for my heats at Sunset and my heats at Pipeline. Do many guys still do that?
Yeah, I mean, definitely for a goofy footer, I think to have a different board for Sunset and Pipeline is very important, because a goofy footer at Pipeline, you go out there for one reason only, and that's to get the wave, get barreled, and get spit out. You're not worried about turns. Now, on the backside of Pipeline, you're going to need a board with a little more curve, maybe a little shorter board, a little board that you can control better in the barrel, because there's all kinds of different variances to riding the barrel backside out there. So definitely goofy footers out here, I tend to ride a more narrower board and a thinner board for out here, because the drop's not quite as heavy as Pipeline. Out of Pipeline, you want a lower rocker and maybe a thicker board. Personally, over the years, you see a lot of even Kalani Chapman, you see he rides a bigger board. There's a lot of the top dogs these days that ride a little bit bigger board out there, and you wouldn't catch them riding that same board. So that's a great point there, Shay. Some guys just come to the North Shore. They got one quiver to ride. They got a 7.0, and that's their board. They're riding at both breaks, and that's a tough one. And
Sonny Garcia now with the fin in his trunks, and if he didn't have that fin, he would be asked to take out a secondary board. Drag went along, because once he gives up his board, he's going to be asked to swim in. That's one of the rules here. Jack Freestone going out in white, giving him a shock. Best of luck was Mason Ho, who's running down to shores to make maybe a different paddle. I'm not sure where he entered the water. Nope, Mason's right below, so just a little good luck, guys. Have a good time. They'll be up against Rudy Palm Boom and Miles Padaka going to take to the water in the next heat. 13 minutes and 53 seconds. Colburn's wave was a solid one of the better waves we've seen all day. On his backhand, great positioning to duck underneath the lip and get an 8.17. No surprise there.
Yeah, that was definitely the backside barrel of the day, and the wave did all the scoring for him. I mean, he surfed the wave quite well, but he picked the diamond out of the rough out there and was rewarded with a great score there. And we saw TJ Barron actually, couple good rides for him. He is in first, but that wave of Mitch Colburn, if he only gets a small score, he's going to be back in the lead. Tanner Hendrickson, one of our top juniors. I was talking about Tanner. He's about 17, 18. He's actually, I think, 18, and he's from Maui. He's one of the Maui crew that drink that Maui water. And you know about that Maui water. They definitely have some special water over there because we got our best surfers coming out of Maui. And Tanner's making us a push right now to get into the top 100 as we see somebody taking off, Shay.
Yeah, from behind the peak on the left, going to come around this section, and that would be Jonathan Gonzalez in white, Canary Island surfer. And he's used to the wild, rugged waves they have out there, so this is nothing new to him out at Sunset.
Actually, a pretty good move. He's made it around the corner to the inside. Gonzalez cutting it up, a 31-year-old pro representing Spain out the back. A bombable wave for TJ Barron.
TJ's wave's kind of getting a little frothy right here, a little bit behind it. I don't think he's going to be able to improve his score. That wave of Jonathan, though, I like that second turn. He got a decent open face first turn, came around that section, and that second turn was the money turn, was able to finish in control, kick out of the wave. The judges like that when you pull off solid turns and come out in control, kick out in control. And like Shay was saying, I've been to the Canary Islands before, and that guy's the legend over there, and they have some hefty waves over on the Canary Islands. So.
And he knows this lineup well. You see him taking off on the shoulder to the left over there. And Sunset would do that at the peak. It backs off for a moment before it hits this inside section, and he just read this perfectly. Some nice carves back into the pocket.
Yeah, kind of a setup carve right there, just getting ready. He knows he's going to have opportunity for more. This turn right here, really digging into that real smooth, looking a little like a Jeremy Flores or something like that on that turn. So I bet that's going to be a pretty decent score. I'd have to say it's probably going to come in just above TJ's two waves and really make this heat more of a battle between all four surfers. I mean, really, Mitch Colburn has that big score, but has yet to back it up. TJ has two decent scores, and here we go, Shay. Looks like Mitch looking at that one.
Yeah, it didn't hit that outside peak. It stood up and didn't break till the inside reef. And out here, there's so much wind, and you think a wave's going to break on you, and you can't even catch it.
Yeah, you gotta be right on the corner of that whitewater as we see Tanner Hendrickson doing just that. And this is a good wave here for Tanner. Look at that turn off the top. That was a big turn by Tanner. Nice roundhouse cut back for Tanner there, and pulling into the barrel. So he didn't make that barrel, Shay, but that's going to add, I'd say, another point or two on top of that score just because he was able to pull off a couple really good turns.
Oh, this heat just got a whole lot tighter with Jonathan's last wave coming in at 7.17, and Tanner's going to get a good score. Those were two massive turns on a huge wall at the back, and then he pulled into a great barrel.
Well, take a look at the scores right now, and you're trying to match TJ Barron's 5-point rides, but Colburn's got that 8.17 in a nice spot. Our surfer in yellow, Hendrickson, going for broke.
Wow,
what a free fall.
The zoom on that, the great technology to get you right into the lineup with Tanner is he was just right on the edge of control this entire ride. And I love this barrel and commitment here to just duck under the lip. He had perfect positioning this entire ride. The wave didn't let him out, but he rode that wave perfect.
Well, he got a couple good turns there, and then he got the photo in that barrel there, Dave.
Some spectacular camera work with the HD lenses, and again, with the wind blowing up to 50 miles per hour around the point, they've got the big cameras, big lenses, and that was quite the shot. Gonzalez a 7.17, Colburn with an 8.17. Everybody's stepping things up. TJ Barron, well, looking for a third wave score. Will it replace his 5.0? Probably not. So you better step it up. Leah, was that your shot? Leah Dawson? Well, we're going to look at the smile right there. Oh, boy. And the wind she's dealing with, luckily, good scaffolding, and it's all strapped down. 50-mile-per-hour winds at some point, and red flag alert. Hey, we got an event called the Billabong Pipe Masters coming up. Who's going to represent the Hawaiian locals there, Liam?
Well, we have the Volcom Pipeline Pro, and that's the qualifier for the Pipeline Masters. And John did win that event, but he made it onto the CT. So since he made the CT cut for now, and as long as Yaden doesn't show up or if there's any other replacements, I'm pretty sure John is going to be able to surf. So at that point, we'd see Jamie O'Brien. The top 8 guys is going to be Jamie O'Brien, Bruce Irons, Marcus Hickman, Kai Barger, Kekoa Bocalso, Amayan Goodwin, Ian Walsh, and Evan Valier. I'd say Amayan Goodwin and Kai Barger is probably going to be their first shot at the Pipe Masters. All these other guys are veterans out there that are guys you don't want to mess with. And I can tell you what, we got a wild card of Kalani Chapman. From what I hear, Vans is going to be getting him a wild card. And with those 8 guys, along with Kalani Chapman, the guys who are trying to qualify on tour and make a result out there are going to have a pretty tough time if there's waves. And now we just have to see Mother Nature provide. We've seen the last few years When the waves were good, the locals did very well, and when the waves are bad, the locals didn't have that great of a showing. So it's one thing to qualify, it's another thing to get good waves out there.
Man-on-man competition overlapping, and let's talk about top world-ranked surfers right now, those representing the islands that are looking to make a push.
Okay, well, what we have is 2 more spots available for Hawaii. The surfers, the ASP surfers, advised us to give one of the spots. We have 10 total spots. They advised us to give one of our spots to the highest ranked, world-ranked Hawaiian who isn't in the event, as we see Mitch Colburn on an important wave here.
Mitch currently in the 3rd spot, trying to replace a 1.53. He's got an 8.17 right now, and there's 7 minutes and 23 seconds remaining. Well, that might be better than a 1.53, but is it a 2.50?
Well, you know what? That turn he's so smooth and made it look so easy, but that was a pretty critical turn, and most guys would have probably dug a rail on the way out of that, being that Mitch is a...
Yeah, look at this replay. Anytime you go near the lip at Sunset, it's a difficult maneuver. On the second turn on this wave, he sets up a nice bottom turn and goes directly into the lip, a very chunky lip with a lot of wind and foam. He just, like you said, really smooth surfer.
Well, let's just forget about that 2.50. A 3.33 would take him back into the lead. So we're going to assume lead's going to change again, and Hendrickson might drop to 2nd, and then Barron in 3rd.
Yeah, so definitely some big scores came in, and things are going to be tightening up here. But back to... So the top world-ranked surfer after Sunset will get a shot. The top world-ranked Hawaiian surfer will get a spot in the Pipeline Masters. And at this point, Granger Larson being the front runner, and we've also got Mason Ho, Joel Centeo, Tonino Benson, Kai Barger. Those would be the 5 guys that if they were to win out here or maybe get into the final, they could catapult themselves up into the contention of being one of those guys, as we see TJ Barron on this one.
Important wave for TJ Barron. Hendrickson right now still in the lead. We're still waiting for Colburn's wave. Again, a 3.33 would take things and change things up considerably. And you got to remember, the 2nd or the 3rd best wave out there, a 7.17 by Gonzalez, so he's looking for a pretty modest score as well. This has been a really good heat. There's our director. Meanwhile, our producer's directing right now. Jordan Velarde in the booth right now. There is JD, Jeff Donner, and he loves to get out there and talk with everybody, maybe get an adjustment. You can only sit for 8 hours and then not feel the pain. But a great crew on hand, and Window Seat Productions doing a phenomenal job. But back to the Hawaiian contenders now. They're contenders for the Triple Crown as well. There's some Hawaiians in there, and some visitors.
We got one more spot for the Triple Crown contender for Hawaii, and right now it's not looking that great because there wasn't one Hawaiian that made the final. I mean, we've seen John doing pretty well, but all in all, the guys who aren't in the Pipe Masters, we saw Keikoa Bakasa with the best result. He got a 7th. We saw him advance out here today, so he's in contention. Granger Larson got a 13th. Ezekiel Lau a 25th, and Mason Ho and Hank Gaskell. So from what I can see through Haleiwa, these are the 5 guys that are the front runners for the Triple Crown.
Roy Powers did pretty good in Haleiwa,
but he lost this morning.
He lost already, so he's off your list.
He's done.
You're on top of real time here.
Yeah, nothing slips by Liam. Hey, look at this. Colburn, a 5.13 into the lead. Hendrickson now drops to 2nd. Hendrickson is trying to lose a 3.0. TJ Barron needs a 5.84, and Gonzalez needs a 4.34. We're down to 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, and there's waves now stacking out the back. Saw a lot of kite surfers and wind surfers and a helicopter out there, and you can only last probably, I don't know, an hour or 2 in the lineup. The kite surfers have moved around to backyards, and we're looking at a set starting to march through. We're going to end in big fashion here. Can Gonzalez get that 7.17? You mentioned the Canary Islands. That's like the Hawaii of the Atlantic, isn't it?
Yeah, there's some crazy reef breaks over there. Unfortunately, the boogie boarders own all the spots. Jonathan Gonzalez goes out to spots and has to sit back and let boogie boarders paddle around him. I know some of the Hawaiians went over there one year and got sounded by all the boogie boarders. It is the only place in the world where boogie boarders rule, as we see Tanner Hendrickson with a nice swooping cut back there coming through the inside here.
Key wave for him.
Definitely. His 2nd scoring wave is only a 3, and I think he's already improved on that with a couple nice cars, grabbing the rail back into the pocket, able to maintain control. It looked like he grabbed his ankle there on that. He might have hurt his ankle on that closeout barrel on that 8.5.
Yeah,
in pain.
And he's coming in right now with 3 minutes and 18 seconds remaining. We're going to keep an eye on Hendrickson. You've got a Pro Junior event coming up. You're going to put one on?
Yeah, we had an event for the last few years, a Sponsor Me Hui contest, and it was the Faith Riding contest in January. We'll take a look at this replay, Shane. Yeah, seems like he's kind of being pretty ginger on that ankle right there.
Yeah, that's not Tanner from earlier in this heat as he was attacking his waves. That big set, maybe when he pulled in, that wave shut down on the inside bowl. It hurt that ankle. As you see him come out of this turn, definitely awkward and nursing that. He reaches down to grab it. So hopefully he's okay and can serve for the next round because he's going to better that score of a 3 and looks to be in a good position with 2:30 remaining.
Yeah, that's a bummer. You know that he wouldn't be coming in with that much time remaining. And by the looks of that last turn, he looked like he was in pain there, Dave.
Tanner Hendrickson with an 8.50 trying to replace his opening wave of a 3.0. We'll see him. He's coming ashore right now. There is now 2 minutes and 18 seconds remaining. 3 guys in the lineup. Gonzalez needs a 4.34 at this point. Did Hendrickson better his 3.0 with that tentative surfing? He got some nice rail work in.
Definitely came in at a 4.43, and so it makes the situation for TJ and Jonathan a little more difficult. TJ looking for pretty high score of a 7.27, and Gonzalez needing a 5.77 to back up his earlier 7.1.
Back to the Pro Junior event.
Yeah, so we've had we've only been able to have a 1-star at Sunset Beach for the last 10 years. In January, we've been unable to secure any type of sponsorship for a QS event at Sunset. This year, we tried to get a sponsor. We were unable to, so I've stepped up to the plate and I've committed to sponsor the event. I have a surf shop, North Shore Surf Shop, just down the road by Foodland, and I'm going to be making sure that event happens. We're definitely going to do a 1 grade, which is kind of peanuts, I think, and I'm just trying to work on getting some sponsorship, getting a little support. To run a 5 grade junior is about the same price as running a 1-star, so we're trying to put a little emphasis on helping our juniors. We have no junior events currently in Hawaii right now, and to have Sunset Beach and be able to run an event out there, whether it's a QS or junior, we got to take advantage of that. So we will be running a junior event.
And you were looking at some creative ways to raise money to get this a bigger and better event. I know you're taking donations, surfboards possibly to sell in the surf shop that are going to go directly into making this a bigger event to get those juniors into these prime events around the world. There we see a sad sight.
And he is in some serious pain, and I flash on Gudauskas in San Francisco with the ankle injuries. And
there's been a lot of ankle injuries in the last year or couple years from all the futuristic surfing. Most of them are happening from air, Shay, but you know the power of Sunset. You get slammed on a wave at the wrong time, you're going to hurt your ankle. And you know what's one thing that I think is pretty heavy is that Tanner's making this heat, and if he's unable to surf the next round, I'm pretty 99% sure there is a rule that if the surfer pulls out, even though he has advanced, an alternate can get in.
I didn't know about that rule. It'll be interesting to see if that plays out as this heat winds down with Jonathan Gonzalez looking for that 5.77 and not much there on this inside.
Waiting for the final scores to be posted. That wave will count. I believe it's his 3rd wave. A 7.17 trying to better a 0.77, needing a 5.77. And Gonzalez, will it be enough? We'll have to wait and see. Well, his ankle was good when he jumped into it. Tanner Hendrickson, the 19-year-old out of Lahaina, Maui, was in form with an 8.5, the best wave ridden. And coming on strong to start things off was TJ Barron. Barron looked really quick on top of it. But when things shake down and the heat comes to a close, Mitch Colburn with a spectacular backside wave of an 8.17 and a 5.13. Looks like he is going to win this thing. Hendrickson waiting for one more score, but he might advance as well. We're going to come right back with the official results. Stay with us. The Vans World Cup continues live from Sunset Beach.
round 128.
And welcome back as we see into another round of competition. 2 more heats to go. The round of 128, heat 15. It is Mason Ho, Jack Freestone, Rudy Palmboom, and Miles Padaka. Already one wave on the board. A quick one for Jack Freestone that last heat. Mitch Colburn does win with an 8.17 and a 5.13. And Tanner Hendrickson with an 8.5 and a 4.43. Live action right here. And this looks to be our surfer wearing the yellow singlet, Rudy Palmboom out of South Africa.
Yeah.
And welcome into the booth, Ross Williams.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, there is Palmboom. A couple nice little wraps. Some of these waves that are on the midsection there can peter out like we saw there, so no doubt he'll be heading back out looking for a little bigger one.
Looking at the alternate list, the first alternate would be Eric Geiselman, but in terms of the rules, when Hawaiians can replace Hawaiians in this first round or in the second round, what would be the rule if Hendrickson cannot surf again?
Once the horn blows for the first heat, there's no more replacing Hawaiians with Hawaiians. So Eric Geiselman, a guy who's had his fair share of injuries, would be the benefit. He'd be the beneficiary or the benefactor, however you want to say, of that injury by Tanner, from what I know. And here we go. This is Miles Padaka right here.
Yeah, it's a little replay here, Miles. Nice first turn there. Threw a little pizza and gets a tube too. So what a way for Miles to start this heat.
It was a decade ago. He won the 2001 Rip Curl World Cup here at Sunset Beach. And he won the band's Triple Crown of Surfing that year as well. Miles Padaka in blue waiting for his score. And our surfing yellow, Rudy Palmboom, comes from Anstays Beach, the Bluff, Durban, South Africa, the 23-year-old. And for the South Africans, travel is an expensive deal. If you want to be a pro surfer, you've really got to be dedicated, have some great sponsors or rich parents.
Yeah, I mean, for a Hawaiian to go to South Africa is about the same, obviously the same as a South African to come here. And that's one country I've never been to. It's pretty darn far away.
Takes a couple of days to get there, and then traveling in this day and age is not an easy thing. Our surfer in red would be Mason Ho, in and out. And what is Ho going to do? Who is, first of all, caddying for Mason?
I think definitely not any family member. Maybe one of his buddies. I'm sure it's probably one of his good friends. He usually has Cheeseburger, or also he has sometimes Jeff Crawford's son, or just some of his boys. He takes a couple of his best friends and probably has them flip a coin because they probably all want a caddy for him. And I know Mike doesn't. I'd be real surprised to see Mike out there. And here we go out the back. This looks like Jack Freestone here, Dave.
I'm thinking this is his second wave. I'm not sure if it was the other surfer from the last heat, but Freestone here. If this is his first wave, here he goes with Sonny Garcia as mentoring right now on the North Shore. The 19-year-old from Coolangatta, the Gold Coast. Yeah, pretty amazing junior surfer.
Yeah, he's a talent, man. I mean, he's definitely one of the more famous up-and-comers right now. Everyone's got their eyeballs on him, and a little surprised to see him take off on the kind of the bigger, wider one, Liam. I know Sonny's probably telling him to try and sneak off some of those ones under the west pole in the middle of the lineup. So we'll see if he can get in position for one of those waves that line up across the bowl.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of guys who's kind of played the inside game all day, and most guys weren't able to advance out of heats by doing that. Now it is a strategy to get a quick wave or two under your belt, get a couple scores, and then work your way out there. So there's a couple different strategies. Personally, I talked to Mason and I talked to a few people, and I told him I thought the best strategy was to go out the back and try to get a big one out the back in the beginning. And even if you got to wait 5 or 10 minutes for a real wave out the back, that score, that one solid score is going to get you through.
I don't mind that strategy, especially with 30 minutes. 30 minutes is, you got some breathing room there. I mean, you could have some stuff go wrong for 10 minutes, and you still got 20 minutes to catch two waves. It's a lot of time.
Well, right now, nobody with some standout waves, at least the scores that are dropping in on the board right now. Padaka's got a couple of them. His second wave looks like it might be something in the 3 or 4 range. As we take a look, 30-minute heats all day long, 4 surfers, 2 eliminated, 2 advance on, and Padaka versus Ho versus Freestone and Palmboom in the lineup. A lot of paddling. And right now, let's go down to Kaipa Guerrero with 24-year-old surfer Maroochydore, Sunshine Coast of Australia, Mitch Colburn.
That's right. I'm here with last team winner Mitch Colburn. Mitch, great opening ride to start that off. Must have gave you some confidence. You opened up with an 8.17 on that backhand barrel. Tell us a little bit about that wave.
Yeah, well, I've never actually had a barrel out here. I've just been surfing the last couple of days with Dusty and just showed me a good mark-up out there and seemed to work for me on that first one. I just set up for it and grab the rail and hope for the best. And then, yeah, you got your caddy out there, so he let me know the score, and I was pretty psyched on getting an 8 off the bat, and just kind of set me up for the rest of the heat. I was just looking for a little backup after that.
Yeah, and you did well to do that. What's it like? I mean, you've been the star of Volcom's BS, Modern Collective with Kai Neville, Lost Atlas with Kai Neville, bringing a lot of innovative surfing, really having to push, surfing level both in the water as well as in the air. What's it like splitting that time between being a free surfer, trying to get clips, as well as doing these competitions?
Well, yeah, I just want to kind of work on being the best, well-rounded surfer I can be, and I want to do it all. And every year I come here. I've never been a part of the Triple Crown before, and just doing all the video and stuff. It's not all what it's about. I want to get out here and mix it up with the big boys. And yeah, it definitely takes up a lot of your time though. Trying to do the QS this year and filming for certain things takes up your whole year. So I'll be good to finish off the year, hopefully strong here, and then get home and just have some downtime.
I'm going to ask you one last question. One of my favorite sequences is some of the surfing that you did on Maui, staying with Dusty Payne at a few secret spots over there. What was it like staying with Dusty and surfing on Maui? You guys got a lot of really good waves, look like.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Maui is full of good waves, and that day there was no one out. It was just me and Dusty and Wes Larson and a couple of the boys, and you just get the best waves over there, and the wind, the trade wind for Hawaii, is just constantly blowing into the left everywhere you go. So it's my dream, and that was a fun session for sure. No one out, and just me and Dusty and the boys. It was sick.
Well, sick. We really enjoyed that. Congratulations on your win, and we look forward to seeing you in round number 2 the next day we hold competition. Congratulations, Mitch.
Thanks a lot.
All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Thank you so much. Colburn quite on a charge. The result at the Mazatlan event, Brian Toth took him down, but just a second place, huge result. Then the 6-star Relentless Board Masters, I believe, at Fistral Beach, Romain Clotre. But a couple of solid scores right there for Mitch Colburn, currently number 81, looking to vault up the rankings. And, well, the Goofy Footer, if he can negotiate these waves out here, he's looking good. And obviously he's got a great sponsor that helps him out. And when he travels around the globe, he stays with other team members, and that's kind of the norm right now. Everybody, they separated in the teams. In the early days, you were represented kind of by your surfboard manufacturer. The Belzy, the Jacobs, the Lightning Bolt brand. You were kind of the team, but now it's the clothing manufacturers, right?
Yeah, there's so much support nowadays. Surfing is really mainstream, so there's even more companies to pull from now, and they rent giant houses on the beach and pay for this and that. So to get around and to be comfy and in position for those good swells and have good surfboards and what you need, there's no excuses nowadays. The kids are just right on top of it, and a lot of support.
So let's start at the beginning. When you're an amateur, you might get clothing and you might get entry fees paid, right? And then you step it up a little bit and some incentives as you turn pro.
Yeah, I mean, basically, as long as your contests are paid for, you have a little travel budget, you're able to do the NSSAs or the Haasas or some of these big amateur events like the VQS event. Those events are stepping stones for you as an amateur. And as maybe you win a national title maybe 10 years ago or so, if you won a national title open men's division, you are almost guaranteed you're going to probably get a huge contract from one of the top companies. Things have changed over the last few years now that the nationals are run at Huntington, and the U.S. Championships has taken a little more prestige. But all in all, yeah, you got to step through that amateur career, and getting clothes and contest entry fees is where it starts, and working your way up to getting a salary is where you hope to get to. Now, if you're from Hawaii, it's a lot harder to get any of that because we don't have quite the support for our young program over here as other regions do.
But you're in Paradise.
Yes.
And you have some waves. Now, we're not saying that sunset breaks like this all the time, and in terms of actually gaining experience out here, you really want to start at a young age, and sometimes you have to break away from pipe and backdoor and off the wall to come here to get the experience if you want to be well-rounded.
Yeah, well, example is Ross Williams. I think he was out at Waimea when he was 13, if I remember correctly. I remember seeing him catch a 15 or 20-foot wave, I think, when he was 13. Is that correct, Ross?
I don't know if it was that big,
Well,
but yeah.
you were out there when you were 13. I remember specifically there was a shot of Ross. And these days, like my kids and a lot of the Groms around the North Shore, they might not be household names around the world, but I just tell them, hey, put in your time at the main break, Sunset, Pipe, you know, backdoor, off the wall, Rocky Point, and you're going to make a name for yourself one way or another. So you really got to put in your time at Sunset and Haleiwa if you want to do well in the Triple Crown. Those are the two main breaks for that, and we do have events at Pipeline. So those, if you can make a name for yourself at those breaks, you should be able to get some type of sponsorship.
Well, Jack Freestone has somebody in his corner that is the winningest Hawaiian surfer on the planet out here, and whatever he sees instilled, he says go out there and get busy. A 4.23, a 4.67, a 3.43. Freestone with a nice cover-up section. Now comes the moment of truth, and he straightens out, but he's been very busy, and I don't know, if Sonny's waving you in, you go, right?
Well, that was a nice barrel, and that wasn't on the typical kind of inside bowl. That was a little bit further out, so good read there from the young Grom to get that barrel on the outside right off the takeoff. And on a day like today, you know, it's easy to get confused and sort of like a deer in headlights. So nice for him to stay busy.
So Freestone, the youngest at 19, the veteran Miles Padaka at 40. So you got years of experience. Here is Mason Ho, years of experience going for the cover-up, looking for a classic claim right there. Mason is so cash and fun to watch.
Yeah, that wave right there by Mason, you could tell right away, you know what he was looking for. You see Mason all around the world in QS events, and if there's any type of barrel to be had, he's going to get it. Sometimes it does work a little bit against him, I think, in the smaller waves where he's trying to force a barrel when he could be doing one of his big airs. But out here at Sunset, if you can get a barrel and you make that barrel, that's the easiest way to get a big score. And Jack, we saw Jack get a pretty decent one, but I'm calling that wave by Mason's definitely going to be about a point or two higher.
No, yeah, that Mason's wave was a little bigger, and he set it up nicely. And I can't help but just to, you know, channel his dad, or, you know, think about his dad when he gets this barrel. It's just perfect timing. Stayed really nice and patient for it. And you know, Liam, you were mentioning how he's a little bit of a barrel hound. Another guy like that is Taylor Knox. And I just love guys like that. You know, they just get kind of creepy and weird, and they just get all styly, and they get their hands in a certain position. And Mason's one of those guys, just a little different, which I like, you know, because nowadays a lot of the kids are kind of all the same, and Mason's a little different, which is awesome.
Mackey set out the back, and that second reef, we've got a couple of kiteboarders out there picking that up. Picking up those waves. Injit Hill, well, one of our younger competitors, one of our youngers. We got a couple of teams. He's 15 years of age. He'll be out in the water next in our final heat. Flynn Novak will take to the water with him. Ricardo Dos Santos, and I believe Maxime Houssaneau should be coming up. There is Dos Santos, and a little bit of love out the back. Looks like our surfer in blue, Miles Padaka, taken to the water here, baiting.
Wow, and he's on a bomb. Miles, arguably, you know, has the most knowledge out of anyone in this contest out here. And look at this wave. It's stacking up on the inside bowl really nice. Just got a little ahead of that barrel. Let's see if he can make up for it with a nice snap here. And on just a touch of a longboard. So just a little missed time there that way for Miles. But nonetheless, that was a beauty.
It's his second wave, for Miles Padaka. That's his fourth wave, trying to better a 3.50. He is in the second spot. Freestone's got a score to come through. Will it replace his 4.23? It'll be close. And we'll see what happens with Mason's hose, second wave. He opened with a 3.0. If he gets anything into the 6-point range or higher, he might jump up into the lead. 14 minutes and 44 seconds remaining. What else is going on in the world of surfing, especially on the North Shore in this contest? Are you surprised at the number of teenagers that are showing up, and surprised at a couple of the top World Tour guys not showing up?
Well, basically, we're in a major turning point here in Hawaii. This year, we have more younger junior surfers that are making a mark. You got Ezekiel Lau, Keanu Asing, Tanner Hendrickson would be three of our top guys, and we got a bunch more, and we're going to throw it down to Kaipo, but I'll get back to you get back to this subject after they do an interview down there, I think.
Take it away down there, Kaipo.
All right, thank you guys. I'm down here with Tanner Hendrickson, second place in the last heat, but on his last, second to the last wave, got compressed in a barrel, and a little bit of an injury, so things happen fast out here at Sunset. It's a brutal wave and a lot of water moving. Tanner, tell us a little bit about what happened and about what happened to your ankle here.
Yeah, I pulled into a barrel and then I was pumping, and the next thing I knew, it just pinched and compressed, and like the lip just kind of squeezed me all together in one, and I felt everything, like all the tension just kept going, and then it just stopped. I didn't really feel anything, and I come up and just had really bad pain, and paddle over to Kuhei, and of course he just screamed at me and didn't even look at my ankle, just made me go back out. But that was good because I got another score, and it hurts, but it's okay.
All right, we got ice on it. We're taking care of. Tanner's going to rest it up, and hopefully we'll see him in round 2 action. I got on the scene here Dr. Leland Dow. Leland, what is your prognosis right now? You took a look at Tanner's ankle.
Oh, it looks like, he hyper compressed his foot when he went down on the board, and we're just icing it down. It doesn't look like there's any fractures so far, so we have to watch and see. We're going to ice it, take a look, make sure that he doesn't need any x-rays, and then we'll just try to get him, as best we can when he does the ice.
All right, so great to have Dr. Leland down in the Kainakai Clinic here on the scene, and we're hoping for the best for Tanner Hendrickson to be on the mend, and we'll see him in round 2 of competition. All right, back up to you guys on the stage.
Thanks so much. Hopefully that thing, the swelling will be down by the ice. He's got about 23 hours to make a decision whether he's going to surf or not. He did advance out of that heat. Tanner Hendrickson did advance with that injury, we've been told, so we'll see exactly what happens. Here's our surfer in blue, wave number 5 for him. And it's your leader, Miles Padaka, with a 5.83 and a 4.9.
Well, this inside bowl could line up for him pretty nice. Let's see if he can tuck under. Again, Miles just a little bit off on his timing there, but his wave selection is right on.
And then Mason Ho with that 7.5. You mentioned it was a good wave. Yes, 7.5 and a 3.0. So he's got to get rid of that 3.0. Freestone and Palm Boom hunting him down. Got to watch out for Rudy Palm Boom. Great surfer, 125 in the rankings. And he's looking to post a score in the 7.5 point range. Back to the transition that we're seeing, old guard, new guard, changing of the system here.
Yeah, well, we were talking about Tanner Hendrickson. It just so happens there he is getting interviewed. Tanner's our second or third rated junior surfer from Hawaii. We have about 5 or 6 of our top junior. Actually, there's 7 of our top 10 juniors are competing in this event. Ezekiel Lau's the top junior on the QS. He did one of the World Junior Championships down in Bali, did the best out of all of our Hawaiians. You got Keanu Asing, Tanner Hendrickson, Dylan Gooddale, Ian Gentile, my son Makai McNamara, and I think Albie Lair, but he didn't actually show up for his heat. Or he was pulled out because he said he wasn't coming. But basically what we're doing here in Hawaii now, we're making sure to give our juniors a start in the events here in Hawaii. So this year the criteria has been changed, and we've, just so everybody knows, there's kind of people saying this, that, these guys are getting in off of that ranking. The way we do it is we're given 32 spots. We fought for these 32 spots for years. I was part of a group between Poncho and the Surfers Union here in Hawaii, and we're trying to make sure that our young surfers have a shot this year. So the top 16 QS world ranked surfers that aren't started in the event get a start. Then we go ahead and take our 4 highest rated juniors and give them a start. And then we give our 12 highest ranked surfers from our region a start. So a total of 32 spots. And those are how the spots are given. So we're really putting emphasis on our juniors. We got to make sure these junior surfers are able to have a stepping stone here in Hawaii, able to compete in our local events. And our plan is to build these guys. If they can perform, they're going to, somebody like Ezekiel Lau, he's right near the top 100. If he can perform out here in this event, Dave, he's going to be in all the primes next year. And that's what we want to do, build our juniors, get them into the primes, and get more guys on tour, because Hawaii's having problems.
It sounds like you're biased for Hawaii, but the reality is every region, every country is got their program, and Australia, the mainland USA, France, the Europeans, everybody's taking care of their own and making sure that the best surfers or surfers out of the region get a shot at an ASP Professional World title. Wave number 3 for Ho, can't get into it. We did see a couple more waves. Last wave for Freestone was a 4.70. He's in the 3rd spot right now. Freestone looking for a 5.81. Palm Boom needs a 7.50. For Miles Padaka, when he won, he came in as a trialist, and he posted about a $4,000 payday at Haleiwa, then won $30,000 at the Rip Curl event. Then he won the Triple Crown, another 15 grand. Good year for Miles Padaka, well worthy of him running through it and making things happen. Well, Padaka right now finds himself in the lead. The 40-year-old out of the North Shore, standout surfer, born at Captain Cook on the Kona coast of the Big Island. Beautiful family. Well, he's looking to relive it, and we're seeing a lot more 40-year-olds still surfing in the lineup, aren't we?
Yeah, you know, I'm amazed to hear you say that Miles is 40. That's crazy. He doesn't look like he's 40. He's in great shape, and he's still surfing the same as when he won this thing. So, you know, a tribute to him staying on top of everything. And, man, just looking outside of the lineup right now, you guys, this swell is not giving up much. It seems to be spiking right now. These guys are getting all these bombs on the head.
Well, we've thought about it for years, the last 20 years. Somebody with experience, you might not be able to match the young guns in beach break conditions, but experience at a spot of consequence like this, you can make things happen. Padaka's doing it right now, trying to replace a 4.90, and Pipeline's another spot. Experience will pay off.
Well, I mean, you see Michael Ho, and he's still charging pipe, and he's in his early 50s. And I think he's pretty much set a record for a guy at that age to really, I go out to pipe, and I see waves that Mike paddles for, and I'm in my 40s, and I look at that and go, I don't think there's no way I'll be doing that in my 50s. And then his brother Derek's out there, who's about 46 or 47, right around there, and he's charging. So you know, Mike and Derek are definitely setting, as far as I'm concerned, records as far as age is concerned, as far as charging the heavy waves of the North Shore. And to the point of Sunset in this contest, I mean, I think we could see Poncho or Miles in their 50s out here taking out heats and making it to the final. That's how good it comes. This is the one wave, one contest in the world that 90% of it comes down to surfing, to knowing the wave, having good equipment, and it doesn't matter who's in your heat. You gotta put the time in out here. And if you're a veteran out here, you're going to be able to beat young guys coming up because they don't have the experience.
Well, right now the young guys looking pretty good. Hanina Benson with the best two-wave total, and then the best single wave, Keanu was saying. They've been lighting things up.
Yeah, Palm Boom there just took a nasty little wipeout on that mystery little boil outside the inside bowl. So, yeah, I agree. You know, I could even see Michael Ho making a bucket of heats out here right now if he was in this contest. It's not about blowing your tail out the back and getting really tech and sliding the tail and that kind of stuff. This is where, you know, you just need to do some sick, nice, you know, rail surfing and barrels, and you know, you don't need to be flexing your knees that much to get in the barrel out here. You just stand straight up and be in the right spot.
That last set that just mowed through, it just, everybody looked like they were in the channel. Everybody is just taking a couple on the head. All the caddies, all the guys in the next heat, again, they can paddle out at their leisure, so they could sit in the lineup and watch this heat. There's no specific time, but usually they paddle out at the 10-minute mark, get their jerseys. But that last set just mowed down everybody in the channel.
If I was in this heat, I would have been thrown for a loop because I really thought about an hour ago that the conditions were going to mellow out a bit and get more and more contestable in the middle of the point. But this whole heat has just been on fire. There's been tons of energy still. So this swell is really sticking around, and I like what I see for tomorrow, you guys. I think tomorrow it's lining up to be just a great inside bowl barrel day.
Yeah, well, I think we had a low tide right around 1 o'clock because I was checking the tide before my son's heat, and it kind of calmed down right around that hour there. And now with this tidal push, we're seeing a little bit of a surge in the swell again. I would have to say I think that's what might be causing the swell to look like it's actually surging again, is the tidal push. You know, whenever you have the tide coming in, it does add more volume to the waves, and definitely more waves coming through the inside here at Sunset as we see Mason Ho.
Oh, that was a beautiful carve, guys. I'm not sure, I wasn't watching from the beginning, was that his first turn, but that was an unreal carve. It was one of the best turns we've seen this afternoon. So we'll cue that up for you guys and get a replay of that, maybe slow it down a bit. A lot of power on that turn.
Kiteboarder on the inside, just outside Bowles Reef as we watch action here in the replay. Mason just digging deep. Nice snap off the top. Mason Ho looking for a 3-2-3 to get rid of his 3-0 to overtake Padaka. And here is our surfer in white, Jack Freestone, looking for, there's Freestone.
Yeah, one nice big hook cut back and stuck on the channel there. So I'd like to see Jack, you know, head a little bit further out.
Yeah, we still got a lot of time left in this heat, but those waves that Jack is catching there are not going to improve his scores there, Rossi. I think he needs to, like you said, get out the back there and catch a real wave. That wave of Mason, that turn, he pushed about as hard as he could with making sure he was going to make it, and I really think he's going to improve on that 3.0 right there.
Oh my, watch, there's the kite, the sail right there, and there is the guy without his board, lost his board. I'm not sure if this kite is in one condition, but he just took off without his board on the inside. Hawaiian Water Patrol trying to assist him to the inside, and has got the kite board, and now trying to salvage the sail out the back. Surfer in white, excuse me, surfer in blue, Miles Padaka. Oh, look at this wave.
Beautiful wave here for Miles, and let's see if he can get one more hook, and a nice hook there. He even kind of released the tail a little bit, so you can see in his body language there he liked that. And Miles is sitting on a 5.83, which is a solid score. We'll see if he can better that 4.9.
Yeah, I actually think that was Miles's best wave. The wave they gave him, the wave that he got that they gave him the 5.3 on, Rossi, actually kind of struggled through his turns, and he really flowed to these turns. That first turn was nice. Second, kind of a nice check turn up high, and then this last turn, solid turn right there for Miles. So that was the only wave he was actually able to get 3 turns on, and if you would have taken that last turn out of that wave, that was similar to what they gave him that 5.83 on, to tell you the truth. So I really think that's going to come up near the 7-point mark and really put him in a commanding first place position. It's going to come down to whether Jack Freestone is going to make his way out the back and catch a real wave, because Mason's got another score dropping in, Dave, and things are going to get really good for the 2 Hawaiians right here.
Mason Ho looking to better a 3.0. A 3.23 would take him into the lead. He does temporarily. Let's see if Padaka can answer back out once his score comes through. Mason Ho in the lead right now, looking to replace a 5.20. Padaka in the second spot. Freestone, one of our wild card junior surfers. Dale Staples has already made it through, I believe earlier on, a second place. Now Freestone trying to make it through this as a World Junior wild card seed. He needs a 6.03 at this point. That might change. If Padaka gets the score, Freestone needs a little bit more. And Palm Boom out of South Africa, well, his dad a phenomenal surfer as well, competitive surfer Rudy. And the family probably watching. The 23-year-old is looking for a couple of big scores, one at least a 6.30.
Yeah, the 2 local boys definitely shining in this heat. And, you know, Freestone and Palm Boom are dangerous out here. They're definitely capable of some big scores. So I know Mason and Miles will, you know, be pretty relieved when they come in knowing that they took this heat down. And the local knowledge seemed to pay off out there.
The kid on the phone going, I got 2 hot babes. I'm at Sunset Beach watching the live action. Yeah. Life is good.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for that last score to drop in for Miles, and I thought there was like 10 minutes remaining. I was looking at the wrong clock up there, but we're down to 50 seconds, Dave, and it's coming down to local knowledge and the local boys. I called a 7 on that last wave, and let's see what it comes in at.
5 scores, high and low thrown out. 7.10. I guess you could be an ASP judge there. And Mason Ho and Miles Padaka. Looks like they've got control of this heat. Miles last wave a 7.0. Here we go. Last shot for Palm Boom. At this point, he needs an 8.27 on this wave with 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think the local knowledge definitely paid off in this heat. You can see the Palm Boom there, just a little too over on the shoulder, and by the time you take off on a wave over there, you know, it's finished.
And getting ready for the countdown any moment to end this 30-minute heat. Men's round of 128, heat number 15 has concluded. We believe that's the last hit. So the last wave has posted, and Palm Boom unfortunately ended up needing the 8.27 Freestone. Well, the World Junior seed comes in. He ended up needing the 8.0. And from the outset, Miles Padaka showing a lot of experience.
Yeah, Miles surfed unbelievable in the sea, as we see a little replay there of Jack Freestone. He was kind of in the middle, middle range scores there. They really pulled it together at the end with that big score.
Yeah, Miles, the veteran, showed his veteran knowledge, and Mason with his new school attack. That turn right there was the money turn of the heat right there, and it was a great showing by the old school and new school coming out of Hawaii.
I'm Roy Powers. Come ride with us.
Round 128.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach. We are just off Kamehameha Highway for the Vans World Cup of Surfing. Stop number 2 in the Jewel, the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. This $250,000 prime event's the last qualifier for the year. This is our last heat of the day, day number 1, and it's been spectacular. The round of 128 coming to a close here. 27 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in our final heat of the day. It's Santos in red, Husno in white, Novak, I believe, wearing the yellow singlet, and Gentile at 15 years of age in blue. And what has already happened out there?
Looks like we might have had either a broken board or broken leash, because I see White. Looks like he grabbed another board there, and we'll see his caddy whether he has it. Yeah, definitely a broken board there. And I saw Red get a decent little barrel. I didn't get to see the whole ride, Ross. Take a look at this.
Well, here is a replay. Here this is Santos from Brazil, and hooking into that barrel there. Really nice grab rail. Good technique there from the young Brazilian, and a clean exit too.
And for Ricardo dos Santos, the top seed at 21 years of age, Santa Catarina, Brazil. And then for Maxime Husno, was a Husno on his first wave. He gets a 0.70 and a broken board. There goes $400, $500, $600 down the drain.
It's not a good way to start a heat. So hopefully his caddy's right there on top of him. And you know, this is another heat, guys, that's setting up the two local kids against kind of two tour. Traveling all year on tour guys with the Brazilian and a Frenchman. So we'll see if local knowledge once again kind of paves the way out here.
Let's take a look at this wipeout here that might have done a little bit of damage, and it is our surfer in white, Maxime Husno. The first time a Frenchman ever won a world title. He did it at the age of 17. The world junior champion takes a beating on that one.
Well, there's all kinds of ways to exit and kind of pull the eject button. I'm not sure about that one. He kind of went left and then did a little weird backflop. So if that's the way he broke his board on, that could have been a mistake. He might have wanted to ride a little further and then just do a little cannonball. But interesting.
Yeah, you usually try to ride out in front of it and maybe even shoot your board forward to get away from that. But I'm sure being a young guy like him, and he's also the former world junior champion, Sunset doesn't really care who you are or where you're from. If you get in the wrong spot, you're going to...
Oh, okay. So Jake Patterson doing a little swim. He's won out here a couple times. Actually, he and his brother have won out here. The Pattersons out of Australia. So doing some coaching, doing some swimming. And there is Jake the Snake.
Yeah, Jake loves this wave. And I saw him this morning. He was just rubbing his hands together. He was fired up. So the fact that he just is caddying out there right now, he's probably psyched on it. But no doubt he's a little bit worried about Husno with that not the most stellar start.
So we have a surfer out in the lineup by the name of Flynn Novak. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. And Flynn's one of those guys he actually went on to QS for about a year or two and had some really good results, and was looking to possibly be one of our next Hawaiians trying to make a charge for the CT, the way he was surfing in the Canary Islands and some of the events, and then lost all his sponsorship and decided to go out to Rocky Point and invent the backflip. So he's got the owner of one of the heaviest moves in surfing right now. He's up for the wave of the year so far. I saw it on the internet. I think Surfline the other day, they had a clip of him, and Flynn's one of the pipe chargers, and he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. He's not known for his backside surfing for the most part, but he's probably one of the guys in this heat that would have to be favored just because he's from the North Shore here. He's the veteran, semi-veteran surfer, and is one more thing, is that Ricardo Santos the one who won the trials in Tahiti? I'm pretty sure it is.
Bruno. I think it's Bruno Santos.
No, Bruno won the other time.
Well, yeah, he was in
Yes,
Tahiti.
yeah.
Slater took him down this year, but a 13th place. Yeah, Ricardo dos Santos.
He won the
Watch
trials.
out.
He won the trials. So
Yeah, he won the trials.
He's no stranger to a barrel there, Dave, and there we see.
Exactly. On his backhand, a 6.33. Flynn Novak, 28 years of age, born here at Kapiolani Hospital and a fixture on the North Shore right at Rocky Point. Novocaine, or Ninja, they call him, does an amazing backflip that's a full gainer, and he calls it the Flintstone flip. I'm not sure. There is a left now and then out there. We saw Andy Irons one year win on a left out there, doing the audibles, making things happen. Let's see if Flintstone's going to go for the air, or Flynn Novak going to do the Flintstone. That would be a crazy move to end the heat. So keep an eye on that. He's, you know, he will make something happen. Well, let's go down to a guy that's been commentating. I think, Bo, 22 years of commentating, probably seen a lot of Miles Paddock over the last 2 decades, right, Bo?
Let's put 25 years on that, Dave. Yeah, I've seen a lot of Miles Paddock, but I tell you what, it was 10 years ago that Miles really put a stamp out here, winning the World Cup, winning a CT event. I mean, God, can you believe it's been 10 years, Miles?
Gosh, I know time flies by. You know, my daughter's going to be 9 in February. It's great to be, you know, still competing against the younger bucks of the next generation and stuff. You know, I live for Sunset. I love this wave, so these are the kind of conditions that I'm really into.
I know Rocky and I were commentating on the beach, Mike. You seem more at ease the bigger Sunset gets. I mean, it's gnarly out there. Tell everybody how treacherous, big the surf, and how comfortable you are out there.
Yeah, it's big. It's, you know, windy, and I'm still tired. I'm still trying to catch my breath right now. But, you know, it's these types of conditions that, like, you know, like I said, I love this stuff, and it's a man's event. It's a power surfing event, if you will. You know, last contest we saw Haliva, everyone doing incredible aerials, but out here, you know, that stuff just doesn't fly, and you got to bring your power surfing.
Yeah, well, we saw Sonny Garcia, we saw Pancho Sullivan also advance on through the early round. I think the half-hour heats really benefit you guys out in the water today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's great that they can, you know, extend the heats that long and give us some time to, you know, really try to focus on those quality waves. There's a lot of waves out there. There's a lot of scores going down, but, you know, there's only a few quality rides, and I'm just really happy to make that heat.
Yeah, talk about your last wave, the 7.1. That really put you into first place. You, Mason Ho, were jockeying for that top spot.
Yeah, you know, out at Sunset, you can be leading the heat the whole time, and someone could get a great score on the inside, get barreled, and just take you out of heat. So I knew that I had to kind of chip away at my scores and kind of build them, and, you know, I needed a better way of keep bettering my scores, and fortunately that was one of my better ways of the heat. And like I said, you know, it feels really good to win a heat. I haven't won a heat all year, so this is great.
Yeah, well, you're going to build on. It's been 29 years of history of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. You're the only man not on the current WCT World Tour to win the Triple Crown each year. That has to be something special and huge in your heart.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, I'll always have that as an accomplishment when I retire. And I just like to, you know, throw that out there to the next generation. You know, it's attainable. You can accomplish your goal even if you're not on the World Tour.
Hey, Bo.
Well, there you go. We got a question from Dave Stanfield. Go ahead, Dave.
Well, it's from Liam and everybody up here, Ross. We all want to know, who's he coaching, and does he know that we think that Carissa will be up against Sonny Garcia tomorrow? What's he going to tell Carissa? Will he be in Carissa's seat? But who's he coaching, who's he working with, and what's he going to tell Carissa?
We know you're coaching Carissa Moore. Who else are you coaching?
Mainly Carissa Moore. A few other Nike athletes, you know, working with them here out at Sunset, like Nat Young, Kai Barger, and you know, it's a pleasure to work with Carissa, and she's such a great person, and I'm expecting some good things from her out here tomorrow, you know, when the conditions come down a little bit. And you know, she's got that man hack, you know, if you will, so she should be able to mix it up with the guys tomorrow.
Well, just to let you know, Sonny Garcia, Mitch Colburn has advanced into her heat along with Elaine Ryu.
That's great. You know, it's going to be a great heat for her, a great experience, and I know she's looking forward to it.
Well, we saw her in the free surf out here this morning before the contest. She looked good.
Yeah, she looked great. And, you know, like yesterday we paddled out here when no one was out. It was just herself, her dad, and me. And we got some good warm-up waves. I got her to try a couple of new Glenpangs. So she's ready to go. Chris, if you're listening, let's do this.
All right. Well, you've got a job to do. Your other partner's got a job to do. There's plenty of work to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, former Triple Crown champion Miles Padaka. Now back up to you.
It's amazing. Bo Hodge started commentating at the age of 5. Now he's 30 years of age. Been doing it 25 years, Bo Hodge. Actually having a great birthday the other day in town. Bo Hodge, congratulations. Yeah, there is one of the voices, if not the voice of the North Shore. Miles Padaka advancing with Mason Ho. Freestone, unfortunately, one of our World Junior wildcard seeds has been eliminated, and the great Rudy Palmboom, senior and junior, great surfers out of, well, South Africa, unfortunately not working out for them. In the lineup right now, this Dos Santos guy, Trouble, a 6.33 and a 3.43, going to make something happen. And then we got a bunch of youngsters. Well, we got a 15-year-old Ian Gentile. Let's take a look at all the replays. Start things off with or 6.3 and then a 3.43 for Dos Santos. He's quite a threat out here.
Well, he started off with a good barrel, and this is his backup wave. He probably knows he got a pretty decent score. Getting a couple turns here, and if he would have made that turn, that would have been up in the 7-point range. Getting the 3.43 as a backup, and who do we got here?
Ian Gentile.
Yeah, this is Ian, local boy, and a nice little first turn there just to kind of warm up, set himself up for that inside bowl. And this is where the wave can really, look at that, little assistance from the jet ski there. A nice little stylish layback cutback there. So that could be a good score for those two guys there.
But Gentile's got opened up with a 107, but his second wave a 6.50. Gentile from Sprecklesville, Maui. Yeah, Klaus Spreckles, the sugar magnate. 15 years of age, born in Palm Beach, Florida, and in the lineup, he's grown quite quickly. One year you see him, you go, oh, there's little Ian Gentile. All of a sudden he's looking at you eye to eye. Still 15 years of age. Here our surfer in yellow, wave number 4 for Flynn Novak, and on his backhand.
I like the look of this wave, guys. And if he times this right, it could be a nice little pit. And he opts for the nice little carve. One more on the inside here. So a couple nice turns there for Flynn. One more. Oh, that looks sketchy there. Sometimes when that board flips over underneath you can get a skeg right in your butt. So luckily for Flynn there, it looks like he got away from his board. But that inside bowl, and we saw Ricardo Santos too go for that little off the lip. That's a sketchy section to try and nail it.
Well, if we had to say anything that Flynn Novak would love to do other than get inverted at Rocky Point, it'd probably be something at Pipe Masters. He did place 5th in 2009. Great result. He's got a couple of QS victories right now on his backhand, dealing it. How many times does Flynn Novak actually surf Sunset Beach? It's usually Rocky or Pipe, right?
Yeah, he doesn't spend that much time out here, but he's always a threat, and that second turn was definitely a solid turn. What was interesting is it's so windy right now, but that wave actually had a pretty glassy face on it, and he was able to really control his board on that second turn. And most guys would have probably just straightened out after finishing that turn and came around and kicked out, and Flynn tried to go for the big floater snap maneuver. But I definitely think that's going to be Flynn's best wave. He's got a 3.83. Looking for that to drop in and catapult Flynn up into the lead, I would say, or really close to it.
Yeah, that's one thing that's kind of changed out here in the last, say, 5, 6, 7 years is, the level has been lifted a bit. People are not afraid to kind of go for a floater or, sort of an uncharacteristic move out here. Normally you just kind of go for a nice sort of Gary Elkerton carve, and obviously some barrels. But the last few years, you see guys doing floaters and even off the lips. So, if you pull it, you're going to get some huge points. But if not, man, you're just, looking for an injury.
A couple of great sponsors we have helping out the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. First and foremost would be Rockstar Energy Drink. Also, WaveJet Propulsion, a revolutionary water propulsion system. Visit wavejet.com. And, of course, the Turtle Bay Resort, the official accommodations for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. True Hawaii here. Here we go with our surfer in red, Santos, wave number 3, and a cover-up. And, okay, he's trying to mimic Colburn, isn't he?
Going for another one there, and that's going to come in close to an excellent range there. It's going to be a solid 8-point ride, if anything, I think, and put him in a commanding lead. And Flynn's wave dropped in pretty solid, too, so now he's bumping up, and we'll wait for that last score. And look at this replay of this wave right here, Ross.
Well, you guys were saying he did win the trials in Tahiti, so it's funny how guys that are good in the barrel just know how to find it. And, this is nothing like Tahiti, and yet here he is sniffing out 2 great barrels already in this heat. So, yeah, he's going to be flying way out in the front, and I love how he kind of sacrificed himself and pulled into that little closeout on the end.
Yeah, and it took Kelly Slater to take him down for a 13th at the Billabong Tahiti event this year. Ricardo dos Santos, Santa Catarina, Brazil, the 21-year-old, and number 89 in the rankings. There's our surfer in blue, wave number 4 for Ian Gentile. Doesn't surf like a 15-year-old, does he?
Yeah, he's grown a lot, like you said. He looks like a man out there. Ian Gentile is from Maui. He's actually his nationality is Brazilian, but being born and raised on Maui, or being raised, I think he moved to Maui when he was really young, so he does represent Hawaii, and he surfs really smooth like a Hawaiian surfer and doing quite well, and he needs a little score, and he's going to be getting something on that last wave, and we see some scores dropping in right now. And
wow, big scores for Santos. Yeah, Ian Gentile, man, I can't believe he is 15. He's a big kid, and this is going to be talking. You know, you're talking about all this experience, Liam, for the juniors. Man, at 15, just being in a Triple Crown for a couple events, this is going to be huge for him to be able to draw from this in the years to come.
Under 14 champion in the USA Championships at the last year, and then a couple of years ago he was the under 12 champion. So we saw him on the radar long ago, but just didn't know if he was going to grow into the body, and the body was going to still have the reactions, and the whole Grom features has turned into a real powerhouse of a surfer. Born in Palm Beach, Florida. Yeah, like you said, spending time down in Brazil. I think he spent an entire year down there, but now on the island of Maui, our surfer wearing the blue singlet, Ian Gentile, one of the youngsters, got a 6.5 in the scoreline. Waiting for Santos's third wave, though. That's going to kind of shape things up here.
Yeah. And we got Husino, who's still just maybe trying to recover from that shaky start. And Flynn Novak's going to be battling Ian Gentile for that second spot. When this score drops, and there it goes, Ricardo Santos got a 9.2, so he's basically flying out in front. So Flynn's going to be trying to battle Ian for that second spot.
Husino going for the cover-up. A long one. Can he take a high, fast line?
That was a 10. Oh, that was so close. He looked like he was flying out of the exit, and then just kind of little whitewash monster got the best of him in the barrel.
yeah, if we can get a slow motion of that last tube, I think you could see he was wearing white, so you couldn't really see that good, but it looks like he traveled pretty far through that barrel, Ross, and
he got to the end.
Just got kind of a little bit clamped there, maybe a little foam ball inside of the barrel there, but that was a good try for him.
19-year-old Maxime Husino.
Wow, this is a really good wave, you guys. I love how it's just hollow right from the start. He didn't have to wait for it, and let's see how far he gets. You can see his hand touch the barrel. Right about there, just pinched too much, which was unfortunate for him because, there's nothing you can do. Once you're in the barrel out here, it's just hopefully the thing will stay open.
Use your imagination. Good ride. So, Hawaiian Airlines, have you guys ever flown them?
Yes, all the time.
Yeah, Hawaiian Airlines, Hawaii flies with them. Inter-island flights to the mainland, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, flights to even, secondary flights to Santa Barbara, Fresno, and internationally you can go to Australia, South Korea, Thailand, the Philippines, Tahiti, of course, Japan, and Samoa. Hawaiian Airlines supporting the Triple Crown of Surfing. Thank you so much. Check them out, hawaiianairlines.com. Good way to come to Hawaii.
Hawaiian Airlines is like one of the only airlines, if not the only airlines, they still serve you food.
Yes, you don't starve to death. And if you get on a plane right now and you don't have a credit card, and you can have all the cash in the world, but you're going to starve and you're going to have to be eating scraps.
Another cool thing is they have these digi players that you can rent while you're on there. You rent your own.
Any kind of movie,
player,
any kind of
watch all these movies, get right through the flight. So I really love Hawaiian Airlines, and I'm a little biased there, but I do fly them all the time.
One of our great sponsors here for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. This is the Vans World Cup and the final qualifying event, the final prime event, $250,000 in prize money. A third place result here is equal to a first place is equal to a third place at, for instance, the Pipe Masters. Very important, huge points. Your career can be made at an event like this.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about with these primes. It's almost a three-tier system now. With the primes, there's a lot of points, and it's for guys in the top 10 even. They have to do these primes as well. So it's cool to see all the top surfers at all the events.
He's moved into second. His last wave, a 6.40. He's trying to replace that. He's got a 6.5. Huge attempt there. And gets inverted upside down. That was a pretty rough hit.
That was a wild wipeout. I mean, he fell on his back upside down. So that'll be a really cool replay if we could cue that up. That's going to be right when he was sliding down the face backwards. That was pretty intense.
That might be a tough one on his neck. Here we go, Surfer in White giving it a look. Maxime Houssaneau has a couple of threes there, or excuse me, a 3.17 and a 1.17 in the scoreline. He needs a huge score to overtake Gentile of a 9.73. 9 minutes and 34 seconds remaining. Flynn Novak is looking for a 7.0. He's in third. Oh, this wipeout, this hurts my neck.
Oh, this is incredible, you guys. And watch this. You can see that he's eyeballing this thing going, well, I know that I don't have much room here. I better do something right here before it closes out. Outside rail catches.
Oh.
Flipping upside down as it barrels over him. That's a lot of water in your nose from that wipeout.
Well, you get a pretty good adjustment right there. Looks like he got a neck adjustment. Hopefully everything's all right for him. It does look like this heat's going to come down to a battle between the two locals because Ricardo Santos with those barrel rides is way out in front, and it's going to look like Ian Gentile's looking solid, but Flynn Novak's the guy who can catch him, Dave.
Wow. Gentile's wipeout. Thank goodness he's 15 and flexible.
Exactly. He's a little more limber than maybe the 40-year-olds, but you know, that was a good read for him. He knew that he had to fit in a maneuver really quick before it closed out, so you know, he gave it a good effort.
We've been negligent. Really quick, the quiz. You want to win a pair of shorts? Yeah, well, the board shorts, Vans Era Series board shorts, and the question is, name the only girl on the Vans surf team. The only girl on the Vans surf team. Go quickly to the Facebook page and enter to win. It's that simple.
I don't know that answer. I have to think about that.
Well, there it is right there.
Oh.
Don't tell anybody.
Okay, I can see it.
Can I give him a hint?
Give him a hint? I think already somebody's probably got it. But
well, she's from Kauai.
There you go.
Oh.
So,
well,
Vans trivia.
You guys, just looking out to the lineup over way to the right at Phantoms, which is maybe a mile and a half to the right. It looks like the wind is even gusted a little stronger. So in the next 7.5 minutes, hopefully we'll wrap it up before these conditions get too wild.
Well, they've actually turned a little more offshore almost looking than this morning. If you came down here yesterday, Ross, it was super north and looked pretty blown out here. We were fortunate we were able to actually run today because it was supposed to be pretty side onshore instead of side offshore. Now we're kind of getting back to the normal trade wind. It's really strong like Ross said, but it is cleaning up and it's setting the stage for tomorrow to be an awesome day. So for you guys out there, you want to see some great surfing, make sure you check in tomorrow morning with us, huh, Dave?
Yeah, we'll get underway probably about 7:45 and do a little chit-chat, take a look at the forecast and move through. The forecast looks really great here. State Farm Insurance, go to a better state. Well, obviously the best state is Hawaii, but go with State Farm. And if you're in Hawaii, State Farm agent, local agent, go to State Farm, sttraffic.net. That's simple. Protect your home and family and car and auto and everything. State Farm, one of our proud sponsors here. State Farm Insurance, sttraffic.net. Look at the waves on the horizon, munching maybe a couple of degree change out the back. Can't get into it. Santos is trying to get in that, trying to replace the 633 to the inside, though. Our surfer in yellow, Novak.
Here is Flynn, and he only needs a 7, so he's going to have to throw it up here vertical. And just kind of misreading that wave. And he's going to have to get out the back again with 6 minutes. Now he's looking like a little bit of a taller order for Flynn. You know, sort of battling Ian Gentile for that second spot. And obviously Santos is just sitting pretty.
It kind of looked like when he took off on that wave, he couldn't decide whether he wanted to do turn or barrel. It looked like the barrel opportunity was there.
Right.
And that's what he was kind of focused on and went all the way through that whole wave. I think, Ross, if he would have just attacked that thing with a couple backhand turns, there was 2 sections there where he might have been able to get 2 strong turns.
His board looks maybe a touch longer, too, so that might have influenced him to just, start barrel hunting.
Couple more waves out the back, down to 5 minutes and 38 seconds remaining. The caddy's off to the side in the channel watching, and when the surfer does catch a wave, if it's a good one, bringing it in, the caddy will give him an update, information, and encouragement as they paddle back into the lineup. Things are a little different than this morning. Pretty clean.
Yes.
Yeah, Liam, you were just pointing it out. It's smoothing out a bit, and the swell's dropping. And do you guys know what the wind's supposed to do tomorrow?
It's actually, it started really northerly yesterday, and that's why I was thinking this morning was still supposed to be pretty much out of the north component, which is a bad trade wind, and it was actually a lot better than they forecasted, and it's supposed to go back to the northeast pretty much normal northeast wind tomorrow, which is our favorite wind going into the east-northeast. So
yeah, we had a little bit of a wind on it. Just the angle wasn't quite right, but it has improved just a bit. It's amazing what 5-10 degrees does out here in the lineup.
Well, I think I saw Flynn actually switch boards.
Oh, he did?
Yes, they showed him there for a second. I saw him playing with his leash by his caddy, and I think we just missed it, but I'm pretty sure he switched boards because I saw his caddy's board, and the one that the caddy's on now, it has some red rails on it, and I saw Flynn has another. Both of his boards are red, but I think one was a little different. So maybe what you touched upon, Ross, was that his board was a little too big, and he wants to unload some turns.
I think that's the right call. Yeah, and if he need, a 7-point ride is pretty decent. That's a big score. So he's gonna, you don't want to have to rely on just one move, which is a barrel on a longer board. So at least if you have a shorter board, you have the option to throw it up and stab it, maybe throw a bunch of spray. And if you get 2 moves on your backhand out here with some spray, you could get an 8-point ride. So good call there from Flynn to switch boards and try and get a little more aggressive.
Husino furthest out the back, scrambling there, paddling out as far as they can. Husino needs a 9.73, and this is him. And look at this, going for town.
Wow, this looks like a decent wave here. Let's see if it holds up on the inside bowl. And that, that's kind of been the key today. Some of those waves on the inside are just flaring out to the shoulder too much. And unfortunately for Husino, he's going to have to head back out there. I really think that first wave wipeout with the broken board just kind of threw him out of sync.
Here we go. This looks like our heat leader right here, Dave.
Yeah, Dos Santos, and he's in and out, and he's going to look over and get maybe something in the head. How fast can Flynn Novak paddle back out? Novak's got a 5.9, and he's needing a 7.0. Dos Santos doesn't change the deal. Let's see where Gentile, he's next in the lineup to kid a wave. Let's see if Ian Gentile can better his 6.40. And there he is, trying to get on this wave, can't do it.
Oh, yeah, we haven't seen him stand up since that nice little wipeout. So, but he is out there in spot, and you can see Flynn right there on your screen battling Ian for that inside position. So, how much time? We got 2.5 minutes. This is going to be a little battle between the 2 local kids.
Well, I can tell you what, Flynn's got arms down to his ankles, and he could probably ride a 6-foot board out here and catch that. So it's kind of interesting that he chose to ride that longer board because he has no problem paddling in the waves.
And watch for an audible move on the inside. Let's see if he's going to turn and go. No, Husino still paddles back out. Husino is going to get a mid-range score right here and cut his losses a bit. He's going to get rid of that 177. He's going to post something in the 5 or high 5 range. And watch out, as everybody else is pushing each other deep, Husino could just pounce on something. We're down to 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
That's right. He's in the mix, although he does have a decent paddle back out. But just looking out on your screen there, it looks like Flynn got the jump on Gentile. So,
well, look how deep they are. Flynn Novak trying to get away from Gentile. Gentile trying to get to the inside. Flynn's got the lead, and don't put it past Flynn for taking off on a left even.
Here we go. Flynn got positioning on this one. Let's see how this board's going to work right here.
This looks like a good wave, guys. Let's see if it holds up for him.
Ooh, he's got to race it fast and go for it. There's the barrel, grab rail.
Ironically, he switched to a shorter board to avoid the barrel, and then what happens? It gets a big old barrel. But yeah, just pushed a little too deep there, jockeying with Ian.
Well, you know what, Dave? I think we're going to have to keep our eye on Maxine because with that wave he got, now he's in contention, and Ian was kind of concentrating on possibly
here he is
battling.
Watch out, Husino to the inside, pulling an inside move, and this looks like it has a huge barrel lined up. Can he race this section? No. Good move to get out of that. Now he's got 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining and a monster set coming through. Out the back, surfer in blue, Gentile, Santos first and second right now. Santos in first, Gentile in second. And our only other surfer in position could be Husino as we close things down with about 50 seconds remaining. Husino kind of backdooring this thing.
Well, this is Ian.
Gentile.
Yeah, this is Ian, and things are looking good for him because he's got one guy out of the way with Flynn way on the inside here. So he has to just avoid Husino picking off a nice insider.
How smart is Gentile to even find out where his competitors are and then get onto him? And
yeah, that was almost like you were in a CT event. You kicked out of the wave to maintain priority. Now, there is no priority in this, but if you can keep inside positioning, and he probably wasn't going to improve his score on that wave. He looked down, saw white there, and I'm sure he's pretty aware of what's going on right now. So trying to hold inside position, and we're down to only about 15 seconds.
15 seconds. This last wave would have to be a whitewater takeoff. It'll probably be clean on the inside. Where's Husino in white? There's Gentile. Here's Husino. It's now or never, and not going to go for this one. The heat is over.
Well, lots of juice left out there, guys, which is good for tomorrow. I really think, and Liam, you called it, the wind's a little more offshore, so definitely don't forget to tune in tomorrow, because I think there's going to be a lot of barrels going down.
Dos Santos starting off strong. He posted a 9.2 and a 6.33. Dos Santos running and gunning, and Ian Gentile ends up with a pair of 6s out there. Novak was looking for a 7.0. Our surfer in blue, 15 years of age. He took a hard wipeout, but he maintained and played a little defense.
Yeah, Flynn Novak didn't make this heat, but he was going for it on those couple waves right there. And there was that excellent score from Ricardo Dos Santos. So known to ride the barrel, doing quite well today, taking that heat. And Ian Gentile coming in second.
When we come back, we're going to show you the top 5 waves. So many good waves. We're going to be the top 6 waves. Stay with us as the Vans World Cup of Surfing continues live from Sunset Beach.
To those of us who share these islands, flying is a way of life. Every day, Hawaii flies with us.
36 years of phenomenal surfing and competition out here at Sunset. This is the 37th annual World Cup, and Vans bringing you this prime event, $250,000 in prize money. David Stanfield along with Shea Lopez and Ross Williams. We saw a day of days here. Who would have thought about a week and a half ago we'd see this kind of surf, because looking at the forecast and the La Nina conditions and the high pressures, we were thinking, oh my gosh, this is going to be a painful 6 weeks on the North Shore. Then boom, we see an air show down at Haleiwa, Reef putting on a phenomenal show, and now it's a day of reckoning here where the men are men, and we do have one woman out there. We'll test her skills tomorrow, but what a spectacular day.
It really was. I didn't see Ross all day. It's the first time we've been together in here. Yeah. Been switching off heats. It's just been action nonstop. I'm exhausted from all the action. We're going to go over the top 6, I believe, waves of the day, and I saw a number of these. Ross, you saw some of these.
Yeah, amazing. There were some huge scores out there, so let's break it down for you.
Well, I think number 1, we'll start with Jamie O'Brien. J.O.B., man, just putting it on rail right here, a guy that can do everything, but we know him at pipe. But look at this, Jamie O'Brien.
Yeah, this was the number 6 score with the 8.17, and that second carve there where he sort of released the tail was just sick.
Yeah, he's a tremendous talent as he's able to just ride the barrel and carve like no other. Here's Dale Staples, South African surfer. This is an 8.17. Great flowing styles. He commits to every turn here on this wave, Ross.
Yeah, he just survived that huge buck from that backwash and gets the money turn right here. Straight up. You don't see those very often at Sunset.
Well, Staples comes in as a wild card seed for the World Juniors, and this man runs out into the lineup, and he made it happen, but sustained an injury. Tanner Hendrickson.
Yes, this was 8.5. You can see the edge work involved in maintaining control as he cuts back into the pocket, and here's where he was injured in this pull-in. He said the whole wave just compressed him into his board, and his back foot suffered an ankle injury, unfortunately. It's not as bad as he thought when he came out of the water. He's got some ice. He's going to just take care of that thing and hopefully come back tomorrow if it feels any better.
Unfortunately for him. And then another goofy footers. It was a day goofy footers really shine.
Yeah, this is Tonino Benson here from Kona, and I really like this wave. He kind of sets it up nice, old school Sunset style with that fade. and then he gets vertical. Tonino, a really strong surfer, and watch this second turn, all the spray on this hard turn right there. That was just money.
And then you know about maintaining control when you come down. That's a difficult situation he's in.
And I believe Tonino even caught this wave, or he rode this wave all the way through to Val's Reef, just adding a little more spice to the wave, and I think he plucks off one more turn.
Yeah, basically into the car park. Tonino Benson, what a way to complete this heat. Critical move right there. A huge double up. Tonino Benson. Yeah, you like goofy footers? Here's another one, Ricardo dos Santos.
Yeah, we just saw this heat, Shea, Ricardo, and this one actually broke the 9 barrier, 9.2, and he was just a 2-pound out there. He got a couple of these shocks, and that was a big one, and the judges definitely liked it.
Yeah, I'm sure Liam commented on his performances at Chopu. I was sitting with a couple of my friends, and they're saying this year he was one of the surfers that wanted every set that came in there.
And who's this kid? Eva Beach?
Yeah, local boy Keanu Singh just doing Hawaii proud there with that giant barrel, and one more little head dip here too to back it up. And just such a humble kid, and really good to see him get through that round.
Baby Sonny right there getting a good score.
Boy, we have a day set up for tomorrow. This first day of competition comes to a close. The clouds, well, looks like we might have some rain showers, some beautiful rainbows. But Keanu Singh, Ricardo dos Santos, Tonino Benson, Tanner Hendrickson, and Mitch Colburn. I see a lot of goofy footers there.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. Shea, you're a goofy footer. I think, isn't this wave supposed to be hard backside?
I think my heat totals were more like an 8 or 9. Never a single wave score. These guys did so well today on their backside. Really impressive stuff. Tonino Benson right there with the highest heat total of the day.
Yeah, some of the times we see one great score, but you can't back it up. Those were some big backup scores and some wild wipeouts as well. I'd like to remind you, Sunday, tonight, Rel Sun Aloha Jam the 3rd going on at the Turtle Bay Resort. Here is some hideous wipeouts of the day.
That was just ridiculous.
This is from the opening heats. That was Jamie O'Brien trying to hang up a big floater. And here's Jamie again. One heat, a couple really big highlights and a couple lowlights as well.
Yeah, well, he started the heat off just with a bang, a couple of big scores, so he just started free surfing. And when that guy starts free surfing, he just gets freaky.
Look at that drop from Gavin Gillette as that nose just buries in that late windy peak at sunset. So difficult with so much water and wind moving up the face out there.
Oh, and he gets sucked over the falls as well, to boot.
The lucky yellow jersey. Who's next?
That's Tori Meister as he's able to just hook it underneath the lip. Almost came out of that barrel and is going to get an excellent score. Unfortunately, he goes head over handlebars on the exit. And look at this one. Huge outside peak pulling as the whole roof shuts down on him.
Cool water angle there. And I can't tell you how much that hurts when that lip smashes you. Little slide slip there. It seems like everyone's eating it on yellow. Yellow was the unlucky color again.
There's kind of seeing after his 9.33 gets a crazy wipeout on the inside bowl. This wave is so unpredictable, Ross. It moves at you so fast.
Get a couple of good waves, and then you take a spanking. Sonny Garcia advancing through as well and doing the suicide cover-up. Where else do you go?
Yellow,
it's all about
again.
The yellow.
It's all the guys that are winning their heat, and they're in yellow, so they're just getting freed up and going out there and just getting beat down by sunset.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, he rode that wave perfectly, just sucks under the lip, and at sunset, you don't know what you're getting into when you pull in.
All of a sudden, you're onto the beach, and you're being assisted. You've got to ice your ankle. Hopefully, he'll be able to surf tomorrow. He did advance. Tanner Hendrickson.
Well, not yellow, but going left. Creepy little exit there. I don't know. He's lucky he didn't get hurt.
And nice little shallow area to jump off. And then a broken board, Maxime Houssaneau. There you go. That's not how to start a heat.
Well, Jake the Snake not doing it for him there at the time. And here's Blue. And this is a cool wipeout, too. Look at this. Over the top. Backwards. It's never good sliding on your back and looking at the lip.
That's a good wipeout when you're 15 and not flexible to be able to come out of that without an injury. Ian Gentile, impressive performance from the 15-year-old boy.
Look how beautiful that is right there. People on the beach, they're not going to go because now the lineup is crowded. A lot of people, some of our top seeds are out there warming up for tomorrow's activity. We hope to get underway at 7:45 as we take a look at the conditions here.
Well,
Surfline.com is talking about the swell continuing or at least holding to be sizable tomorrow. Let's take a look at Surfline's forecast.
There's that north-north swell we saw peaking this morning, and with the last few heats, we saw the waves and the wind calm down a bit, and some excellent rides. Ricardo Santos with that great barrel ride, and this swell should ease overnight, clean up. The winds are supposed to die down a little bit, hopefully clock more easterly. And Ross, is this going to set up some ideal conditions for sunset tomorrow?
Oh, I'm excited. I mean, I hate to jinx it, but with the swell cleaning up a little bit and the wind calming down, you're going to see some high action tomorrow. a lot of barrels and just people more in control. And what that means is that they'll be able to do just stronger turns off the top. Rather than just surviving, they're going to be actually performing.
Well, there we go, the building trend, well, peaking today and then dropping off tomorrow probably for perfect conditions for our next round of competition. 30-minute heats we can hope, and we'll complete another 16 tomorrow. And your final thoughts? It's not easy out there. It's time to talk to your shapers.
Definitely. I mean, if there's one contest that you need to or want to practice for, this is it. I mean, this lineup is 3 football fields long, and the conditions are wild. And like you said, you need to really be on top of your equipment. You're riding a 7.6. People have been riding 6.0s all week. So, yeah, this is exciting, and we've been seeing some great surfing all day.
We think the wind's going to back off, but just if you have never been out at Sunset Beach, the wind coming up the face, trying to get into it, basically you're blinded, and it's a blind takeoff sometimes because of the offshore wind in your face.
Yeah, you get that out here, especially with 4 other competitors out there in this vast lineup, and you get snow blind, wind blind, as it's just that water's coming up the face. It feels like it's blowing 60 miles per hour as that water's just rushing up the face at you.
What do you think about our crew? Again, we don't know them all. There's a massive crew up there that's compressing video, giving us the replays and the camera work on a day where there's 50-mile-an-hour winds. Windows Siege and Jordan Velarde and JD and Maz and Bill, everybody that's making this happen. This has been some of the best coverage we've ever seen at Sunset, which is probably one of the most difficult places to surf and to cover for the internet and for television. We'd like to thank Oceanic Time Warner Cable, but if you were watching at home on the big screen, you must have loved it.
Oh, I went to say hi to my buddy down the street right here at Sunset Point, and he was in his house watching the program on TV rather than, I mean, he could have walked, just down the path to watch it in real life, but on his big flat screen TV right in his living room, having a cup of coffee, some toast, and watching an event. I think everyone's really enjoying this webcast.
Thank you, Vance, for bringing together a huge crew. And our final best 2-wave total and the best wave today.
Well, best 2-wave total was Tanito Benson with the 16.2, and Keanu Singh busted out that 9.3 with that big old shack. So huge scores there.
A lot of Hawaiians on this list. Great day as they were really able to just put themselves out there in the Sunset lineup and come out victorious.
For all our crew right there, Rocky and Kaipo and Liam McNamara up here, Randy Rarick, Jody Wilmot, Ross Williams, Bo Hodges up here, and Shea Lopez. I'm David Stanfield. Aloha.
Thanks,
see you tomorrow
everybody.
morning, 7:45 a.m. Hawaiian Aleutian Standard Time.
The Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy Drinks. The Vans World Cup of Surfing from Sunset Beach is brought to you by Nixon, sponsors of the Nixon WTA, watches and accessories. On the web, visit nixonnow.com. GoPro, check out the new HD Hero 2 cameras from GoPro, the world's most versatile HD camera. Cliff Bar, performance nutrition for sustained energy. Surfline.com, the official forecaster for the 2011 Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Know before you go. Flow Water, reusable water bottle refill stations. Check out flowwaterstation.com. State Farm Insurance, get to a better state with State Farm. Find a local Hawaii agent at sttraffic.net. Roadrunner, Hawaii's fastest internet service. rr.com, make it your homepage. JN Automotive Group, featuring Chevrolet, Mazda, Audi, and the exotics. Come ride with us. Surfing Magazine, print and digital editions. What's now and what's next in surfing? Hawaiian Airlines, Hawaii flies with us. HawaiianAirlines.com. Turtle Bay Resort, official accommodations for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Discover true Hawaii. Climb On Products, chemical-free, intensive skin repair and protection. Coral Reef Safe. WaveJet Propulsion, a revolutionary water propulsion system. Visit wavejet.com. Hawaii Tourism Authority. Visit www.gohawaii.com. The people of Hawaii would love to share their islands with you. Skull Candy, the official sound of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Oceanic Time Warner Cable, serving the state of Hawaii with cable TV, high-speed internet, home phone service, and mobile internet. And this event is sanctioned by ASP Hawaii.